Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 94, Chapter 86 Festival. So apparently tying my hair up in a man bun was not one of the best ideas I had. It turns out that, well, with an androgynous face like mine, a man bun isn't exactly manly. Especially when paired with a yukata. "Shuna, Rimuru-sama, you're so cute." Shuna screams the moment she sees me and jumps on me, quickly followed by Cheyenne. Click 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 click. Maleem is taking pictures with that damn phone of hers. Trainee is just looking at me with a hand lightly covering her mouth with an aura around her. Mikoto and Ilya are just standing there next to each other with complicated expressions, and Shizu is, well. Shizu, Naya. Just lazing over Mikoto's shoulder. I guess in this situation I should say, I am aware of the effect I have on women. Unfortunately, the effect is not beneficial. Regardless, I discarded the men bun style and returned to my natural state of just letting my hair go free without tying it up or anything. In any case, I prefer this style anyway. Although I could turn into my male form, I've grown attached to my gender-neutral form. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I want to reserve my male form for a special occasion. Or maybe it's an instinctual action to prevent the event of getting chased around Avalon by any women I cross paths with. I mean, I've seen my male form. I can guarantee I can even turn lesbian straight with that face. Don't misunderstand, it's not like I would dislike it. I'm a straight virgin male, getting chased by women instead of having them run away from me is a nice change. A/N, oof. It's just that I'm more scared of what Ilya and Mikoto would do if they found out that I was enjoying getting chased by many women. They might choose to ignore me and I would become deprived of my source to vent my frustrations, head patting Ilya, and my favorite resting pillow, Mikoto's thighs. Therefore, I choose to play it safe and remain in my gender-neutral form. As for the males of the group, their reactions weren't as colorful as the girls. Which is good. Benimaru, that hairstyle, should I tie my hair like that? Then I could be like Rimuru-sama. So your hair is a bit too short for it. Hakuru, ho ho ho, perhaps I should style my own hair in that fashion. They were mostly interested in the hairstyle. Ranga, you look dashing, master. Ranga is just being Ranga, sitting to the side while wagging his tail, causing a small gale in the area. Anyway, all of us are dressed in yukatas handmade by Shuna for the festival. Each yukata is designed to suit each of us specifically, you can really see the attention Shuna put into them. Rimuru, right guys, come here or a second. I get everyone's attention and they all walk up to me. Snap. I snap my fingers while invoking Scat Hatch, causing everyone's right palm to glow softly, including my own. Looking closer, you can see a rune written on it. Rimuru, that rune is there to hide all of your identities. Tonight, you're just a regular citizen. This way you don't have to worry about getting recognized every step of the way. Although we can still recognize each other. Everyone with us is quite famous among the general populace, including Gabble, Kaijin, Vesta, and Q-Robe. Each of us holds a high position and we meet many people during our work, so it would be a bit hard to enjoy yourself when you're constantly getting swarmed by fans. It would especially be nightmarish for me. Not that I work in the first place. Rimuru, in any case, those runes are written with magicules and will disappear by tomorrow, so let's go and enjoy ourselves. Everyone, ooh. I raise my fist into the air in a cheer and everyone mimics me. And so, as the sun sinks below the horizon, the festival officially starts. A few hours later. Hori Shet. I'm alone. How did it come to this? I'm not sure either. We all wandered around the festival as a large group before one by one, the left to try out different things. Before I knew it, I was all alone. I'm not sad or anything, sniff. Regardless, I'm now alone wandering through a large crowd, looking around to see if anything catches my eye. There are many things here at this festival. I mean, the entire city is participating, either by setting up stalls or just wandering around having fun like me. Attractions are a common sight. Most of them are attractions you'd see at festivals from my old world. Mini-games, gift shops, things like that. Some of them are even small food stalls selling things from candy apples and fairy floss to chips and other hot foods. There's even inhales. Meat buns. Rimuru, I'll take your entire stock. A large purchase later. I'm wandering down the street, nibbling on a meat bun, looking around to see if anything catches my eye. There's nothing that stands out really. But it's during these moments when I realize that this city really is some kind of paradise. Monsters walking around doing nothing but enjoying themselves. Each of them has a large smile on their face, from the pedestrians to the stall owners, male to female, old to young. All of them are glowing with happiness. Looking up, you can see the barrier protecting this place shimmering in the darkness, yet not obstructing the glow from the full moon or the stars. It really makes me wonder. Is all this really because of me? Obviously, I didn't make this from the ground up by myself. I've had a lot of help. The goblins, wolves, Kijin, ogres, orcs, heck, even Gabble and his dragonutes. All of them pitched in and built this place, Avalon, from the ground up. I chuckled to myself. I named it Avalon because it sounded cool, but Rimuru, it really is some kind of ever-distant utopia, huh? Well, it's not so distant in reality. Make way, make way. Loud shouting comes from behind me. I turn around to see a large festival float slowly creeping this way. The goblins in front of it are clearing out the path to make sure no one gets run over. A parade, huh? I wonder what it's about. I walk closer to take a look. Melim, Yahoo. Melim. Standing on top of the float modeled after a certain lazy Hellcat waving down at the crowds is Melim, still in her yukata. How the hell did she even get up there? And is that Ilya standing next to you? Ilya, as if sensing my gaze, looks towards me with a helpless smile. I'm sorry, Ilya, but you're on Melim duty for tonight. Her shoulders slump down and she just sighs. I'm sorry. I'll pat your head lots later. Not wanting to stand in the stuffy mob of bodies for much longer, I weave through the crowds until I find a bench. I decide to just sit there, nibbling on my meat buns until the parade passes and the area clears up. The meat buns I make are better. Finally, the festival float passes dragging the large crowd with it. Man, these identity-concealing runes really are a lifesaver. If I didn't have them while in that crowd, I probably would have never been able to escape unless through another fucking dimension. And even then, I'm not sure. As the crowd passes, a stranger sits next to me. I look over to them and say hi. Rimuru, hey. Hi. I look back forward before my eyes widen and my head snaps back in the stranger's direction. Said stranger is looking at me with a shocked expression too. Rimuru, Mikoto. Mikoto, Rimuru. Rimuru/Mikoto, what are you doing here? God, I love these cliché moments. But Mikoto seems genuinely surprised about finding me, a bit panicky too. Or rather, she looks more flustered than anything else. Did she not sense me? Speaking of which, how the fuck did I not sense her? Universal Sense. Are you going on strike again? A/N, Universal Sense.exe has stopped working. Rimuru, what do you mean, what am I doing here, you guys left me. I'm still a little sad about it, I wasn't sad. Mikoto, I'm sorry I didn't really mean to, Melim dragged me and Ilya away because she wanted to go on that festival float but unfortunately only 2 people could ride on it at the top so I had to follow on foot but I got tired and decided to take a rest here dash. Rimuru, alright, I got it. Take a deep breath, you didn't pause once during that sentence. Mikoto closed her eyes and followed my advice. Mikoto, *inhale*. So how are you, Rimuru? Nope, she's still panicked. I mean, I can understand her, I would probably act the same way if I didn't have full control over my body. It's like meeting your high school crush when you just went to buy something from the local store. I just sigh and decide to answer her question. Rimuru, well, I was just wandering around, thinking about the meaning of life. Ilya, lies. You're just a Rimuru, that's too much for you. Whoa. A/N, Raphael returns. Beep. Rimuru, well, I was just wandering around, enjoying the many attractions here at the festival, by myself. Mikoto. Are you angry? Me. Angry? No. Sad? Perhaps. Rimuru, *, no, I'm not angry. How about you? Are you enjoying yourself? Mikoto, I guess so, aside from being dragged around by Melim, the festival is pretty fun. There are lots of different stalls, mini-games, foods and drinks. It's honestly a bit overwhelming, it's totally different from the festivals back in my old world. She calms down and begins talking about the festival with a smile on her face before she's reminded of her old world. She looks up at the stars through the barrier with a dazed look on her face. Mikoto. Do you think my home is somewhere up there? I feel a sharp pain in my heart. I've regretted it, you know. Bringing her here. It's not like she forgot her old world, she still remembers it and, well, she misses it a lot. And I'm the one who took her away from there. I follow Mikoto's line of sight and look up at the stars as well. Rimuru. Should I have just let you go back then? Mikoto flinches and turns to me with a serious expression on her face. Mikoto, Rimuru. Don't say that. My line of sight falls back on the chestnut-haired girl who is staring back at me with a serious expression. Mikoto, if I could go back in time, I wouldn't have changed anything. I would still take that deal. Suddenly, her mouth morphs into a smile. A very kind and warm smile. Mikoto, besides, I got to meet everyone here because of that. Trainee, Cheyenne, Shuna, Benimaru, Soai, Hakuru, Kurobe, Kaijin, Ranga, Rigard. Heck, even Gabble, Geld, and Vesta too. Especially Shizu, Ilya, Malim, and even you. She didn't finish her sentence, but I knew where she was going. Or more specifically, her face burst with a shade of red when she realized where she was going with that sentence and became unable to complete it. So cute. I just smile back at Mikoto. Honestly, how far is she going to make me fall for her? Rimuru, I know I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Misaka Mikoto, I promise you. A/N, remember, she's Japanese. Her last name comes before her first name. For us, she would be called Mikoto Misaka. I jump up from the bench and stand in front of Mikoto with open arms, my golden eyes shining as my hair and sleeves of my yukata flutter for my movements. Rimuru, I'll become stronger. Strong enough to break through the dimensional wall and find your home again. I'll bring you back, and then you'll be able to travel back and forth between the two worlds just by walking a few steps. You'll literally have the best of both worlds. I reaffirm the promise I made with Mikoto on the day I officially summoned her. I had no intentions of forgetting it or reneging on my promise, but it just felt right to promise her again. Mikoto looks up at me from her position on the bench. She tucks a strand of loose hair behind her ear, closes her eyes and grins cheerfully, showing her perfect white teeth. Mikoto, I'll be waiting. We eventually spent the rest of the night wandering around the festival by ourselves. We occasionally ran into the others, but we only said hello before separating again. In the end, it was just Mikoto and myself for most of the night. We did many things together, mini games like ring toss, knocking down your prize with a cork gun, goldfish scooping, and things like that. I mean, they each had their supernatural twist to it, which I prefer not to say lest my view of normal festivals becomes completely shattered. Shudders as I remember the scene of a plushie of my slime form getting obliterated by the magic cork guns. There was even a stage play, starring Trainee and Rigard in their own take of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Rigard, oh. You're approaching me. Instead of running away, you're coming right to me. Trainee, I can't beat the shit out of you without getting closer. Rigard, oh ho. Then come as close as you like. They approach each other as menacing character props are lowered down from the ceiling behind them. It was beautiful. In the end, there was a large bonfire dance. Many people gathered for this event, to dance around the fire with their partners. Mikoto and I were just walking around like usual when we saw several goblins putting up posters. Getting curious, we walked up to take a look. Written on the poster is an advertisement for the upcoming bonfire dance. Rimuru, there was something like that, wasn't there? I remember suggesting this for fun during the festival preparation meeting. But, this could be a good chance. Smiling playfully, I step in front of Mikoto and bow forward with my right hand outstretched. With my left hand, I create a fedora with Ahura Mazda and place it on my head. Rimuru, would you honor me to have this dance with you, my lady? Tips fedora. Mikoto, me. Rimuru, yes you. You're the only one I know here, after all. Mikoto pouts at me. I just chuckle to myself and lean forward even more and whisper in her ear. Rimuru, well, you would still be my first choice even if there were other girls here. She steps back as her lips twitch furiously. It's not because she's angry, it's because she's fighting with herself, trying to hold her lips down and prevent them from smiling so blatantly. Mikoto, well I guess I could be your partner. It's only because you don't have any other choice. Remember that. Mikoto accepts my dance proposal while placing her soft hand in my outstretched hand while looking away. I love this woman. Rimuru, Tsundere. Mikoto, I am not at Tsundere. Yup. I really love her. And so we walk over to the large opening where the bonfire dance was scheduled to be. Meanwhile, a random orc was walking by and saw the fedora. Orc Jeff, my name Jeff. He immediately fell in love with it and took it as a holy artifact. Many monsters have already gathered and several large bonfires are already ablaze, its flame reaching nearly a dozen meters high. Half an hour later, the dance has finally begun. It wasn't anything special, nor was it a uniform thing. I mean, we're all monsters here, there's no way they magically learned how to properly dance so soon. A festival like this is already enough of a culture shock for them. So although it was called a bonfire dance, it was more just an event for a couple to do their own thing around a fire. The music started in Mikoto and I just decided to dance as we would in our old world in an event like this. Well, for me, I know how to do it through Satoru Mikami's memories. I mean, I've never done this in my original life after all. But it worked out well enough. I was a bit clumsy at first, but Mikoto thankfully gave me tips and pointers, even though she couldn't be considered experienced herself. In the end, it all worked out well enough. It also helps that we're both, physically, of similar age. I look like a 15 or 16-year-old teenager, which fits well with Mikoto. I'm only slightly taller than her by an inch or two. We found each other's rhythm and we quickly became drawn in our own world. It may sound cringe, but it's the only way I could describe this. Rimuru, I like your yukata, by the way. It suits you. Mikoto is wearing a blue yukata with red and yellow flower patterns on it. It honestly suits her quite well. Although Mikoto in casual clothes is cute in its own right, Mikoto in a yukata has a different kind of charm to it. Shuna really did a good job. Mikoto, Bam, her face instantly takes on a shade of crimson. I smirk at the blushing Tsundere in front of me and just continue to enjoy the moment. Pick here, imager.com/a/npmxnvo. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Harp, Raphael, Skill Orb. A/N, I'm back. MC, fucking finally. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 95, Chapter 87. Phobio is a dumbass. I'm fighting for my life right now. Shing. Never before have I ever been in such mortal danger. Clang. Right now. Hakuru is beating the shit out of me. Rimuru, I said I'm sorry. I scream out while running away from the kitchen behind me. Hakuru, no, there's no need for an apology, Rimuru-sama. I just thought some extra training would be good for you. Yeah, right. Then why are you trying to hit me so hard? Where are the lessons? Shing. Wah, that nearly cut my neck. I mean, it's not like it's a vital spot for me, since I can just regenerate it and I'm a slime, but come on. Rimuru, I didn't mean to call you a senile old man. Let me off, please. Hakuru, no, you are still in need of training. Then at least let me use my fucking sword. But alas, my cries went unheard. Now, you may be wondering, Rimuru, why don't you just teleport away, or why don't you just use your full strength to defeat Hakuru, or Rimuru stop breaking the damn 4th wall dash. Cough. Well, I can't just beat my teacher into the ground using my overwhelming strength. If I just used my pure techniques to defeat Hakuru, then it's fine, but it's more of a matter of pride. Unless I'm facing an enemy, I will try to keep things fair and balanced. As for why I don't just run away using my superior physical speed or teleporting, I can't run away forever. It's better to just beg for forgiveness now and hope he relents than run away only for Hakuru to beat me up later. And once again, it's a pride thing. I don't want to just run away. Thumb. Asterisk. A large lightning strike falls from the sky and strikes the ground in the middle of the city. Said lightning strike wasn't all that powerful, but it was big so that it was easily noticeable. Seeing how the barrier over Avalon didn't stop, it must mean that it's not an outside attack. And Mikoto is the only electricity specialist I know, so it must be because of her. What the fuck happened? Right, what was I just talking about? Yes, I don't want to run away from Hakuru since it's also a pride thing. Rimuru, well, that looks important. I'll be going to have a look. Goodbye, sensei. And so I teleport out of hell, the training field, leaving the horned devil holding his beat stick. And to clarify my previous statement, I meant that I don't want to run away for no reason. Meaning, I at least need an excuse so it doesn't seem like I'm just running away. I am running away, with purpose. A few minutes ago, Ilia POV. Right, according to Onii-chan's memories, Phobio will be arriving in Avalon after Malim. This wasn't certain since the timeline is slightly different from the anime Onii-chan saw before he died. However, there's a good chance that the events shown in the anime will occur in the same order. As for if they will happen sooner or later than canon, that remains to be seen. There is a good chance that Phobio will attack Rigard, which will cause Malim to grow angry on his behalf, which will cause some problems. And so, knowing all of this, I had to prevent it from happening. Well, long story short, it still happened. Sigh. I rest my face in my palm while sighing. In front of me is Rigard, still recovering from the blow Phobio gave to his face. Because Onii-chan named his subordinate monsters while pumping them full with Magi-Cules, all of the monsters named by him have grown far stronger than normal. So even after taking a punch in the face from a high-level Majin without any protection, he only has some scorch marks on his cheeks and maybe a broken bone or two. I'm a little angry at them. I like Rigard, he treats me like his granddaughter. Ilya, are you okay, Rigard? Rigard, oh, if it isn't Ilyasvili-sama. Forgive me for this unsightly view. I rush forward and kneel down next to him while giving him a full potion I took out from Onii-chan's Beelzebub storage space. While I can't use Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, in combat like several of Onii-chan's skills, I can use it as an item box of some kind. Ilya, stop talking nonsense. Here, a full potion. Although scanning through, Universal Sense quickly told me that Rigard is fine, I'm still slightly worried. I think a small trace of that worry appeared on my face because he didn't say anything and quickly took it. Otherwise, he would argue that using such a thing on him is wasteful, and things like that. I had several plans in place to prevent this from happening. I sensed Phobio and his group coming from dozens of kilometers away, but one thing happened after the other, and... Seriously, how was I supposed to know that they would waltz right in through the front door? Do they not know that you should at least let someone know of your arrival? Were they expecting Onii-chan to just cater to their every will? Now that I'm thinking about it, they probably thought we were just pushovers. Their superior, Demon Lord Carrion, shouldn't be aware of everyone's exact power levels through a crystal ball recording, so Phobio assumed we were just weaklings. I didn't account for their level of stupidity. My predictions were based on the assumption that they had at least some form of intelligence, but I was off the mark. Are they naturally this dumb, or did they have to put in the effort? I mean, I had low expectations from Onii-chan's memories, but they even failed to achieve that. Oops, my thoughts are going in a dangerous direction. Where was I? Oh, right. In the end, I left them alone for just a few moments, and would you look at that, Phobio and his group immediately met with Rigard. Rigard, being the person who normally deals with situations like these, quickly realized that Phobio and his group are important guests, his words, not mine, so he walked up to them to inquire about their reasons for being here. Phobio talked about how this village is suitable to serve under Demon Lord Carrion, and stuff like that. Rigard tried to make a joke out of it, seeing as their words could be taken as a declaration of war, but nope. Phobio instead punched Rigard in the face with a flaming fist. And that is when I appeared. Things should be all fine and well at this point, but... I look to my left. There, I see a scene you shouldn't be able to see every day. Milim, let me go. I just want to talk to him. Mikoto, no way. You're definitely going to do more than just talk. Milim is flaring her aura in anger, raring to jump on Phobio while Mikoto is holding her back from behind. Sigh. I sigh once again. Onii-chan, I'd better get plenty of headpats for dealing with this. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon. Manus, Ilyasvili. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Harp, Raphael, Skill Orb. A/N, I'm feeling lazy, should I just drop? I'm joking, so you can put away that gun now. MC, good, slides Glock back in pockets. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 96, Chapter 88 Asserting Dominance. MC POV. I use Spatial Ruler to teleport to the area where the huge lightning strike hit. A large crowd has already gathered by the time I arrived. Unfortunately, said the crowd is blocking the way, so I subtly flare my aura, causing the crowd to split, letting me through. I don't flare it to cause pressure or anything, I just did it to increase my presence. This way people will notice me quickly, and after realizing who I am, will let me pass through easier. Look over there. It's Rimuru-sama. Whispers from the crowd quickly spread as I continue walking. Rimuru, what happened? I speak into the air while walking through the crowd. A shadow flashes next to me, quickly revealing itself as Soai. This time, I was expecting this. I learned my lesson from last time. Soai, a guest has appeared. They were causing some trouble and Rigard attempted to pacify them, which didn't sit well with our guest. Rimuru, that. They're here already, huh? Thank you, So-I. You can go back to your work now. So-I understood. And with another shadowy flash, he disappeared. At this point, I arrive at the clearing in the middle of the crowd to find Phobio on the ground unconscious. I expected this a little. What I didn't expect, however, was the residual lightning crackling around him. It wasn't Malim who hit him. I look up from the body towards the figure standing to the side who I'm almost certain is the culprit. Rimuru, so. What happened? Mikoto, ehe. Mikoto nervously laughs as she scratches the back of her head. I shift my attention to the pink twin-tail-haired girl standing to her left and raise an eyebrow at her. Malim shifts her eyes towards the sky while whistling. She also happens to be bad at whistling. Like, she's just blowing wind. Malim, FFFF. PHHHH. I'll teach her how to whistle later. I then turn to look at my only source of hope. Ilya notices my stare, smiles brightly, and runs up to me. I also involuntarily smile as I raise my hand and drop it on her head softly. Insert scene of Rimuru giving Ilya head pats. As soon as my hand makes contact, memories of what just happened flow into my head. I close my eyes to process the inflow of information. Yes, giving Ilya head pats lets her transfer information to me. Although she could do the same thing with thought communication, I wouldn't have an excuse to pat her head if she did that, so we both conveniently ignored that option. After a few seconds, I completely process the memories and open my eyes again. Looking down, I see Ilya with her eyes closed wearing an expression of absolute bliss. Ilya, Funya. What is this adorable creature? In any case, I understand the situation now. Basically, what happened was that our unconscious friend Phobio here punched Rigard in the face, which angered Malim. Malim wanted to teach Phobio a lesson, but Mikoto held her back, reminding her that she shouldn't interfere since this matter between Avalon and Phobio. If Malim interferes, the situation could change. In all honesty, the situation could only change in a positive direction, but I agree with Mikoto. I said I'll defend my people in Avalon by myself without Malim's help, and I intend to keep my word. Immediately after that, however, Mikoto said the following. Mikoto, well, I'm a part of Avalon, so. And proceeded to drop a thunderbolt right on Phobio's head, knocking him unconscious. I remember thinking that if certain conditions were met, Mikoto would join Malim in making more chaos rather than stop her. It turns out I was right. I love this woman. Regardless, I turned towards Mikoto and Malim with a stern expression, my hand never once ceasing its petting. Rimuru, now, as for the two of you. Why didn't you wait for me? A bead of sweat rolls down the side of Malim's head, fearing that I might revoke her lunch. Mikoto steps forward, wanting to explain her point of view. Mikoto, Rimuru, I can't just dash. However, I don't want to hear it. I'm a little angry, you know. I'm also a bit annoyed. I'm mostly disappointed though. After all. Rimuru, I wanted to knock him unconscious. Mikoto, Malim, I clench my fist at the unfairness of the situation. It's such a shame. I wanted to teach this guy a lesson myself. Imagine. Phobio punches Rigard when suddenly, a wild slime appears and RKOs him from out of nowhere. Then, while he's on the ground, I would proceed to dance the torture dance while teabagging him. Such a wasted opportunity. Rigard, are you sure about this, Rimuru-sama? Rigard walks up from behind me, fully recovered, and asks me a question. I turn my head to him with nothing but confusion on my face. Rimuru, I thought you of all people would be supportive of the torture dance. Rigard, and no, not that. Phobio sounded like an important person, especially if he was willing to attack me without thinking about the repercussions. Ah, he's worried about angering Carrion. True, Phobio being one of the 3 Beast-Keeters serving directly under Demon Lord Carrion does give him some clout. Attacking him would most definitely anger Carrion if we were just your average gathering of monsters. Carrion, who has seen us beat down the Orc Lord, shouldn't want to create conflict with us at least without some preparations. From Ilya's memories, it's more likely that Phobio, being the dumbass that he is, attacked Rigard simply because he was stronger. He probably didn't even think about us retaliating, nor the consequences his actions could have. I mean, I could wage war with Carrion over this and no one can say anything. But in the end, I don't care about politics that much. Rimuru, don't care. This guy could bring his entire sect and call on his family up to 13 generations back and I could still wipe the floor with him. Rigard, sect. What's a sect? Rigard mutters something, but I've already turned my attention to Phobio's companions, who are tending to their unconscious leader. Rimuru, and you guys. You'd better behave yourself. I don't care if you're subordinates of a demon lord. You're in Avalon now. This is my turf, so you'd better play by my rules. I flare my aura through Lord's ambition, before immediately cutting it off again, causing Phobio's companions to flinch before breaking out in a cold sweat. I'm not surprised, even if it was only for a split second, they felt the aura of someone on par with a true dragon. I would also T-pose at this moment to inflict even more fear into them, but I'm currently patting Ilya, so I had to let that opportunity go. In any case, this whole incident is over. I want to deal with the whole Charybdis issue, so I'll follow the plot a bit for now. I don't know where Charybdis is currently sealed, after all. Sure, I could just write some runes or make an item that would lead me to it, but where's the fun in that? Sigh. The problems that come with OPness. Meanwhile, Ilya is still melting under my head pats and Mikoto and Malim are unsure of what to do now. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Harp, Raphael, Skill Orb. A/N, I don't know what to put in here. MC, then don't. N, but I don't want to leave this empty. MC, then do. N, but I can't come up with any ideas to put in here. MC, then don't. N, fuck you, you're not helping. MC, fuck you, you can't choose. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 97, Chapter 89 Another meeting Ergagrugherg. In the meeting room, about an hour or so after Phobio got fucking wrecked. At a large long table with multiple chairs situated around it, I am in my human form sitting on a chair at one of the ends of the table. Standing behind me is Cheyenne, Benimaru, and Rigard. My right hand supports my head as my elbow rests against the armrest of my chair. My left is slowly stroking Shizu, who is sitting on my lap, invoking an atmosphere similar to that of an evil final boss. Rigard, Cheyenne, and Benimaru are looking at me with shining eyes. My golden eyes lazily gaze at the figures at the other end of the table, as if they could pierce through all of their secrets. Those figures are Phobio, who is sitting down, and his subordinates who are also standing behind him. Aside from Phobio, they are shivering slightly while looking at me with wary eyes. Meanwhile. Shizu, remember our deal? Rimuru, yeah, you sit on my lap while I tick off the Evil Lord Act from my bucket list and I'll give you my newest creation, the fish bun. I burned a lot of brain cells to come up with that creation. Shizu, as long as you remember. As we finish up our thought communication, conversation, Shizu nuzzles up into my hand and just enjoys the moment. Regardless of the deal, I know she loves getting stroked, so she would have accepted the deal even without the fish bun as an incentive. As for a certain railgun, Manus, and Destroyer, they're not here. They don't like to sit down and listen to politics and shit. I don't either, but I'm the leader here, so it's kind of my responsibility. Who's the idiot that made me king? I demand a refund. Anyway, I should just get this over and done with. My attention turns to Phobio. He's still got his head held high, looking down on us all even though he got knocked unconscious within 10 minutes of entering Avalon. I don't know whether he's an idiot or he just doesn't realize what happened to him. I form an amused smile. Rimuru, so. Care to introduce yourself? Phobio, huh? Why should I? Rimuru, because I asked you to. I immediately fire back at him. He stares at me for a moment before he huffs dismissively and introduces himself. Phobio, huff. My name is Phobio, also known as the Black Leopard Fong, one of the 3 Beast Keeters serving directly under Demon Lord Carrion. He smirks slightly at the end. If I had to take a guess, he probably expected that we would have some sort of reaction towards the name, Demon Lord Carrion. I mean, Rigard and Benimaru would probably become a bit wary, if Malim Nava herself, one of the strongest demon lords, wasn't living here in Avalon. She single-handedly ruined the majestic and proud image of demon lords for all the residents here. It's kind of hard not to when she acts like she does all the time. In any case, none of us reacted much to his name, which caused Phobio to lose his smile. Rimuru, well, I guess I should also introduce myself. My name is Rimuru, I'm the leader of this city called Avalon. And I transform into my slime form with Shizu laying on top of my body. Rimuru. I'm a slime. Phobio, huh? A lowly slime is the leader of these monsters. Rimuru, yes. And this lowly slime is the master of these monsters standing behind me, so I'd watch my mouth if I were you. I transform back into my human form, Shizu somehow still sleeping on my head instead of back on my lap. I just shrug my shoulders. She's a cat. Don't question how she does it. Phobio, what? You're going to order your pets to teach me a lesson? He smirks dismissively at me. I just smile back at him. Rimuru, no, what I'm saying is that these guys will teach you a lesson regardless if I order them to do it or not for the disrespect you're showing me. And they'll make sure it will be a long, painful lesson at that. He loses his smile. Cheyenne is raring to beat this guy up and Benimaru is honestly a bit shocked at the mere thought that someone would dare to disrespect me. Rigard is also very angry, much more than when he was punched. And all of their auras are leaking. Feeling their auras, Phobio knows he wouldn't be able to beat these guys, at least if they gang up on him. If it's a one-on-one fight, he would win. Unfortunately, he is also slightly wrong in that assumption. Their auras are only slightly leaking, not flaring at full blast. Cheyenne and Benimaru are among the strongest serving under me. They're also stronger than their canon counterparts, so they can easily wipe the floor with Phobio without even getting serious. Rimuru, so? Why are you here in Avalon? I'm sure having a Beast Keeter personally take charge means it's an important matter. He wears that dismissive look on his face again. I immediately pose my fingers as my looks turn JoJo-styled. Rimuru, your next line is, you expect me to answer a lowly slime. Phobio, you expect me to answer a lowly slee, wah. Got him. I return back to normal, acting like nothing happened while Rigard is struggling not to bow down in worship. Rimuru, well, I have a pretty good guess what your goal is anyway. Carrion is probably looking for some Majin that have appeared in the Great Jura Forest and wants to scout them to serve under him. Phobio's eyes widen in shock. It seems I was spot on. I mean, it's the same reason as canon, so it wasn't too hard to guess. Well, Cheyenne, Rigard and Benimaru are looking at me with a look that screams, Sasuga Rimuru-sama. I form a warm and kind smile and continue talking. Rimuru, and I'm sorry to say this, but we're the Majin your boss is looking for. There's good news and bad news. The bad news is I'm not the type to bow my head to anyone else. The good news, for you that is that I'm not looking to make enemies left, right and center, otherwise I would have killed you the moment you injured one of my subordinates. I rest my chin in my palm and place my elbow on the table in front of me. I slightly release, Lord's ambition, causing my eyes to glow. Like a predator in front of his prey, I grin and Phobio unconsciously lowers his head. Rimuru, get out of here, your face annoys me. And tell Demon Lord Carrion that although I'm not going to serve him, I am willing to talk with him. Choose a date and time and contact us again, otherwise don't come back. Phobio hesitates before standing up and leaving the room. His subordinates move to follow him. However, just before he completely leaves the room, he turns around and mutters under his breath. Phobio, you'll regret this. And there we go, he hit that young master cliché. Now he is destined to eat his words. Cheyenne, are you sure about this, Rimuru-sama? You're not going to show him his place. Cheyenne asks me a question as she releases the grip of her sword. She was the tensest out of everyone in the room. If I didn't tell her through thought communication to stand down, Phobio wouldn't be walking out of here in one piece. He might not be walking out at all. As for her question, I just chuckle. Rimuru, ha. There's a saying from my old world. A lion does not concern himself with the opinion of sheep. Why should I be bothered with what a weakling thinks about me? If anything, this whole event was more amusing to me than anything else. Cheyenne thinks for a moment before a why am I even doubting him smile spreads across her face. I hop up from my chair and pick up Shizu from my head before carrying her in my arms. That was a bit tiring. I've got to thank Ilya for what she went through, so I'll give her a head pat. Then I'll feed Shizu her fish bun, and then, oh. I have to punish Mikoto. A lap pillow will do. Rimuru, I continue humming as I teleport back home. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon. Manus, Ilya's Veil. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Harp, Raphael, Skill Orb. MC, Hoo. N. What's with that look? You're creeping me out. MC, my foot, it's itching. N. Oh, claps hands in prayer. May you rest in peace, Phobio. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 98, Chapter 90 Arson. Ilya, Oni-chan. Rimuru, What's up, Ilya? It's been a week since I dealt with Phobio and his group. I was wandering around Avalon, thinking it would be a good change of pace when Ilya runs up from behind and calls out to me. I just want to say, however, that I remembered there was a reason I rarely left the house. I'm antisocial as fuck. Although I'm wearing the identity-concealing rune, I still hate crowds. Regardless, my saving grace, Ilya, runs up beside me and hugs my left arm. I just smile warmly and start head-patting her with my right hand. I love head-patting her. Her hair is so silky and soft, plus it's good for my soul. Ilya, Oh, right. Oni-chan, something came up. She begins to melt under my touch, but she shakes off that feeling and tells me why she's here. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure my head-patting technique has reached God touch levels. Rimuru, something came up. Is it serious? Ilya, and no, it's. Her words drop off and her eyes gain a distant look before she snaps back to reality. Ilya, it isn't something serious. Her whole body relaxes and her facial expression slackens. She jolts back, vigorously shakes her head, and glares at me with a pout. Rimuru, no, I will not stop head-patting you. Ilya's expression turns into a defeated one as she knows I won't stop before it turns into a content one. Do you see what I mean? God touch. Ilya, someone with computational power several times higher than even Mikoto, can't handle the sheer power of my head pats and is melting under my touch. With this power, I can easily amass an army of Lolas to conquer the world. I would be unstoppable. I mean, you can't hurt Lolas. That's just the law. Regardless, Ilya gives up on telling me what's going on normally and just hands the information to me with the headpat information transfer technique we use. I get the gist of the situation now. Basically, Ilya sensed a couple of groups of humans approaching Avalon. Specifically, it's the prelude to the next event. One of the groups is the Three Stooges, the three adventurers, Cable, Elin, and Jido. They visited Avalon a long time ago with human Shizu just before she died. This time they're accompanied by their guildmaster, Fuse. I actually forgot his name and I only remembered it from Ilya's information. The second group belongs to Yom. They're a ragtag group of small-time criminals assembled to deal with monster problems that the country couldn't be bothered to deal with. And by that, I mean all the monster problems. They were sent this time to scout out the Orc Lord. I mean, it's been a while since the Orc Lord's occurrence, so knowledge of its existence has already spread through the human countries. However, knowledge of its defeat is a different matter. According to my memories from canon, only a select few people are aware of the Orc Lord's defeat. Anyway, they're here so I need to talk with them when they reach Avalon. Can they get here safely? Oh well. I can just resurrect them if they die, lol. But I feel like I'm forgetting something. Rimuru, hey, I don't see Mikoto or Malim anywhere. Where are they? Ilya doesn't even bother trying to answer me and just passes the info directly to me while continuing to melt under my hand. I see, so Mikoto is on her occasional wander through the forest while Malim is wandering around the city by herself. A/N, some of you might have forgotten because I only mentioned it once or twice, but Mikoto sometimes strolls through the forest to get some action by killing monsters. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot it too. Malim is by herself. Boom. Oh no. Shizu and Malim have teamed up and are committing several acts of arson. Gunshots and screams off in the distance. Sniff. Just because Malim isn't alone doesn't make things better. Third-person POV. Meanwhile, at the same time in the forest a few kilometers away. A night spider. That's an A-rank monster. A mage identifies the monster that just appeared in front of the large group he is a part of. The night spider looks at them with its many eyes, and charges at them. It wasn't actually targeting them originally, but a smaller group of 4 people have somehow attracted its aggro since they are quite prone to danger and shit like this happens all the time, so no one questioned it. Anyway, the smaller group attracted its aggro and since they couldn't deal with it by themselves, they ran away, straight into the larger group. Seeing this as a chance, the smaller group joined up with the larger group, and... well, to put it simply, they're all gonna die. I'm sure you already realized by now, but the smaller group is Elin, Cable, Jido, and their guildmaster Fuse. The larger group is the band of small-time criminals led by Yom. Unfortunately, even with the power of friendship, the Night Spider is an A-ranked monster. There's no hope. But suddenly, a wild Pikachu appears. Mikoto, oh, Elin, Cable, Jido. I didn't expect to see you here. Mikoto, who was wandering around the forest throwing one thunderbolt attack after the other at random monsters, meets with both groups. And thus, the ragtag group of unfortunate humans lived to see another day. As for Gabuta, who originally saved the group in canon. Gabuta, *sniff*, why am I the only one being chased around by that cat from hell? Unfortunately, he was the main target of an arsonist cat and an arsonist demon lord. Gabuta laments his misfortune as he puts out the remaining flame on his body. As for what he did to become Shizu and Malim's target, no one knows. Probably something dumb, it's Gabuta after all. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpaths. Manus, Ilias Veil. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Harp, Raphael, Skill Orb. A/N, Small Omake incoming. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 99, Chapter 90. A while back. Malim was standing to the side while Shizu is currently in the middle of a demonic ceremony. They are in a large dark room with a menacingly glowing magic circle in the center. In the middle of that circle is an unconscious Gabuta. Shizu, nya. Saying something in the language of demons, in the language of cats, the magic circle brightens and a blood-red fog begins to gather in the middle, above the unconscious Gabuta. Malim, with centuries of experience, is unable to decipher the magic circle. But she doesn't care, and just continues watching with excitement shining in her eyes. The fog compresses and begins to form something physical. It turns white before small patches of blue begin to form around the edges. The blob shifts, morphing into a more detailed figure. The white fog turns more fluffy and begins to look more like fur. 2 long ears appear on top of its head. Its fur along its tail and back of its head becomes even more pronounced. Its small eyes open, revealing a lavender color. And finally, a mini cloak appears around its neck. It looks like a small squirrel. Foe. Malim, Kaya. What is this? It's so cute. Malim screams and Shizu just nods. Unfortunately, Gabuta wakes up at this moment and the magic circle disappears. Foe will now return back to its world after a small moment, making it sad, drawing Malim's and Shizu's anger towards Gabuta. Boom. Oh no. Shizu and Malim have teamed up and are committing several acts of arson. And burn Gabuta at the stakes. MC, indeed. How dare he do that? I should crucify him. And, indeed you should. In the meantime. Foe, FOU. N, I will enjoy the fluff. MC, oh, let me join. N, ite. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 100, Chapter 91 Humans equals Pokemon. *VM. Asterisk. An orange beam of energy hits the hard carapace of the night spider and easily pierces it. Night spider, Re. With a scream that sounds like it came from a 12-year-old on an Xbox, it wobbles for a bit before it collapses onto the ground, dead. In a single hit. Random Mob A speaks out the thoughts of everyone in the group. For the people in this world, only a small percentage of humans could ever hope to fight an A- ranked monster and win, much less kill it in a single hit. The night spider is most renowned for its defense. But unfortunately for the night spider, Mikoto's railgun is a single target piercing attack. And if you play lots of video games, you should know that piercing attacks specialize in dealing with armored enemies. Anyway, Mikoto doesn't even turn to look at the fallen monster and instead walked over to Elin, Cable, and Jido. Mikoto, I haven't seen you in a few months. Elin, Mikoto-san. Elin runs forward and hugs Mikoto lightly. It's a girl thing, Cable and Jido know not to imitate their companion. Instead, they just greet her normally. Cable, it's been a while. Jido, we didn't expect to see you here. While Cable and Jido are less acquainted with Mikoto than Elin is, they still greet her, happy to find a familiar face after a life or death situation. Well, for them, situations like these are just your average Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Thursday. You get the point. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Fuse is standing off to the side with a what the fuck expression, wondering how in God's name do those 3 idiots know someone this powerful yet totally unheard of. Anyway, not much happened after that and Mikoto invited them all to Avalon. She also invited Yom and his group that were kind of just standing off to the side, not sure what to do. A while later. MCPOV. In my human form, I am once again sitting in the meeting room. Fuck me, I hate this place. It makes my brain hurt, having to deal with politics and shit. Anyway, this time in the room, sitting to the left, is the guild master Fuse and his escorts Cable, Jido, and Elin. Also sitting to my left, next to Fuse, is Yom and a couple of his subordinates. One of them is a mage, and the other seems kind of familiar. Rimuru, hey, do you have a brother or something? I ask him a question. He seems surprised, pointing to himself, asking if I'm talking to him. I just nod. Yeah, I have a brother. He looks just like me, but he has a screw loose in his head. Literally. Ah, so he's the brother of one of the thugs I met in front of the gates leading into Dworgen. You know, one of the guys I turned into magical girls. Specifically, the guy I'm thinking about had, well, as Brother Kuin said, he has a screw loose. Literally. I mean he really had a screw drilled in his skull. A/N, chapter 12-13 for those who want to go back and read again. Also, search Tensura Man vs Slime on YouTube if you want the canon encounter. But it seems Brother Kuin here is much more tolerable, so I won't turn him into a magical girl. Brother Kuin shivers for a moment, not knowing why. Whether it was from an instinctual fear or excitement, no one will ever know. A/N, let's be honest, it's probably excitement. In any case, everyone else is staring blankly into space with their mouths wide open. Their minds are completely blown by the sight of Avalon. Which makes me happy. I want this place to be the very best, like nowhere else ever was. To attract humans is my real test, to show off in my cause. I'll attract them from across the land, all over, far and wide, to show each of them the power that's inside. Pokemon theme starts playing. I chuckle to myself. Really though, I want Avalon to be a place totally unlike any other place, both here in this world and on Earth. Avalon is creeping ever closer to completion. The modern fantasy atmosphere is at its strongest point yet, and it's only getting stronger. Large streets paved in smooth stone with softly glowing runes engraved along the side. Buildings reaching dozens of meters high, yet not crowding the sky at all. Trainee is quite happy since her bar located at the top of the tallest skyscraper would soon become a reality. It's like it came straight out of a fantasy, which doesn't sound that amazing since we are in a fantasy world, but it's breathtaking nonetheless. Sitting to my right, opposite of Fuse's and Yom's group is Malim, Mikoto, and Ilya. Since Mikoto is familiar with Elin and the other two and Ilya has my memories of the group, they decided to join. As for why Malim is here, it gets boring without Mikoto or Ilya, is Malim's reason. Oh well, her loss. Shizu, Naya. Shizu was sitting on my lap, as I wanted to do the evil mastermind overlord thing again, but Shizu just pointed a figurative middle finger to my plans and hopped off my lap and onto the table. Ilya, Shizu, come here. Ilya, seeing this, opens her arms towards Shizu, prompting her to walk over. Shizu, Naya. The adventurer trio flinches. Taking a small moment to register what they just heard, their eyes widen. Elin, Cable, Jido, Shizu became a cat. Fuse just looks at them like he's questioning their IQ. Fuse, of course she didn't, you nimwits. Didn't you already report that Shizu died? The cat is probably just named after her. I just smile. Oh, if only you knew. But this is the first time the adventurer trio saw Shizu in her cat form. Shizu died in her human form, so I protected her soul and resurrected her. She was just an egg by the time they left. And yes, they know about Shizu's reincarnation. She spoke quite fondly of these three, thinking it's a blessing to have her last adventure to be with them. Because of this, I saw it fit to inform them of Shizu's reincarnation just before they left. A/N, no, I didn't just make this up. This actually happened, I'm just reminding you in case you forgot. It's in chapter 32. Elin, Cable, that's true. Jido, ahaha. A bead of sweat trickles down their cheeks as they nervously try to play it off. Shizu's reincarnation shouldn't become a well-known secret, after all. If people realize I can resurrect people, death rates will increase and Meatbun Rob will have his work cut out for him. In fact, only Ilya, Mikoto, the three adventurers and I know about Shizu's reincarnation. To everyone else, she's just a cat named after a human that was close to me. I mean, I literally resurrected thousands of orcs and lizardmen, so I don't know why I'm keeping this a secret. Oh well. The humans don't know anything about this, and I don't want to go through the troubles of telling them either. Procrastination. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpaths. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, Lord's ambition, thought communication, control particles, control natural elements. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, resist spiritual attack, resist holy attack. Equipment, Yamato, harp, Raphael, skill orb. A/N, why did you tell them about Shizu's reincarnation? MC, I don't know, I just did it in the heat of the moment. It felt right. Anne, you felt shit. MC, but I don't shit in this body. Anne, uses powers of author now you do. MC, fucker. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 101, Chapter 92 Human Meeting, Speedrun no glitches. Well, nothing much interesting happened over the next couple of hours or so. The meeting started with everyone introducing each other, starting with the monsters standing behind me as advisors and or guards. They are Benimaru, Cheyenne, Shuna, and Soai. Sitting on the right side of the table, opposite Fuse's and Yome's groups, is Rigard, Mikoto, Malim and Ilya. Shizu, Naya. Oh, and Shizu. Although for the human sanity, we decided not to disclose Malim's identity as a demon lord. After that, Fuse introduced himself, followed by Cable, Jido, and Elin. Finally, Yome introduced himself. Fuse, pardon me, but I wanted to clear this up before we begin. Sir Rimuru, are you really? Rimuru? Yeah. I'm a slime. I quickly transform into my slime form before shifting back to my human one. Although my slime form is more comfortable if I'm just lazing around doing nothing, my human form is more familiar to me, so I can move around easier. And thus, after Fuse and Yome get over the shock of me being a slime, the meeting began. Fuck me. Well, Ilya was there as support giving me advice every now and again, so it wasn't unbearable. Thank ROB for her, or else I would have to start worrying about having to replace my brain cells. And I'm a slime, my whole body can act like a brain, so that's saying something. I also created a giant plate of steaming hot meat buns for everyone to enjoy. Elin, Cable, and Jido's eyes shined like stars in the night and they immediately jumped at the plate and started scarfing its contents down while crying tears of joy. Omo. They really understand. Anyway, the meeting went like this. I started off by asking for their reasons for entering the forest. Ilya reminded me of their original reasons that were stated in canon, but I can't always be sure. In the end, Fuse and his group entered the forest to investigate the Orc Lord incident since it was sparking quite the news fire back in Blummund, their country. He also wanted to check out a certain mysterious slime, that's me. Yome and his group were also here for a similar reason, wanting to check out the Orc Lord. Well, that was the official reason. They actually wanted to fake their deaths during the mission and run away to another country. Farmus, the country they work for, doesn't really treat them well, and more like a cheap way to deal with monsters. They don't really care if they live or die. Yome was still a bit out of it, so it was the magician in his group that was doing all the talking. I mean, Fuse heard that I was a slime from the 3 adventurers' reports, so wasn't as shocked, but Yome was different. Yome, just hold on a second here. Why is everyone okay with this? Why are we all just listening to this slime? Why is this guy going around like he's the king of this place? I look to my subordinates behind me. I look to Ilya, Mikoto then and Malim. Then I look at Yome like he's the dumbest human alive. Rimuru, I am the king of this place though. Yome. I mean, I thought we already established this. Rimuru, well, regardless of my race, I'm pretty strong you know. I mean, I've fought against a demon lord once. Yome, WWA-. Fuse, are really. This set off a small mental bomb in the humans. I mean, a demon lord is no joke. Even though humans have begun to underestimate demon lords since the truly powerful ones haven't made a move in centuries, demon lords are still incredibly powerful figures that can endanger an entire country. Malim puffs her chest out once she realized I was talking about her, but no one notices. In any case, I reassure them, Fuse specifically, that I have no intentions to be hostile to humans. In fact, I want to befriend humans. I want to show Avalon to the world, to have people come and admire the thing everyone created, to have them enjoy the harmonious atmosphere of the ever-distant Atpoya. And then I will show them all the gloriousness of meat buns and spread it throughout the world. I can see it now. I fly up to the sky, with the sun shining behind me. Using the power of runes and creation, I will drown the world in meat buns. The world shall know taste. Meat bun tensei. Mikoto, ****. Oops, I lost track there. Thank you, my voice of reason. Mikoto rolls her eyes with a poorly hidden smile and goes back to nibbling on her meat bun. So cute. Anyway, I then proposed an alliance of some kind between Avalon and Blummund, the kingdom Fuse is from. Of course, right now, it's just a proposal, there's barely any details and it's just an idea, but it got Fuse thinking. For Yom, on the other hand. Rimuru, so yeah, wanna be a hero lol. I proposed the idea of making him and his ragtag group of small-time criminals into champions. Please note that although I use the word hero, I don't actually want them to become heroes with a capital H. Hero is a title belonging to those who are enemies to demon lords. Proclaiming yourself as a hero without at least the strength of a demon lord does nothing but puts a target on your back. So, champion is a better word. Melim was really adamant about this, something to do with carrying the spirits of the past, or some chunny bullshit. I just zoned it all out. She herself wasn't really interested in that matter anyways. But this conversation happened a while ago. Anyway, contract with Yom. Basically, it entails that Yom and his group will now work for me. Avalon will support them with equipment and training of various kinds to make them worthy to be called champions. In return, they will take on the mantle of the ones who slew the Orc Lord. Meanwhile, Avalon will be the city of monsters that helped the champions in their darkest times. Well, that's the story we're going with. Yes, I just copied and pasted the entire thing from canon. I mean, it works, doesn't it? And it's kind of the only path we, as monsters, could take. I mean, other than just going into hiding. Think about it. Humans are really fickle and fragile creatures. They are also paranoid. Monsters are beings innately hostile to humans. Of course, there are some exceptions, but they are the minority. Now, imagine if a large city of those monsters was suddenly founded and discovered only several months after the true dragon Veldora's disappearance. Not only that, those monsters could deal with an Orc Lord, a monster that is known to bring destruction and chaos every time it appears. Yeah. A holy crusade is most definitely likely, although I don't know why they call it a holy crusade when it's got nothing to do with either lawless dogs and or heretical actions against them. Although I honestly wonder if Avalon will ever fall with my protection, it's still not a good thing for my relationship with humans if we're hostile to them. However, what if Avalon became a city of monsters that helped the humans who defeated the Orc Lord? Things change very quickly. And that is what I'm aiming for. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpaths. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Harp, Raphael, Skill Orb. A/N, so yeah, I just decided to speedrun the meeting cause I didn't think anyone would want to sit down and read through that shit. Ranga, sniff. Anne, Ranga. What's wrong? Ranga, no. It's just, sniff. I feel like I've been forgotten. Master hasn't called on me for a while. And, how dare he make Doggo sad? Don't worry Ranga, I'll have him call on you soon. Just wait a couple of chapters. Ranga, chapters. What are chapters? Let me know if I missed anything. Ranga, who are you talking to? Also consider dropping some power stones. Ranga, what are power stones? Hello. Mysterious person. Teleports Ranga back to MC's house. MC, Where did you go Ranga? Chapter 102, Chapter 93. I feel like this chapter is a little rushed. A few days later. So yeah, the meeting went well. I honestly can't remember much from it though. Fuck those people wanting to take over the world. Obviously, they are people who never had to deal with responsibility before. Try having to always deal with politics and shit. Sure, I could always just rule through my power. I mean, I am pretty powerful, and I could probably just force most of the countries around the world into submission anyway. But I won't, because if I do that, then there is a very good chance that a dollar store Akame GA Kill Knight raid group wanting to topple me would appear. And I can't be fucked dealing with that. In any case, shit happened after the meeting. Fuse used his position as a guild master to get in contact with the other guild masters to spread the story that I made. You know, the story that Yom and his group beat down the Orc Lord and Avalon was just supporting them. Those who have a brain should think something is up, but they would have no proof. In return for Fuse's help in this matter, I made a promise of my own. I, and by I mean someone else, would construct a road leading from Avalon to Blummund. Geld has been looking for more work since the road leading to Dworgen is finished and Avalon is nearing completion too. I will never understand that man and his love for work. Furthermore, I would also give preferential treatment to any merchant who travels to Avalon as long as they are affiliated with the guild. This is also good for me too. It's like an investment, a step towards making Avalon the center of trade of the whole world. What kind of preferential treatment am I giving the merchants? Buffed, I have no fucking clue. That's Rigard's job to figure out. Maybe give them discounts or exempt them from tariffs. Rigard, a brilliant idea, Rimuru-sama. For some reason, he was really excited at the idea when I suggested it, looking at me like I'm some sort of sage. I didn't know this until a few days later, but the idea of exempting merchants from tariffs to attract more of them to a country or a city is a revolutionary idea to this world. In other news, Yom accepted the contract. You know, the one where he and his group work for me. Basically, he would go around saying he and his group were the ones that took down the Orc Lord. They would also happen to mention a mystical city of monsters called Avalon that gave them support in their darkest moments. With Avalon's support, they were able to make a final stand against the horde of orcs and finally slay the Orc Lord. A little cliché, but bitches dig shit like that. While going from place to place, he and his group would help as many people as he can, causing his fame to grow, and by proxy, Avalon's fame would grow as well. There's a little problem here though. Yom, asterisk spit asterisk I fucked your mom last night. Hakuru, ho ho ho, is that so? He is definitely not champion material. So Hakuru stepped in and decided to train them. All of them. As they are now, they stand no chance against an Orc Lord. Yom, asterisk screaming asterisk. May you rest in peace. Well, getting trained is in the contract. Avalon supplying them the best gear is also in the contract. I use the word best loosely because I'm not the one making them. Anyway, Kurobe will be making the weapons and Garm would be making the armor. For those who forgot, Garm was one of the dwarf brothers I hired during my colorful trip to Dworgen. He specializes in armor. Although they will be making stuff for the whole group, they will be prioritizing Yom. He's the leader and the face of the whole operation, after all. Showing off Avalon's craftsmanship is good for attracting people. Oh, and once humans start visiting Avalon, we can start enticing them to live here and we can finally get humans working too. I mean, so far it's just monsters here. It's not bad, but I miss human interaction. Okay, so that was a fucking lie. But you get the idea. We can get servers to serve people, shopkeepers to look after shops, guards to guard people, cooks to cook people, cough no that's wrong. Ignore that. But I'm not doing this for no reason. Sure, this all happened in canon, so I feel a little obliged to do the same. But it's not like it did it blindly. Many things could go wrong. I could get betrayed, or my judgment could be wrong, among many things. This is an AU. I can't be certain that Fuse, Yom, or even Cable, Jido or Elin are the same as shown in the anime. There is a chance that they could be different. Thankfully, so far, the only change in this world was a matter of time. Some things happened sooner than planned, and some things happened later, but the personalities of the people I met haven't changed from the original, so far. Well, maybe Phobio was a bit more of a dumbass, or maybe the anime just couldn't encapsulate his sheer stupidity, who knows. Regardless, I recently made a certain rune sequence. It's mostly done for fun. Basically, this rune sequence will scan a person and somehow tell me their alignment. I scanned Yom and it came up with lawful neutral. He seems trustworthy if this thing is accurate. Lawful people generally like to keep their promises. I think. I wonder, what's my alignment? A circle of runes appear above my hands, glowing from the magicules flowing with them. It pulses for a moment before it disappears and two words pop into my mind. Chaotic good. So that's my alignment, huh? I thought I would be neutral, but it seems I'm leaning more towards good, huh? It must be the modern man in me. This is interesting. I wonder what Mikoto would be, probably lawful good. Lawful neutral, if you're pushing it. She's not the naive girl she used to be now. Ilya would be true neutral, most likely. Regardless of how she acts, she can be quite calculating. She would sacrifice millions of people if I wished without batting an eye. It's a little flattering, to be honest. Melim would probably be chaotic. Neutral. Maybe chaotic evil. I wouldn't call her evil, though. Chaotic good. I really can't get a grasp on her, but she's definitely chaotic. And, Shizu is just chaotic evil, no doubt about that. I'm joking. I hope. Out of the corner of my eye, I see something horrendous. A meat bun is dropped onto the floor. Chaotic good, chaotic evil. Who the fuck dared to do such a thing? Oh, it's just a poster with a meat bun printed on it. Chaotic evil, chaotic good. Tee-hee. Meanwhile, Ilya is sending Rimuru judging stares from halfway across Avalon. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpaths. Manus, Ilias Veil. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Harp, Raphael, Skill Orb. A/N, I feel like this chapter is way too rushed. It's jumping all over the place and the quality is a bit subpar. MC, you're a shit author. Anne, after rereading this chap, I can't really argue. MC, rewrite it then. Anne, I can't. It's getting posted soon, so I can't rewrite it. MC. And. The real reason. Anne, can't be fucked. MC, I knew it. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 103, Chapter 94 Charybdis but not yet LMAO. It's been a couple of days since I checked my alignment. Right now, the sun has set and it is currently nighttime. The stars are shining and the moon is glowing, unhindered by the lights in Avalon. The barrier covering the city is softly glowing, unconsciously giving any who look through it a sense of security. On such a night, I am sitting on a stool in front of a bar with a drink in hand. Trainee, the owner of the establishment, is calmly cleaning glasses with a rag behind the counter. No one is saying anything, the noise of the city is cut off at the door creating a comfortable silence. I bring up my drink to my lips and take a sip. Mikoto, Rimuru, stop monologuing and drink your damn coffee like a normal person. TCH, Rimuru, can't you just let me act like a posh person for a small moment? I turn to my rude companion sitting to my left. She is in her Tokugawa uniform, which is pretty rare for her recently, sitting on a stool with her back leaning against the counter. In her hand, a small coin is spinning around in midair, manipulated by her Electromaster Esper ability. Mikoto, posh people don't go to places like this in a shirt and jeans. I look down at my current attire. I was feeling lazy, so I just threw on a white t-shirt and black jeans. With my looks, anything I wear makes me seem like a model, so I never bothered with my clothes. If I wanted to bother with my clothes, I would ask Shuna. Rimuru. Touché. Mikoto just sighs and catches the coin rotating over her open palm. Mikoto, so. Why did you call me here? Rimuru. Because I want to spend time with you. It's true. I feel like I haven't been spending much time with her alone recently, especially after the festival. I mean, several things happened and I didn't really have the time to just sit down and talk. And so I just randomly called her to hang out here in Trainee's bar. Mikoto, is that so? Her eyes widen a bit before she looks back down at the coin in her hand, avoiding my eyes. A small smile spreads out on her lips and her cheeks redden. Just a bit. She's gotten more used to my sudden attacks, so she doesn't react as much as she used to. If it were before, she might start stuttering as her whole face would glow bright red. Of course, that doesn't mean she no longer cares about them. If I pushed her enough, she would return to the same embarrassed Sundra that I love. Suddenly, an influx of foreign memories rushes into my head. I don't panic, however. Several days ago, right after Phobio left Avalon, I used enhanced replication and sent a clone to tail them. And just now, the clone dispersed itself, seeing that its job is done, which sent all of its memories to me. Yes, it's fucking shadow clone jutsu. As for its job, I ordered it to follow Phobio until he fuses with Charybdis, freeing it from its seal. In any case, I immerse myself in the memories. Phobio, the black leopard Fong and one of Carolon's beast keeters was sitting around a fire with his other 3 subordinates. Why they have a fire started in the middle of the day is beyond me, but this world is all kids of whack, and I've long learned to ignore such things. Phobio, I can't let that happen. Please, calm yourself, Phobio-sama. Phobio, shut up. It's true, I've dealt with the situation badly. I was too prideful for my own good and I've failed to live up to Carrion-sama's expectations as a result. Just from looking at their town alone, you can tell that have access to technologies even we don't have. Oh, it seems he himself realizes he was out of line. Maybe he's beginning to change. Phobio, but I still want to wipe off that smile from that damn slime's face. And nope, he's still a lost cause. Oh ho ho, I understand those feelings. That frustration, that anger. I'm quite familiar with those feelings. A voice echoes out from between the trees, prompting Phobio and his group to jump up, wary of a sudden attack. Who goes there? One of Phobio's men shouts out. Footman, a good day to all of you. I am called Footman, a member of the Moderate Jesters. They call me the Angry Jester, and I am delighted to make all of your acquaintances. I'm not going to lie, I totally forgot his name. Suddenly, a female figure pops her head out from behind the Fatman. A/N, see what I did there? Footman/Fatman. I'll go now. Tyr, you don't have to be so wary of us. My name's Tyr, a fellow Moderate Jester. We're sort of jacks of all trades, and I promise we're not fighting against you. Phobio and his group look towards each other. The fact that the two of them could evade their senses speaks for their strength, so suddenly saying that they aren't here to fight. Of course, being the man he is, Phobio easily takes their word for it. It's a wonder how this man lived to become one of the 3 Beast-Keeters. In any case, Footman and Tyr quite obviously begin to verbally poke Phobio, tempting him with the powers of Charybdis. Charybdis is a monster born from Veldora's Magicules. I forgot the specifics, but basically, it's an unkillable monster that only works on its instincts, seeking nothing but chaos and destruction. Although I said unkillable, I use that word very loosely. Basically, once it's been killed, it would revive itself after a given time. In other words, it would not die when it was killed. Wait a minute. Cough. But it still can be permanently killed under certain circumstances. It's just never been done before. The last time it was killed, however, it was sealed by a hero, so it hasn't revived itself ever since. Anyway, Footman and Tyr kept tempting Phobio with the power of Charybdis, telling him to harness it and become a demon lord himself with enough strength to crush Avalon. Phobio, enough with your blabbering. I have no wish to destroy the town, I just want to show that slime is place. Furthermore, why should I believe you? What do you get out of this? Bibakana, impossible. Phobio is getting smarter. Footman, of course, we hope to ask you some favors when you finally become a demon lord. Phobio, oh okay. No, another false alarm. Phobio then turns around and tells his men to go back and report everything that has happened to Carrion. Phobio also steps down from his position as a Beast-Keeter, not wanting to cause any more trouble to him. Phobio is dumb, but not as dumb as before. Did Mikoto's lightning strike rewire his brain? What a fearsome power. In any case, not much happens after that. Phobio gets led to Charybdis and my replication clone saw everything. After it confirmed that Phobio fused himself with Charybdis, it dispersed itself and I received all its memories, including the location of the seal. This all happened earlier today. I still don't know why they started a campfire at noon. Mikoto, something wrong. As soon as I finish processing the memories, Mikoto wakes me up from my stupor by asking me a question. Rimuru, nothing, why? Mikoto, well, you were staring at Trainee's JoJo figure display case for a while. Trainee and I look at each other and shrug. We don't see how that's a problem. Rimuru, well, a clone gave me its memories and I had to file through it. It's nothing. I tilt my head back and down the rest of my coffee. I stand up and turn around, walking towards the door. Trainee, Era, you're leaving so suddenly. What about your date? Mikoto looks down and fidgets a little before looking back up at me. A regretful smile forms on my lips. Rimuru, unfortunately something came up. I'm just gonna go deal with it. Speaking of which, Mikoto, do you want to come with me? Mikoto, what for? Mikoto asks while standing up and following me. Rimuru, nothing much. Just that Charybdis is gonna revive soon, probably tomorrow, and I want to deal with it before it gets out of hand. Mikoto, oh. Although Phobio already fused with Charybdis, it should still take a while before it completely frees itself from its seal. Both Mikoto and I exit the bar and begin walking away. Trainee, who was still processing my words, finally registers what I just said. Trainee, what? Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpaths. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Harp, Raphael, Skill Orb. A/N, Trainee has a glass JoJo figurine display. MC, yeah. It's glorious. Rigard drops by to stare at it a lot. And, damn, I'm jealous. MC, she even has a bookshelf dedicated to all the JoJo manga. And, damn, I'm really jealous. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 104, Chapter 95 Charybdis but still not yet. The sun is high in the sky, signifying that it is currently midday. The afternoon wind is blowing softly, brushing against my body. I am standing on the edge of a random cliff, looking at a certain cave at the base of a hill a few kilometers away. My arms are crossed and my lips are curved in a small smile. Melim, hey, are you sure Charybdis is here? I don't see anything though. Melim pokes her head out from behind me and asks me a question. I don't move my eyes and just point at the cave. Rimuru, right there. You didn't sense it. It's a bit surprising. I thought Melim would be the first to notice, well, maybe the second, since Ilya is like a supercomputer and she specializes in information like this. It's pretty obvious too. The aura spilling from the cave just screams lust for destruction. Melim, that's Charybdis. Isn't it a little weak though? Ah, that's why she didn't register it, the aura was too subtle for Melim. My lips twitch a bit. Ilya, well, it's currently sealed right now. Once it breaks itself free, it will become much stronger. Ilya walks up next to Melim, reassuring her by telling her the reason why Charybdis was currently in such a weak state. Please note that even though the aura spilling from the cave is minimal, if a normal human were to spend an hour in there, they would probably go mad. I sigh and take my eyes off the cave, turning around and walking back. A few meters away lies a tree, and under the shade of the tree, Mikoto is there ruffling Ranga's fur. Mikoto, who's a good boy? Yes you are, yes you are. Meanwhile Ranga is on his back enjoying one of the best belly rubs of his life. I smile at the scene and lean my back against the tree. Mikoto notices me and looks up without stopping her hands. Mikoto, so? How much longer? Rimuru, shouldn't be a few minutes. Charybdis should break out from his seal very, very soon. Everyone is excited, including me. Why? It's because we're bored as hell. Last night, I received memories of Charybdis revival from my replication clone. After that, I went looking for Melim and Ilya to ask them if they wanted to beat up a giant fish. Needless to say, they accepted. Melim was especially excited about it. Melim, my fists were itching so much lately. Is what she said when I asked her. Are you having withdrawal symptoms for fighting? Is that even a thing? Well, I can understand it. Like, what if I was forbidden from ever using Mikoto's thighs as a lap pillow? Or what if I were to become physically unable to ever headpat Ilya again? Shudder. That would be as bad as losing my source of meat buns forever. Maybe even a bit worse. Maybe. It's a tough choice. As for Shizu. She didn't come with us. Shizu, Naya. I'll just sleep. She just curled back up into a ball and slept. That damn lazy cat. I sit down next to Mikoto and let my body fall sideways. My head falls onto Mikoto's open lap. Mikoto, Mikoto makes a cute squeak as her whole body stiffens up. But I don't say anything and just enjoy the sensation. A dozen seconds later, Mikoto's body slowly begins to relax. Right now, I'm sure steam would be rising from Mikoto's head. She became more used to having physical contact with me, but suddenly doing something like this will still force a reaction out of her. While enjoying the sensation of Mikoto's soft thighs, I gaze at the scene of two lolis interacting with each other. Melim is wearing a white sailor uniform with a sky blue collar. She also has a black skirt ending above her knees. Ilya is wearing a similar outfit, with the collar of her sailor uniform being light pink instead, and she's wearing shorts that hug her legs. I internally nod my head in satisfaction. Both of them are very cute. After that, I use universal sense to look in my direction from a third-person perspective. Specifically, I look at Mikoto. She is wearing a pinkish-white turtleneck, strangely emphasizing her developing body. She is also wearing a loose white summer jacket over it. For her lower half, she is wearing white hot pants, exposing a small amount of skin before her white stockings cover the rest of her legs. Absolutely breathtaking, as usual. Also, I think I see some flowers and stuff blooming around her, but I'm sure it's just another unlogical anime thing. Jingle. I hear a small ringing sound from above me. While I am still in the third-person perspective, I look at what made the sound. It was her Dakota bracelet. Her hand is hovering over my head as she hesitates whether she should stroke my hair or not. She lowers it slightly, nearing my head before she jerks it back up and shakes her head. She then proceeds to stare at my sleeping face, lowering her hand before repeating the whole process. What a cute tsundere. But it seems her other hand is still giving Ranga the time of his life. Ranga, oh yeah, that's the spot. Right there. I'm jealous. Her bracelet continues to chime from her movements as I eagerly wait. Just as she made up her mind and was about to touch me, boom. Motherfucker, beep, 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 beep. A/N, for your mental safety, I have censored MC's words. Ilya, Oni-chan. It's coming. That's what she said. Oh wait, I shouldn't say that now. I jump up and run over to the edge of the cliff as Ranga and Mikoto quickly follow, the latter with dangerously red cheeks as she keeps looking down. Ranga looks at Mikoto before nodding his head like a sage. Must be chlamydia. Ranga and Shizu are a lot more similar than they think. As I reach the edge of the cliff, standing next to Ilya, I look in the direction of the cave. Flying in the air just above me is Malim, aiming to get a better look. Can't she see perfectly fine from the ground though? Ignoring her, I focus back on the cave. The cave is now spewing visible amounts of aura, scaring away any critter or monster in a large radius. The ground 100 meters around it begins to shake. Cracks from the entrance of the cave quickly spread out, breaking up the land. Rimuru. And so it begins. Ilya stops looking at the cafe and just stares at me. I begin to sweat slightly. Ilya. Cringe. Crack. My heart shatters and I barely resist the urge to fall to my knees. I was just trying to say something those shonen protags would say at a time like this, roar. A roar, similar to a feral scream from a dragon, echoes out. A flash of light shines out from the cave, forcing me to close my eyes. Even, universal sense, couldn't pierce through the light, so I quickly realize it's another anime thing and I shouldn't question it. After the light dies down, I open my eyes again and I come face to face with Charybdis, hovering over the, completely intact ground. I won't question how the fuck it got out of the cave that's clearly too small for it. Inhale. Ilya, don't say it. Rimuru, za. Ilya, please, Oni-chan. Ilya grabs my shirt and looks at me with pleading eyes. Rimuru, za warudo. I ignore her and spread my arms out in a T-pose. An intangible wave washes over the whole world as space within dozens of kilometers slows down to a halt and begins to fragment like shattered glass. And so everyone, including Charybdis, shifted into the mirror dimension. Pic of Mikoto, imager.com/a/hut4knm. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats. Manus, Ilya's Veil. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Harp, Raphael, Skill Orb. A/N, another pic of Miko2. MC, Yayawaz. N, also people are suddenly dropping reviews, I wonder why. MC, isn't it because you hit 100 chaps? N, really? I think it's something else. If any of you beautiful readers have an idea why, let me know. MC, or it's just coincidence. N, Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 105, Chapter 96 Charybdis but LMAO nope. In a world with fragmented skies and constantly shifting horizons, 6 existences are flying in the air, with 5 of them grouped together facing off against the 6th one. The 5 are Malim, Ilya, Mikoto, Ranga, and myself. Ranga is currently running through the skies at a moderate pace while everyone else is leisurely sitting on his back, staring at the giant monster that is the 6th, Charybdis. I just want to quickly say that Ranga's white fur is so comfortable. Charybdis is this giant fish that can fly. Its most prominent features are its giant eye located at the very front of its body and its 3 large fins, 2 on both sides and 1 on its back. Except for its eye, its entire body is covered with ocean blue armor-like scales. If anything, it looks more like an aircraft carrier. It looks nothing like a fish. I would call it a blue thing, but that title is reserved for a certain useless water goddess. Charybdis is a being born from a cloud Veldora's Magicules, which probably relates to its fucked appearance that has nothing to do with fish. My bet is that Veldora farted which gave birth to this guy. Malim, ooh. It's pretty big, isn't it? I bet I would have to give it a decent punch to take it down. Hey, can I go first? My lips twitch. Rimuru, if you go first, there will be nothing left for us. Malim deflates, prompting Mikoto to pat her back. I wryly smile at the scene and look over to Ilya. Ilya senses my gaze and turns to me before nodding slightly. So Phobio is fused with it, huh? Although it was almost certain, I just wanted to make sure. I placed my hand on Ranga's head and petted a bit. Rimuru, hey bud. Can you take us down? Ranga, of course, master. Ranga happily accepts my request and dives down. He quickly reaches a small opening in the forest below. Landing softly, Mikoto, Malim and Ilya jump off Ranga's back. While I'm still on, I look at the girls on the ground. Rimuru, then, as planned, I'm going first to have my fun. And don't worry, you'll get your turn. Ilya, don't take too long, Oni-chan. Malim, make you sure leave him as healthy as you can for me. Please. My lips twitch again. Mikoto's hand drops on Malim's shoulder. Mikoto, well, don't worry about it, Malim. Rimuru would probably beat it to death before reviving it again once he's done. How did she know? My eyes widen as I look at Mikoto with shock. Looking at me out of the corner of her eyes, she forms a teasing smile as she closes an eye and pokes her tongue out. My shocked face is replaced with a defeated look before I turn my attention to a pouting Malim. Rimuru, then you can go next, all right? Malim brightens up and she raises her fists into the air. Malim, Umo. Hurry up then. Rimuru, yes ma'am. I pat Ranga's back. He crouches down slightly before leaping high into the air. Space-attributed magicula gather around his paws, solidifying the space around it for a split second as he pushes off of them, now running through the air directly towards Charybdis. Rimuru, now then, how should I deal with you? I don't ask this question because this giant fish would be troublesome to deal with, it's just that there are too many ways I can deal with this situation and I want to get the most out of this chance. Should I just teleport him into the sun while screaming, begone thought? Should I just cut him in half? Should I engrave runes on his body, disabling its flight sending it crashing into the ground before I start teabagging it? Choices. Ranga quickly approaches the giant enemy spider, the giant enemy fish, crossing several kilometers in just a few seconds. Ranga, master, what shall you do? Rimuru, I don't really know. Most of my tactics will kill this thing too quickly while the others won't give me enough satisfaction. I close my eyes and cover my shin with my hand in thought. If Fry, the one currently worrying over the Charybdis issue the most, heard what I just said, I wonder what her reaction would be. I mean, being a demon lord, she has her own kingdom to look after. Since she's a harpy and the majority of her kingdom is some form of flying-type magen or monster, Charybdis, who is renowned as the ruler of the skies, is kind of a death sentence for them. But I digress. Charybdis won't be bothering them ever again, so I don't need to think about it. But what shall I do with this guy? Ranga, master, perhaps you could limit your overwhelming strength. Ranga hesitantly suggests. I open my eyes again and hit my fist into my palm. Rimuru, oh. That could work. Smiling, I invoke the ultimate skill, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation. Motes of light form into existence from my magicules and gather together in a single spot above my open palm. The light disperses, revealing a ring. The ring is a simple one, having a black band but a thin trace of gold along its edges. Slipping the ring on, a slight suffocating feeling overcomes me before quickly disappearing. Haha. It worked. Now I don't have to consciously hold back my strength. Bringing out Yamato from my gluttony storage, I unsheath it as Ranga closes in on Charybdis. A link forms between the ring I just created and Yamato, restricting the sword's strength as well. Pumping my magicules into the blade, I swing it down with a wide grin on my face. Shing. A thin flash of light leaves the edge of the sword, splitting the world in half. Slowly Charybdis begins to lose altitude. As I wonder why, its body begins to separate into two pieces, split straight down the middle. The fuck? As I was wondering what the hell just happened, Ilya contacts me through thought communication. Ilya, Oni-chan. You didn't limit yourself with that ring yet. You just put it on, it didn't do anything. Rimuru, but dash. Ilya, do you remember Charybdis' skills? Rimuru, yees. Ooh, now I get it. That suffocating feeling I got wasn't from the ring, it was from Charybdis, magic interference, skill. Ilya, with your infinite magicules, you just bulldozed through the anti-magicule field around Charybdis, rendering it useless. And since you weren't holding back, Charybdis got one shot. Rimuru, fuck. Using Skathath, Lord of Runes, several long strings of runes flow out of my outstretched hand that's not holding Yamato. Like threads, the runes weave in between the two separated parts of Charybdis, bring it back together. With another flash of light, it was completely healed. This time, I imbue some magicules into the ring, activating its effect. Not feeling any different, I test it out by swinging Yamato to the side. The space in front of it wobbles slightly, rippling outwards before disappearing after a dozen meters. Rimuru, no magicules imbued and only affecting space this much, it worked. Definitely seeing a heavy reduction in firepower, I snap my head towards Charybdis, a wide grin once again forming on my lips. Rimuru, Yaluu. Ranga takes off towards Charybdis, again, and I swing Yamato down at it, again. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats. Manus, Ilias Veil. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Harp, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, insert random comment here. MC, insert witty reply. N, insert insulting comeback. MC, insert another insulting comeback. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 106, Chapter 97 Charybdis, this time for real. Rimuru, Allahu Akbar. Boom. A large explosion hits the left wing of the giant flying fish, causing it to smoke. However, it clears after several seconds, revealing a completely unharmed surface. Rimuru, well, I guessed as much. Using Control Natural Elements, I induced an explosion on the big guy, but with my strength being restricted with the limiter ring I made last chapter, a few minutes ago along with the anti-magical field around it, Charybdis is pretty much unharmed. And no, I was not being racist. I screamed because I wanted to try and increase its firepower. Apparently screaming like this makes things better. I guess you need plot armor for that. Damn Shounen protags and their constant screaming. Those bastards lied to me. Charybdis doesn't see me as a threat yet, but to satisfy its thirst for destruction, it begins its attack. Ranga, sensing this, speeds up and prepares to dodge anything thrown at us. Rimuru, incoming. Without a moment of hesitation, Ranga teleports himself several meters to the left. Moments later, a reddish magenta beam of pure energy vaporizes the area we were just in. The next moment, it impacts the ground. BBBOOOM. Not even questioning how a laser beam can make the ground explode like it came out of a Michael Bay film, I decided to poke it back a bit. I sheath Yamato and send it back to my gluttony stomach before I take out a familiar purple and black colored scythe. Rimuru, Harp. I call out its name as I begin to look at it fondly. To be honest, I haven't really found a decent opportunity to use it again. It's a weapon that specializes only against certain types of enemies, after all. And so, rather than just letting it sit in my stomach for the next several decades or so, I thought it best to, well, let it go with a bang. I stand up on Ranga's back, using Universal Thread to tie myself down. I hold Harp tightly in my right hand, bringing it over my head in a throwing position. Temporarily lifting my physical limitations, I pump Harp with as many magicals as I can. And then, I throw it. Tum. Creating a shockwave as it breaks the sound barrier, rotating as it flies directly towards Charybdis, I limit my physical strength again and watch the fireworks. Asterisk in the distance, asterisk Beyblade. I swear I heard something. Seconds later, with a silent flash of light, a large gaping wound appears on the underside of one of its wings, spanning 100 meters or so. I raise my hand up in a salute as I pay respects to our fallen soldier. Rimuru, you've served me well, even if it was only a couple times. Without warning, Ranga teleports again as another beam of energy vaporizes the area we were just at, causing another explosion on the ground. Rimuru, wah, it's definitely angry. Wryly smiling as Charybdis charges up another energy beam in its eye, I take Yamato out from my gluttony stomach again. Not bothering to unsheath it, I hold it like a bat. Charybdis fires its eye laser beam, but I just cover Yamato in my magicals while writing some temporary runes on its sheath. Rimuru, Ranga, don't move. Ranga was just about to teleport but stops the process, deciding to trust me. Just as the laser beam is about to hit, I swing Yamato. Rimuru, NOU. Bam. The laser beam's trajectory makes a nearly 180-degree turn, flying right back towards Charybdis, hitting it right in its mouth. It actually did some damage, causing the area it hit to smoke as it regenerates its cracked and shattered scales. Must be because the attack came from its own magicals, so its anti-magic field didn't disrupt it. Interesting. Finally seeing me as a threat, its whole body begins to tremble. It's not actually trembling, it's just the word I use for lack of a better term. Its entire body shimmers as its scales move. Before long, a storm of its scales rushes from all over its body directly towards me. This might be a challenge. Wearing a playful grin, I look at the oncoming storm of scales that could potentially rip me to shreds. If I do nothing and stand there without my defenses and resistances. But I digress. Rimuru, Ranga, can you go faster? Ranga, obviously, my master. Ranga eagerly replies. Rimuru, then we're gonna do what's called a pro-gamer move. I explain the quick plan I just made. A few seconds later, Ranga disappears from his spot. He didn't teleport. He just shrunk space in front of him, boosting his speed to such heights that even the fastest modern aircraft on Earth would have trouble competing with him. Feeling proud of Ranga, I turn my attention to Charybdis, who is now below me. I jump off Ranga's back and land on the wing that Harp damaged. Due to Harp's innate recovery inhibiting effect, the wound it made is still there, not healing. But, that's on the underside. Currently, I am standing on the top. Charybdis quickly notices my new location and within a second, swarms of scales rush towards me. Rimuru, you're an impatient one, aren't ya? Using universal sense to my restricted limits, I begin running through the storm of scales. Since I'm so close to its body, Charybdis isn't just bombarding me. This gives me a chance to at least weave in between the scales, to a degree. Since every cell of my body can act as a brain, my computational powers are completely off the charts compared to a normal human. And although Ilya isn't fused with me, I can still access her computational prowess as the user of Manas, Ilya's veal. Of course, I have to control everything manually, so I can only fully make use of a small portion of it. But that's enough to completely grasp every small shift in the wind within a couple hundred or so meters around me. And that's enough to grasp the location of every scale around me and create a movement path to dodge them all. Unfortunately, as fast as I am, I can't dodge every scale. However, I do have a neat little skill to deal with them. Rimuru, gluttony. The moment a stray scale hits me, my body absorbs and consumes it, rendering it ineffective. Esps. I unsheath Yamato and begin running while dragging its blade along the surface, easily splitting the flesh open without resistance. Furthermore, traces of Harp's anti-healing power is still left, preventing the wounds from healing up. I continue running across the surface of Charybdis' wing, constantly changing directions but always heading towards the edge of the wing, opposite from where I was dropped off. After a few minutes, I reach my destination. The surface I'm running on abruptly drops off. Without slowing down, I resheath Yamato and jump off. Melim, do a flip. I randomly hear Melim from a few kilometers away, but I accept her request and jump off the edge while doing a flip. After free-falling for a bit, a white blur rushes towards me, capping me midair. Rimuru, good boy, Ranga. I scratch Ranga behind the ears and he closes his eyes without stopping his legs. He continues gaining altitude until once again, we are above Charybdis, but this time, from much farther away. Looking down, you can see the artwork I made on Charybdis' wing with Yamato as I was running all over it while dodging its scales. Those aren't random lines. They are in fact runes. This specific set of runes is one of, if not the oldest set of runes I have. They're the very first rune sequence I ever made. Engraved in Charybdis' wing, covering its entire surface, lie those very same runes. Upsilon Sigma G. The runes glow as magicules pass through them, activating its effect. Black flames from hell begin to burn Charybdis. It quickly spreads, consuming every part of the giant fish, until it is now a giant flame cluster in the general shape of Charybdis. Charybdis, scream. It screams out, its regeneration factor unable to keep up with the flames. If anything, its regeneration factor does nothing but prolong its suffering. It quickly loses altitude, too overwhelmed by the pain the flames bring. I shudder to myself. Rimuru, so this is what happens if you don't have an Uno reverse card on you when someone calls your mom gay. Taking this as a life lesson, I watch as Charybdis crashes into the ground and breathes its last. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King. Manas, Ilya's veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, Charybdis arc isn't over yet, just letting you know. Also thank you Commandant_Aeon for the Procrastinator King title idea lol. MC, I hate you, Commandant_Aeon. How dare you give the scummy author that idea? N, don't listen to him. You did good. MC, Humph. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 107, Chapter 98 Charybdis again. Rimuru, so this is what happens if you don't have an Uno reverse card on you when someone calls your mom gay. Taking this as a life lesson, I watch as Charybdis crashes into the ground and breathes its last, for about 3 seconds. From my pocket, I bring out a gun and shoot the dead Charybdis. Bang. Charybdis, scree. And now he's alive again. Sick. Meanwhile, Charybdis now realizes how fucked its situation is. Rimuru, let's go back, bud. Sitting in a comfortable position, I pat Ranga's back, signaling to him that our turn is over. Ranga, understood, master. With an eager reply, Ranga pauses midair for a moment before the surroundings shift and we both teleport back into the small clearing in the middle of the forest. Waiting for us is Ilya, Melim, and Mikoto. Ilya, Oni-chan. Ilya excitedly runs up and jumps into me for a hug. I pat her head with a smile and open my mouth. Rimuru, so. How long did I take? Ilya, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Ilya informs me while purring from my head pats. Melim, we're racing. Then I'll beat that guy up in under a minute. Mikoto, but we're not competing. Rimuru, We're not. I look at Mikoto with a shocked face as she looks at me before sighing and covering her face with her palm. Mikoto, I guess we are now. Flash. With a burst of her aura, the wind around her gets pushed away as her whole body gets covered with her pink magicules for a split second. Immediately after, the light disappears and Melim is standing there in her, skimpy Demon Lord attire. Melim, then I'm going on ahead. She bends her knees and pushes off the ground, rocketing towards the recovered Charybdis. Charybdis, being affected by phobio intelligence, immediately forgets about the death it just experienced and continued looking for more shit to destroy. I wonder why it, I don't know, doesn't even bother trying to destroy the forest or something, but I'm sure it has its own reasoning. Melim quickly reaches an altitude of a couple of 100 meters in the air, level with Charybdis eye. With its size, it seems quite close to her, but Melim is actually flying quite a distance away. Regardless, Charybdis notices the small figure and charges up its eye laser beam. Melim smirks, not bothering to move at all. Thump. The beam of pure energy rushes towards Melim, completely dwarfing her due to its sheer size. But. Bam. Melim simply holds out her hand in front of her. The energy beam hits it before splitting, flying into multiple random directions with much less power than before. I mean, the ground doesn't even explode from the few lasers that hit it. Soon the beam dies down, revealing an unharmed Demon Lord lowly. If there's anything that could be called damage, it would be her hand that took the entirety of the attack. It is now emitting steam. That's it. Melim's smirk gets wider and she begins to move her magicules around her. Melim, this is what you call an attack. She raises her arms above her and in between her palms, a small concentration of magicules begin to gather. Don't get me wrong, when I say small, I mean its size. The amount of energy it contains is anything but small. Magicules from all over the area rushes towards Melim only to become compressed in the ball of highly dense magicules. It begins to brighten until it eventually could become likened to a bright star in the night sky. It's noon, by the way. She throws her hands out in front of her Kamehameha style while screaming out her attack. Melim, Drago Bustier. VVVVVVum. Multiple arcs of energy shoot out, vibrating the air it passes through, creating a unique sound. Each of the arcs of energy hit different parts of Charybdis' body. They all create a small flash of light, quickly disappearing, boom. Before Charybdis fucking explodes. Bringing out the revival gun I randomly made, I once again shoot the area Charybdis was just in. I mean, it's currently vaporized, so it doesn't have a body I can shoot it with. But Charybdis appears once again, completely fine. Mikoto looks at the gun in my hand and opens her mouth. Rimuru, don't question it. Mikoto, but dash. Rimuru, shhhhh, it's okay. I understand. There are just some things you shouldn't bother asking about. Mikoto decides to heed my advice and close her mouth. Hitting the ground in a 3-point landing, Melim returns back to us. Melim, I win. Wahahaha. Rimuru, not even 30 seconds, as expected of you. Ilya is indisposed under my head pats, currently cuddling up to me and rubbing her cheeks on my chest, so I take it upon myself to call out her time. Mikoto is glancing at Ilya quite frequently too with jealous eyes. I take my hand off Ilya's head and tap her back a couple of times. She pouts in dissatisfaction before she lets go of her hug. Her pout turns into a smile as she steps back. Her body shines in an illogical and slightly infuriating anime bright light sensor. After some more magical girl shenanigans, she appears from the light in her magical girl outfit holding her iconic magical girl stick, Ruby. Unfortunately, it's not sentient. She can do everything herself, after all. It's honestly a shame. A/N, it's because I can't be fucked writing Ruby's lines. Ilya, then, I'm going. She gently lifts off the ground before she shoots off towards Charybdis. Very quickly she is now faced against the once again newly recovered Charybdis. Ilya, I want to go back to Oni-chan's pats quickly, so let's finish this off. Holding Ruby in front of her, a ball of compressed magicules gathers in front of it. It's quite similar to Malim's attack, but there is a color difference. Unlike Malim's raw energy compression, causing it to appear blue in the natural color magicules come in, Ilya's attacks come in a bright flashy pink color. Ilya, fewer, fire. She fires off the compressed ball of energy. Boom. Long story short, Charybdis died. Ilya, Oni-ika away in. Ilya flies at full speed into my stomach. Rimuru, OOF. She hugs me and begs me with her eyes to continue pampering her. I can't say no. And so, continues the headpat saga. I feel a burning sensation on my back. Turning around, I see Mikoto quickly turning her head away, looking at a random tree. Rimuru. Do you want a hug too? Please say yes. Mikoto, what are you talking about? I am going. She didn't say yes. Mikoto runs full speed towards Ranga and jumps on him. Knowing not to dare disobey the mistress, especially when she's running away from his master with a red face, Ranga listens to her and jumps into the air, quickly approaching Charybdis who has, once again, completely recovered. Meanwhile, Malim, having her sub-30-second record beaten by an eager magical girl Loli, is crouching in the corner drawing circles in the ground with her finger. I know the feeling, man. Third-person POV. Meanwhile, Mikoto is currently on Ranga's back, face burning from embarrassment as her eyes are swirling and steam is rising from her head. 6 words are constantly running through her head. Do you want a hug too? Unable to even form a coherent sentence, that scene continues playing through her head until now it's a beautified Rimuru with sparkling eyes and thick eyelashes with flowers blooming all around him staring deep into Mikoto's eyes as he holds her in a princess carry while saying, "You are beautiful, I want to hug you." Mikoto, yeah, no. She screams out from embarrassment, not noticing a giant black cloud has formed above Charybdis, similar to a typhoon. The eye of the storm, directly above the giant fish, is flashing from electricity and lightning, quickly growing in intensity. Asterisk crackle. Crack bang. Asterisk. An extra thick bolt of lightning is ejected from the cloud and envelopes Charybdis. And so, Charybdis died. Not entirely from the lightning strike, although it was a major contributor, but from the PTSD Phobio has with Mikoto's lightning. Such a shame she didn't use her railgun. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. Revival Gun runs on meat buns and MC would rather eat them, so he destroyed it. A/N, poor Malim, she got her record beaten by an eager magical girl yearning for her Oni-chan's headpats. MC, if only she was an eager magical yearning for headpats too. N, I think that logic is kind of wrong, but I'm not questioning it. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 108, Chapter 99 Charybdis but he's dead. Ranga lands back in front of us with Mikoto on his back. Mikoto slides off and lands on the ground before slowly walking in my direction. As she gets closer, I can see steam rising from her head and her eyes are swirling. Furthermore, her steps are unsteady. It seems I broke her. I didn't even intend for my casual comment to have this effect. Oh well, regardless, what's done is done. I shrug my shoulders helplessly as Mikoto walks past me towards the other 2 girls. Ilya, so. Mikoto 1. Malim, well, I could have been faster, but I decided to at least give you all a chance. Ilya and Malim are having a conversation to the side and are discussing the little competition we all had. Ilya is taking a break from my headpats, for her mental health, and is sitting under a tree with Malim sitting next to her. Both of them have untransformed and are now in their casual attire. Looking at them now, I'm really proud of my work. With Spatial Ruler, the mirror dimension is much more stable. If any of the attacks they launched were done before I got the skill, the mirror dimension probably would have broken. Rimuru, now that I think about it, does the person who got first place get a reward or something? Ilya and Malim looked towards me before looking at each other. They then shifted their eyes towards a still dazed Mikoto sitting under a different tree next to them, staring blankly at the sky. We never discussed if there was going to be a reward. Malim. Let's just forget about it. Ilya, Malim. Malim, but it's not fair. I wanted to win. Ilya, if you attacked Charybdis instead of waiting for it to attack you first, then you would have won. Malim, you. Ilya begins scolding Malim like a mom or an older sister, which creates a surreal scene. I never knew I needed this. Well, I would ask Mikoto what she wants, but I don't think she's available right now. Rimuru. Then let's go home. And so Charybdis, a name that struck fear into many people around the world, was toyed to death by a slime, 2 Lolas and a Tsundere Pikachu. Mikoto, Ilya, Malim, Ranga, and I all left the mirror dimension seeing as there's nothing else to do here. As soon as we left, we heard a large crashing sound. Looking in the direction the sound came from, we see another Charybdis crashing into the ground. Rimuru, oh. I forgot about this. Malim, another Charybdis, no, an illusion. Rimuru, you realized. I smile as I remember this small failsafe I made. Malim, of course. It's me after all. Malim puffs her chest out in pride. I did not doubt that Charybdis would be absolutely wrecked between the 5 of us, but I don't want our strength being public knowledge. I don't really know if Clayman or someone like that is peeking in on our battle, so I shifted everyone into the mirror dimension to go wild there. Meanwhile, I used Ahura Mazda to create some projectors enhanced through my runes that cast a powerful illusion over the area and in the sky. Basically, it would play a simulated recording of our battle with Charybdis. There wasn't anything elaborate, just an Avalon versus Charybdis fight. It played out pretty much like in canon, with me and my subordinates struggling in our fight against the giant fish before having Malim come along and blow it away. Well, Dworgen and its Pegasus Knights didn't take part in the simulated battle, unlike in the series. It would be weird to explain to them why their Pegasus Knights fought against Charybdis while not even leaving Dworgen's walls, and I didn't want to call them and just have them fight against an illusion. It feels wrong. No, I will not tell them about the mirror dimension. That place can be a strategic weapon if used right, and it's a confidential secret. Only those close to me know about it. Oh, and the Megalodons didn't appear either. In the series, OG Charybdis summoned 13 Megalodons, basically flying sharks, that manifested through the lesser dragon corpses that were left there by Footman and Tear as their plan B in case they couldn't convince Phobio. I got rid of them lol. But they still appeared in the illusions. In fact, Ilya was the one who simulated and recorded the whole illusion fight, so big props to her. I would pat her, but I'm afraid she would faint since I did pat her head pretty seriously before. In any case, Charybdis just crashed into the ground and I think I see another Rimuru, Mikoto, Malim, Ranga, Benimaru, Soai, Cheyenne and Hakuru celebrating as Shounen protags do. Illusion Rimuru, we did it, guys. It's because we all worked together that we were able to take care of this great foe. I suck in a cold breath through my teeth. Looking at me do all that from a third-person perspective invokes a heavy feeling of cringe in my soul. I shake my head and turn around, opening a portal to Avalon. I'm not coming back here again. Next day. So yeah, I'm back lol. I forgot about resurrecting Charybdis. Or to be exact, resurrecting Phobio. Now you may be asking why am I even bothering to save that dumbass instead of just leaving him dead. My answer? Rimuru, my foot still itches. It's a bit annoying, to be honest. So yeah, I'm resurrecting Charybdis. Back in the mirror dimension, I walk up to Charybdis' corpse. I'm alone this time, Ranga and the other girls aren't with me. Charybdis is already dispersing back into Magicules. If I forgot about this guy, he probably would have just resurrected again after a century or something. It's not like that would have been a problem. I hold my hand out in front of me and take a deep breath. Rimuru, Ahura Mazda. Magicules flow through my arm and out of my palm, coalescing together. A shining ball of light appears before the light disperses, revealing a meat bun. But not just any meat bun. It's a glowing meat bun. I hesitate. But eventually, I close my eyes and throw the meat bun at the dispersing fish mountain. Flash. The meat bun shines in a bright gold color before turning into mist and rushes into Charybdis. Seconds later, the ground rumbles and Charybdis Eye regains its light. It attempts to rise off the ground, returning to the skies, but it'll never get that chance again. Rimuru, you made me throw away that meat bun. With malice lacing my voice, a magic staff appears in my hands. It has a wooden body with a white cloth wrapped around the middle. Its top half is heavily curved, and in that curve lies a round red orb. It's Megumin's staff. Rimuru, I'll blow you away. Be flat as Mikoto's chest. Explosion. A/N, a reference to Friend System, an implosion on this wonderful world, fanfic. It's good, give it a read I guess. Thought it was funny so I used it here. Crimson magic circles appear above Charybdis, dyeing the sky in fire. Asterisk. Asterisk. A/N, Q7 pages of mudas. The mirror dimension trembles from the pressure, but I easily stabilize it. I watch the staff disappear into dust and ashes with a slight look of regret. But a resolved look glints in my eyes as I snap my fingers. Fwhoop. With a twist of space, the charred body of the barely recognizable Phobio appears on the ground in front of me. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. A/N, Dear Readers. Okay, so lots of people didn't like the Allahu Akbar I put in the story a couple of chapters ago, and I want to say that I apologize if I offended anyone. But I will not apologize to those who are simply saying, oh too far, just for the heck of it and have no relations to any Muslims or any other culture that uses that phrase. I wrote that for pure comedy and I did not mean any disrespect. The phrase, Allahu Akbar, is not disrespectful in any way or form, in my opinion, and many people of that culture use it in their daily lives. I'm not completely sure, but apparently it's a core part of every Muslim American's daily vernacular, read from a certain online post. It's just that some more extreme people use it as well. So if anything, you guys are the ones being disrespectful. MC, shift blame no jutsu. N, shut up. Anyway, if you can't handle it, I won't stop you from dropping. Goodbye. P.S. You guys are too sensitive. I bet most of you guys use Twitter or some shit. P.P.S. Any really sensitive people out there who just happen to be really good with a keyboard, please don't hack me and shit. I'm just a small fanfic author. P.P.P.S. I know some of you salty people will drop and leave a bad review. I will delete those reviews, thank you. Sincerely, your meat bun author. Jdan. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 109, Chapter 100 Nutcracker Reappearance and Rickroll. Phobio is in a half-dead state lying on the ground in front of me. On his chest is a gross pulsing tumor-like thing. That thing is Charybdis. Rimuru, Gluttony. I activate my ultimate skill and consume Phobio. Ilya, who is back in Avalon, messages me through thought communication. Ilya, I've received him, Ni. Charybdis is over 90% fused with Phobio, but it should be easy to separate them. Rimuru, thank you. Just send him back when you're done. Although Ilya is unable to use some of my skills to their full potential when not fused with me, she can use some more passive aspects of those skills, such as Gluttony's stomach. It's kind of like a shared inventory space between both of us. And so, after consuming Phobio with Gluttony, Ilya can immediately begin separating the two even if she is halfway across the world. Ilya, I'm done. Rimuru, barely 5 seconds passed though. I unintentionally speak my thoughts out loud. Is it supposed to be this quick? Ilya, Oni-chan, I am a Manus. Something like this is a matter of course. Touché. After thanking Ilya one more, I end the conversation and spit Phobio back out from my stomach. It sounds gross, but it's much less unsettling if I do it in my slime form, or at least transform a part of my body into a slime. If I did it in my human form. I don't want to think about it, thank you. Let's move on. On the ground is a brand spanking new Phobio, still unconscious on the ground but quickly waking up. The Charybdis part is isolated in my stomach for later. I want to absorb its skills, but not now. Phobio, ugh. Seeing that Phobio is about to wake up, I ponder for a bit. Rimuru, should I take this chance to mess with him? But then I think. Rimuru, why I'm even asking. And so I invoke Scathatch to produce a set of runes. I quickly write those runes in the air using my Magicules before flicking them into Phobio's head. Phobio, where am I? What happened? Phobio holds his head as he wearily opens his eyes and looks around. What he sees is a pure white space that stretches on infinitely. He continues to look around aimlessly, wondering where he is. It's a bit amusing, but I think it's time to move to the next part. Rimuru, hello, my child. Welcome to heaven. Hearing a voice, Phobio snaps his head around in my direction, lowering his body and getting ready for a fight. Phobio, where am I? And who, or rather, what are you? Phobio begins talking with a confidence voice, now wanting to show any weakness. However, he quickly realizes something's wrong when he realizes that the person he is looking at is a pure white figure made completely out of light. It's not a glaring light, but a light that is gentle on your eyes. However, this light veils any physical traits, only revealing my humanoid figure. Everything else is obscured. Well, this is all just in his head. In fact, we're still in the forest and I'm not actively hiding my identity at all. It's because of the rune sequence I flicked into Phobio's head, it projects an illusion in his mind. Hearing his question, I smile. He can't see it, fuck you I don't care. Rimuru, me. Well, I guess you can call me God. I'm sure you all know where I'm going with this now. Rimuru, as for you, you have died. Phobio, God. I died. What kind of bullshit are you spitting now? Of course, he didn't accept it. It to be expected, he isn't cultured like the rest of my kind. Rimuru, whether you believe me or not is completely up to you. But you should calm down and think. What do you remember doing last? Hearing my voice that contains both compassion and authority, Phobio decides to heed my advice and begins to think. Phobio, I remember, making a campfire in the middle of the day. I still never found out why they did that. Phobio, then two masked magen appeared. Charybdis. Rimuru. Oh no, what have I done? Phobio eventually recalls his moments as Charybdis. But I had Ilya fiddle with his memories a bit so he only remembers the events as they should have in canon, instead of his several deaths and revivals for our training. Rimuru, it's okay. You've had a tough life. But it's fine now. Phobio, what? No. I have to go back. I need to report back to Karien-sama. I also have to apologize to that slime. Rimuru, show. I understand, you must be really tired. Phobio, listen to me. Rimuru, you're gonna go to heaven and you'll be able to watch the clouds for all eternity. Phobio, I don't want to watch any clouds, god damn it. Rimuru, then you can reincarnate into another world with some wishes. Phobio, send me back. Rimuru, I place a finger over my lips and hum to myself, making it seem like I'm thinking. Phobio knows I'm the one in control here so he doesn't speak out and patiently waits. It seems he really has gotten smarter. What a fearsome thing Makoto's lightning is. Rimuru. Well, let's talk in my office. I'll see what I can do. A door appears to my right. I walk over and grasp its handle, twisting it and opening it. A veil of darkness hides the room on the other side, make it so you are unable to look in. I stand to the side and gesture inwards. Rimuru, after you. Phobio hesitates for a moment before he walks up to the door and steps through. I close the door after him, not bothering to follow. Inside, you can hear some muffled voices and music. Never give you up. Never let you down. Never gonna. Around end, you. Phobio, ahhhhhhhh. A heart-wrenching scream echoes out from within the door. I just nod my head and snap my fingers, dispelling the illusion. A few meters away, I find an unconscious Phobio sprawled on the ground foaming at the mouth. Later. Phobio, auh. With a gasp, Phobio shoots up into a sitting position, breathing heavily and looking around with fearful eyes. Seeing that he's not in a white space, he breathes a sigh of relief. Rimuru, hey, you. You're finally awake. Realizing he's not alone, he snaps his head towards me. Seeing that I'm not a being made of light, he relaxes. Rimuru, so basically you turned into Charybdis and tried to destroy Avalon, but I beat your ass, so yeah. A simple explanation jogged Phobio's memories, causing him to jump up before smashing his head into the ground in a kowtow. Phobio, I'm sorry. Rimuru, apology accepted. Phobio, I know you won't forgive me so easily, but I've done this out of my own violation. Carrie-sama had nothing to do with You'll forgive me. Rimuru, haha. Trust me, what you pulled wasn't anything serious. Although I would like a favor from you. Phobio, anything. Rimuru, great. Stand up with your legs apart. With a disarming grin that could match Uncle Iroh, I speak out my condition to an unsuspecting Phobio. Crack. That day, Gabble and Vesta gained a new comrade. A full potion and a memory-wiping rune talisman later, I sent Phobio on his way. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Particles, Control Natural Elements. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. MC, disappears into ashes Infinity War style. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 110, Chapter 101, A Familiar Demon. A few days later. So yeah, the Charybdis issue is now over and barely any fuss was made about it. No threat about several countries ending, no Dryads doing everything in their power to hold Charybdis back to give me time to prepare, no calling Dworgen and asking for help. It ended without any drama. Phobio immediately left to return to Carrion's side. I mean, I could have killed him, but I didn't see the need to. I already taught him a lesson by destroying his manhood, and although it's restored via full potion, there's no chance for any descendants. May you rest in peace. I also wouldn't mind if you rested in general discomfort, but I digress. Plus, killing him would make Carrion angry, and although I can deal with him easy, I'm not some cultivator protag that goes around provoking people needlessly just for my pride. In any case, right now I'm just lazing around in my home. I'm sitting on the couch, my right hand holding some god food and my left holding a nice cup of coffee. Ilya is sitting on the couch next to me, staring at me with squinted eyes. I wonder if I did anything wrong recently. Meh, too many things to count. Rimuru, asterisk sip asterisk. Ilya. Rimuru, asterisk nibble 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 asterisk. Ilya. Rimuru, I forgot about the piece of Charybdis in my stomach. Ilya, I knew it. Ilya separated the fused Phobio and Charybdis, but I ended up just chucking the Charybdis part into a random corner of my stomach. Does my stomach even have corners? And totally forgot about it. For some reason, I only remembered it now, nearly a week later. Rimuru, asterisk psi asterisk, please integrate it, Ilya. Sighing at my sheer stupidity that is corroding my memory capability, I ask Ilya to take care of it for me. I mean, it's not like I know what to do. Snap. With a snap of her fingers, the piece of Charybdis inside my gluttony stomach disappears and the voice of the world popped into my head after a small delay. Extra skills, magic interference, and gravity flight has been obtained. Tolerance skill, resist magic, has also been obtained. Extra skill, magic interference, has fused with extra skill, control particles, resulting in extra skill, control magic. Extra skill, gravity flight, has evolved into extra skill, control gravity. Skill, resist magic, has been fused with resist holy attack, resulting in skill, resist holy/demonic attack. Rimuru, whistling you did all that with a snap of your fingers. Ilya, well, it wasn't anything troublesome. Ilya is trying to hide that smug smile of hers but she's failing miserably at that. I just smile warmly at her. She's so adorable. Control gravity is pretty simple, it just lets me control gravity by using magicools. I can already do something like that with spatial ruler. Control magic is a bit more complicated, however. It lets me control magicools. Fucking brilliant, I know, but bear with me. This skill lets me control magicools, but those magicools don't have to be mine. Say someone fires a magic spell at me, I can use control magic and hijack the spell. Unfortunately, this doesn't work on magicools inside a target and has to be outside the body for me to affect. It also comes with innate full control of one's own magicools, but Ilya, Heaven's Feel, already granted me full control over them, even more so now that it evolved into Manus, Ilya's Veal. All in all, I don't think I'll use them, but they're nice to have. I finish drinking my coffee and stuff the rest of the meat bun into my mouth. Thump thump thump, thump, bang. Suddenly Mikoto slams open the front door, seemingly dragging something on the floor behind her. Mikoto, Rimuru. Rimuru, I turn to face her, my mouth still chewing the meat bun. Mikoto holds up the thing she was dragging in front of her. Mikoto, do you know anything about this? I take a closer look at the thing she is holding. Or rather, it's not a thing, it's a humanoid figure. A male, it seems. The figure is wearing rather noble-ish attire, the overall feel being kind of dark. His hair is pitch black, but there is a trace of red and a hint of yellow as well. His face is angled nicely, and he seems handsome. If there's something that attracts my attention more than anything, however, it's his eyes. The sclera of his eyes is pitch black while his iris is blood red. I swallow the meat bun and open my mouth. Rimuru, hey. Hello. The man replies politely with the same calm smile he always had, even if it does look a bit comedic seeing him being held up in the air by his collar by a teenage girl. He seems a little familiar. I place my finger on my chin and think. Isn't this guy Diablo? Well, his name should be Noir at this point in time, but that's not the point. I look at Mikoto with an extremely surprised face. Rimuru, where did you find him? And why are you holding a primordial demon by the scruff of his neck? Mikoto, I don't know. He just suddenly appeared in front of me, saying he wanted to meet you, but his aura is a bit creepy, so. Mikoto calms down a bit while explaining what happened. Rimuru, sigh. I sigh while rubbing the bridge of my nose. I look up at Mikoto and open my mouth again. Rimuru, right, well this guy is a demon, so that explains his creepy aura, but I don't know how he got here. He's not hostile or anything, so you don't need to get rid of him. But I didn't have anything to do with this guy, so. Mikoto, it's gotta be Shizu. It's always Shizu. Both of us have exasperated expressions on our faces. Ilya glances between Mikoto, Diablo, and I, choosing not to say anything. I snap my fingers, using spatial ruler, to teleport a certain troublesome hellcat to my location. Shizu, Naya. With a meow, Shizu appears on my lap, lazily blinking her eyes. It seems she was just sleeping. Rimuru, Shizu. I point to Diablo, he isn't named yet, as Mikoto does the same and we both speak at the same time. Mikoto/Rimuru, what the hell is this? Shizu takes a moment to look at Diablo and think about where she saw him before a look of realization dawns on her feline face and she decides to explain. Shizu, I summoned him. Rimuru, we know. Mikoto, we want to know why you summoned him. Shizu, well, I was in the middle of another ritual, but Rimuru interrupted me, and this guy popped out as a consequence. What ritual? Oh, was it that ritual? What the hell was she even doing there? It was the weirdest ritual she has ever done to this date. Why did she need those bananas? Rimuru, I think I remember. And? You must have sacrificed something, especially to summon someone of his caliber. What did you use? I mean, Rimuru used the bodies of around 10,000 humans, albeit deceased and soulless, to summon him. I don't even want to think of what Shizu used. Shizu, I used your holy artifact. Crack. Hearing that, my soul cracks a bit and my mind went blank. I slide off the couch onto my knees in an oar's position as despair clouds my mind. Rimuru, no, not that, anything but that. Mikoto, seeing my pitiful state, puts Diablo down onto his feet and walks up to me to comfort me with a dejected expression, as if seeing me in this condition hurts her as well. Meanwhile, Ilya is looking at me with blank, judging eyes, but I don't register any of this entirely. Rimuru, my holy artifact. Mikoto's pantsu. Mikoto immediately freezes in her tracks as her expression becomes shadowed over by her hair. Her lips are twitching and you can see a vein pop on her forehead. Spark. Oshit.jpg. Feeling that this is no time to mourn, I jump up and proceed to immediately utilize the Joestar's secret technique to its limits. Mikoto, get back here. Mikoto shouts out from behind me and I hear lightning hit several places around me, barely missing each time. I don't stop running for the rest of the day. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Pantsa Worshipper. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, thank you Lee Tuske and Cineaditos for the ideas to summon Diablo. MC, but what do I even do with this guy? Ann, that's your problem, not mine. MC, you do realize that you, the author, has to figure this whole thing out yourself, right? N. Fuck. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 111, Chapter 101.5 How to Summon a Demon. In a dark room, Shizu is in the middle of a ritual. She is walking on along the edge of a round table, in the center is a bunch of bananas, slowly turning around. Shizu, Bananayas. Rotat E. The rotating bananas don't change speeds. Shizu, banana. Still no change in speeds. Shizu, rotato faster banana. The bananas have a slight increase in speed, but Shizu notices it. Shizu, go. Go. The bananas begin to pick up speed. Shizu, can you feel it, BAN and BA? The bananas spin faster and faster. Shizu, yes feel THE sped. Finally, the bananas spin so fast that they become a blur. Shizu, we HAV Riestemzamen Velocity. Shizu takes out a box and opens it. Inside it, there is a pair of teddy bear panties. She takes the panties out of the box and throws them at the bananas, to which they are immediately consumed by red magicule lightning. Creak. Rimuru cracks open the door a bit to peek in. Rimuru, are you okay? Shizu, who are you to accuse me? Rimuru gets chased out by Shizu. Unfortunately, due to the disruption, the ritual failed and instead a certain primordial demon was summoned. https://youtube.be/fgtxtzavthm. Watch and you shall understand. Chapter 112, Chapter 102 Fuck you Rimuru. The next day. I look at the demon in front of me with my arms crossed in front of my chest. The demon stands there with that exact same calm smile on his face with his eyes closed, simply waiting for me to speak first. Now, what do I do with this guy? I wasn't expecting him to pop up anytime soon and I have no idea what to do with him. I don't want to just have him wander around doing nothing, and I just stay in my house all day unlike OG Rimuru, so I don't need a secretary, sigh. I don't want to deal with this, I'll just leave it to future Rimuru. In any case. Rimuru, for starters, you want to work for me? I would love to. He lowers his head forward slightly as he accepts. Wow, that easy. I don't remember much, but I think this guy was watching me ever since human Shizu came to Avalon. Something to do with her anti-magic mask attracting his attention. Meh, I can't be fucked. In any case, personalities don't seem to have much difference in this alternate universe, at least from my experience. If that's the case, I guess I can trust Mr. Noir here. Rimuru, then your name will be Diablo. You can be. Hi, future Rimuru here, fuck you past Rimuru. Where do I put this guy? Hold on, I don't need a secretary, but... Rimuru, my exclusive butler, I guess. A butler seems nice. I guess it's settled then. Diablo's expression shifts into one of euphoria before quickly snapping back to his composed face, trying to hide the overwhelming joy he is feeling. He places a hand over his chest as he kneels down on one knee. Diablo, Diablo, that is my name. My heart is filled with deep emotions, my lord. I shall forever treasure this name. Holy shit, isn't this too much? What the fuck did I do? Why does it seem like getting demoted from a primordial demon to a fucking butler is one of the best things to happen in his several thousand-year-long life? I feel my magicules leave my body and flow into the now officially named Diablo. Unlike the other evolutions of my subordinates that happened overnight, Diablo's evolution began immediately. A sort of dark energy cocoon enveloped Diablo's body. After staying like that for several seconds, the cocoon cracks before shattering. The fragments glide through the air before dispersing into the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Diablo has no change in appearance aside from his outfit. Before, he wore something akin to a noble's clothing. Now, he is wearing a rather snazzy butler's outfit, his pitch-black tuxedo matching well with his hair. In any case, his overall power increased through the naming process, so there you go. Diablo, still kneeling, continues to talk. Diablo, I pledge my eternal loyalty to you, my lord. Diablo seems like he's going to continue talking for a long time, so I quickly interrupt him. Rimuru, you don't need to call me lord. Just Monic, just Rimuru is fine. That damn game still haunts me. Diablo, understood, Rimuru-sama. That name sounds like the chimes in the wind. It inspires me more to serve such a graceful and magnificent being such as you. But I'm a slime though. And seriously, I'm feeling a little weird, having all these compliments poured on me even though I didn't do anything to deserve it. Like really, what the fuck did I do? He's making me out to be some kind of fucking saint. Slam. Cheyenne, you understand, don't you? Holy fuck. Where did you come from? Cheyenne bursts through a random door like the fucking Kool-Aid man, nearly destroying the damn thing in the process. In her hands is a stack of paper. I think. Now that I think about it, where even am I? I look around to find myself in my office. Yes, I have an office that I use to deal with all the paperwork and stuff. And by I mean my clone. The office itself looks exactly like a medieval noble's workspace, with dark wood everywhere including my furniture and bookshelves which are lining every wall. Those books are purely decorative and are completely blank, by the way. Rimuru, what the hell are you doing here? I ask with genuine confusion. Cheyenne, my Rimuru senses were tingling and I felt my secretary position being threatened. Rimuru, but you never were my secretary though. Cheyenne, oh don't be silly, Rimuru-sama. Look, I've even organized your papers for you. She holds up the stack of destroyed papers with a proud and eager expression, seeking my praise. This is exactly why I don't want her as a secretary. She is a beautiful woman and she looks the part, but she is completely useless in all things outside of combat, in which she excels. However, Avalon is really peaceful, and we don't need to fight often. Because of this, she sought other paths for her to take. I should have brought her with me for the Charybdis issue. I helplessly sigh with a whatever smile as I walk up and pat Cheyenne's head. Rimuru, yeah, you did well. Although you didn't have to cut the paper with your sword. I don't know if she actually cut the paper with her sword, but knowing her, she probably did. I also choose to avoid mentioning the pieces of sentient food stuck on some of the pages as well. Regardless of how she acts, I can't get angry at her. She just wants to please me but she doesn't know how to, and I don't want to punish her for that. Especially since she will never change unless I do something drastic. Besides, this is a problem for Clone Rimuru to deal with. Clone Rimuru, fuck you original Rimuru. I hear a voice in the background but I ignore it. Cheyenne smiles brightly as I stroke her hair, completely blocking out my advice. Meanwhile Diablo is standing to the side, nodding his head with sparkling eyes. Diablo, Rimuru-sama is such a benevolent being. Cheyenne immediately joins Diablo. Cheyenne, you understand. Rimuru-sama is so kind and warm. It makes me want to do even more for him. Please don't. Or rather, do what you want, it's not my problem. Clone Rimuru, fuck you. Cheyenne and Diablo end up being drawn into their own Rimuru-styled world. Deciding I should just let them be, what's the worst that could happen, I leave the room and close the door behind me with a small smile on my face. Really, I don't deserve these guys. I wonder how everyone else is doing too. I don't really interact with them as much and I feel a bit guilty. I should go and say hi. Meanwhile Cheyenne and Diablo continue their talks about making a giant Rimuru statue made of pure gold and magi steel. Luckily, Clone Rimuru stops them. Clones really are a lazy man's best friend, as much as they might hate the original. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, I don't really know what to do with Diablo, so I'll just have him hang around. Clone MC, I know, right? N. Clone MC. N. Where the fuck is the original? Clone MC, fucking off somewhere, I don't know. N. Clone MC. N. Wanna talk shit about him? Clone MC, hell yeah. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 113, Chapter 103 Meeting Everyone, 1/2. Right, so I want to say hi to everyone, but who should I meet first? I wander through the streets of Avalon while thinking. Rimuru, I could meet Geld, or Kurobe, see how he's coming along. But in the end, I decided to just start off with Benimaru. And so, taking a left turn down a different street, I head over to where I'm pretty sure I can find the guy. A few minutes later, I arrive in an area where the normal citizens of Avalon become scarce, being replaced with more security guards instead. It's not like this is a heavily guarded area, it's just that this place is sort of the center of security of Avalon. Most ordinary people have no business here. I stand in the middle of a large opening. In the center is a fountain spouting crystal clear magicule-filled water. Flower beds containing bright-colored flowers are placed here and there while the ground itself is paved in hexagonal slabs. As I walk around the fountain, I see a large building, around 30 stories tall. It has a sleek rounded design, covered completely in glass windows. It doesn't have a name, but everyone just calls it the security hub. I walk in through the automatic doors, past the reception area and into the elevator, guided through, Universal Sense, towards the familiar aura. Eventually, after going through several stories, the elevator doors open and a sort of command center comes into my view. It's the sort of thing you'd see in the command station of a spaceship in a sci-fi movie. In the center of it all stands a familiar figure clad in loose red clothes. Rimuru, yo. Benimaru turns around, instant recognizing me as a smile paints his face. Benimaru, Rimuru-sama. Rimuru, I feel like I haven't been interacting with many of you guys in a while, I thought I'd drop by and say hi. Benimaru, please don't say that. All of us take joy in serving you. Rimuru, that's no excuse, Benimaru. I walk up beside Benimaru and look out of the glass screen while opposite the elevator I walk through. Through the glass, you can see a white room many times larger than the room I am currently in, about twice as large as a school gym in width, length, and height. The room I am currently in is located in the top half of the bigger room, looking down on everything inside. Rimuru, so, what are you up to? Benimaru, training the troops. Benimaru explains simply. As I look out the window, I can see a cluster of humanoid monsters, all of them wearing a set of sleek silver-colored magi steel armor. There are hundreds of them there, all standing in line. Hobgoblins, high orcs, high ogres, and several dozen other species are scattered throughout the large room. I think I even see a Kate Sith in there. I also see Kabuta and Goblin Jeff too. What surprised me more is Hakuru standing at the very front of them all. Sensing my gaze, Hakuru shifts his eyes up to the glass screen, peering through it, easily meeting my eyes. I just nod with a smile while Hakuru closes his eyes and bows his head. Seeing the curiosity sparkling in my eyes, Benimaru presses a button on a panel to his left. Immediately after, the walls of the large white room shimmer. An illusion covers the walls, floor, and ceiling, simulating a forest with many trees. Ghost-like night spiders appear and the soldiers immediately break up into groups to deal with them. Rimuru, the simulation room is working nicely, it seems. The simulation room is something I made on a whim in passing. I'm glad to see it put to good use. A couple of hours later. Man, that was fun. Seeing all those helpless people getting chased by night spiders as they run for their lives was refreshing. I didn't get to talk much with Hakuru, but we see each other a lot during my swordsmanship training, so it's fine. Well, most of the conversation is let me live. No. Screaming and, oh ho ho, you require more training if you are having trouble with just this level, and shit, but that's a conversation, right? Now that I think about it, Yom and his group should be returning to Avalon soon. Anyway, nearby the security hub lies the place where I can find Shuna. To be exact, the place where she makes all her clothes is nearby. It's so she can deliver Benimaru's lunchbox when he forgets and perhaps embarrass him in other ways while she's at it. I open the door and waltz right in. Rimuru, hello. Shuna, Ah, Rimuru-sama. Shuna looks up from her work and her expression brightens up the moment she notices me. She drops what she's doing and runs up to me. The other female hobgoblins, I'm not calling them fucking goblinas, it's a dumb name, that are working with Shuna look up from their work before quickly looking down again and working about twice as hard, probably looking to impress me. It's not like they are vying for my attention. It's just that every monster in Avalon greatly respects me and seeks to serve me to their utmost efforts for some reason. As for the males, well, they're always working at 110% mostly because Shuna is some sort of idol in Avalon and they seek to impress. Rimuru, I feel like I haven't been interacting with everyone as much lately, so I've come to say hello. If you wish, I can even stay and watch you work for a while. I calmly speak, but Shuna is jumping around at this point. Shuna, really? Then you can sit here, I'll quickly bring some snacks. She leads me to a stool next to the chair she was sitting on previously as she runs out of the room, presumably towards the kitchen. I just wryly smile. I guess some things can cause her to lose her composure after all. Shuna and I spent the rest of the time talking as I watch her weave together fabrics before using those fabrics to create more and more dresses, shirts, and other clothing. She's quite experienced too. Her speed is faster than any of the other hobgoblins here, but it doesn't draw from the beauty of it all as I watch her fingers glide across the fabric. It's quite enchanting. An hour later. Right, next. This time I don't bother walking and just use spatial ruler to teleport myself. Soai is quite far away, after all. I find myself deep in the Jura forest, but this area is cleared out slightly. I look up at a random tree and call out. Rimuru, your stealth skills have gotten better again, Soai. Suddenly, appearing on the branch of the tree I was just looking at, Soai appears like a blur. I knew he was there. It's all planned. A/N, X to doubt. Soai, your praise gives me joy, Rimuru-sama. He jumps down from the branch and lands on the ground, not making a sound as he moves. Appearing from random spots around the small clearing arrives Sauka and several other Dragonutes serving in the espionage unit under Soai. Rimuru, you guys are training. Sorry, I must have interrupted you. I apologetically smile towards Soai while scratching the back of my head. Soai, no, on the contrary, you immediately finding me shows I still have much to learn myself. No, I didn't know, cough. Rimuru, there's always someone better, no matter how high you climb, don't slack off. As long as you remember that, you'll be fine. Soai, I will take your words to heart. I spout out such bullshit like some wise sage while Soai bows as he places his hand over his chest, a small admiring smile on his face. Rimuru, then work hard, everyone. Make me proud. Not wanting to get in his way any longer, I teleport away after a few short words. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, I was looking to wrap this whole thing up in a single chapter, but I didn't want to write, and the MC met Benimaru, Shuna, Soai, etc. the end, and stuff. I wanted to properly write the interactions between them. In fact, I could have probably written a separate chapter for each person, but I don't think you would want to sit through and read all of that. MC, I would. N, yeah, well, I'm lazy so fuck you. MC, fucker. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 114, Chapter 104 Meeting Everyone, 2 halves. Next. Who do I meet now, boom. God damn it, Cheyenne. No, wait. It's probably not Cheyenne. She should still be in my office talking to Diablo about me, probably. Bang. A figure flies from the direction of the explosion, soaring over the buildings in a beautiful parabola before hitting the ground right next to me, cracking the paved floor. The figure is me. Or to be exact, Clone Rimuru. But, Clone Rimuru should be in my office, with Diablo and Cheyenne. Rimuru, goddammit Cheyenne. I can see some smoke rising in the distance now. It makes me wonder what the hell happened over there. A green blur rushes past me, heading right towards the explosion. Now, I would be a bit confused at what the hell that was, but I can instinctually tell that the figure is making beautiful JoJo poses as he runs, so that man can only be riggered. I bend down and grab Clone Rimuru by its collar. By now he's finally regained his senses. Being me, it immediately realizes my intentions. Clone Rimuru. Fuck you. I smirk at him. Rimuru, by a handsome devil like you. Any day. I feel like these conversations with my clone are familiar. Must be my imagination. A/N, achoo. Sniff, someone must be talking about me. I spin around a full 360 degrees and throw Clone me into the distance in a discus throw. Clone Rimuru makes another beautiful parabola, completely streamlined. Its destination. The green posing blur. Clone Rimuru, OOF. Riggered, yeah. Rimuru-sama. Riggered flawlessly catches him and continues running in the direction of my office. I dust my hands off and place them on my hips. Rimuru, all in a day's work. Not that I work in the first place. I continue wandering around Avalon until I reach my next destination. This area is one of the more undeveloped areas of Avalon. This place still has half-finished buildings and loud construction noises. I continue walking until I find myself at the base of a half-finished skyscraper. The majority of the high orcs and high ogres working here are sitting down and eating, having their late lunch. Orc Jeff is with them too. However, there are a few high orcs still working hard, one of them being the man I'm looking for. Geld, the orc king that became the leader of the other orcs after the orc lord died, is working hard transporting many magi steel alloy beams to different areas. He's working as hard as the golems I supplied him, if not harder. This man is a workaholic. Rimuru, Geld. I shout out to the orc, causing him to stop in his tracks and look in my direction. His eyes widen as I wave my hand at him, causing him to carefully drop the items he is carrying and jog up to me. Rimuru, have lunch. Before he could say anything, I immediately make a simple lunchbox with Ahura Mazda and hold it up. Geld, be but dash. Rimuru, shush, I won't taken, I refuse from you. Only I can do that. It's good to take a rest every now and again too. Geld carefully takes the bento from my hand and looks down at it before looking back up at me. Geld. As you wish, Rimuru-sama. He walks over to the rest of the high orcs and ogres who are already eating and I follow. We end up talking idly about how his day goes and the progress of Avalon's construction. This lasted for half an hour before Geld, the workaholic, couldn't stop fidgeting every half a minute, eager to work again. Rimuru, then I'll head off. Remember to take a break now and then, even if it's only for 5 minutes. I wave over my shoulder as I walk away. Geld holds the empty lunchbox I gave him and bows before turning around and going back to work. This time, with lighter steps. I will never understand that man and his love for work. I wryly smile to myself as I continue towards the next person I'm going to meet. I soon find myself in front of the sealed cave. It's not actually sealed, nor is it a cave at this point. It used to be the cave I was born in and the cave Veldora was sealed in. After that, it was transformed into a sort of farm for hippocute herbs and a home for Gabble and his dragonutes. They evolved from lizardmen, so the cave reminds them of the marshlands with the wetness, even if it's nearly pitch black. Luckily, they all have sense heat and a degraded magic sense, so they can get around just fine even without light. Though that was before, now there are lights everywhere. Vesta also has his laboratory here as well. He originally placed it here since it's so close to the growth site of the hippocute herbs, making it easier to research them and it's an easily guarded place. Now, several months later, it looks nothing like a cave and looks more like an underground secret laboratory. I casually walk through the entrance while thinking about how both Gabble and Vesta are doing. Although Veldora is gone, the magicule in the atmosphere are still at a decently high level, enough to grow hippocute herbs that only grow in magicule-rich areas. This is because the generators throughout Avalon absorb the ambient magicules in the air created by the mass gathering of monsters. A portion of those absorbed magicules then gets transferred into the sealed cave. As I was thinking about the setup of the sealed cave, I walk around the corner into a large open area. In the middle of the large open area, I see Gabble standing in front of his men as they dance, to a hippocute flower. All dragon wets, 3, and in the forest of Jura, deep within. The one we all admire, looks so strong, revitalizing, and beautiful. Our brightly shining first star. Ah, Sir Gabble, Sir Gabble. The Dragonaute's ray of hope. Gabble, stop. Gabble jumps in and begins to lecture the dancing dragonutes. Gabble, you are all lacking in love. How will you raise the heap cute herbs like this? Meanwhile, Vesta is standing to the side, nodding his head. Gabble, then, once again. From the top. A/N, search Tensura Gabaru song on YouTube. Seeing all this happen, I turn around and leave. Not. Rimuru, you guys. They all flinch and turn to face me as I look at them with a stern gaze. I inhale ominously before I shout at them. Rimuru, your movements need to be more fluid. You. Your left foot needs to shift 3 centimeters to the right. And you. You need to bend down more at this part. And so I spent a couple of hours giving them all pointers. I even had Gabble and Vesta join them. Gabble, as expected of Rimuru-sama. He was able to improve our dance by so much. Vesta, indeed. Our Lord's wisdom knows no bounds. I feel like their head went a bit whack from their scar, but I'm not complaining. Later. Next, I find myself in front of Avalon's blacksmith. The soft rhythmic clanging of metal hitting against metal is strangely alluring, if it was only a single set or strikes. Clank 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 clac. It sounds like a group of monkeys randomly hitting metal bars together. Wryly smiling to myself, I open the doors to the blacksmith and step in. The sounds of hammers hitting metal increase several times over as the entire building are soundproofed with suitable material and runes. Now that I opened the door and am inside, the soft ringing turned deafening. Of course, I don't care since I'm a slime. I spot the people I came to see, and since they're busy with their own works, I don't say anything and walk up to them. I watch them as they hammer the piece of magi steel in front of them into a beautiful sharp silver blade. Kaijin made a short sword while Kurobe made another katana. Their current work is nothing serious, so they finished within an hour. Seeing them finish at the same time, I call out their names. Rimuru, Kurobe, Kaijin. I shout out the names of the 2 top blacksmiths, causing them to turn around and walk up to me while smiling. Rimuru, I thought I'd drop by and say hi. I say while writing some sound-isolating runes around us so they could hear me better. Kaijin, master, you don't need to worry about it. Kurobe, Kaijin Dano is correct, we still see you occasionally, so it's no trouble. Rimuru, still, this time I'm just here to say hi. I've already gone to meet with the others, so let me just do this. Kurobe and Kaijin look towards each other before sighing with a defeated smile. This causes me to smile too. Rimuru, hey, I've watched you work and I think I have some pointers. Although I've never held a hammer in my life, Ahura Mazda has a neat trick that can help. You see, whenever I make something with Ahura Mazda, I gain knowledge of how it was made. For example, if I made a laptop with that skill, I would know how to make a laptop without that skill as well. And so, although I'm definitely not a blacksmith, after creating Harp and Yamato, my theoretical knowledge is very vast. And so, I sit down and talk about metal, alloys, hammer techniques and things like that. We also talked about our daily lives, but it was mostly about hitting metal. I leave the blacksmith and look towards the sky. It is currently nighttime and the stars and moon are glowing brightly. I smile to myself, glad that I took the time to meet with all of my subordinates. I walk through Avalon with a smile on my face, heading towards Trainee's bar to meet her as well as Ilya, Mikoto, and Malim. Rimuru. I should do this more often. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, this chapter is longer than normal because I wanted to finish everything up in this chapter to get ready for the next event. MC, what about Ranga? Anne, isn't Ranga always hanging out in your shadow? MC, oh yeah true. Anne, I don't think I missed anyone, but let me know if I did. Also Rick Astley Never Gonna Give You Up is gonna hit 1 billion views on YouTube soon. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 115, Chapter 105 RIP TV. So I'm just sitting there on the couch in my house, staring idly at the ceiling, doing absolutely nothing. Rimuru, Malim is sitting on the floor a few meters away from me, mashing a console controller while staring intently at the large TV screen in front of her. Button mashing sounds. Asterisk pew. Boom. Zap. Other generic game noises, asterisk. Roblox death sound. Malim, Jaya. I was so close too. Why did that dumb monster have to appear there, Nanota? A/N, I'm gonna try and add that Nanota Malim always says to her sentences. Let's hope I won't forget any time soon. I watch as Malim rages at the TV while throwing the controller into the wall. Not at the wall, into the wall. Like, it's literally embedded into the wall now. She's been living here for quite a while now, freeloading and just destroying shit or enjoying herself to the fullest, most of the time destroying shit while enjoying it. Not once has she ever thought to return to her own home. And to be honest, it's been a total blast for me too. Not just me, Mikoto and Ilya also really enjoy her company. Yes, she's a handful now and again, and again, and again, cough. But everyone loves her. The Kijin, the regular citizens, the hobgoblins, everyone. Although Rigard always has this strained face when he gets the several pages long list of things he has to replace because of Malim. Meh, I'm sure it's nothing. In any case, should I rescue her pet dragon? Although I've thought about it before in passing, it wasn't anything serious. But I'm free right now, and... Rimuru, hey Malim. Malim, Malim looks over her shoulder at me, her anger completely dissipated. I might get punched in the face for this, but here goes. Rimuru, you wanna revive your pet drag dash. I didn't even get to finish before I invoke Spatial Ruler, turning myself intangible as the spare controller sitting to the side phases through my head and gets embedded into the wall behind me. I mean, I knew this was a sensitive topic, but goddamn. Rimuru, wait. Let me talk. Hear me out. I wave my hands in front of me, trying to pacify a Malim that is staring at me with cold eyes. Rimuru, you know that I know some weird things, and I just so happen to know about a certain dragon, whoa. I dodge to the side as a game console comes flying at me. Deciding I should just cut to the chase before my house gets flattened, I straight out say what's on my mind. Rimuru, I know how to save it. Malim's eyes widen as she slowly lowers the TV that was raised over her head. She doesn't say anything and just stares at me with serious eyes. Taking this as permitting me to talk, I continue. Rimuru, you already tried to revive it once, and technically, you succeeded. So in a way, I wouldn't be reviving it. The dragon went crazy because its astral body was damaged during its revival. I can fix that. I deliberately choose to leave out the information that Malim was a contributor to the dragon's insanity. Due to its damaged astral and spiritual body, Malim's malice seeped into its soul, causing it to become this mindless monster. A chaos dragon. I'm not sure if Malim is aware of this information, but I don't think she is since she doesn't specialize in the soul, unlike Ilya. And Ilya is a monist derived from the third magic, Heaven's Feel, which specializes in the soul. Although Malim did live for a long time, so she might have found out during those years, but I still decide not to say anything. In this case, by proxy, interfering with the astral and spiritual body is a matter of course for Ilya, since they are also related to the soul. That's why she was able to easily fiddle with Phobio's memory since, in this world, memories are written on the spiritual body. Anyway, Malim drops the TV on the floor, it broke, runs up to me and grabs my hands, bringing them up to her chest. Malim, really? Her eyes are sparkling with excitement and hope. Without even hearing my answer, she begins dragging me out of the house. Malim, then let's go, Nanota. Rimuru, wait. Hold on a moment. I feel like I'm saying wait a lot today. Malim looks over her shoulder with curiosity and impatience. Malim, what now? Hurry. We need to save my friend Nanota. She begins waving her hands around in a small tantrum. Rimuru, well, I don't even know where to find it, and I'm not confident at healing your dragon's soul myself. Malim, didn't you say you could fix him? Malim's eyes begin to moisten as I feel like she would burst into tears any moment. Malim, sniff. Goddamn, she's cute. Wait, not the time. Rimuru, well, I need Ilya's help for this. She's the expert on souls. Malim, then let's go. And so, 5 minutes later, I find myself in front of Ilya. I am covered in dust and debris due to the path Malim took to get here, which went through several buildings. Oh well, not my problem. Clone Rimuru, in the distance fuck you Rimuru. How the fuck Malim doesn't even have a speck of dust on her clothes is beyond me, but I digress. Mikoto is outside of Avalon, having her occasional stroll/massacre in the forest, and Ilya what was she doing? I look at Ilya to see her with her cheeks stuffed with food and both of her hands are full with even more food. She freezes and stops chewing while staring at me with wide eyes. So cute. Shizu, who for some reason was also with Ilya, is running away. Ilya turns to Shizu and shouts after swallowing. Ilya, traitor. Was she using her cute looks to get free food from people? I mean, Shizu does that all the time. I'll ignore this. Ilya turns back to me and hides the food behind her back. Ilya, what is it, Oni-chan? I just stare at her with blank eyes before I sigh and point to Malim with my thumb, who is standing to my left, looking at the food poking out from behind Ilya's back with an intense stare. What happened to saving her friend? Rimuru, we're gonna get her pet dragon. Malim, he's not my pet. He's my friend. Malim says while now even bothering to move her eyes from the food. Rimuru, right, sorry. Ilya's expression turns serious before she nods her head. Ilya, so are we going to teleport there? Rimuru, unfortunately, I don't know the exact coordinates of its seal, so we have to go there manually. I state with a shrug. Ranga, oh. This is where I come in. Ranga's excited voice reaches my mind from my shadow where he rests for most of the day. Malim, I can just teleport us though. Malim plainly states. Sad Ranga noises. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oni-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, Lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, resist spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, skill orb, limiter ring. A/N, MC gonna save Malim's pet dragon. Malim, in the distance he's my friend, not my pet. N, right, my bad. MC, I already have a plan ready. Malim will unseal the dragon, I'll keep it busy and Ilya will recover its soul. It's a simple plan but it's quite unbreakable. N, why don't you just have Malim keep it busy? MC, well, I don't think she would want to hurt the dragon, so. N, didn't she obliterate its physical body in the novel though? Although it did regenerate. MC. Shut up. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 116, Chapter 106 Chaos Dragon but not yet LMAO. An hour or so later, I am solemnly looking into the distance with my arms crossed in front of my chest. The wind is blowing at a decent speed, causing my clothes and hair to flutter wildly, but due to anime laws, my hair doesn't get into my face. I look sick as fuck. I'm staring at a certain cluster of mountains several hundred kilometers away. The mountains have a rather menacing vibe. Dark clouds have gathered in the skies around it. Click 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 click. Malim is taking pictures of it for some reason and Ilya is wiping her bloody nose as she looks at me with a flushed face. Both of them are already transformed into their combat attire with Malim in her demon lord outfit and Ilya in her magical girl costume. As for our location, we are standing at the edge of another random cliff. These random cliffs are the best when it comes to looking at things from afar. It's amazing how often these random cliffs appear in just the right place. In any case, Mikoto couldn't come with us. She came back from her stroll/massacre through the forest but she immediately ran away with Shuna for something, so, yeah, it's just Ilya, Malim and myself. Oh, and Ranga is also still in my shadow, but he's sulking. Rimuru, right, so here's what's going to happen. Malim, I need you to unseal the dragon. It's pretty much guaranteed to rampage, so I'll be the one to hold it back while Ilya works on recovering its soul. Yes, the dragon is sealed. Malim sealed it because it wants nothing but chaos and destruction, hence its name, Chaos Dragon. Malim, who couldn't bear to kill her friend, sealed it away and it's been like that until today. Malim rejected. For some reason, I expected this. Rimuru, before you say anything, Malim, you have to realize that I am the best person for the job. Malim, but still. He's my friend Nanoda. I have to be the one to fight him. But I wasn't planning on fighting him though. Well, I do understand where she's coming from. She's already accepting so much help from me, although Ilya will be the one doing everything, so if she just sits back and does nothing. Yeah, it'll leave a bad taste in both of our mouths. I was planning on using Spatial Ruler to lock the space around it to hold it in place so Ilya can work peacefully, but... Rimuru. Fine. I could tell by looking into Malim's eyes. Although you can persuade Malim from doing many things, she won't back down from this. Rimuru, then change of plans. Melim, you unseal the dragon and hold it down. Ilya will work on restoring its soul, and I'll... Fuck, what do I do now? Melim took my job. Ilya, Onii-chan, we need to make sure whatever happens doesn't affect the outside world. Nice one, Ilya. Rimuru, right, so I'll shift us all into the mirror dimension. A perfect plan. Rimuru, oh, right, before I forget. Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation. I invoke my ultimate skill to create an object. What is this object? Not telling, it's a surprise tool that will help us later. I'm joking. What appears above my outstretched hand is a chain. The chain is only a meter or so long, shaded in a dull metal color but glowing with a golden light. One of the ends is connected to something akin to a metal dart while the other resembles a handle. All in all, it looks like a chain whip. Rimuru, Enkidu, the chains of heaven. I speak out its name with an excited smile on my face. I mean, I can't help myself, my inner weeb is dancing in joy right now. Inscribed on the solid metal pieces at the ends are runes. They glow slightly before the chain begins to move. It slowly floats towards Melim before gently snaking around her wrists. The runes glow once more before dying down. Melim glances at the chains with curiosity before looking back up at me with an inquisitive gaze. Rimuru, those chains are named after a certain artifact with the same name and hold a similar effect. The one you're holding now is specifically made to bind higher existences like demon lords and heroes. Your friend can be considered a pseudo-true dragon, so these chains would help. A/N, I say artifact because Melim wouldn't understand what a noble phantasm is unless MC took the time to explain. The original Enkidu would grow stronger the more divinity the target has. But, since gods don't exist, in this world, at least, those chains would have been useless. Instead, I created these chains to be a bit different. They are a replica, but much more suitable to this world. Melim holds the chains up in front of her. She solemnly looks at it, before looking up at me and opening her mouth. Melim, isn't this too small, Nanota? My lips twitch. That's all she has to say about these chains that could potentially become an anti-Melim weapon. Rimuru, they're enchanted to extend infinitely and break through the fabrics of space for better positioning. That way, whenever it breaks through space, it'll look like it's jumping in and out of the gate of Babylon. Rimuru, hee. Ilya, Onii-chan, you're making a gross face right now. Oops, we should get started. Rimuru, Melim, if you would. Melim grips the chains wrapped around her wrist as she steps forward with a small smile on her face. Melim, Haiya. She shouts out as she gathers her magicules into a blue energy ball before throwing it towards the ominous mountains in the distance. The ball is rather small so it quickly disappears, but the magicules contained within make it easy to track with universal sense. Seconds after Melim throws it, a dark crack nearly 100 meters long opens in the sky above the mountains like a gash. You can't see through the crack as it's covered in a veil of pure darkness. Malice and hatred overflow from the crack and pour onto the ground. The plants and wildlife that were already scarce in the area shrivel up and die. Deciding that it's my turn to step in, I stretch out my hand in front of me. Rimuru, Oarida, it's over. Snap. I snap my fingers. A wave passes over Ilya, Melim, myself and the giant fucking dragon way in the distance, dragging all of us into the mirror dimension. Fuck, what do I do now? I'm pretty useless right now, is this what Sakura from Naruto feels like? A/N, JK no hate for Sakura. Melim, completely disregarding my plight, pushes off the ground and rockets towards the giant menacing dragon in the distance, cracking the ground in the process. Ilya just pats my shoulder before following Melim. I guess just sitting back and watching is fine too. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. MC, Nem Jeff. Goblin Jeff, Nem Jeff. Orc Jeff, Nem Jeff. And, I don't know what to put in here so enjoy the Jeffs. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 117, Chapter 107 Chaos Dragon. Melim rockets towards the Chaos Dragon several hundred kilometers away, breaking the sound barrier more than once. She quickly arrived in front of it, completely dwarfed by the dragon's massive size. The Chaos Dragon has pitch-black scales, shrouded in its malicious aura, making it seem like it's covered in a veil of black smoke. It also has red lines running over its body like cracks, in which even more malice and hatred seeps out. It's like a Berserker Lancelot-themed dragon, honestly looks dope. It's easily over a few hundred meters long, bigger than Charybdis. It's quite a bit stronger than Charybdis too, but that's no problem for Melim. In a one-on-one fight, Melim can easily beat the Chaos Dragon if she used her full strength. Even without going into her actual battle mode, she can hold it off. However, to make things easier on Ilya, I decided to give her Enkidu to hold it down. Without waiting for even a second, she draws the arm Enkidu's wrapped around over her head before throwing it forward at the dragon that is still drowsy from being unsealed. Melim, go. The chain wrapped around her wrist glow in a soft golden light before they extend at rapid speed, instantly becoming almost 100 meters long. Sensing something wrong, the Chaos Dragon then releases its aura in full blast. Magicule in the area begins flowing towards the dragon, causing it to greedily absorb it and grow in size. Although the growth was only by a few meters, it isn't stopping anytime soon. But that's not the problem. The problem is what happened after. Spears of rock break up from the ground around the Chaos Dragon. Ting! It intercepts the incoming chain and blocks it, causing it to harmlessly rebound off. Rimuru, Melim, Ilya, The fuck? It could do that. The chain retracts as the Chaos Dragon spreads its wings and flaps it towards the ground, causing a large cloud of dust to lift around it. Its entire body lifts off the ground and it begins to fly towards the sky. Melim gathers Magicules into her palm, forming another concentrated ball of Magicules. She raises her palm at the dragon before the Magicule bolt shoots off. Melim, Drago impact. Midair, the bolt splits into tens of smaller Magicule bolts. The bolts all change directions like they have a mind of their own, circling around the Chaos Dragon before hitting it on its back. Boom, 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 boom. The bolts explode and the dragon arcs its back from the impact before crashing into the ground. Looking closely, you can see that the dragon isn't damaged. Melim knows this as she doesn't want to hurt her old friend. She just wanted it on the ground. Trying again, she whips the Enkidu towards the Chaos Dragon again. The chain expends with a faint golden glow once more. Chaos Dragon, Roa Air. The dragon raises its head, roars with deep enmity towards the small figure in the air before even more sharp rocks the size of buildings breaks out from the ground towards the incoming golden chain. It knows. It can feel it. That chain is bad news. So far, it's exactly the same situation as before. This time, however, Melim smirks. A golden rippling portal appears in front of the chain and it disappears into it. The dragon seems slightly confused at first, but it immediately disregards it and roars towards Melim again, its intelligence too low to think about what happened. The Chaos Dragon raises its arm, its claws leaving traces of visible malice and hate behind. It brings its arm down, its target being Melim, attempting to slash the fly out of the air. However, another golden portal appears near its arm. The end of Enkidu that disappeared into the first portal comes flying out of the second and wraps around the dragon's arm twice before disappearing into another portal. Chaos Dragon San looks at his chained arm, looks at Melim, looks back at his chained arm, before snapping its head back to Melim and roaring. Chaos Dragon, Roaar. This roar was even louder as it raises its other arm to try and slash at Melim with its malice-ridden claws. What a dum-dum. Enkidu makes another reappearance from another portal near its other arm before wrapping around it twice and disappearing into yet another golden ripple. Chaos Dragon, Roaar. The dragon roars again as it struggles in its chains, thrashing around, attempting to break the thing that's preventing its movement. Melim puffs her chest out in pride as if she were the ones that made the chains. Melim, Kukuku, unfortunately, my old friend, those chains were made by my other best friend. They won't ever break, Nanoda. Wahahaha. Rimuru, no, I never said they won't break. I said those chains get stronger depending on the target. Never mind. She can't hear me anyway. The chains begin to appear and disappear into many more portals, quickly increasing in speed as Melim begins to become better at controlling Enkidu. It wraps around its legs, twice around each of its ankles and twice against its thighs. Next, it begins to wrap around its torso, popping in and out of golden portals multiple times, flying around its waist and shoulders before Melim was satisfied. Chaos Dragon, Roaar. The Chaos Dragon roars again as it causes many more building-sized earth spears to rise from the ground. Clang. The earth spears accurately hit several of the chains wrapping around its arms, legs and chest, but the most it does is strain the chain while causing some sparks. Why did they spark? Was there metal in those earth spears or something? Ilya, I'll take it from here, Malim. Ilya, who has been watching at the side for a while, finally decided to step forward. She pointed her magical girl stick at the rampaging chaos dragon. Ilya, forbidden. A pink-colored beam shoots from it directly into the dragon's chest. On contact, a small ripple spreads across its chest as the beam phases through it, connecting directly to its spirit. Or rather than a beam, it's more fit to call it a link or a tether. This is Ilya's way of establishing a connection with the rampaging dragon. She can heal its damaged soul. Ilya closes her eyes while holding her magic stick with both hands, floating midair. The chaos dragon begins to thrash and rampage, even more, roaring with all its might. Malim's calm smile becomes slightly strained. Normally, you wouldn't notice it, but I've known her for a while now, so I can tell. Rimuru, don't worry, it's not in pain. I teleport behind Malim and reassure Malim of her worries. Malim doesn't react to my presence, but I know she heard my words. I continue speaking. Rimuru, I'm not entirely sure because I don't specialize in this stuff, but right now Ilya is working on salvaging and repairing what she can before moving its soul into a new body. In a way, this will cause the current chaos dragon to die, which is why it's going wild like that. Malim's hand that was unconsciously clutching Enkidu in her hand loosens its hold. The chains squeak lightly after being released from the massive pressure on them. I just wryly smile to myself. The chaos dragon, having enough of its current situation, begins to draw in even more magicules from the surroundings. Its size begins to grow at an even faster rate, squeezing against the chains. It knows the chains won't break from this. Instead, a highly compressed whirlpool of magicules gathers in its mouth. The energy is much higher than even Malim's Dragon Buster, but it has a longer charge time, so it's expected in a way. It's its Dragon Breath, a dragon's most iconic and powerful attack. It lifts its head, aiming directly at the floating magical girl, the one it currently feels the greatest threat from. Even now, it can feel its powers falling as the small white-haired figure continues to mess with its soul. The whirlpool of magicules grows, dyed in red and black due to the warped magicules soaked in malice. Seeing this, both Malim and I frown. But before Malim could do anything. Snap. I snap my fingers. Enkidu appears from another portal near its head, shooting out with even greater speed and wrapping around its neck 3 times before disappearing again. It then appears one last time next to its head, wrapping around its mouth once, clamping it shut and disabling its dragon breath. Malim, you could control the chains. Rimuru, of course I can, I made them after all. It's linked to both you and me, both of us can control it easily. Malim looks at the chains in her hands with a disappointed expression. I can guarantee she wanted to use those chains to mess around Avalon, thinking no one can stop her. On habit, I raise my hand, wanting to pat Malim's head, but Ilya's eyes snap open and stare at me, causing a chill to run down my spine. I lower my hand back down. Ilya nods her head and goes back to doing whatever the fuck she's doing. Scary. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring, Enkidu. A/N, Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up hit 1 billion views on YouTube. MC, wait what? Ann, yeah. MC, whoa. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 118, Chapter 108 Malim's Joy. Ilya is floating midair with her magical girl wand pointed at the giant rampaging dragon with a pink glowing rope connecting them. It's a little surreal at this point. The rampaging chaos dragon is chained up in glowing golden chains connected through many portals leading back to Malim, with the end of Enkidu wrapped around her wrist. It's been like this for around 10 seconds. The chaos dragon's rampaging tendencies have quickly died down within those 10 seconds and now it's barely moving. The fog of malice and hate shrouding its body has mostly disappeared at this point and you can easily sense that it has weakened a lot. Ilya, hop. Finally, Ilya opens her eyes and tugs her magic stick backwards sharply with a shout. The pink tether snaps taut before it pulled something out of the dragon's chest with it. Attached to the end of Ilya's tether is a softly glowing ball of white light. Neither Malim nor I were experts on the subject, but we could instantly tell what that orb is. A soul. Specifically, it's the soul of the dragon. Ilya fucking went fishing for a soul. What a mad lad. The chaos dragon breathes out one final time as the anger and hate in its eyes fade away along with its light of life. Crack, crumble. The now deceased chaos dragon's body begins to crack. Enkidu, which was pulled tight around its limbs, chest and head, begin to loosen. The body crumbles like chalk as gravity pulls it down. Its arms fall away and its legs couldn't handle the weight of its torso, collapsing under its weight. The torso hits the ground, shattering from the impact into several pieces. In the end, all that was left is just a pile of unrecognizable black ash, dust and rocks. The mound begins to smoke, slowly dissipating into magicules. The parts of Enkidu wrapped around the chaos dragon dissipate into golden motes of light and all that's left of it is the meter or so left wrapped around Malim's wrist. Though, Malim never noticed any of this. As soon as Ilya pulled out the chaos dragon's soul, Malim tunnel-visioned on the glowing orb and shot right towards it. Ilya holds her hands in front of her, both her magical girl stick and the tether dissipating into sparkles. The soul comes flying in a parabola directly towards Ilya's open arms. Malim, M-I-I-I-N-E. Until a pink blur tackles out of the air from the side. While somersaulting midair, she tightly hugs the ball of light in her arms while rubbing her cheeks against it. How the fuck Malim could touch a soul is beyond me, but she probably has a skill that can allow that or something. I don't know. Malim, ah ha ha ha. Different from that haughty laugh she always makes to sound like an important person but always fails due to her body size, this laugh is filled with genuine happiness and joy. Malim, yahoo. She's smiling like it's the happiest moment of her life while screaming out and spinning all over the place in pure euphoria. Ilya lowers her arms with a soft smile before a hand drops on her head. She looks at the hand's owner, finding me looking at Malim with a small, warm smile. Ilya just turns back to Malim while enjoying the slow head pats I give her. Later, Malim calms down and realizes an important factor. Malim, what do we do now? She says while looking at the soul with a curious expression. Ilya just sighs before explaining. Ilya, well, right now, this child is just a soul. It has completely recovered and I'm stopping it from dissipating or reincarnating naturally. All we need to do is to give it a new body so it can properly revive. Malim, but. She looks at the dissipating pile of ashes and rocks with an oh fuck expression. Ilya, not that one. Malim, phew. Cough. I clear my throat to get the girl's attention and speak out. Rimuru, gee, if only we had someone that could make things from thin air. I speak out with a voice that is louder than normal. Ilya and Malim look at me and then look at each other before looking at me again. Rimuru, like, I dunno, a body. Wink wink. Ilya, Oni-chan, you can just wink normally you know. You don't have to say wink out loud. Malim looks back at Ilya then back at me before a figurative light bulb goes off in her head. Malim. Oh. Rimuru can make a body Nanoda. Rimuru, heh. Ilya, asterisk psi asterisk. Finally, I don't have to sit to the side being useless. And so, I immediately get to making a new body for the soul. Now, yes, I can make the ultimate dragon body and stuff the soul into it, but I decide not to. Instead, I do the exact same thing I did with Shizu. I will make a pseudo-soul vessel. To be completely honest, I could revive Shizu only because I took inspiration from how OG Rimuru revived the dragon soul in canon. And although a super ultimate greatest dragon god body would seem nice, I personally think that letting the soul grow into the body itself would be best, rather than me creating a complete body for him. Ahura Mazda. Appearing in my hands with a flash of light is an egg the size of a soccer ball. This is the pseudo-soul vessel. The body will grow inside the egg to be a perfect fit for the soul and it will hatch when it's ready. Ilya waves her hand as the soul flies from Malim without any resistance, even phasing through her arms. Malim has a face of pure shock and betrayal. Wait, it was Ilya that was letting Malim touch it. Cough. The soul flies towards the egg and sinks into its shell. I hold the egg towards Malim, gesturing her to take it. She slowly glides towards me and takes the egg from my arms. Rimuru, does it have a name? Malim shakes her head. Malim, a name? No, nothing like that. Ah. Gaia. I always wanted to call it Gaia one day. During the time it was alive, Malim probably couldn't name it since she wasn't strong enough as she hadn't evolved into a demon lord yet. Although she was incredibly strong even before that and had a massive magicules others can only dream to achieve, Gaia was a true dragon or at least a true dragon candidate at the time. Giving it a name would probably have been a kind of distant dream. A/N, although Malim has the origin breeder reactor that gives her infinitely regenerating magicules, it's a skill on the level of an ultimate skill or even a bit above it. So I don't think she had that skill before her evolution to a demon lord. In any case, as Malim spoke its name, the egg containing the newly named Gaia glowed as it is finally bestowed a name. Now that Malim is much stronger than her past self and Gaia is incredibly weakened, giving it a name is possible. Malim's eyes water as she closes her eyes and gives Ilya and me the brightest smile we have ever seen from her. Malim, thank you Nanoda. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manas, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring, Enkidu. A/N, what to put here. Chapter 119, Chapter 109 Cookies. In any case, everything is over and done with. The Chaos Dragon died and got revived as Gaia, Malim is happy, Ilya is satisfied with her work, and I'm tired as fuck. I'm not actually tired, but this is what any lazy man says when they just want to sit down cause they don't want to do anything anymore. I use this excuse all the time in my old world. Hey son, help me change the lights. I'm tired. Hello, you need to work today. This is the third time you didn't show up this week. Too bad, I'm tired. Oh my god, someone just got stabbed, call an ambulance. Yep, you guessed it, I'm tired. Stabbing someone saps the energy out of you, after all. I'm joking. A/N, he's not, send help. Rimuru, right, let's go home. I open a portal leading out of the mirror dimension back to my home in Avalon. Ilya, I'm tired. Malim, me too. The two Lolas walk through the portal while stretching and yawning. Unlike me, they seem to be genuinely tired. Ilya had to recover a soul that was soaked in malice and hate for thousands upon thousands of years while Malim went through a roller coaster of emotions. I follow them through the portal and find Malim flopping onto the couch face first with her arms stretched in front of her head, still holding Gaia's egg. Ilya, however. Ilya, sniff sniff. I smell cookies. And so she proceeded to march off in the direction of the kitchen where the smell originated from. I seem to have forgotten that for Ilya, whose mental prowess is among the highest if not the highest in the entire world, recovering a soul that was soaked in negative emotions for thousands of years is a walk in the park for her. Mikoto, yeah. Ilya. You're back already. Wait. Don't touch those. Those are for AAH. Don't eat them. I hear Mikoto's panicked voice coming from the kitchen and I can immediately tell that she baked some cookies and Ilya is requisitioning them for herself. I'm jealous. Mikoto comes rushing out of the kitchen clutching something to her chest. She looks back at the kitchen and then sighs in relief. Rimuru, oh hey Mikoto. Mikoto, Rimuru. She snaps her head in my direction, seemingly a little startled. Rimuru, hi, Rimuridiso. She quickly hides the thing she was holding to her chest behind her and takes a couple of steps back. Mikoto, what are you doing here? She asks me with a small tremble in her voice and an awkward smile. An embarrassed blush sneaks onto her cheeks. Rimuru, oh, just standing. I can see Mikoto just die inside from my response. Rimuru, so have you finished what you needed to do? I remember Mikoto saying she needed to do something with Shuna so she couldn't join the Chaos Dragon recovery expedition. Mikoto, yeah, something like that. Aha. She nervously laughs while avoiding my eyes. Did I do something? No, she's not angry nor is she ignoring me. Did she do something then? And she doesn't want me to find out. That seems more probable. That still doesn't seem exactly right though. Think, Rimuru, think. If this was an anime, what would this situation be? I'm pretty sure Mikoto likes me, so if she's acting like this, then. Rimuru, oh. I tap my fist into my palm in a eureka moment. Rimuru, you have a gift for me. I mean, this situation is basically screaming something like this, so. Mikoto, wwwhaa. No I don't. And since she's Tsundere, that's practically an upfront admission. Of course, since she's at Tsundere, I can't keep pushing her lest she just runs away, so I have to put on a small act. Rimuru, oh, is that so? I become disheartened and look down with a sad expression. Mikoto, what I mean is that dash. I hold up my hand to stop her and act all dramatic. I shake my hand while closing my eyes and use my other hand to touch my forehead. Rimuru, ah. It's okay. I understand. It was just a random thought of mine, pay it no heed. I turn around and begin walking away. Through universal sense, I can see Mikoto struggle with something. She opens her mouth before shutting it, looking towards the ground, gritting her teeth, shaking her head and doing that all over again. Eventually, however, she calls out to me. Mikoto, wait, Rimuru. About goddamn time, I'm almost out the door and I was walking so fucking slowly too. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath and opens them again. I turn around and I focus on those strangely alluring tea-colored eyes. She holds out one of the arms she was hiding behind her back. In her hand is a small brown paper bag. The teasing smile I had on my face disappears, replaced with a genuinely curious expression. The bag is small, as I mentioned before. It's only the size of a fully outstretched hand and it seems pretty light too. This genuinely makes me interested. What should she be so hung up about? A/N, I'm rereading this paragraph and it kind of makes MC sound like an asshole who can't appreciate a gift. It's not that, I swear, he's just genuinely curious. Mikoto, a lot of things happened. You helped me take care of Accelerator and the sisters back in my old world, and I came over to this world, so we're even on that end, but not for everything else. I tilt my head. What is she talking about? Mikoto, you helped me get so much stronger. You taught me about this world, you showed me how to use Magicules, you gave me my bracelet, you let me stay with you. I get to discover so many things about this world with you too. You gave me a new life in this new world. And I didn't do anything in return. She lowers her head at the end. On her face is a downcast expression. Now that I think about it, I did lots of things for her. But still. Rimuru, I never expected anything in return. I never did. Sure, there was the occasional lap pillow, or Mikoto carrying me around, and a few other things. To me, that makes up for it all. This is why I called myself a simp. Mikoto, I know that. I know you only did everything out of your own volition. So, I'm doing this out of my own volition too. She storms her way forward and grabs my wrist. She then pulls my hand towards her and drops the bag into my open palm before letting go. I look up towards a heavily blushing Mikoto before looking back down at the bag in my hand. Slowly, I open it, and inside are a bunch of neatly packed cookies. I take one out and bite it. Crunch. Rimuru. You made these. My eyes widen in surprise. Mikoto isn't bad at cooking. Her aptitude for cooking is just average. It's just that, well, she's practically never touched an oven in her life. She just doesn't cook. It's not like she hates cooking either, it's just that there's so much good food around her that she would rather eat that than make something that she knows is going to be subpar. Did she learn how to make these with Shuna? Is that why they disappeared together? Mikoto shyly looks down while touching her two fingers together. She looks up at me and nervously asks with a small expecting smile. Mikoto. How is it? Now, I can lie here and say that it's the best cookie in my life, or Rimuru, it's average. Mikoto looks down again, losing her smile. It seems she wasn't expecting that answer. I'm sorry to say, but that's the truth. Just because your crush made it doesn't automatically make all food appetizing. That's just how it is. But Rimuru, but it's delicious. Mikoto looks back up at me with a surprised expression. I toss the rest of the cookie into my mouth and smile at her. Rimuru, it's got this spark, you know. Mikoto immediately understands what I'm talking about. I've explained it to her before. I don't know why, but I can feel these sparks in some things. They always appear whenever someone does something wholeheartedly. Q-Robe's weapons always have this spark. It causes his weapons to click with their user. Shuna's food also has this spark. Heck, even the targets I uses for target practice has this spark. It's not that he made the targets wholeheartedly, it's just that he practices hitting them wholeheartedly. The things I create using Ahura Mazda don't have this spark though, since I never put any effort into making it. The only thing I made that has this spark is Yamato. Still, these sparks are quite rare. They only reliably appear around people close to me. And for Mikoto, this is the first spark I've seen from her aside from her electrical sparks. And that just makes these cookies all the more delicious. Mikoto, I see. Mikoto smiles and fidgets a little. Her face is flushed but she doesn't notice nor do I care. However, her tsundere personality reveals itself again as she snaps out of it and crosses her arms in front of her chest as she closes her eyes and turns her head away. Mikoto, don't misunderstand. I just don't like owing people things, so I guess I wouldn't mind making more cookies for you, just every now and then. Typical Tsundere. But I still love her for it. Rimuru, umo. I'm looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Ilya is in the kitchen stuffing her face with leftover cookies. Shizu appears from out of nowhere using her bullshit cat powers and joins her. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, why didn't Mikoto make meat buns? MC, foolish. Do you think mortals can create such a godlike food without a cheat skill like creation or Ahura Mazda? N, a Naruhodo. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 120, Chapter 110. Malim has to go. I continue eating the cookies with a dumb smile on my face while Mikoto is still standing there, watching me eat while humming to herself. A peaceful flowery atmosphere blooms between us. Malim. Can I have some? I look at Malim who is laying on the couch with Gaia's egg in her hand. Rimuru, dude. So much for the atmosphere. In the end, I just made a meat bun and gave it to Malim who sits up straight and happily nibbles on it. These cookies are mine. I look at Gaia's egg sitting next to her and I wonder. Rimuru, when is it gonna hatch? Malim and Mikoto look over to the egg. They then look at each other and then look at me before shrugging. I don't even know why I asked them, they're probably the least educated on dragon eggs. I doubt Malim bothered to learn more about the subject in her long life. Oh well. I don't really care. I could probably create a book that educates me on the subject, or I could just straight out make a scanner or use my runes to tell me, but it seems more interesting if I just let it be. A few days later. Not much has happened. We took care of the Chaos Dragon and now it's reincarnated into an egg. Said egg has never once left Malim's sight and she carries it around everywhere. She eats with it, she sleeps with it, heck, she even used it to beat some wild monsters up. She literally used it as a weapon and started bashing their heads in. There was even a bird-type monster that was sniped out of the air when Malim threw the egg at it. That day, I learned that dragon eggs are very, very sturdy. But that was yesterday. Right now, I'm sitting on the couch, doing absolutely fuck all when Malim drops a bomb. Malim, so yeah, I have to go Nanota. It's time for Malim to go home. Ilya/Mikoto, Ilya and Mikoto, who are here with Malim, became quite disheartened when she said that. I mean, they are best friends that spent a lot of time together. For the entire duration that Malim was staying in Avalon, Ilya and Mikoto were the ones she spent the most time with. She also gets along quite well with Shizu. Even I'm a little sad. Mikoto, why do you have to leave? Mikoto does have a point, I thought she would never want to return home. Mikoto, wahahaha. I'm a demon lord, you know. I've got my own demon lord jobs to do, Nanota. Malim just laughs. We just stare at her. We all know that's a bunch of bullshit. No wait, hang on. I remember this. Shouldn't she be going to see Clayman at this point? And then she would pretend to get mind-controlled by him to dig for information. I have no idea what this information is, but it seems important. Clayman would attempt to mind-control her with a special magic item of some sort. Obviously, the item doesn't work since Malim is an ultimate skill user. Ultimate skill users are completely unaffected by items or skills that affect the mind unless it's from another ultimate skill. And Clayman, who is only a demon lord in name and isn't a true demon lord, is unaware of this fact. At most, he's only a demon lord seed along with Fry and Carrion. They don't have ultimate skills. In fact, I doubt they even know the existence of ultimate skills. In any case, I digress. Malim is going, big Sag. Malim, oh, I forgot. Malim holds out her arm and with a flash of pink light due to her aura, a familiar glowing golden chain wrapped around her wrist appears. Enkidu. Malim, I'm giving it back. It was fun to play with, you know. This chain that could kill demon lords, heroes and true dragon is nothing but a toy to Malim. I don't know what to feel about that. I just sigh with a defeated smile. Rimuru, *sigh*. It's fine. Keep it. Melim, Really? Her eyes sparkle as she holds the chains to her chest. It seems she really didn't want to give up the chains. Rimuru. Sure. I doubt she would give it back at this point anyways. Besides, it could always work as some kind of failsafe. I haven't slacked off, this is still an alternate universe. I don't know what else will change, a planet-destroying beast could appear out of nowhere for all I know, so I'll just let Melim keep the chains. It's also a nice souvenir. It's not every day you get a god-slaying weapon as a gift. A/N, no, this isn't foreshadowing. Melim is still one of the strongest in the world next to Guy Crimson, she isn't dying or anything of the sort. Melim, so there's that. I'll be leaving little Gaia here with you. I'll be going now. Melim bends her legs and shoots off into the sky. Ilya and Mikoto wipe a tear seeing their friend leave. Rimuru, hey, it's fine. It's not like this will be the last time you'll see her. Stop being so dramatic. Seriously, girls are so sensitive. Ilya, *sniff Oni-chan. You're crying the most out of all of us. No, I'm not. I randomly rub my eyes with my sleeve, completely random, and look up to the sky. It was at this moment I realized. God damn it, Melim, at least leave through the front door. Why must you create a hole in my ceiling? Diablo, would you like me to fix that, Rimuru-sama? Diablo appears from out of nowhere, completely scaring the fuck out of me, but thankfully I was wiping my tears so no one saw. What tears? I don't cry. Rimuru, yes please. Ilya and Mikoto leave to take care of Gaia's egg that Melim left behind. It's not like Melim could take it straight to Clayman. I look back up at the ceiling and find that it's already fixed. I'm not questioning it. Butlers in anime are crazy. Diablo, may I request a leave, Rimuru-sama? Diablo once again appears behind me as I'm admiring his work, scaring the fuck out of me again, and asks me a question. Rimuru, a leave? What for? He wants a leave already. It's been barely a week since he started working as my butler, don't tell me he wants to procrastinate already. My lethargy, it's almost frightening. Being able to affect a primordial demon like Diablo. Diablo, I would like to recruit my comrades that I believe to be of use to you. Ah, the other primordial demons. Rimuru, Yeah, why not? I want to see them, and I might as well get them sooner rather than later. Diablo, I thank you for your generosity. Diablo bows deeply with heartfelt gratitude. Like, seriously, the fuck did I do? I just granted him some off time so he can get more servants for me. However, I don't let my discomfort or confusion show on my face, and I just nod. It's all under control. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, I feel like this chapter is all over the place. I'm not satisfied. MC, then just rewrite it. N, okay buddy listen here. 4-1. MC, your next line is I'm too lazy, and 2, it's too late to change it anyway since I'm uploading soon. N, I'm too lazy, and, hold the fuck up did you just pull a JoJo on me? MC, perhaps. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 121, Chapter 111 Rimuru ditches Avalon. Next day. Melim and Diablo left yesterday and the results of that are already showing. For one, without Melim, Avalon in its entirely seems a lot quieter. It's public knowledge that Melim went back home now. The normal citizens are sad about it. Property owners breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that, but even so, they still miss her occasional destruction throughout the city. Mikoto and Ilya took it especially hard, they just got so used to the mayhem the lowly demon lord causes that they don't really know what to do now that they have more free time. As for me. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, I also miss Melim. But even more so. I miss my personal butler. I could procrastinate so much with him hovering around me, but not anymore. Cheyenne is happy about it though. Cheyenne, my secretary position is secured without him here. That's what she said when I asked her why. I mean, she never was my secretary, and neither was Diablo, but whatever. As of right now, I am once again sitting on the couch in my home. Honestly, I'm a bit bored. I want to go outside and just walk around, which is pretty rare for me. But I can't. Why? It's because Shizu is sleeping on my lap. You can't move when your pet is sleeping on you lest you disturb them. That's just law. And although Shizu isn't exactly a pet, I still don't want to move. And so, to pass time, I hum the Nyan Cat theme song to myself. That damned rainbow cat is stuck in my head. Rimuru, Nyan 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 New York New York New York New York New York Nyan Nyan. Shizu, hurry. Rimuru, Nyan New York, I pause my masterpiece of a song and look at Shizu, who is still laying calmly on my lap. She's gently breathing, her chest rising and falling calmly without any disturbance. She's still sleeping. Rimuru. Was that my imagination? Nah. Although I wasn't paying attention and it sounded faint, I know for a fact that it happened. It's another one of those damn mysterious anime tropes, there's no way I just imagined it. I mean, my head is filled to the fucking brim with Nyan Cat, I don't have the mental capacity to hallucinate. Unless it's about Nyan Cat or meat buns, but this is neither of those. And so, I gently connect with Shizu with thought communication. It's a neat trick I learned, it lets me read the surface thoughts of those I connect with. It's pretty weak though and definitely won't help at all when I want to seriously look into someone's mind. After all, it's a skill meant for sending thoughts, not taking them. But still, it can catch a couple of words here and there. Shizu, please, save those children. Hurry. To the royal capital. Shizu's eyes begin to quiver and her breathing quickens. It's like she's having a bad dream. Rimuru, your regrets are still here, huh? Even without her memories, it seems she still remembers those children, albeit being buried deeply and only showing up now in her sleep. Rimuru, I bet you won't even remember them when you wake up again. A cheerless smile forms on my lips. The one in front of me now is now more like human Shizue than Hellcat Shizu. If so, I lift my hand and begin stroking her. Rimuru, don't worry. I didn't forget about them. I already know how to save them from their untimely deaths. So it's fine. Rest. Shizu's breathing calms down and her quivering eyes relax. Seeing this, my smile turns into one of relief. I wonder if she will ever regain her memories. If so, which Shizu will she be? Will she be the human Shizue that became Mikoto's first friend in this new world? Or will she be the playful, satanic Hellcat Shizu we all came to know and love? I don't know. I reincarnated her because I wanted to see Shizue again. I didn't want her to just die. But if that means the Shizu right now will disappear, I don't know what to do. I guess it's best to just use the Rimuru's secret technique. Rimuru, I'll deal with it later. In any case, it seems I have to pay a visit to the kingdom of Ingracia. A/N, there are multiple translations for the country, from Ingracia to Inglesia, I'll be using Ingracia. Shizu, Homumu. Acho. Naya. Shizu suddenly did a cute cat sneeze and woke herself up before looking around with confusion in her eyes. Goddamn, she's cute. I give her a meat bun and move her off my lap since she's no longer sleeping. Later. Rimuru, so yeah, I'm gonna go travel for a bit. Look after Avalon for me, will ya? I am sitting in the meeting room with all the higher-ups when I suddenly drop a bomb. Everyone. Rigard, what's wrong, Rimuru-sama? Benimaru, have we angered you in some way? Cheyenne, just say the word and we will do everything in our power to rectify it. Rigard screams out while making more JoJo poses and Benimaru and Cheyenne quickly follow up. Not the JoJo poses, but the screaming. Rimuru, hold on just a moment, I'm not leaving permanently. As I said, it's just for a bit. I knew they would act like this. They need to listen to the whole sentence. In any case, I explain the situation to them, detailing why I have to leave. I say that I promised human Shizue to take care of her regrets and her students are one of them. Rimuru, I'm just gonna go save their lives and look after them for a bit. Who knows, I might bring them back to Avalon too. I say with a shrug. Hakuru, but Rimuru-sama, you are the cornerstone of our nation. It is unsafe for you to leave our borders. Hakuru worriedly interjects. Rimuru, don't worry, I'm not going alone. Ranga, I will be following our master. You can be rest assured, I will protect him. Not that I need protection, but it's to give everyone some peace of mind. As for Mikoto and Ilya. Ilya, Oniai-chan, we want to come along too. Rimuru, I'm sorry, but no. I mean, there's no reason for them to come with me. It's better for them to stay in a safe place like Avalon. Yes, I'm a hypocrite. Mikoto, you don't have a choice. Rimuru, and why is that? Ilya, because you activated our trap card. A UGIO reference. Mikoto, do you remember that I still have a reward for being the fastest to kill Charybdis? Mikoto says with a smug smile matching Ilya's. Oh. And that is how they also joined me on my journey to control my hollow side and to become the next Hokage, but to do so, I need to collect the 7 Dragon Balls out in the sea while gaining the title of Pirate King and restoring my brother's body that was lost in a failed alchemy along with my nakamas from the Fairy Tale Guild. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, was that A? MC, yes it was an Annihilation Maker reference. An, nice. Oh right, I also want to point out that Shizue and Shizu are spelt different. Shizue has an extra E and I used that name to reference Shizu during her time as a human. Shizue is human Shizu's real name but was called Shizu by Leon Cromwell. However, Shizu is Hellcat Shizu's actual name, as named by Mikoto. Just saying. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 122, Chapter 112. Another random foreshadowing. Ranga is running down the developing road leading towards the kingdom of Blumund. Geld and his high orcs and high ogres did a good job, the road is smooth and the runes running along it are working as intended. Positioned comfortably on Ranga's back is Ilya, Mikoto, and yours truly, Dio. Dio, WRYYYYY. I'm standing on Ranga's back looking into the distance while Mikoto and Ilya just look at me with dead eyes while sitting normally on Ranga's back. Ilya, Oniai-chan, it's uncomfortable seeing you look like a bisexual vampire with family issues, please change back. TCH. Undoing my transformation through Universal Shapeshift, I turn back into my normal human form. I sit down right where I'm standing, behind Ilya and Mikoto right in the back. This way Ilya is sitting at the front and Mikoto is sitting in between her and me. I slide my arms under Mikoto's arms and wrap them around her waist. I feel her stiffen up slightly. She snaps her head around, glaring at me angrily with red cheeks, to which I just playfully smile at her. Rimuru, what? Mikoto, sexual harassment. Rimuru, is that so? Mikoto sighs at my thick face and turns her head back towards the front, not wanting to talk to me anymore lest I annoy her more. But even though she acts like this, she still unconsciously pushes her back up against my chest. It also helps that I'm only slightly taller than her, so this position is quite comfortable. Rimuru, so how long until we get to Blumund? I ask Ilya, who is nibbling on a meat bun sitting in front of Mikoto. She's practically a living GPS, she knows geography better than anyone. Finding the optimal path from point A to point B and estimating how long it will take to travel that distance is a cakewalk for her. Ilya doesn't even bother to answer me and instead, Ranga responds. Ranga, master, we've only left Avalon 30 minutes ago. Fuck, I forgot that I hate traveling. Before I died I never really liked leaving the house. I especially hated traveling by car. That's because you just sit there and I can't do shit but sleep or watch the scenery. I don't like talking and I get carsick easily, so I can't play on my phone or read. Now that hate is reignited. Well, I don't hate it as much as before. Yes, I could just teleport, but Ranga really enjoys running and I don't feel like taking this away from him. Besides, I can do so much more now that I can't get motion sick and I've got the company of 2 cute girls, one being the ideal little sister and the other being my waifu. Yeah, I can deal with this. Rimuru, hey guys, wanna play Uno? I create an Uno card deck and hold it up. Ilya and Mikoto turn around to look at the deck before looking at each other and shrugging. And so we play Uno. As for how we can play Uno on the back of a wolf running at hundreds of kilometers an hour, don't question it. It's anime logic. While that was going on, I randomly think back to what happened just before I left Avalon. Why? It's because it's probably an important plot point and you can't just skip over it. The flashback. Avalon is surrounded by a giant wall created to protect it from the Titans. Wrong script. Avalon has a giant fucking wall surrounding it with runes created by yours truly inscribed across its surface. The wall is over 50 meters high, and as soon as the wall ends, the barrier covering Avalon begins, extending towards the sky and surrounding the city in a dome. These walls are one of Avalon's best defenses against outside threats. In the 4 cardinal directions are gates that serve as entrance and exit points, and it's the west gate where everyone is gathered. I swing my leg over Ranga's back while he's still in his smaller form. Once Ilya and Mikoto copy me, Ranga increases his size until he's around 5 meters tall. Rigard, Rimuru-sama. Cheyenne, please stay safe. Benimaru, come back soon. Shuna, remember to eat your dinner. Trainee, bring back some souvenirs. Everyone came to say goodbye, except the last one, all with varying degrees of sadness. Rigard is just straight up crying and Cheyenne is holding back her tears while wiping away the few that leak with a handkerchief. Shuna is among the calmest, but even she has a worried expression. Rimuru, guys. You don't need to cause such a fuss. I'll be back soon, just wait for me. Honestly, these guys are too emotional. I smile at them. Gee, I really hope nothing bad happens while I'm away. It was at this moment I suddenly get a feeling like something is off. I pause my actions and begin looking around. Rimuru. Just my imagination. Yeah, my imagination. Let's go. Ha 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 ha, you thought. Fuck you, Murphy, and your bullshit law. No way I'm falling for that. There's definitely some bullshit going on here, but I don't know what or why. In any case, it's not like I can just cancel the trip. I gotta go find Shizu students. So I do the next best thing. Ahura Mazda. In my hand, appearing in a flash of light, is a Dogecoin. I flick it over to Benimaru, to which he catches it. Rimuru, a precaution. If something happens while I'm gone, pour your Magicules into the coin. It'll let me know and I'll come rushing back. It's imbued with my Magicules, so I'll know regardless of any barrier. Benimaru clutches the coin in his hand and bows his head. Benimaru, rest assured, Rimuru-sama, I will only use it in our direst circumstances. Rimuru, no. You will use that coin the moment something you can't handle comes up. Even if you can handle it but it will cause too much destruction or one of you will die, notify me with that coin. This is an order. I don't want to fuck up and have something happen while I'm gone and then come back to someone dead like in canon. Although I will take precautions to prevent those tragic events on my way to meet Shizu students, it's better to be safe than sorry. Benimaru's eyes widen before he smiles and kneels like a knight. Benimaru, understood, Rimuru-sama. My sober face relaxes and I return Benimaru's smile. I pat Ranga's back, signaling him to leave. As he turns around, I wave my hand back to my subordinates. Rimuru, I'll be going then. Flashback end. Ilya, draw 4. I look at Ilya with a betrayed expression. I can't believe she just dropped a +4 on me. Thankfully I have an ace up my sleeve. I place down a black card that looks like a +4 card, but something else is written on it. Mikoto, what's this card? Give Rimuru a lap pillow or draw 25. Mikoto looks at me with an accusing expression. Mikoto, you made this card with your skill, didn't you? Rimuru, hey, watch where you go accusing people like that, that's slander. I say while pointing at her. Mikoto. Just draw 4 already. Rimuru, hey Ranga, how long until Blumend? I turn to Ranga and ask him a question. Mikoto, don't try to change the topic. Ranga, master, it's only been 40 minutes since we left Avalon. Fuck. I ended up drawing 4 anyways. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oniai-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, I didn't have Shizu come along with MC because she'd kind of just be sitting there. Besides, MC can just summon her when he gets to Ingrassia to show her to the students if he needs to, which will happen, so no biggie. MC, yeah, besides I don't want to have to deal with her demonic summoning rituals through the entire trip. Anne, what if she summons the bun though? MC, gulp, it can't be. The bun. Anne, yes. MC, Shizu. Shizu, in the distance Nuu. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 123, Chapter 113 Blumend. Ilya, are we there yet? Rimuru, no. Ilya, are we there yet? Rimuru, no. Ilya, are we there yet? Rimuru, yes. Ilya, really? Rimuru, no. Ilya, tch. It seems Ilya inherited my hate for traveling. It doesn't really help that she's a supercomputer that can calculate the odds of which card she's going to draw next for Uno and easily determine the optimal path she needs to take to win, making the game boring as hell. Mikoto also used her full computational powers to do the exact same thing, so I lost 10 times in a row since I can't calculate things as fast as them. Because of this, I was forced to do the next best thing. Cheat. I used universal sense to scan the deck and figure out the best way to win while occasionally creating the exact cards I need. In the end, I had to throw away the deck and make a new one that's immune to any scanning skills/magics, divination, clairvoyance, etc. before we all started playing some kind of fifth-dimensional Uno. I also made the deck infinitely and randomly generate cards so there's no calculating the odds. But still, doing nothing but play Uno for so long gets boring. I could make other games for us to play, but I don't know any other games because I never had any friends to play them with, which led to our current situation. Ilya, are we there yet? Rimuru, no. Ilya, are we there yet? Rimuru, no. This has been going on for the last 5 minutes. Mikoto, don't you know better than anyone else what our current location is? Even Mikoto is getting bored and decided to pass time by spinning a coin above her palm with her Esper ability while snuggling up to me, the latter of which she's doing it subconsciously. Every time we're in this position over the past few days, I always wrap my arms around Mikoto, and at this point, she became so used to it that she's no longer blushing or embarrassed and instead just focuses on something else. In this case, it's controlling the coin. Ilya, Mikoto, it's not about me knowing, it's about sending a message. Rimuru, what message? To whom? This girl is scaring me. Speaking of which, both Ilya and Mikoto are in charming outdoor casual clothes. Ilya is wearing a frilly light yellow shoulderless blouse that's paired flawlessly with her bright orange skirt and white stockings. Mikoto is wearing a loose gray summer hoodie with a light blue casual shirt underneath that just so happens to have a Gakoda imprinted on it. For her lower half, she is wearing denim hot pants that show off her shapely legs and make me go ooh la la. I'd simp for those legs any day. Cough. Ilya, are we there yet? Rimuru, no. Ilya, we're here. Rimuru, no, wait, what? Ilya, I said we're here. Ilya calmly says while pointing into the distance in the direction where Ranga is running. There, lying in all its glory, is the royal capital of the kingdom of Blumend. It's a decently large fantasy city surrounded by high walls to ward off any outside attacks, mostly of monster origin. The walls are by no circumstances as formidable, awe-inspiring, tall, thick and or mystical as Avalon's, but they're enough to shock some village boys. And I'm not a village boy. In fact, I'm not even a boy, but that's not the point. The point is, these walls are shit get better scrub cough. Rimuru, hey Ranga, you still have enough stamina for one final sprint. I pat Ranga's white fur, signaling him to speed up. Ranga, of course, Rimuru-sama. I'm barely breaking a sweat. Without any hesitation, Ranga eagerly responds. I don't even know why I asked, he could probably run at this speed for an entire week without rest, let alone the few days that he's been running and the sleep he gets when we stop at night to rest. By the way, I turned into my slime form and snuck into Ilya and Mikoto's tent during the night. I got thrown out by a certain bashful railgun both times, but it was worth it. I got to be hugged by 2 girls in their sleep and listen to them mumble about how soft my slime form is. And yes, Ilya sleeps too. She doesn't need it, but she still can. Probably from my desire for her to live a human life. I digress. Royal capital. Ranga sped up drastically and the city in the distance is rapidly approaching. I write a temporary concealment rune on Ranga so no one can see him or the figure sitting on his back. Thwom. Ranga phases through the walls, completely ignoring the line of people outside the walls waiting to enter through the gate. Yes, it's illegal. No, none of us care. It's not like it hurts anyone to do this and we just can't be fucked waiting in line. Besides, all of us, including Ranga, are excited about seeing a new city outside of Avalon. As soon as we appear on the other side of the wall, we excitedly look around, taking in the sights. Immediately, a single word appears in all of our minds. Everyone, it's average. Yes. This is a normal fantasy city. Not the modern fantasy supercity of Avalon. Rimuru, right. Let's go to the Adventurers Guild. Mikoto, Why? Did she seriously just ask that? Rimuru, tradition. I stare at Mikoto with a dead serious face. Mikoto, ***. Mikoto sighs and raises her arms in defeat, a small smile gracing her lips. I hop off Ranga's back and point in a random direction. Rimuru, onwards. Ilya, Oniai-chan, the Adventurers Guild is in this direction. Ilya hops off Ranga's back too and points in another direction, and without missing a beat, I point in that direction too. Rimuru, onwards. Mikoto, who was the last to hop off Ranga's back, wryly smiles at my actions, and Ranga, who has shrunk his size, wags his tail while looking at me with sparkling eyes. Ranga, as expected of master. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Ignoring what he said, we all head off to register at the Adventurers Guild. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, unfortunately, I don't have any pics of Mikoto and Ilya in their clothes. Their designs came straight from my imagination and I can't draw for shit. MC, fucker. Ann, hey fuck you man, you get to see the real deal. MC, oh yeah that's true. Ha ha ha, sucks to be you guys. I'm talking to you, your readers. Ann, hey. Don't break the fourth wall. Ann, oh, I forgot. Let me know if I missed anything. Also comment, fuck you MC, and maybe drop some power stones. Chapter 124, Chapter 114 Adventurer Guild. The Adventurers Guild. A staple organization of many fantasy worlds. The stage for cliché events such as being assigned a low rank but being OP as fuck, completing missions/quests way above the threshold, wowing everyone and even getting a harem with a couple of cute adventure girls, a slave you bought and treated well and even the one-isan receptionist. If this sounds familiar, that's because it's used in nearly every generic harem isekai novel where the MC is just transmigrated in and signs up to be an adventurer. And I'm next on the list. Can't wait to get my harem. Spark. I'm joking. Officially called the Free Guild, it's an international organization founded by Yuki Kagerizaka, formerly the Adventurers Association. It was founded to promote collaboration and protect the interest of guild members and is funded by the Council of the West. There are many benefits and drawback that comes from being a member, but I won't get into that. Many ranks grade how good you are at your job, from E rank all the way to a rank and then S rank above that, though I'm pretty sure that rank is only reserved for heroes and the like. You can rank up normally until rank B, to which you have to go to the Free Guild HQ all the way in Ingracia to get rank A. In any case, I'm going to be directly ranking up to the highest rank allowed before immediately leaving for Ingracia. Why? It's because I need to meet with Yuki Kagerizaka, which requires one to be at least rank B. Why do I need to meet that psycho that wants to destroy the world? That's because he's the only one that can quickly and legitimately get me the teacher position for Shizu's students. At least, the only one I'm aware of. Yes, I can just force my way through by perhaps mind-controlling everyone or even kidnapping the kids, but those will leave a bad taste in my mouth. Besides, I need to get their trust, and I'll get that trust legitimately. And to do that, I need to become their teacher legitimately. And to do that, I need to meet with Yuki Kagerizaka legitimately. Hence, registering as an adventurer. All part of my master plan. Ilya, ****. All part of my Emoto's master plan. In any case, let's begin. Directly outside of the Adventurers Guild, I take out Yamato and hang it on my waist. I then turn around towards Ilya, Mikoto, and Ranga before leaning in and talking in a low voice. Rimuru, this is how I used to enter my house. I then proceed to turn back around and kick open the doors with such force, it swings around and smashes into the wall it's connected to. Bang. Rimuru, what's up fuckers? I always wanted to do that. I then take out a memory wiping talisman and activate it, causing it to flash brightly and remove everyone's memory of the events that happened within the past 5 seconds excluding my companions. Although I always wanted to kick open the doors and scream, it doesn't mean I want everyone else to remember me doing that. It's embarrassing as hell. I then walk in like a normal person while ignoring the stares from the 2 girls behind me. It's fine. They're just questioning my sanity. Nothing new. I quickly walk up to the reception counter where all the pretty reception ladies are. There aren't many other adventurers here, as it's currently midday and they're all out doing quests and stuff, so the lines are short. Those women quickly glanced at the newcomers, and as soon as they saw my face they immediately broke into a small flirtatious smile and started waving at me. I seemed to have forgotten that I looked like an Eichmann. Thankfully, they seemed to recognize me as male. A goofy grin spreads on my face. I mean, it's always nice to be desired by so many women. Ilya and Mikoto snap their heads towards me with sharp eyes. A trail of sweat slides down my forehead. In the end, we didn't get served by those pretty reception ladies as the party poopers grabbed my arms and dragged me to a middle-aged Asen, old man. He has this grumpy look on him and he's balding on his head a bit, but he seems in shape and has a bit of strength, for human standards. Did he used to be an adventurer? What do you want? He rudely asks. I can see why there's no line in front of him. Rimuru, registration. I say a single word in reply. How many? Rimuru, just one. Mikoto, actually, can I try as well? Rimuru, then 3. Ilya, I don't want to do something so bothersome though. Rimuru, then just 2. The Asen humps to himself in his grumpy Asen way and brought out a couple of papers from under the desk. We have to write down our details on the paper, such as our name, age, speciality, place of birth and things like that. You only have to fill out whatever you can, it's just so that they can deal with you better if they know more of your information, like which quest would be the best for you. Of course, neither Mikoto nor I give a shit since we're OP as hell and we're not gonna take any quests anyway, so fuck that noise. We just wrote down our names, age, our class, and speciality. For our names, we just wrote down our real names. No need to go out of our way to hide them. For our age, both of us just wrote down 15 years old. Mikoto had her birthday a couple of months ago. It was a huge celebration. The class section is a bit more difficult, not really. We just wrote down what class or job we were, like a magician, swordsman, and things like that. Rimuru, which one are you doing? I'm gonna write swordsman. Mikoto, well I guess mage fits me well, so I'll just go with that. For me, I'm more of a jack of all trades, so I just picked a random profession which was swordsman, hence wearing Yamato on my waist before we entered. As for Mikoto, she kind of specializes in medium to long-range lightning attacks which kind of make her a mage. Except, you know, she doesn't use magic. And no, these won't give us class bonuses like extra melee damage for me or extra magicule regeneration for Mikoto. I could write Temptress and it won't do anything, it's just a way to classify adventurers. As for speciality, that one's a bit complicated. This is new and I haven't read about this in any other work, so I'm not sure what to do. I mean, I vaguely remember reading something about this in the light novel, to which I only just remembered again now due to the registration stimulating my memory. Basically, it's just to classify what type of quests or missions you will be taking. There are many kinds of quests, each of them being classified into one of 3 departments. Monster slaying, retrieval and exploration. Monster slaying is for killing monsters, retrieval is for your herb gathering quests, and exploration is, well, exploring shit. It's quite simple to understand, but I've never thought about it before. Which department should I join? Ah. Isn't that Rimuru? Hearing a familiar voice, I turn my head in the direction the voice came from. Seeing them, a small smile spreads on my lips. Mikoto, Oh, Cable, Elin, Jaido. Mikoto smiles and waves at the familiar faces. It's the 3 Stooges, cough the 3 adventurers. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, had to go back and add some info about the free guild because I didn't think I explained it well enough. MC, you made it an info dump chapter. Anne, hey. This information isn't even in the anime, I think, so I have to explain your line of thought. MC, you mean Ilya's line of thought. Anne, don't bring that angel into this. MC, you're right. I'm sorry. Anne, why are we still yelling? MC, I don't know. Anne, fuck you. MC, fuck you too. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones for our innocent Ilya. Chapter 125, Chapter 115 signing up. Our three adventurer friends Elin, Cable, and Jaido walk up to us with friendly smiles. Ilya, Mikoto, Ranga, and I replicate those smiles, although Ranga's smile looks a bit menacing due to him being, a wolf. But he still looks cute AF, especially in his smaller size that barely reaches my hips. He looks like a big dog, especially with his wagging tail. Rimuru, you guys aren't on a quest. Cable, our past few quests have all been traveling to Avalon or somewhere near there, and each time that happens, something mind-blowing happens. We're taking a little rest. Cable exasperatedly explains as Jaido and Elin nod beside him. Well, they do have a point. The first time I saw them, they had to investigate the sealed cave for Veldora's disappearance. The monsters in that cave would have definitely killed them if they didn't have the discount plot armor. The second time, they were chased by giant ants and Shizue died. And the most recent trip resulted in Yom working under me and being chosen as a champion. Elin, so what are you doing here? I thought you would never bother leaving Avalon. A wry smile spreads on my lips. If it wasn't for Shizue's students, I would never leave Avalon, so Elin has a point. I mean, I do not need to leave, I can just hole up in my house all day and nothing would change. Actually, should I just do that? No, I need to see the kids. Holing up in my house comes later. Rimuru, well, we have business over at Ingracia, so we decided to register as adventurers while we were passing through. Jaido, oh, Ingracia, huh? That's pretty far from here. Probably a month trip. A month? So just under a week for Ranga. Fuck, that long. Mikoto, hey, since you're here, do you mind explaining a few things for us? Elin, About what? Mikoto, well, Rimuru and I were wondering what speciality we're going to choose. Cable, speciality, huh? Well, monster slaying is always the best way to go, killing hostile monsters comes with the job after all. It also happens to be my speciality. Elin, What are you talking about? You're asking them of all people to choose monster slaying? Obviously choosing retrieval like me would be the best option for them. Jaido, no, exploration would be the best. If you do your job well, you don't have to fight at all, but you still can if you so wish. The three begin arguing over which speciality Mikoto and I should choose. But even so, it's not like we're going to be doing any missions anyway. I just need to speedrun the tests and reach the highest rank I can get before heading to Ingracia. But I can't help but think I'm forgetting something. Ilya, Aren't the rank advancement quests different depending on which speciality you choose? That's it. As expected of my dear Imoto. That's what I was forgetting. I start petting Ilya as a reward as she closes her eyes and shuts down all of her mental faculties to just enjoy my touch. A/N, lewd. Rimuru, so, Which one is the quickest to rank up? Elin, Jaido, and Cable stop talking and look at each other. Cable smirks and the other two drop their heads in defeat. Cable, that would be monster slaying. All you have to do is pass the examiner's test by defeating them in a battle. Elin, well, they should be no problem for you too. The grumpy old man behind the counter humps out loudly, clearly showing his disdain. While lowering my voice, I lean towards the three and point towards the old man who can still definitely hear me. Rimuru, who's the sour grape? Elin, pft. Jaido, coo. Elin and Jaido do a spit take and Cable tries to hold it in. Cobble, he's ahem. He's an ex-adventurer. He took an arrow to the knee and now he works as a guild member. Holy shit, I thought that was just a myth. Jaido, he also happens to be today's examiner, a summoner. If you choose monster slaying, you would have to defeat the monsters he summons. Jaido kindly adds. Cable then leans in and whispers so only Mikoto, Ilya, and I can hear. Not that Ilya is even listening. Cable, he's a bit jealous towards us since we're ranking up quickly recently and he's retired, so he likes to nitpick us. Now that he knows we're acquaintances, he might try to take it out on you. Just a heads up. I nod my head in thanks because I completely forgot this from the novel. They ranked up quickly because... Why did they rank up quickly? You can rank up by completing quests and gaining points. Once you have enough points, you can advance to the next rank. Hold on, didn't they turn in material quests using the materials of monsters they got for free at Avalon? I stare at the three with accusing eyes, causing them to look away. Guilty. So guilty. It's entirely your fault. My name is Dash. Mikoto, hey, Rimuru, I'm done filling out my paper, you should fill out yours too so we can do this exam and leave. Mikoto lifts up her sheet of paper and waves it as she urges me to complete mine. As I was saying, my name is Dash. Rimuru, oh, right. Did you choose monster slaying? I said Dash. Mikoto, yup. Meanwhile, the grumpy old man is being grumpy from being interrupted. Later. Mikoto and I are standing in the middle of a large open area attached to the Adventurers Guild building. It's about as large as a gymnasium. Joining us are Cable and team, some guild members looking to kill time, and a certain grumpy old grape. Grumpy old grape explains the situation to us. Since you're registering for the first time, you must complete the first test to officially become an adventurer. After that, you may continue to take as many rank-up tests as you would like. This way those with actual strength don't get held down in lower ranks. I feel like he was taking a jab at us, probably thinking we were weaklings or something. I mean, I don't really look like a swordsman, my body isn't bursting with muscles and Mikoto isn't emitting many magicules. Well, it's mostly because Mikoto has amazing control over them, but he doesn't know that. Wait, hang on, isn't this the basic setup for cannon fodder bad guy coming to cause trouble to the MC only to get smacked down? I'll reveal your true strength and give you the low rank you deserve. It's him. Once you fail a rank-up test, you will be given the rank of the latest test you completed. For example, if you failed the C rank test, you will be given D rank. You will be unable to attempt another rank-up test until you gather enough points through completing missions and a certain amount of time passes. Seems simple enough. I look over to Mikoto looking around with anticipation. Rimuru, do you want to go first? Mikoto, can I? Mikoto excitedly asks. I just wryly smile and give her the go-ahead. Mikoto walks forwards while cracking her knuckles and sparking electricity. A smile spreads on her lips. She would look rather cute if not for the fighting spirit she's emitting. This woman loves to throw her lightning around. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, Ghosty Z posted a new novel and I almost read it. MC, EW. I'm joking, I don't actually hate the guy too much. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 126, Chapter 116 Exam. If you're willing to risk your life for this, step into that magic circle and we'll begin. Saying that, Mr. Dried Grape points towards a rather large magic circle inscribed on the ground, around 20 meters or so in diameter. A quick look at the runes written inside the magic circle and, Scathatch, Lord of Runes, immediately tells me its effect. Yes, I can read and understand magic circles. Runes are the main driving force behind magic, it's just that if you form the runes in a circle with a pattern interconnecting them in a certain way, you can achieve higher efficiency, power, control, etc. The 5-pointed star you see in other magic circles is a common example of interconnecting runes with each other. As for me, I don't need magic circles. I already have complete control over my magicules and I have infinite amounts of it, so power and efficiency are useless to me. If needed, I can just overload a common fireball magic spell to become the next Escaner. Back to reality. I use thought communication and tell Mikoto what the magic circle does. Rimuru, the magic circle projects a dome barrier that protects the inside from the outside, so any missed attacks during your exam won't hurt any bystanders. Mikoto nods in understanding and walks towards the magic circle. I mean, as unlikely as it would have been, it could have been a trap of some kind. It could have probably caused an explosion or something and hurt Mikoto, so I just thought to let her know. Imagine just randomly stepping on the magic circle when boom. It's actually a massive landmine spell. Don't mind me, just a random Batman paranoia moment. The magic circle glows and a transparent barrier rises, enclosing the examiner and Mikoto inside, before exploding. I'm joking. Afterwards, the magic circle disappears leaving the dirt floor of the examination area. It's still there, you just can't see it while the barrier is up. Another effect of the runes written in the circle. Let's see how you measure up to Cable's team. When you're ready, just say so and I will start the exam. His salt levels could be explained since Cable, Elin, and Jido are padding their points with monster parts that are coming in way too often. It's totally their fault to be completely honest. Although the grape examiner could tone down his salt levels a bit. Mikoto, ready. Defeat every enemy before you. How many times is this man gonna go, Seriously, this is the third time in just a few minutes. Mr. Examiner begins chanting and a smaller magic circle appears on the floor a few meters in front of him. Appearing from the magic circle is a dog. However, its eyes are blank, showing no intelligence. A common trait of summoned monsters. Ilya, it's a hunter hound. Just a low-rank small fry. Ilya speaks up from next to me. She's my information bank. Before the monster could even take a single step forward, a small bolt of electricity hits it, causing it to drop dead onto the ground before dissipating back into magicules. Mikoto, done. Next. Examiner Grape was stunned still, staring at the dissipating monster with an open mouth. Oh, he's back. Let's see you pass the D rank exam next. After another chant and magic circle, a goblin appears. This one is different from the wild goblins, showing no intelligence in its eyes. Although they're ugly all the same. Mikoto shows some hesitation this time, probably remembering her hobgoblin friends back in Avalon. Ha ha ha. I knew it. You're scared. Ah ha ha ha. And just like that, a vein pops on her forehead and those thoughts flew out of her head. The goblin quickly became burnt black from the electricity before dissipating. Mikoto, done. Next. Once again, he became shocked still. Meanwhile, the onlookers watching the exam were going crazy. Did you see that? In a single hit. I didn't see any magic circle, did you? No. It's probably a skill. An attack-type skill. And it could kill a monster in a single hit. This girl is amazing. I forgot that skills are rarer to find among humans than monsters. Common skills are, well, common. But skills like extra skills are quite uncommon. Let's not even talk about unique skills, which are rare to find even among monsters. This is because monsters can't learn magic since they don't have anyone to teach them, so they use skills to fight and survive. But that's not the point here. The point is, these spectators are going crazy over Mikoto. I had to flare my aura at a few individuals who are showing lovey-dovey eyes towards her. I mean, I rarely mention it, but Mikoto's beauty is on par with some of the most beautiful women in this world. She's even better looking than elves if those from the Night Butterfly and Dworgen are any indicator. Probably only Shizue is better looking than her. Even then, it's a close call. You'll have to pass the C rank exam next. Your luck won't keep going forever. Buffed, as if she needs luck against these small fries you keep sending her. Look, even Mikoto's fighting spirit is rapidly diminishing and is being replaced with this bored atmosphere. I even feel sorry for her. She probably forgot that she is OP right now and can easily give some cocky A-rank adventurers a run for their money. Is this what Saitama feels like? Another chant and magic circle later is a zap. Nope, never mind. It looked like some kind of ant, but Mikoto hit it with some electricity before it could fully manifest. Grah. That's not a sound an examiner should make. That's it. Let's see you take care of these for your B rank exam. Chant, magic circle, blah blah blah, some giant bats appear. 3 of them to be exact. Rimuru, how nostalgic. I remember killing them in the sealed cave. These guys gave me the ultrasonic wave skill that let me have the ability to speak. The spectators start getting loud again. Giant bats. And 3 at once. What is he trying to pull? I'll go call the guildmaster. Mikoto stares at it with a blank expression and points her finger at one of them. A trail of electricity flies from her finger to one of the bats before bouncing off it and heading towards the next one, repeating again and hitting all 3 at once. Bats scream. With a loud scream, all 3 bats drop to the floor, spasming for a while before falling still and disappearing. Old Grape just stares at the dissipating corpses with dead eyes. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, Mikoto finished her exam. MC, it's my turn next, huh? N, yes. But I skipped it. MC, you what? N, I'm joking. It's next chapter. MC, oh that's good. I was planning to do some cool shit. N, I made it cringy. MC, why? N, I'm joking again. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 127, Chapter 117 Discount Demon Slayer. Mikoto already knows that's no point in continuing the examination as she's already passed the B rank exam and you can't take an A rank exam unless you go all the way to Free Guild HQ. I already explained everything to her beforehand. Well, more like Ilya did because I can't remember small details like this, but that's not the point. Since she's finished, she flashes a composed smile while flicking her hair back with her hand. She turns around and walks towards Ilya, Ranga, and me as the barrier glows before falling, the magic circle on the ground revealing itself again. The onlookers are cheering for her, already becoming fans of her due to her strength and looks. It doesn't help that her clothes are very cute, courtesy of Shuna. Of course, some unsavory people are looking at my dear Mikoto with those eyes. I simply look at them before ignoring them. The runes that randomly appeared on the back of their necks that will paralyze their manhood and maybe make their body stop moving during a life or death situation has nothing to do with me. No sir. Ilya, stop looking at me like that. I know what you're thinking, and no, I'm not overprotective. Mikoto, how'd I do? Rimuru, yeah pretty good. You probably could have worked on the presentation a bit more, smile at the crowds a bit, maybe wave a couple of times. I have a sarcastic tone of voice. Mikoto, Rimuru, are you angry? Rimuru, no. I say with a straight face while looking directly at Mikoto. I mean, I'm not lying. I'm really not angry. Ilya, he's just jealous. Rimuru, but I can't help it. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy you're getting recognition, Mikoto, I really am. But those eyes the other guys are sending you make me want to use my nutcracker title. All of the males suddenly feel a cold wind pass through their legs. Mikoto, after listening to my minor rant, forms a teasing smile. Mikoto, who, you're jealous because of that, huh? Then should I go back out and show some more fan service? Mikoto says while popping her hips to the left and resting her left hand on it, emphasizing her hips and legs a bit. I look at her with a dead serious expression. Rimuru, you better don't, only I can ogle your legs. Mikoto's mischievous smile breaks and a tinge of red creeps across her cheeks. My dear Mikoto, you are too young to try and tease me like that. Well, I'm not joking when I said that though. Ilya, if not her legs, then what about her chest? Rimuru, There's nothing to ogle though. Spark. Rimuru, eep. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of retarded. Or rather, you baited me into that Ilya. Traitor. Rimuru, well guess I'm next. I run into the Magi circle as it glows before disappearing and a barrier rises covering the area in a dome again. The old examiner finally snaps out of his stupor and realizes that the tea-color-haired girl from before is now replaced with a long white-haired Eichmann. You're next, huh? Rimuru, yes. But before we start, can I just skip straight to the B rank test? I can easily floor the exams, so I asked to skip them with a bored look while picking my ear. I don't actually need to pick my ear since there's nothing in there, but it's for the aesthetics. Rimuru. That's it. I've had enough. You. I challenge you to my B rank trial. Rimuru, yes, that's exactly what I want. Or rather, it's a trial now. Not an exam. Fuck you. With a scream that sounds like it came from a 12-year-old, he began his summoning thing. Chanting, magic circle on the ground, I've seen this a few times. But there's something different. The magic circle he's using now is different from the magic circle he used during Mikoto's exams. That magic circle he used then was a monster summon spell. This circle is a bit more sinister in nature. It reminds me of Shizu's rituals. Rimuru, demon summon, huh? I mutter to myself. Of course, I know exactly what that magic circle does. It's a demon summoning spell. Summoning demons isn't exactly a forbidden thing. That's because demons really value contracts. So unless the summoner themselves are weak, you generally don't have to worry about a demon breaking a contract. Of course, if the summoner wants the demon to cause trouble, that's a different matter. There's a bit more information when it comes to demon summoning, but that's not important right now. The magic circle flares and a demon rises from it. Who knew? It looks like a floating giant black meatball with several eyes and mouths all over it and 4 long arms, 2 on each side. You're a swordsman, right? This guy here is a lesser demon. It can negate simple physical strikes, so you'd better choose wisely if you want to continue this farce. If you admit defeat, I'll dispel this guy. Farce. Does he think I'm weak or something and I'm just bluffing? Or rather, this guy seems a little shaky. I glance at Ilya with a confused look and use thought communication. Rimuru, what's up with this guy? He looks like he's gonna take a shit. His face is strained and everything. Ilya, Oni-chan, Mr. Old Grape has been summoning monsters one after the other. He's at his limit by summoning this demon. In fact, he might lose control if he doesn't dispel it soon. That explains the strained expression. Rimuru, nah, let's start the exam, oh sorry, trial, I say with a mischievous smile. This guy has been picking at Mikoto and me ever since we got here. I can have a little payback, right? You. Jesus Christ, calm your tatas. You'll release that shit you're holding if you're like this. Scree. The demon lunges at me with a demonic screech and swipes at me with its long. At the end of each of its arms are claws that look like they could cut normal armor like paper. Without drawing Yamato, I hold its sheathed blade up at the oncoming demon and hit it. Form. Yamato simply passes through it, not damaging the demon at all. Rimuru, so it really does negate physical attacks. It's kind of like a ghost from games if that's the case. Physical attacks can't do shit to it, but magic attacks deal double damage or something. Well, since it's a demon, it probably only takes regular damage to magic attacks. Devs. This is unbalanced. I call hacks. Well, I was just curious about it anyway. I should end this. I back away from the demon that's turning around to face me again. I better not get copyright claimed for this. I hold Yamato to my waist and grab its handle. I lean forward, close my eyes. And I breathe. Rimuru, meat bun breathing, first form, generic anime katana attack. With a flash of light and the sound of thunder, I disappear from my spot, reappearing directly behind the demon in the exact same position. Raya. The demon screams from its many mouths as its top half and bottom half separate before slowly dissipating into magicules. Before anyone tries to drop a copyright claim onto me, let me just say that wasn't actually Demon Slayer breathing. I just used my pure physical strength and used runes to make an illusion of light. Plus, I can't actually breathe anyway, so, learning it is a bit useless. Although I can use Ahura Mazda to create a breathing manual. Meh. I might give one to Hakuru as a gift one day. Maybe. All the females watching, Kaya. So handsome. Damn straight I am. The females then immediately shut up as Tsundere Pikachu stares at all of them with electricity sparking from her head. As for Ilya, she's just wiping her bloody nose. And Ranga is just fanboying over me like normal. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Discount Demon Slayer. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, that was cringe. MC, but was it though? N. No. It was pretty cool. MC, I knew it. N, but it was also pretty cringe. MC, fuck. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 128, Chapter 118 MC used the American way to solve problems. Third-person POV. After Mikoto casually looked at threatened *** some girls that were giving Rimuru some heart-shaped eyes, she turns back to look at him with a calm smile on her face. It's a smile that shows the faith she has in him, completely expecting him to floor the exam. I mean, Mikoto knows that in a one-on-one fight, Rimuru could defeat her and Mikoto herself knew she could defeat the lesser demon, so, yeah, there wasn't any doubt. However, her eyes that are looking at Rimuru contain a slight trace of dilemma. Mikoto, I couldn't even see him move, is that how far apart we are, Rimuru? Mikoto thinks to herself before shaking her head and discarding the thought. That's right, this is a foreshadowing for a power boost event. But it won't happen for a while. Back to Rimuru's POV. MC POV. Rimuru, **ite, I'm done. Time to go. I say while scratching my back like an old man. I turn around and begin to walk out of the barrier, but... Rimuru, The barrier isn't lowering. Muttering enters my ears. I turn around to see it's the old grape being the source of it as his eyes are covered with a shadow. How does this guy have a shadow covering his eyes? He's got no hair. In front of him is another magic circle, This one is the exact same demon summoning spell that he used before. Except this time there are a lot more magicules infused into it. Most likely it's the rest of his reserves. Rimuru, oi oi, if you keep it that, you won't have any magicules to control your summon, you know. I casually say with a bored expression on my face. A/N, I'm pretty sure this isn't how summoning works, but for the sake of the story, let's just say that to make a summon listen to you, you need to use magicules to issue orders. The stronger the summon, the more magicules needed per order. I'll probably forget this later anyway, lol. Old Grape doesn't listen and continues the summoning. The demon he's summoning is going to be stronger than the lesser demon he summoned previously. More muttering the chant, flash of ominous light, the whole shebang. Pokemon battle theme music starts playing. A wild greater demon appeared. What will Rimuru do? Rimuru used, bored stare. It did nothing. Greater demon used, roar. Rimuru doesn't give a shit. Rimuru used, gun. Asterisk bang, asterisk. It was super effective. The wild greater demon fucking died. Rimuru wins. Pokemon victory theme music plays. Man, what a rush. I think to myself as I toss the magic pistol I made randomly into my stomach to be forever forgotten. The grumpy Grape falls flat on his face, unconscious either from the shock of his summon being instantly defeated before it could even do anything or from magicule depletion. Probably both. The barrier falls and I casually walk over to where Ilya, Ranga, and Mikoto are waiting. Fuse, what the hell is going on? Rimuru, Fuse, you're here. Fuse arrives just on time. I was going to look for the man but he comes straight to me. Wonderful. Behind him, I see the guild member who said, I am going to get the guild master, after Mr. Examiner Grape over here summoned 3 giant bats for Mikoto's exam. I'm guessing those bats are too much to take on alone for a new BB ranker. Huh. Fuse looks around to see his unconscious examiner and the dissipating body of a greater demon. Fuse. Did you do all of this? Rimuru. Fuse. Well. Did you? Rimuru. Hey. Fuse, hey, te nandeo. Oh god, oh fuck, my eyes. I need bleach. An old man saying that is not cute at all. Dear Lord. Fuse, asterisk sigh asterisk. Well, come to my office. We can talk there. Rimuru, alright. But I need to do something first. Fuse, okay, but don't take too long. Fuse exasperatedly pinches the bridge of his nose and he turns around and walks back inside the guild building. I then turn around and walk back into the barrier magic circle. This time, it doesn't activate. I walk up to the fallen Grape examiner, rear my right foot back, and swing it forward. With lots of force. Pop. All the males watching have a chill run down their spines as they swear to never mess with me. I mean, they probably swore not to do so when they saw me take down a greater demon using a strange weapon, but this time they swore to the heavens like a fucking cultivator. Later. I'm sitting in Fuse's guild master room with, drum roll, please, Fuse. Cos, you know, he's the guild master. Moving on, Ilya and Mikoto decided to wander around Blumen's royal capital with Cable, Jido, and Elin as guides. Ranga decided to go with them as a guard of sorts. I asked him to. I wanted him to scare off any unsavory men from approaching the girls. Not for the girls, oh no. It's for their own safety. Fuse is sitting behind his desk that he does all his paperwork on and I'm sitting on a comfy chair in front of him. Both of us are calmly sipping a cup of tea while waiting. Creak. The door opens and in walks a receptionist holding a tray. Placed neatly on the tray are 2 guild ID cards, one for me and one for Mikoto. You know, since Mikoto isn't here. I take the cards and tuck them into my chest pocket like a suave man while flashing the receptionist a smile. Rimuru, thank you. The receptionist blushes while hiding her face behind the now empty tray and rushes out of the room. Ha. Too easy. In any case, I'll just get straight to business. I turn to Fuse and open my mouth. Rimuru, I want a recommendation letter to the Free Guild headquarters in Ingrassia. I want to see Yuki Kagurazaka personally. Fuse doesn't say anything and stares at me, trying to find out my intentions. I don't do anything and meet his eyes with my own, a calm smile painted on my face. Fuse, sigh alright, I can do that. But. Rimuru, I'll give you these meat buns. I say as I manifest a large tray of buns. Fuse, deal. He quickly writes the letter of recommendation for me and hands it over. I place it in my gluttony stomach while sliding the tray over to a drooling Fuse. It would be cute to see if it was a girl but it's a little disgusting when he does it. Rimuru, well, I got my adventurer's ID in the letter, I guess it's time for me to go. Fuse, if you say so. But do know that you are always welcome here in Blumend. Fuse flashes a genuine smile while standing up and holding out his hand. I stand up and grab his hand, giving it a good shake. Rimuru, then I'll see you around. I say as I turn around and leave Fuse's room. Now, onto my next destination. I guess I should meet a certain Hikikomori demon lord. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Onii-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, American. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, resist spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, skill orb, limiter ring. A/N, I see you got a new title. MC, I used a gun to solve my problems so. N, you should have listened to your Asian heritage and use rice. MC, I'm sorry, forgive me. Cries. N, looks towards the readers. No, he's not going to use a meat bun on a weak enemy like a greater demon. Yes, I know what you were thinking. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 129, Chapter 119 Explaining Things. A while later, sitting on Ranga's back as he continues running west is Ilya, Mikoto, and yours truly, Dio. Just kidding, you thought it was Dio, but it was me, Rimuru. We're sitting in our usual positions with Ilya sitting at the front with Mikoto in the middle and I'm hugging her from behind. Rimuru, so we're gonna take a detour to meet with Demon Lord Ramiris. Ilya, Ilya has a, say CK right now, face since, like me, she hates traveling. Take a detour means more traveling, so. Mikoto, why do you need to see Ramiris? Mikoto, however, is genuinely curious about this. So far, she hasn't had much contact with demon lords outside of Malim, so she's interested in a Ramiris. Rimuru, well, in simple terms, I want to strike a deal with her. Mikoto knows that there are friendly demon lords and hostile demon lords, so she won't make the mistake of thinking that all demon lords are like Malim, but she knows I wouldn't be striking a deal with Ramiris unless she's amiable in some way. Otherwise, I would kick their nuts and force them to do what I want. Ranga, master, if you don't mind me asking. What deal will you be striking with this demon lord? Ranga voices his query without slowing down. Mikoto also shows her curiosity. It's at this moment I realize that neither Mikoto nor Ranga know what my plans are. Rimuru, it's kind of a long story. You're gonna need some background information too. I cross my arms and close my eyes, thinking about my next words. I open my mouth, and I begin my TED talk. Rimuru, right, so you know about hero summoning, right? How the summoned heroes are always OP and stuff. Mikoto and Ranga nod their heads. Rimuru, good. You might not know this, but for a proper hero summoning ritual, it takes a lot of preparation. There exist very few forces capable of summoning them because it requires very strict circumstances to be prepared to allow one to summon a person with powerful abilities, especially those whose will is exceptionally strong. Furthermore, the success rate of the ritual with 30 magicians chanting summoning magic over a period of 3 days is extremely low. And even if they succeed or fail, the magicians who have just cast summoning magic will be unable to cast it again for a set interval. The cooldown period ranges from 33 to 88 years. The time during this period is used to prepare a suitable environment to increase the success rate of the summoning. A/N, copy-pasted from the wiki LMAO. Mikoto. What's the success rate? Ilya. Less than 1%. Mikoto's eyes flutter in shock and confusion. Mikoto, that success rate is absolute sure dash. Rimuru, language. Only I can swear. And yes, I agree. But that's just how powerful heroes are. Just a single hero is enough to change the tide of a large-scale war. To those large powers, it's completely worth it. I say with a shrug. My face turns solemn and both Mikoto and Ranga realize that things are about to get heavy. Even I don't really like thinking about it since it makes me angry. Rimuru, however, if the summoning were to be conducted under incomplete conditions, it can be done continuously. The downside of improper summons such as these usually results in children being forcefully summoned with abundant magiceules infused into them. Unlike other worlders, humans that appear in this world through pure coincidence who are guaranteed to have a unique skill, the children's rate of gaining a unique skill is relatively low. Without an outlet for that rampaging mass of magiceules infused into them, it will eat away at their immature bodies, causing them to, well, die. Mikoto's eyes become filled with shock and sadness. Her eyes drop, processing the information I just gave her. Even Ranga is thinking about it, unconsciously slowing down. I don't say anything. Mikoto. Shizu's students are summoned, aren't they? Rimuru, yeah. Mikoto. How long do they have to live? Mikoto asks. It's Ilya that responds to her. Ilya, approximately 3 years since their summoning. However, we don't actually know how long ago they were summoned, so it could be less. Mikoto. Is there any way to save them? Ilya, there is. Fusing their bodies with high-ranking spirits will calm the rampaging magicules within them, allowing them to form a unique skill, therefore saving their lives. Rimuru, this meeting with Ramirez will be a big step towards that. A few more seconds of silence pass. Mikoto takes a deep breath and breathes out, looking back over her shoulders and meeting my eyes. Rimuru, you good? Mikoto, yeah. It's just a bit depressing. You can save them, and that's all that matters. I smile. She really came a long way. If it were before, she would probably get angry and storm any secret summoning ritual site that she can find, trying to shut the whole thing down. Now she realizes that it's a futile action, as she'll probably be hunted down or even implicate Avalon. Don't get me wrong, she really wants to do something to help, but this isn't Academy City anymore. Information is limited in this world, she doesn't even know where to start, let alone what to do from there. Though if she did want to recklessly do something, I would stop her with everything I have. My arms unconsciously tighten around Mikoto's waist as I close my eyes and feel the wind rush past my face as Ranga speeds up again. This time he's heading south, towards the dwelling of the spirits as guided by Ilya. Mikoto. You really are kind, aren't you? Mikoto mutters to herself, but I easily hear it. A wry smile spreads across my face. Rimuru, kind, huh? I doubt it. I know there are many kids out there in the same position as Shizue's students, but I won't go out of my way to help them. Mikoto, but you're still willing to go out of your way to save Shizu's students. That makes you better than those people who are willing to sacrifice many innocent lives just to summon a hero for their own safety. She says while pushing her back against my chest and closing her eyes. Rimuru. This woman. She shouldn't say stuff like that. I almost professed my love right then and there. Ilya, moo. Ilya pouts while staring at the both of us. Rimuru, sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. I start giving her head pats, causing her to close her eyes and accept my offering. Now, I have to go through a long trip that will make me bored as fuck. I think a time skip is in order. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, no. No time skip. MC, why? N, because I want to make you suffer. MC, no. Ilya also has to suffer then. N, fuck, that's right. Fine, I have a solution. MC, what? N, next chapter. MC. N, perhaps. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 130, Chapter 120 Labyrinth. So yeah, we decided to just teleport. No time skips. I mean, it took a few days to get from Avalon to Blumen's royal capital, and it'll take about a week to get from there to Ingracia's royal capital, which is long enough. But from Blumen's royal capital all the way to the entrance of the dwelling of the spirits will take 3 weeks to a month. Approximately 3.5 weeks. What the fuck? And that's with Ranga's speed. So yeah, I'm sorry Ranga, but for both Ilya and I's mental stability, we're teleporting. Sad Ranga noises. Ilya, being the person that she is, already knows where the spirit dwelling entrance is. Or at least, she knows the general whereabouts. I read about it somewhere in my past life and Ilya dug it up from my memories. Of course, the specific location is something we have to look out for ourselves. Rimuru, so. Where to? I ask my little sister as I prepare to open a portal with Spatial Ruler. Ilya, the Republic of Uargracia. The northern part. Roger that. but I have no idea where that is. Well, in the end, Ilya gave me the spatial coordinates through her head pats. Yes, I'm still head patting her. Where she got that information from is something that will forever elude me. She always pulls information like that from somewhere. It probably comes with her status as a Monas evolved from Raphael, Lord of Wisdom. A portal opens in front of Ranga, to which he walks through. We appear in the middle of a large forest. Ilya looks around and points in a certain direction, to which Ranga starts running in that direction. Sensing Mikoto and I's confusion, she thankfully explains. Ilya, spirits are made out of natural energy, which is a bit different from magicules. I used universal perception to find out which direction has more natural energy and told Ranga to go in that direction. If we keep doing this, we should find ourselves near the dwelling of the spirits soon. Now, praise me Oni-chan. Ilya informs us while pushing her, lacking, chest out in pride. Rimuru, Umo. You're so smart. I wouldn't have been able to think of something like that. I pat Ilya's head with more intensity. Ilya, hee. Mikoto, well, I would've, if I had the information. Ranga, as would I. Random villager, asterisk in the distance asterisk me too. Rimuru, hey. I shout at the random villager that somehow heard this conversation several hundred meters away as we're moving at a few hundred kilometers an hour. Rimuru, shut the fuck up. Random villager, asterisk in the distance asterisk make me. Rimuru, asterisk muttering asterisk oh you asked for this. I prepare to destroy the random villager that is now over a kilometer away due to Ranga's speed. Rimuru, I hope you get Ligma and end up in Sugma like Joe did. Random villager, asterisk in the distance asterisk what's Ligma? Where's Sugma? Who's Joe? Rimuru, asterisk inhales asterisk. The following is not recommended for those with fragile hearts. Rimuru, Ligma balls Sugma dick Joe mama. The random villager proceeds to get a heart attack and fucking dies. An hour later. Mikoto, we got pretty lucky, huh? Rimuru, thankfully. It turns out that our portal destination was decently close to the labyrinth guarding the dwelling of the spirits. Directly in front of us is a giant door 20 meters or so high. The door looks like it's made out of bronze, but it's probably not actually made out of that stuff. Maybe an alloy with magi steel or something, I'm not sure. The location of this door itself is inside a rather spacious cavern of sorts. This cavern is embedded in a big mountain. You get here after walking up a rather calming, enchanting path into a cave. That small cave is connected to this large cavern. Sunlight somehow reaches the cavern from the ceiling, giving the area a calming glow. Green vegetation like vines grows along the walls and rocky terrain. Smaller insects like butterflies calmly mind their own business. This is a rather beautiful place, probably from the concentration of natural energy located here. This natural energy is different from magicules in the fact that it isn't poisonous. Magicules can kill someone if the concentration exceeds their tolerance levels. It's the reason why only high-ranking monsters can be born and found in areas with high magicule concentration like Veldora's sealed cave while Veldora was, well, sealed. This natural energy is different as it seems to promote vegetation growth, if only slightly. But I digress. Mikoto. So. Why are we just standing here looking at this giant door? Rimuru. I don't know. Tradition. Mikoto, why are you asking me? Oh well, let's go. Mikoto exasperatedly replies before shrugging and pushing on the door. With a loud creaking sound that generically comes from doors that rarely open, the large doors swing open inwards. Inside, you can see a large corridor shrouded in darkness, tens of meters high and several meters wide. It's enough that we can all walk side by side, Ranga in his true 5-meter-tall form included. Well, he decides to keep his smaller form anyways, shrinking until he's barely taller than my hip. He's content with the small run he had while looking for the entrance. The whole area seems to be made out of stone. The walls and ceilings are made out of stone bricks that you'd probably see in fantasy dungeons or labyrinths. There are also columns of stone running up along the wall and across the ceiling. On each of these columns, weird patterns are engraved, softly glowing with light. It's not much, but it's enough to show us the path. We enter and after walking a few steps, the giant door slams shut behind us. Because of course, it does. Still, we ignore it and continue walking. Mikoto, hey, Rimuru, are these runes? Mikoto also seems curious about the glowing patterns as she asks me while pointing to one of them. I shake my head. Rimuru, no, these aren't runes. If they were, I would know. It's probably a spirit or fairy thing. Perhaps it's a unique feature of this labyrinth. Ilya, it's probably the latter. After all, this labyrinth is created through Ramorous intrinsic skill. Mikoto, this place was created through a skill. Unbelievable. Mikoto mutters in shock. I mean, it is quite amazing. Rimuru, well, there are some drawbacks too. Although while inside the labyrinth, she can be considered a formidable enemy to a degree, she can't do much outside. Her strength is quite weak after all, especially when compared to the other demon lords. Mikoto's eyes sparkle with even more curiosity at this demon lord as she continues to look around when suddenly, she gets a thought. Mikoto, hey, doesn't that mean she can hear us right now? Are you sure we should be talking about this out loud then? Mikoto furrows her brow in worry. Ranga, do not worry, Master definitely has already thought of a solution. Ranga interjects while wagging his tail and looking at me with an expectant expression. Hoo-hoo, this is one of my smart moments. I hold up my hand revealing a glowing temporary rune written on it. Rimuru, this rune is preventing our conversation from getting out, don't worry. Mikoto visibly relaxes while I wipe some sweat off my brow. Thank God I thought of this before or else I would look like a fucking dumbass. Rimuru, well, I think this is enough though. The rune I wrote on my palm fades away. I stop walking and speak out into the surroundings. Rimuru, is anyone listening? I wish to speak with Ramiris. Ranga, Ilya, and Mikoto also stop walking as well. Silence falls between us for several seconds before faint laughter could be heard. Or rather, this laughter echoes straight into our minds. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. More and more laughter from many different sources enters our minds. Probably fairies. It's not Ramiris though, that much I can tell. It seems I need to draw her attention. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. It seems I need to draw her attention. Proceeds to fucking nuke the labyrinth. Anne, LOL. MC, not LOL. I need Ramiris' help, not her spite. Anne, I know, I was just messing around. Also I don't think I've made this clear in this chapter, so I'll explain it here. In my opinion, the labyrinth and the dwelling of the spirits are two separate places. I'm pretty sure the labyrinth is there to guard the spirit dwelling from your average greedy human. The spirit dwelling is MC's actual goal since that's the only place where you can get the spirits to save Shizue's students, that I am aware of. I don't know if you can get spirits elsewhere. I think this because spoilers, when Ramiris created an entrance for her labyrinth in Rimuru, Avalon's name in canon, there was no spirit dwelling. Now, I'm not sure whether the spirit dwelling is an actual physical place or it's a place completely sealed off and only Ramiris can open an entrance to it, like the mirror dimension, but this is my line of thought. The labyrinth that MC is currently in right now is different from the spirit dwelling. I just felt like I had to clarify this. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 131, Chapter 121 Kamehameha. I could just continue walking through the labyrinth and have Ilya map the place and guide us through, but I don't want to do that shit. Now, how do I draw out this NEET demon lord? Rimuru. I have cookies. You do. Now that sounds a lot more like Ramiris from the anime. Rimuru, yes. But I would like to talk to you first. Ramiris, yeah. Why? Rimuru, I need your help as the former spirit queen. Ramiris used to be the spirit queen until she, and I quote, fell from grace. She was actually one of the two who halted Malim's rampage, the other being Guy Crimson. After Malim lost her pet dragon, Gaia, she went on a rampage, destroying a kingdom and becoming a demon lord. But she didn't stop her rampage there, she was lost in grief and madness and so she continued rampaging and would have continued until the world was destroyed. Primordial demon Guy Crimson and Spirit Queen Ramiris worked together to safely calm Malim down, but during the process, Ramiris was afflicted with Malim's malice which caused her to lose her status as Spirit Queen and become a fairy instead while also becoming a demon lord. Well, she still has some of her powers as a Spirit Queen, such as being able to bestow blessings and control spirits to a degree, A/N, I think. I need her to lead me to the dwelling of the spirits since I don't know where exactly in this huge labyrinth it's located. Ha ha ha. Hee 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 hee. More laughing from random fairies enter our minds. It seems they're enjoying our presence. Ramiris, humu humu. Very well. But you must pass my trial. Raimi's words echo into my head. Rimuru, oh god, another trial. Let me guess, you're going to have me fight something. Ramaris, GUH. I knew it. It's always fighting something. I mean, she had OG Rimuru fight a giant golem of sorts in the series, so I knew this beforehand. Ramaris, Moo. Oh, now she's pouting. It's the same sound Ilya makes when she pouts. Ilya, Moo. Oni-chan, you were thinking something rude, weren't you? See. In any case, the surrounding scenery fades away into the darkness, the only source of light being the glowing path of light under our feet. Mikoto, I guess we just need to follow the path. Ramaris, indeed. Just keep walking and you'll reach your destination of the trial soon. Ramaris' voice echoes in our minds one last time before disappearing, probably to prepare our stage or something. Yeah, I can imagine her fumbling around, trying to get everything ready. I'm going to guess 5 minutes tops until she's ready. 30 minutes later. I was wrong. Right now, Ilya, Mikoto and I are sitting on the light bridge leaning against Ranga, who enlarged his size and is laying down on his stomach. We stopped walking and just sat here after the 10-minute mark. Ramaris. Eh? You aren't walking. Oh, she's back. Rimuru, well, we thought that we should just wait for you. You know, to finish your preparations. Ramaris, cough, Yeah, that's right. We knew. The surroundings shift again and we find ourselves in a giant room. The room is circular in nature, completely made out of stone bricks. The room is much brighter than the labyrinth corridor we walked through, although I can't find the light source for some reason. Probably anime bullshit again. Most of the stone bricks are cracked and weathered down. In general, this place looks like some kind of small-scale ancient arena. Of course, none of us is admiring the surroundings, but rather the golem standing menacingly in the center. Like, there's menacing characters literally written all over the poor thing. Did Ramaris think that would scare off any opponents or something? It's about 3 meters tall and made entirely out of magi steel. It's also bulky as hell and looks like it can only move at a snail's pace, but I know that it can probably move as fast as your mom, which is pretty fast since I'm sure your mom is a fit, healthy, wonderful person. And it's pink. Just thought I'd mention it. Rimuru, so we just have to beat this thing. Ramaris, ding dong. Correct. This is my elemental colossus. It's really strong and really tough. More laughing from other fairies enter my mind. I'm not gonna lie, it's starting to get on my nerves. Just a bit. This might be a good stress reliever. Ranga, master, would you like me to take care of this? Rimuru, It's not that I don't think you can win, but... Can you even concentrate? Ranga's eyes keep shifting to the floating glowing balls of light. Each light is actually a fairy, their forms obscured by their own light unless they're decently close. Like Tinkerbell. Rimuru, I've got this. Ranga, you understood, master. Ranga says as he struggles against jumping towards the nearest fairy. Ilya and Mikoto are already off chasing the floating lights, much to the fairies' glee as they run/fly/float away and play a game of tag. Meanwhile, I walk towards the giant golem with a small smile on my face. I'm not gonna use Yamato for this. Ramaris, Oya. What's this? You're going alone. Overconfidence is a bad thing, you know. Ramaris' teasing voice enters my head. Rimuru, well, just watch. The elemental colossus eyes glow in a red gleam, because of course it does, as its body begins to move. Energy flows from its chest all over its body, allowing its limbs to move. From its squatting position, it stands up as it flexes its arms, presumably calibrating itself. Meanwhile, I lower my stance. I bend my knees and hold my hands out in front of me. Rimuru, Kaaya. Me. I bring my hands to my waist on my right as a ball of concentrated magicule gathers in my hands. Ramaris, Iya. Rimuru, Haaaaa. Me. Ramaris, wait, maybe we can talk about this dash. Rimuru, Iya. Ramaris, Waaaaait. I thrust my hands out in front of me as the concentrated ball of energy flies out in a beat, straight towards the elemental colossus with bright rainbow colors. Rimuru, taste the rainbow motherfucker. Ramaris, no. The golem becomes enveloped in the rainbow light and slowly, it disintegrates, disappearing into nothingness. Rimuru, phew, that was refreshing. I say as I wipe my arm across my forehead. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oni-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, discount super scion. Manus, Ilya's veal. Ultimate skills, Beelzebub, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, Lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, resist spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, skill orb, limiter ring. A/N, you're gonna get me a copyright strike at this rate. MC, this is a fanfic, you can't get copyright strikes. Well, unless you use it to make money or something, itk. N, I know. But there's so many damn references you're actually gonna make this the first fanfic to get copyright striked. MC, what? N, I know. MC, oh well, not my problem. N, uses powers of author to make away meat buns. MC, you monster. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 132, Chapter 122 Ramirez. Rimuru, phew, that was refreshing. I say as I wipe my arm across my forehead with a relieved expression on my face. Rimuru, now then. I then look over at a certain point in the air. Rimuru, asterisk in a Morgan Freeman voice asterisk I can smell you. I can feel judging eyes on me. Rimuru, asterisk cough asterisk it's a joke. Come out. I say as I hold out my hand, forming a concentrated ball of magicules. Because I didn't say the magic word, Kamehameha, it's not rainbow colored, but it's pretty powerful. Ramirez, hi. Right. A yellow ball of light flashes into existence directly where I was looking and flies frantically around in a panicked fashion before stopping directly in front of my face. No, I didn't smell her. I don't even think she has a sense of smell since she's a spiritual being. But I did sense her through universal perception. Now that it's closer, I can clearly see the figure that was obscured by her own light. It's a fairy, that much is obvious. She has long blonde hair tied into pigtails that reach her waist with eyes of the same color. She wears a simple but elegant formal black dress that has golden markings etched into its fabric, making it seem expensive. Her ears are pointed like an elf's and she has 4 transparent fairy wings attached to her back. The figure salutes while standing straight in the air as tears threaten to spill from her eyes. Ramirez, as humiliating as it is, I have come in response to your call. She is Ramirez of the Labyrinth, a demon lord who is technically as old as Guy Crimson and Malim Nava. Seeing that everything is over, Ilya, Mikoto and Ranga stop chasing the other fairies around and walk up to us. Ranga, a fairy. Mikoto, cute. Yeah, she really is cute. She's also really small, barely 25 centimeters in height, less than the length of a general ruler. Rimuru, so. Who are you? Although I already know this, I don't think it would give Ramirez any peace of mind if I came off as a guy that knew everything beforehand. I can simply act like a guy that only heard about her, now knowing what she actually looks like. Ramirez, asterisk ahem, asterisk I am one of th dash asterisk bites tongue asterisk ugh. Mikoto, she bit her tongue. Ilya, well, she probably only communicates through telepathy, like she was doing with us, so her mouth probably can't keep up. Yeah, that was the reason given in the anime. I can just imagine someone asking, hey girl what dat mouth do, and Ramirez then just proceeds to bite her own tongue. I smirk to myself as that thought passes through my head. I don't remember her ever biting her tongue again after this, so it was probably just an accident. An unfortunate one. After the pain passes, Ramirez straightens up proudly once again as she puffs her chest out haughtily. Ramirez, I am one of the 10 great demon lords, Fairy Ramirez of the Labyrinth. Ranga just looks at her with a disbelieving expression while Mikoto just straight up expresses her doubts. Mikoto, huh? A demon lord? You. Mikoto tilts her head in confusion. Ramirez, completely ignoring their expressions, continues with her speech as she places her hands on her hips and closes her eyes. Ramirez, know your place. You should be grovelly dash asterisk spark asterisk awk. A spark of electricity flies from Mikoto's finger, hitting Ramirez's butt. Ramirez, what was that? Ramirez looks indignantly at Mikoto while rubbing her behind, flying directly in front of her face. Mikoto, electricity. Mikoto says with an innocent face. Ramirez, not that. Why did you interrupt me? Mikoto, well I just don't see how you could become a demon lord. I mean, if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. There's no way someone like you could become one. Mikoto says with a disinterested expression. This conversation sounds familiar to me. Ramirez, you are so rude. Ramirez says while zooming all over the place in frustration. Must be convenient to fly around like that. Hang on, if I eat her, couldn't I do something like that? Feeling a chill run down her spine, Ramirez stops her tantrum and hovers until she's level with our faces. Ramaris, asterisk ahem, asterisk in any case, I am a demon lord. What else could I be if I'm not one? Rimuru. Ilya. Ranga. Mikoto. Ramaris. What? Why are you all looking at me with those pitying eyes? Mikoto, asterisk psi asterisk in any case, I have a friend named Malim Nava who is also a demon lord, there's no way you could measure up to her. Ramiris, HNNG. Baka. Baka, 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 baka. Ramaris bites her lip while throwing her fists around before quickly running out of breath. I swear, this scene looks really familiar to me somehow. She takes deep breaths as she places her hands on her knees before she continues to explain. Ramaris, listen. Malim is one of the most absurd demon lord. Her strength is off the charts, even compared to the other demon lords. She thinks she can just solve everything with strength. It's rude to compare my dainty and lovely self to that embodiment of absurdity. You need to understand that or we'll have big problems. Big problems. Big problems. Mikoto, right, I got it. I know I saw this scene somewhere. Where was it? Ramaris then snaps her head in my direction. Ah, sheet. Ramaris, and what's up with you? How could you use a reckless move like that? Reckless move? Ah, my Kamehameha. Ramaris, well, at least you seem to have the same tendencies for overdoing things. Maybe you really are friends. I lift my hand to defend myself. Only to realize that I don't have anything to defend myself with. Rimuru. Fair point. Ramaris, when did you two meet? Rimuru, I'm not sure, it was kind of a rush of events and I haven't really been keeping track of time, but it wasn't that long ago. A/N, it's my excuse because I have no grasp of the timeline in my fanfic LMAO. Ramaris, MMMM. Ramaris looks at all of our faces with scrutinizing eyes before something clicked in her head. Ramaris, not that long ago. Ah. Are you people from that city that popped up in the Great Jura Forest? What was it called again? Avalon. Mikoto, You know about us. Ramaris, of course. Malim showed up here for the first time in ages, and she just kept going on and on about the new best friends that she made. Mikoto's eyes widen in shock as she realizes something. Probably thinking that if Malim actually came here, Ramaris actually might be an honest-to-God demon lord. Mikoto snaps her head in Ilya's direction, the latter nodding her head confirming the former's thoughts. Mikoto then looks at Ramaris with disbelieving eyes. Ramaris. Oi. What's with that doubtful look? I really am a demon lord. You'd better believe it. Meanwhile, something clicks in my own head. Rimuru. Oh. Now I remember. This whole conversation happened in the anime. Mikoto just took OG Rimuru's place. I knew this whole scenario was familiar. A wide smile spreads on my face as I realize what has been plaguing me these past few minutes as Ramaris and Mikoto look at me, wondering what I remembered and perhaps doubting my sanity. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, you are cringe. MC, hey fuck you, you wrote me this way. N, fair point. But it was still you who said all those things like, I can smell you, and screaming, I remember, for no reason. MC. N. MC, takes out magic gun from storage and shoots it at author. To be continued. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 133, Chapter 123 Striking a Deal. Ramaris, so, why were you looking for me? Oh, I never really explained it to her. Rimuru, well, it's kind of a long story. I made a friend, but she died. However, before she died, I promised her to fulfill all the regrets she had, and saving some students of hers is one of them. To save them, I need your help, so. Yeah, that's the gist of it. Ramaris, Ramaris closes her eyes, thinking over what I just said. Mikoto, Ilya, and even Ranga wait silently beside me, hoping that she won't just outright refuse to help us. They've come to like her in a way, it would be a shame if I had to force her to help. Ramiris, I need you to give me the full story first. I can't decide with just that amount of information. If you had those students here already, I could take a look at them to see if they're worthy of my help, but otherwise, I can't really do anything. Rimuru, worthy. Ramiris, yeah, I can't help someone with bad intentions now, can I? I can generally see if someone is good or bad by looking at them. Come to think of it, Trainee can do something similar, although she has to sneakily follow that person for a while as she did with me before contacting me for the Orc Lord problem. Is it some kind of speciality among spirits? I look towards my companions, silently asking them what I should do. They respond with a small shrug, to which I turn back to Ramiris. Rimuru, yeah, we don't mind staying a bit longer. I say as I take out a sheet of cloth from my gluttony stomach and spread it over the ground. Rimuru, come on, sit down. It's gonna take a while to explain, I'll do it while we eat. Ramiris' eyes start to sparkle as she leans in while rubbing her hands together. Ramiris, so, about those cookies you mentioned. Rimuru, I have something better than cookies. Ramiris, better than cookies. I smirk at the floating fairy that's looking at me as if I just committed the greatest sacrilege and use Ahura Mazda to create a plate of steaming hot meat buns. These bad boys are gonna rock your world. Ramiris looks at the buns warily as Mikoto, Ilya, Ranga, and I all dig in. I then begin to explain the important bits of the story in detail. About how Shizue stumbled upon my, at the time, village, about how Mikoto and I quickly became friends with her and about how she died peacefully. During this part, Mikoto was feeling a little depressed, feeling bitter over the matter. Although it's been a long time, she never forgot. Ilya sat in Mikoto's lap in an attempt to cheer her up, which thankfully worked. Although Ilya personally wasn't there, she shares my memory of those moments during her time as a skill, so she also feels grief over this matter. Well, I also feel sad over it, but I can't show any weakness. I'm a man, at heart, after all. Ramiris, are you okay? Rimuru, sniff I am good, hic. I randomly wipe my eyes with a handkerchief, completely random, I swear, and continue explaining. I didn't tell her about Shizue's reincarnation into a hellcat named Shizu. I then move on to Shizue's students, about their status as failed summoned heroes and their Magicule rampage condition. I then talk about my theory about fusing greater spirits with the kids and stabilizing their Magicules. I use the word theory very loosely because it's already pretty much confirmed in the series, so. Rimuru, and that's pretty much it. I finish my explanation and look over at the small fairy eating a meat bun the size of her body with a blissful look on her face. Ramiris, humu, I understand now. Those kids are quite innocent in the matter, so I don't mind helping. But I refuse. Rimuru, and Nani. In all seriousness though, I had a slight inkling she might refuse. It doesn't matter what she looks like or how she acts, she's a bona fide demon lord in the end. She's not running a charity. See, Mikoto and Ilya didn't even flinch, meaning they totally expected it. Munch. Or it might be that they're just indulging too much in the meat buns. In any case, I came looking for Ramiris to strike a deal, and it's not a deal if only one side is providing benefits. Rimuru, then how about this? I'll make a completely new golem for you to replace your elemental colossus. Ramiris, You mean the elemental colossus you broke? Ramiris snaps at me as she finishes the last bite of her meat bun. I hold up another meat bun to which she snatches it out of my hands. Rimuru, you were saying. Ramiris, nothing. Rimuru, as I was saying, this new golem will be much stronger than the elemental colossus you just magically lost. It'll also be fully sentient so it can even act as some kind of lackey, assistant to you. Ramiris' eyes sparkle. It seems she really wants a new golem. I'm pretty sure she just wants an assistant more than a guardian, but not my problem. Ramiris, very well, if you insist so much, I accept. I wasn't insisting, but okay. Ramiris proudly pushes out her chest after stuffing the rest of the meat bun into her mouth. Where the fuck does she fit 2 meat buns that are almost her size in that small body? No wait, she's a spiritual being, so it makes sense in a way. She doesn't exactly have a physical stomach, so. Did I just solve the foodie saber, Artoria, problem? Is this why she eats so much? Holy she-eat. Cough. In any case, a successful deal has been struck between Ramiris and me. I would make her a powerful sentient golem and in return, she will grant me access to the dwelling of the spirits along with Shizue's students to get them their spirits and save their lives. Ramiris, no, can you make the golem now? I mean, I don't think I can have the labyrinth completely defenseless while you're gone, since that elemental colossus you dash creates a mini Kamehameha. Ramiris, elemental colossus that just disappeared into thin air kinda was the only thing that could put up a good fight, so. Ramaris shyly asks while pointing her fingers together like an anime girl. No wait, she is an anime girl, never mind. Rimuru, well, it shouldn't take too long. I guess I'll be making a golem for her right now then. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Onii-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate skills, Beelzebub, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, resist spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, skill orb, limiter ring. A/N, I'm sure Ramaris is actually very charitable. MC, explain. N, I mean, if you use some special persuasion techniques, I'm sure she will agree. MC, special. N, yes. Special. MC. Oh. He. N, he. MC, but no. N, yeah, using it will make me feel like shit later. MC, same. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 134, Chapter 124 Iron Man. Right, I'm gonna make a golem for Ramaris, but where do I start? Obviously, it has to be sentient, having a mind of its own and being able to communicate and things like that. I mean, it doesn't have to think for itself and talk, but I want it to. I don't want to make a mindless puppet. That's one of the reasons I don't make golems for Avalon anymore. I did it once but it just felt off. So yeah, it's gotta think for itself and preferably talk. Ramaris also seems to want an assistant, slave, too, and knowing how irresponsible she is, someone like a butler is very appealing to me. I also want it to look humanoid, with 2 arms and 2 legs standing upright. The reason for that is because, well, I don't really have a reason. I guess it's because I want to make it like me, its creator. I guess making it look like a cool animal is also an option. A robotic dragon, wolf, tiger, things like that. Maybe a giant robotic cockroach. Yeah, no. Humanoid it is. It also has to be strong. I don't want it to fucking die after someone farts in its general direction. It's gotta have a lot of weapons, be tough physically and magically, and preferably can blow up something and walk away from it casually like a badass. Yeah, I've gotta go with that, huh? Rimuru, right, let's get started. Ramaris, oh. You're starting. Ramaris excitedly hovers over my shoulder, eagerly anticipating her new lackey. Rimuru, yup, just give me a moment. My companions also stop playing with the fairies for a bit and look in my direction, wondering what absurdity I'm going to make next. I crack my fingers and get to work. First, using Ahura Mazda, I create a body. This body is made entirely out of strong-as-fuck metal. Yes, strong-as-fuck metal. It's a metal I named that's a fusion of all the hardest materials that I could think of like adamantium, mithril, orichalcum, vibranium, my D. Cough. Sorry, random cough. I can't even cough with this body, so I don't know why I did. What was I talking about? Ah yes, strong-as-fuck metal. Yamato is also made out of this shit, but I haven't named it strong-as-fuck metal at the time. In any case, it appears on the ground around 6 foot tall. Completely made out of metal and colored in red and gold, it's a figure that's quite easily recognized by any that came from my world. Ilia, is that? Rimuru, yes, my dear Imuto. It is. It's Patrick Star. Wait, what? Beep. We are experiencing technical difficulties, please stand by. It's Iron Man. It looks exactly like the 85 Malawian Kwacha's Endgame version cost. That's the best looking one in my opinion. In fact, it doesn't just look like 85 Malawian Kwacha's Iron Man, it is MK85 Iron Man. It's made entirely out of strong-as-fuck nanomachines and everything. It's got a Magicule arc reactor and runes made through Scathatch, written all along the inside of it to make it fit into this magic-based fantasy world that runs off said arc reactor. Those runes give all kinds of passive enchantments, but it mainly gives it pseudo-skills like universal sense, infinite regeneration, so it can regenerate any lost nanomachines, multi-layer barrier, shapeshift, and several other less notable ones. In any case, that's the body. Now it needs a mind. In the series, OG Rimuru summoned a demon and stuffed it into the doll body he made. He named that demon Beretta, which later became a loyal servant/assistant/caretaker for Ramiris. I'm not naive enough to think I can just summon a random demon and get him exactly. Heck, I'm not even sure I can get one of the same color lineage as him. For demons, they all belong to a color lineage which roughly determines their personality, whether they would be hostile to humanity or not. Beretta is of the black lineage, the lineage of Diablo who are known to be whimsical. I don't think I can ever summon OG Beretta, but I would like to summon a demon of the black lineage at least. This way, I could just stuff the demon into the Iron Man body I have here and call it a day. I could just make an advanced AI, but summoning a demon and having it serve Ramiris just sounds cooler. In any case, knowing my luck in matters like these, which is basically just magical slightly dangerous gacha, I decided to rig the game and make it a guaranteed black pull. And to do that, I gotta call one of the devs. I invoke thought communication, thinking about a certain primordial demon. Rimuru, hey Diablo, you there? There's no answer for a couple of seconds. A/N, I sent you a message, please respond. Thinking something might be happening, I attempt to ask again, but Diablo quickly responds. Diablo, era. Rimuru-sama. How it overjoys me to hear your melodious voice again. Rimuru, are you good? You would normally respond immediately, did something happen? Diablo, no, nothing of the sort, Rimuru-sama. I'm just meeting with an old friend currently. For some reason, I can tell that he's toning down his situation heavily at the moment. He said he's going to recruit some of his comrades to work under me, right? That should mean he's meeting with the other primordial demons not currently in a faction. So, yeah, he's probably beating one of them into the ground at the moment. Well, he's one of the strongest primordial demons, and he got even stronger after I named him, so he should be fine. Rimuru, okay. In any case, I want to summon a demon and give it a physical body, and I want to summon one from your color lineage, preferably a butler type. Can you help me out? Diablo. Rimuru. Diablo. Rimuru-sama, am I not up to your standards? I can feel the depression through the thought communication. Jesus Christ, it's like Oyasumi Punpun all over again. A/N, oh god, why did I have to remember that? Gimme a sec, I'ma go cry. Rimuru, no. You're more than I could ever ask for. I need to summon this demon for someone else, not me. Diablo, oh. Is that so? Your words have the miraculous effect of shaking my emotions in such ways that I've never felt before. As expected of you, Rimuru-sama. How did it come to that? Sigh. Diablo, on the matter of summoning, you've already named me, so you can simply use the connection to summon a demon of my lineage. Oh, that makes sense. When I name a monster, a little soul corridor opens between us. Diablo is saying I can use the connection to draw some of his magicule to call a black demon. Rimuru, Ilya, can you use my connection with Diablo in a summoning? Ilya just thinks for barely a moment before nodding. Rimuru, it'll work, thanks for the advice. Diablo, it is my honor to be of service to you, Rimuru-sama. Now if you'll excuse me, I must continue chatting with my comrade. The thought communication cuts off after that last message. That man scares me sometimes. Oh well, not my problem. On to summoning the demon. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Onii-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's veal. Ultimate skills, Beelzebuth, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, resist spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, skill orb, limiter ring. A/N, is it gonna be okay? Having a demon serve a spirit. Aren't they enemies? MC, nah, humans and demons/monsters are enemies, spirits are kind of a neutral party, I think, that are more aligned to humans, but it should be fine. Besides, it happened in canon, so. I guess it'll be fine then. Plus, Ramiris is a demon lord, so. MC. MC. Aha. Ahaha. MC. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Funny pun. MC. Ahahaha. Yes, indeed, funny pun. And /MC. Send help. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 135, Chapter 125 Jarvis. Right, I want to summon a demon and yeet it into the Iron Man body I have prepared. Let's get started. I crack my fingers, don't ask how I can do that, and write down some temporary demon summoning runes with my foot. I now realize I didn't actually need to crack my fingers. Moving on. Normally, you would also need to mutter a chant of some kind, but I don't need to since the runes I get with Scathatch are powerful enough on their own. Well, I guess I might as well, just to add to the atmosphere. I mean, I'm summoning a demon. It's the least I can do. I carelessly lobbed the Iron Man body in the center of the runes, much to Ramorous' horror, before placing a finger on my chin and thinking for a moment. What should I say? The most demonic chant I can think of. Oh. I got it. Rimuru, Ola, mi nombro is Jeff, grassy ass. Immediately after, the runes light up ominously and the summoning begins. What did I say? Simple, I just said, hello, my name is Jeff, thank you, in Spanish, hola mi nombre es Jeff, gracias. I remember saying this once for my Spanish homework at home when all my furniture started floating and it seemed pretty demonic to me, so I just said it again here and, success. I bet Shizu would be proud. Meanwhile, back in Avalon, a certain Hellcat wakes up from her napping and stares towards the horizon in the direction Rimuru and his companions just so happen to be. Shizu. I sense a disturbance in the Force Naya. She continues to stare for a little while longer, before ignoring it and going back to sleep. Back to Rimuru. Magicules that remind me of Diablo flows from my chest, down my right arm and into the runes surrounding the Iron Man body. The runes glow even brighter, shimmering in an ominous red light as a demon answers my call from the spiritual world. It begins to possess the body as the fingers twitch every now and again. After a few more seconds pass, the eyes of the armor light up in a surprisingly calm blue glow. I lean over to Mikoto and whisper. Rimuru, do demons normally have blue eyes? I thought red was more of their thing. You know, since red is a more sinister color. Mikoto just shrugs and shakes her head with a clueless expression, to which I match and look back towards the body as it smoothly stands up. A pleasure to meet you all. I came because I sense familiar magicules that belong only to those of my color lineage and I happen to be the strongest in the immediate area. I grew curious, and thus, I have answered your summons. The demon now possessing the Iron Man body bows humbly towards all of us. His voice sounds, not to be racist, British, 'cause they have all the best butler sounds. The accent is on point and his voice also sounds like the real deal. Rimuru, you're perfect. As expected of Diablo, the ideal butler personality demon has arrived. This is the exact guy I wanted. What's that? What about Beretta? Who's Beretta? A/N, who's Rem? Anywho, moving on. Rimuru, right, your name will be Jarvis from now on. I mean, it's a perfect name from him, is it not? He also sounds just like Jarvis from the movies. Ramorous, ooh. What a good name. Ramorous also approves, clapping in joy as I feel a small amount of magicules flow into the demon, granting it the name Jarvis and giving it a power boost. Its arc reactor in its chest glows slightly before dying down. Jarvis, Jarvis. That is my name. I shall serve you well to live up to your expectations. Jarvis says a bit emotionally. I forgot that giving names is a very special thing, so giving him a name right off the bat seems a bit impulsive. Oh well. I don't care. Rimuru, yeah, that's nice and all, but, You're serving her, not me. I say as I point in Ramorous' direction. She places her hands on her hips and puffs her chest out as she raises her nose towards the sky in a haughty manner. Jarvis looks in her direction before looking back at me and silently pointing at her, to which I just nod. I can see the light die from its eyes. Rimuru, ***, well, how about introductions? Ramorous, hi. Me first. Ahem, I am the great demon lord Ramorous of the Labyrinth. Consider it an honor to serve me. Ooh, she did it without biting her tongue. I am in awe. I lightly clap my hands as I can see Jarvis convince himself that at least he's going to serve a bona fide demon lord. Seeing our lack of reactions to her claim as a demon lord, he realizes that she isn't exactly lying. Meanwhile, my companions also begin to introduce themselves. Ilya, I'm Ilya, Onii-chan's little sister. Ilya says as she jumps on one of my arms, wrapping her arms around it. I just pat her head with my free hand as Mikoto steps forward and introduces herself. Mikoto, I'm Misaka Mikoto. Although Mikoto is my first name, not Misaka. You can just call me that. Mikoto has been living in this world so long that she's now a little apathetic towards people she's not really acquainted with calling her by her first name. At first, it was really uncomfortable for her, but thankfully she got used to it. Japanese and their damn language. Ranga, I am Ranga, one of Master's most faithful servants. Ranga introduces himself while wagging his tail. Jarvis' eyes that are looking at him show a hint of jealousy. Oh boy, it seems he really doesn't have many expectations of Ramirez. Well, OG Beretta was like this too. Eventually, he came to enjoy serving Ramirez, so I'm not too worried about Jarvis betraying Ramirez. I mean, who's Beretta? Rimuru, actually, why don't I do this? I lift the hand patting Ilia's head and extend my pointer finger towards Ramirez who is floating right next to me. She looks at me curiously, wondering what I'm going to do before I touch Ramirez's forehead with my finger. Ilia, immediately knowing what I'm trying to do, helps me through invoking the Manas, Ilia's veil. Immediately after, the connection I have with Jarvis disappears and is instead transferred to Ramirez. This way, it'll be as if Ramirez herself named him, but she doesn't lose any Magicules. Smiling at the fairy that is now shocked to her very core with the new connection she has with the golem in front of her, I turn to Jarvis while resuming patting Ilia's head. Meanwhile, Mikoto looks at Ramirez with an expression that says, I know what you're going through. And Ranga is jumping around, trying to catch the elusive fairies. Rimuru, how's your body? Jarvis snaps out of his stupor before he flexes and rotates his arms around a bit. Jarvis, in all honesty, this is probably the best body I could ever ask for. I have an innate knowledge of its capabilities, but it will take some time to grow fully accustomed to utilizing this body's massive potential to its maximum capacity. Jarvis replies while forming plasma cannons with his hands before changing them to energy blades. Nanomachines are really something, huh? Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manas, Ilia's veil. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. MC, should I make something like this for myself? Nah. You're OP as it is, you don't need an Iron Man armor. MC, but it looks cool though. True. But you're a slime, do you really need it? MC. MC, true. I could become the armor myself. That's not what I was suggesting. MC, and I could have Mikoto wear me. Calm down. MC, and then I could do some tentacle hentai stuff inside. Do it. Spark. /MC, eep. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 136, Chapter 126 Test Flight. In any case, Jarvis is born and is now a subordinate under Demon Lord Ramirez, much to her absolute delight. Ramirez is flying around him, inspecting every inch of his metallic surface as Jarvis just stands there, contemplating his life choices. I look between Jarvis and Ramirez with a pondering expression. Rimuru, hey, Jarvis, couldn't Ramirez wear you? Jarvis stops staring into space and looks at me before looking at the floor thinking about it. Ramirez, What? Where Jarvis? Ramirez looks towards me with an excited expression, getting a feeling that something exciting is gonna happen. Rimuru, well, Jarvis' body was designed after a suit of armor a genius from another world made to help him fight. I didn't change much about the armor part, meaning he can be worn. Ramirez, really? Well, it's not like I need any supportive gear for someone on my strength levels, but I would gladly use you to at least limit my overwhelming strength so I don't instantly turn my enemies to ash. Ramirez turns to Jarvis and practically begs him with her eyes to let her wear him. Rimuru, yeah. There's a problem with that though. I say while sheepishly scratching the back of my head. Mikoto. Can you even fit? Mikoto voices out the exact problem I had in my mind. Jarvis is just a bit over 6 feet tall. Ramirez is just under 30 centimeters. Do you see the problem? Crack. I heard Ramirez's hopes and dreams crack as a trail of blood trails out of her mouth. Jarvis. It might be possible. After Jarvis finished speaking, he speaks out, sparking Ramirez's hopes again. Jarvis, I have the shapeshift skill from the runes inscribed into the inside of my body. I can possibly shrink my body to fit Ramirez-sama's size. Jarvis has already begun to unconsciously call Ramirez-sama, which is good. But can you shrink with the shapeshift skill? I know you can increase your size by using Magicules by supplementing your lacking body mass with black mist, but shrinking. Ramirez, quick. Try it. Try, try, try. Ramiris is practically shaking from excitement. Looking at her, I can practically hear the thoughts passing through her head. I don't have to be a weakling anymore. I feel a bit sorry for all that she had to go through. Unfortunately for her, she had to reincarnate several times. Once she reaches the peak of power for her current self, she reincarnates again, starting from scratch. That's why she, who is quite weak right now, is a demon lord. She probably used to be quite strong back in the past, but now she's quite weak compared to the other demon lords, even demon lord seeds like Carrion, Fry and Clayman. In any case, Jarvis might give her a power boost to her current weak self, which is probably why she's so hyped. In any case, Jarvis begins to shrink. Yes, shrink. He gets smaller and smaller, and when he reaches about half height, he begins to fly using the repulsors in his palms and feet. Very quickly his height lessens until he's about the same size as Ramiris, both of them hovering in the air facing each other. Jarvis then turns around and back up towards Ramiris, who eagerly opens her arms wide as she eventually sinks into armor. The armor then shifts its form. Its waist shrinks, its chest expands, only a little, and its legs, arms and fingers become more feminine. Its biggest changes are on its back and helmet. Ramiris' wings are covered with an extremely thin layer of nanomachines, gaining a blue neon glow as its edges gain a red metallic hue. The helmet, on the other hand, forms two sharp pieces of metal extending from its sides, accommodating Ramiris' long elf-like ears. It honestly fits quite well, looking like decorative pieces for her helmet. Somehow, Ramiris still glows with soft yellowish golden light, but I don't question it. It's probably a fairy thing. Or more anime bullshit, I don't know nor do I care. The repulsors on Jarvis' hands and feet stop functioning as the wings' blue glow intensifies as they become responsible for keeping Ramiris in the air. Ramiris looks down at her hands without saying anything. She opens and closes her fingers curiously, looking up her arm before noticing her whole body. Ramiris. Mikoto. Are you okay? Ramiris. It's. Ilya, it's. Ramiris, it's beautiful. Ahahaha. Ramiris' wings glow even brighter. Crack, bang. Before I even realize it, she starts flying all over the room, splintering the winds from her acceleration. She's just a red, yellow, and blue blur at the speed she's going. Her laughter is echoing from all over the room. If it weren't for the enclosed space, I do not doubt that she could potentially break the sound barrier several times. Of course, you can also hear Jarvis trying to calm her down. Jarvis, Ramiris-sama, please slow down. This is your very first flight using the armor, you should take things slow and calibrate yourself with it before you use such speeds. Immediately after, he was proven right. Clank. Ramiris clips her foot on a piece of rubble on the ground as she was flying low and ended up spinning out. Bang. She flew straight into the wall in front of her, embedding herself into it and cracking the wall around her point of impact. Ramiris, ugh. That hurt. Ramiris groans as she slides out of the armor, rubbing her back as she slowly floats over towards where my companions and I are waiting. Jarvis, on the other hand, forces himself out of the wall, landing on the ground before walking on the ground, following Ramiris as he grows, returning to his original size and more masculine form. Rimuru, so? I ask while raising my eyebrow in amusement. Ramiris, ahem, I meant to do that. I was testing his durability. She says with a proud smile while floating over to Jarvis and playfully hitting his shoulder. Jarvis looks at Ramiris and sighs. Jarvis, apologies, Ramiris-sama. I will try to work on reducing the impact you feel upon collision. Ramiris, yeah. Right, you do that. Ramiris sheepishly says, but we all know she won't admit to her fault. Mikoto looks at the crack on the wall before turning to Ramiris. Mikoto, hey, why didn't you just leave Jarvis as he is and pilot him like a giant robot? Holy shit, I didn't think of that. Ramiris, WOAH. I could do that. She snaps her head in Jarvis' direction with sparkling eyes. Jarvis, it should be feasible. Jarvis confirms and Ramiris shouts in joy for more things to test. Rimuru, you also have to test out Jarvis in combat, but... Unfortunately, we have to go. We've stayed here long enough, it's time to move on. Ramiris, You're going already? Rimuru, unfortunately, yes. I've got another stop before I head to Ingrassia and I don't want to lose too much time. Ilya, we'll meet again with the kids later. Ramiris, All right. Come back quickly. Ramiris seems unsatisfied but still said goodbye while telling us to visit soon. Jarvis, I am thankful to you for gifting me my body and my name. As long as Ramiris-sama allows it, I shall do whatever you ask of me. Jarvis says with a butler-like bow. Ramiris doesn't seem bothered by his words, so I take it as she is also pretty thankful to me. Ramiris, now. Let's test out your weapons. Ramaris switches her attention to Jarvis after waving her hand at us, opening a portal behind us leading to the entrance of her labyrinth. I wave goodbye at her as I walk through along with Mikoto, Ilya, and Ranga. Rimuru, try not to blow yourself up. Ramaris, ha ha ha. There's no way the great me would do something like that. She haughtily shouts as the portal closes behind me. I'm still worried. Should I have put on some kind of training wheels protocol? Mikoto. Hey, I was thinking about this for a while and now that we're moving on, I thought I might as well ask. Why couldn't you just use your runes to solve the rampaging Magicule's problem with Shizue's students? Rimuru. My dear Mikoto, you need to stop thinking so much. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Dumbass. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, I'm sorry, I suddenly ran out of inspiration at the end of this chapter. I apologize if the ending seems a little lackluster. I also wanted to have MC leave last chapter, but I really wanted to show Jarvis' capabilities, so, here it is. Also, did something happen to my fanfic recently? Lots of people are suddenly making bad reviews and I don't know why. Most of them don't really explain anything. Is it the recent quality? Did I write something bad? Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 137, Chapter 127 Rubrios. Rimuru, right, onto the next stop. I say as Ranga increases his size with all three of us already on his back. Ranga's tail is wagging so quickly, it looks like a white blur. He's so eager to run. I almost feel bad for ruining his hopes. I'm joking, I feel awful. I can feel my heart crack. Mikoto, so, where are we going? Rimuru, to the Holy Empire of Rubrios. I need to talk to a certain student of Shizue's. Mikoto doesn't say anything as she processes the words I just spoke. Mikoto. Shizue had other students. Rimuru, I didn't tell you. Shizue had 2 other students before she retired and became a teacher at Ingrassia. One of them is Yuki Kagurazaka and the other is Hinata Sakaguchi. Ilya, Yuki is the current Grandmaster of the Free Guild and Hinata is one of the Western Church's 10 great saints. Both of them are otherworlders. We're going to go talk with Hinata in Rubrios before going to Ingrassia. I need to get something out of the way first. Ilya interjects with some additional information as Mikoto tries to digest this new knowledge, still shocked at the realization that Shizue had some very successful students. Mikoto, does that mean Shizue was really responsible? Flashback to Shizu causing mayhem in Avalon. No, that's not possible. I hear Mikoto muttering to herself. The reason I'm going to see Hinata is to inform her of what happened to her teacher Shizue. Originally, Yuki, the crazy bastard, fed her false information saying that OG Rimuru killed Shizue with malicious intent. Seeking revenge, she sought to kill OG Rimuru and almost succeeded if not for his plot armor, if not for him tricking her. Even then, he barely escaped death. In the end, he was still delayed on his return to the city of Rimuru, which spoilers led to many people dying including Cheyenne. I want to stop all that by telling Hinata what actually happened, which should spare Avalon from her wrath. That's my plan at least. Rimuru, oh yeah, and Yuki is a psychopath that wants to destroy the world, but no one knows that. Spark fizzle. Mikoto.exe has stopped working. Rest in peace. Ranga, Rubrios. Unfortunately, I am unaware of its location. Master, Ilya-sama, which direction should I go? Ranga eagerly asks with his tail wagging even faster. God, I feel bad for saying this. Rimuru, It's even further than Ingrassia, which is already far as it is, so. Ilya, We're gonna use a portal. Dong. I hear that dramatic bell as Ranga's hopes disappear into ashes. Feeling my soul threatening to shatter into pieces seeing him in this condition, I turn into my slime form and jump over Mikoto and Ilya straight onto Ranga's head. Rimuru, cheer up bud. I'll stay here for the rest of the journey there. Ranga, *sniff*, really. Rimuru, Ranga thankfully accepts my proposal and cheers up, if only a bit. Ilya, who's sitting in front of Mikoto, stares at my aerodynamic body with sparkling eyes, before she proceeds to poke it with her finger. Poke poke poke. What is this? This feels so relaxing. Who knew getting poked by a loli would be exactly what I need? Ilya, eehee. Oni-chan is so soft. Oh dear, oh dear. Gorgeous. Anyway, I get the special coordinates for the general location of our destination and I open a portal leading there and Ranga walks through. On the other side of the portal, we find ourselves in the middle of a sparse forest. Using universal sense, I find a road nearby and point it out to Ranga. He accelerates gradually and we quickly find ourselves at the well-treaded dirt road. Now, which way do we go? I could use the tried method of just letting the stick decide, but I have a better idea. Rimuru, Ilya, do we go left or right? And that is to ask our resident GPS Ilya, left. She looks around for a moment and then confidently tells us which way we should go before she goes back to poking me. And so, Ranga starts running. Cue the boredom. A few hours later. We find ourselves coming up on a giant city surrounded by walls. There's a fuck ton of white in that city, it's like it's made out of chalk. I can practically feel the holiness emanating off the walls. It burns my soul. I feel like doing something productive for once. Disgusting. The walls are white, the smooth-pointed towering buildings you can see over the walls are also white. The people inside the city are, you guessed it, also white. A little racist, not gonna lie. Mikoto, Rimuru. A newly recovered Mikoto calls out my name. Rimuru, I know. There's a barrier covering the city. This barrier is specifically designed to keep monsters out. Not only that, there's an even stronger sensory barrier covering the city that will warn any higher-ups of any monster that somehow gets past the first barrier. Rimuru, as expected of the Holy Empire of Rubrios. A massive empire that is the center of the Western Holy Church, also known as the Luminous Faith, influencing all of the Western countries except for a few. Being the bane of monsters, of course, they would have barriers specializing in defense against them. If they didn't, I would be honestly a bit disappointed. Anyway, Mikoto is human, so she's fine. As for Ilya, although she isn't human, she definitely isn't a monster, so she also passes. As for Ranga and I, well. Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Runes for the win. In any case, the city is big. Like, really big. Much bigger than Blumen's royal capital. Several big buildings look important, so finding one with Hinata Sakaguchi inside of it will be a bit of a pain. Ilya, found her. Rimuru, ooh. Already. I forgot that Ilya is thankfully OP in situations like this. Ilya, yup. She's pretty strong, so I just had to look for a large energy source. I found several, but I easily narrowed it down. She has really good control over her magiceules though, I might have missed it if I wasn't specifically looking for her. Really? That's surprising. Ilya is beyond a supercomputer. Even the slightest chance of evading her detection means you're definitely skilled in hiding. Well, that's to be expected of Hinata, one of the strongest humans alive. In the end, I just opened a portal directly inside of Rubrios royal capital's walls with a concealment rune covering all of us. Fuck the waiting line. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, Fuck the waiting line. MC, yeah, fuck it. N, the waiting line at the hospital where people are on the verge of death. Nah, fuck that line, you stubbed your toe. MC, exactly. This is a joke because I can't think of anything to put here. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 138, Chapter 128 Hinata. It is currently dark outside. The stars and moon are shining through the barrier into the holy city, creating an atmosphere similar to Avalon's, at first glance. Even so, there's something weird, something off about this place. It's too calm. I never realized how much I enjoyed the random explosions that occur throughout Avalon. It's like these people here in Rubrios don't know how to have fun. Anyway, Ranga ran through the holy capital of Rubrios carrying Mikoto, Ilya, and I on his back. All of us were under a concealment rune, so barely anyone noticed us. Yes. Barely anyone. Meaning there was one person who did. There was a guy who looked like Jeff from 21 Jump Street, OG Jeff, and I wanted his autograph, so I lifted the visual concealment part of the rune since I had to ask him for one. Well, it was just the visual concealment so no one could sense us through either magic or through a skill from halfway across the city. People could see us though, and a little kid happened to catch the sight of two girls and a slime riding a white wolf, since I'm still in my slime form on Ranga's head. He told his mom but no one believed him. Mikoto chided me about removing the concealment and I didn't end up getting the autograph. Oh well, he wasn't the actual Jeff though, so it's not a big loss. Plus I have two Jeffs at home and ways. Where was I? Oh right, it's night and Ranga ran through the city. We quickly tracked down Hinata Sakaguchi and we ended up face to face with her directly. She's alone, thankfully. She's just calmly walking through a very large white empty hall, so I don't need to appear in the middle of a large group of racist humans. She has short black hair and sharp violet eyes. She's wearing a long white coat over some light magi steel armor with an elegant sword strapped to her hip. Or rather than a sword, it's more of a rapier that's a bit thicker than your garden variety. Now, she still doesn't know we're here, so. Rimuru, what do I do? I don't think I can just pop into existence saying, I'm not a bad slime, since I'm sure that would startle her. I also don't want to just reveal myself and have Hinata call for backup, so. Rimuru, oh I know. Mikoto gets a bad feeling and slowly turns her head towards me. Mikoto, Rimuru. What were you planning to do? Rimuru, I was just gonna kidnap her into the mirror dimension. Mikoto. Rimuru. Ilya. Ranga, happy panting asterisk. Hinata suddenly stops and looks in our direction with narrowed eyes. I know she can't see or sense me since she's not looking directly at me and only staring in my general direction, but. Rimuru, whoa, that's some scary intuition. Rimuru, anyway, let's kidnap her. Ilya, ooh. Mikoto, wait. Ilya cheers with me as Mikoto tries to stop me, but I already jumped off Ranga's back while transforming into my human form and shoved my hand into a small portal I made with spatial ruler. My hand pops out of another portal behind Hinata and reaches out towards her. I wriggle my fingers a bit before grabbing her collar and pulling backwards. The portal my arm is extending out from expands and fragments like glass and Hinata gets pulled into it. As for me, I pull my arm out of the portal next to me but Hinata is nowhere to be seen. She's already in the mirror dimension. Rimuru, right. Let's go. I create a large portal under me and I immediately fall through it, finding myself dropping in the same place in the large white hall. If there's a difference, it would be how the surroundings constantly move like the surface of an ocean of glass. I then proceed to duck as a sword comes flying over my head. The ends of my long white hair get cut by the sword as I thank Hakuru for training my instincts to such a degree. Rimuru, that was close. I underestimated Hinata. I wasn't expecting her to hide her presence and sneak attack me as soon as I came in. I leap forward and use my hand as a spring to flip myself away from my position. I land on my feet, looking back at the sword and its user. Rimuru, right, first things first, hello Hinata Sakaguchi, my name is Rimuru. I want to talk to you. Hinata, is that so? A cold voice responds to my introduction and Hinata rushes forward with speeds that I've rarely seen in my short life. She can easily match Hakuru in speed. She slashes her rapier at me, aiming straight at my neck to which I just lean backwards. Mid-swing, just as the blade was passing by my neck, she thrust forward piercing straight towards my jugular. Jesus Christ, this woman is lethal. Well, not that she's any threat. Scathatch. I write a rune in the air with my magicule and then flick it towards Hinata. Not expecting me to move as fast as her eyes widen slightly before her usual calculating look replaces her surprise. She halts her attack and spins her body, causing the rune to helplessly fly past her. Feeling the rune disappear through her magic sense, so resumes her attack. What she didn't know was that the rune didn't actually disappear. Ever since Rune Master evolved into an ultimate skill, I could easily add several effects to a single rune. An example would be the concealment rune I used to hide me and my companions as Ranga ran through Rubirio's capital. It contained a concealing effect for both physical and supernatural perceptions. This rune I just made also has several effects. One of them is a delayed concealing effect. The other is a boomerang effect. Hinata couldn't sense the rune only because it concealed its magicule signature after she dodged it. After that, Hinata thrusts her rapier towards me again, this time heading straight towards M-Heart. However, I don't move and just casually smile. Hinata realizes something is wrong, but... Rimuru, Oarida, it's over. Form. The rune hits, causing a magicule shockwave to rush over the surface of her body, slowing her down and eventually freezing her in place. She can't move. Ranga jumps through the portal into the mirror dimension I made along with Ilya and Mikoto. Only a few seconds have passed since Hinata and I started fighting. That's how fast we were moving. Even then, I'm guessing that wasn't Hinata's top speed. But even so, she can't move anymore. Ranga, you fought, master. Ranga eagerly asks as he shrinks his size and walks up to me with a wagging tail. Ilya just smiles and runs up to me, clinging onto my arm. Mikoto sighs while shaking her head, walking forwards with her hands in her pockets. Mikoto, I knew that would happen if you kidnapped her like this. Yeah, I had an inkling that would have happened too. There were several ways I could have contacted Hinata peacefully, without startling her, but... Rimuru, where's the fun in that? Hinata and Mikoto stare at me with blank expressions. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manas, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, Ranga is wholesome. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 139, Chapter 129 Scary Mikoto. In any case, Hinata is frozen in place, still mid-thrust. She can't do anything else but she can move her eyes and talk, which is exactly what she's doing. Her cold, calculating eyes are moving around, trying to gauge her situation as she talks to me, attempting to dig for information. Hinata, so, you said your name is Rimuru. I don't suppose you have any relation to that gathering of monsters in the Jura forest, would you? Rimuru, oh, you've heard of us. Hinata, the church's information gathering system is quite dynamic. I guess Yom and his movements as a champion who took down the Orc Lord are going well. Especially if it means that information about Avalon is spreading. Rimuru, ooh. So. Would you like to visit? I cheerfully ask her. Hinata, unfortunately my current position isn't exactly the best situation to ask someone to do something. Would you mind unrestraining me first? Hinata casually asks while staring at me with her sharp eyes, to which I scratch the back of my head. Rimuru, unfortunately, I would like to talk to you about something important. I realize kidnapping you wasn't the best way to do it, but I wanted to get it over with quick. You don't exactly trust me, which is understandable, but I would like to keep my head on my shoulders, so, no, I won't let you go. Hinata closes her eyes and sighs. Hinata, well, at least I asked. No matter, I don't need your permission anyway. With those ominous words, holy energy flares out from Hinata, eroding the magicules preventing her body from movement. The rune on her back fizzles out of existence, and with speeds that greatly exceed the velocity she used during our short battle, her rapier swings right towards my neck. My eyes widen as I watch the blade slice the air as it moves. Honestly, it's quite beautiful. Hinata's swordsmanship is better than even Hakuru's. I move my body to avoid her attack. I don't think my barrier can stop that sword, especially when it's coated in holy energy, the anti-magicule juice. Unfortunately, since I wasn't expecting her to break out from my rune so quickly, I wasn't able to avoid her attack completely. Shing. An arm goes flying into the air. My arm. I look down to my left shoulder to find my arm severed at the upper arm. Instead of bones, flesh, muscle and blood, all you can see is the white you would see from my slime body. That's to be expected since I'm not human. Of course, Hinata already knew I wasn't human. My universal shapeshift skill merely lets me mimic the shape and form of the creatures I eat and disguise the outer layer with colors. Features unique to the race I mimic would reflect over to my body. An example would be smell. My slime form can't really smell things, but if I mimic a human or even a wolf, I can smell things. Even so, things considered unnecessary will be discarded and won't follow through with my transformation. An example would be blood, bones and other vital organs like the brain and heart. Hence why I'm not panicking about seeing my arm make a beautiful parabola through the air before hitting the ground a dozen meters away or so. Hinata backs off while raising her rapier, ready to defend and counterattack in case I pursue. I don't, and I just stand there with an amused smile still on my face. Hinata, you barely flinched. I must say, I praise your ability to smile even with a severed arm. She must not know exactly what race I am. If she did, she would know that losing an arm isn't all that big of a deal. Hell, I could lose my head and I would still be completely fine. Rimuru, haha. No, that's just the cancel pain skill doing its job. If I didn't have it, I would probably be rolling on the floor right now. I mean, I've never dealt with pain larger than an ant biting my dick back in my old world, so if my arm got cut off, there's no way I could remain calm without the cancel pain skill. Spark. I look over towards the source of the spark. Asterisk VM. Asterisk. However, a bright orange beam of energy comes flying past my face, heading straight towards Hinata. A/N, parry this you filthy casual. She lowers her body in an attempt to evade the blow, but Mikoto's railgun is an attack specializing in its speed and piercing power. Unless Hinata anticipated the attack beforehand, which she didn't, there's little hope to dodge it regardless of how fast you are. And would you guess it, Hinata gets struck by it head-on. Luckily for her, she was able to raise her weapon just in time to alter its course and avoid a fatal blow. Hinata was nonetheless pushed back. She fell to her knees using her weapon as a support as the blade and the armor around her waist emit smoke from the heat of Mikoto's attack. Looking back to the source of the energy beam, I see Tsundere Pikachu glaring at Hinata with frozen cold eyes I never thought I would see from her. Mikoto, don't you dare do that again. With an icy voice that matches the look in her eyes, she speaks out to Hinata. Sparks of electricity still menacingly dance across her arm and hair. Rimuru, Mikoto. I never thought you cared about me this much. I'm genuinely surprised at her actions. I'm quite happy. Losing an arm is worth it. Immediately after I spoke those words, Mikoto snaps her head towards me, the blush flaring on her cheeks instantly melting any of the coldness she held before. Mikoto, yeah. And no. It's just that, you know. She shyly looks down as she coyly points her fingers together. So cute. As for Ilya and Ranga, they never panicked even once since the former knew exactly what I'm capable of and the latter just had that much blind faith in me. I'm flattered, honestly. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, I know what you're thinking. Author. MC is an origin slime, someone on par with a true dragon. How TF did Hinata even manage to hit MC let alone cut his arm off? And I just wanted to invite our resident main character to the stage to explain. MC enters the stage. Booing and dissing from the crowd. MC, I just wanna say I wasn't serious against her. Physically, I can floor Hinata is every aspect. Hinata can use her full strength and I can give her a hard fight with just my fists. That's how strong and fast I can be. If I used my skills as well, that's overkill. So yeah, that fight was barely a warm-up for me. That's it for my TED Talk, have a good night. MC walks off the stage. More booing and dissing from the crowd and they throw food scraps at him. I knew it, you guys love me more than that shitty MC. Silence. Someone from the crowd takes out a bazooka and shoots it at Author. What the foo? Boom. Author dies. No chapter tomorrow. JK Author will revive tomorrow with a new chapter. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 140, Chapter 130 Talk with Hinata. Mikoto, wait, now's not the time for that. Mikoto runs up to me and grabs what's remaining my left arm, worry clouding her face. She lifts up my ripped and tattered sleeve and concernedly inspected the wound. Rimuru, not to worry, 'tis but a scratch. I say with a calm smile in an attempt to pacify her. I move my Magicules to my arm and overpower the lingering holy energy with it, causing my infinite regeneration skill to finally work again, regrowing my arm in barely a second. Holy energy is what the church uses to combat monsters and demons since it has an anti-magicule property. When Hinata cut my arm off, some holy energy remained, hindering my recovery. If not for that, my arm would have recovered naturally. Although holy energy is a counter to Magicules, you can overwhelm it and wash it off. Kind of like how in small quantities, water can't put out a large fire, but with enough water, that story changes. Hinata is still kneeling on the ground leaning against her rapier as support with one hand while the other holds her wounded waist. She looks at my newly recovered arm without a hint of surprise on her face, her impassive eyes glance at my arm before shifting to my face. Hinata, a regeneration skill. And quite a powerful one if your arm recovered that quickly. Rimuru, I know, right? Ultra-speed regeneration was a skill that took a lot of work to acquire. I'd say it's worth it. That's a fucking lie. I have infinite regeneration, which is already many times better than ultra-speed regeneration. Not to mention that I got that skill on my first day after being reincarnated due to my rather smooth evolution into an origin slime. Hinata, I would assume so, especially if it could regrow your arm so quickly. Hinata seems a bit more talkative than usual. Ah, I know why now. She's buying time. The hand that's holding her waist is softly glowing with holy energy, subtly healing her injury. If not for my astounding genius, I would have missed it. Luckily she's quite resistant to magicule since she's bathed in the holy juice, so Mikoto's railgun didn't hurt her as much. Unfortunately, Mikoto is an Esper originally and is simply using magicules to augment her attacks, so she still dealt heavy damage, which is why Hinata can't move carelessly. Which reminds me, I have to remedy this situation. How do I do that? Oh, I know. I can use Shizue's anti-magic mask. My genius, it generates gravity. Rimuru, right, I think I should start explaining. I mutter as I take out Shizue's mask from my stomach. Hinata quickly recognizes the mask. Hinata, where did you get that mask? With eyes and a voice that struck a chill down my back, she asks me with coldness on a different level than before. Rimuru, whoa, calm your tatas. Shizue gave this to me, I didn't steal this from her or anything of the sort. Hinata's eyes widen, some of the coldness disappearing as shock settles in. I create a simple wooden chair and place it down in front of me. I jump up and turn back into my slime form as Mikoto quickly catches me and sits down on the wooden chair, placing me on her lap. I trained her well. Hinata, a slime. Rimuru, yeah, I get that a lot. Listen, we need to talk. Hinata stares straight into my eyes with her own sharp, calculating ones. She closes her eyes and sighs before standing up slowly. She shifts her right foot on the ground. Thinking that she's getting ready for yet another attack, I prepare to transform back into my human form and push Mikoto out of the way, but instead, a small pillar of the earth rises from out of the ground behind her. She sits on it. It turns out it was a fucking makeshift stool. A/N, I don't think it was ever mentioned that Hinata could manipulate Earth, but I'm just going to assume that one of the world's strongest humans can at least do something like this. Especially with Hinata's unique skill, Usurper, that lets her learn techniques at an insane rate. Hinata, if you're lying, I'll kill you. Yeah, figured as much, ahem. And so I proceeded to explain the course of events that led to me getting the mask. Shizue and 3 other adventurers she met on the way arrived at my village. Unfortunately, she was already close to death at that time due to the greater spirit Ifrit slipping from her control. Rimuru, well, to be exact, she wouldn't have died physically. Ifrit was escaping her control and would have taken over her body and probably returned to its true master, Demon Lord Leon. She would no longer be Shizue at that point, and that counts as a death in my books, so. Hinata and Mikoto nod in understanding. I continue to tell the story of Shizue's last days. I told Shizue about her condition and after realizing that she didn't have as long as she'd liked, she decided to spend the rest of her short time in my village. I did everything I could to make her happy, from giving her all kinds of modern luxuries like food to playing games, reading manga, JoJo specifically, and just sitting down and talking with smiles on all of our faces. Unfortunately, the day had to end and just as Shizue was about to fall asleep. Rimuru. She asked me to consume her body. I say with a hoarse voice. A tear rolls down Mikoto's cheek. She always regretted not being there at that time. Rimuru, the human form you saw previously was the result of me mimicking a human using Shizue's body as a base. You didn't realize it because I was concealing my identity. Granted, it's a younger, genderless version though. I finish speaking and we all just sit there in silence. Mikoto brings my slime body up and begins hugging it and Hinata is just closing her eyes, digesting the information I just gave her. Regardless of how cold she is, Hinata considered Shizue as the only person who showed her kindness before she rose to fame as one of the 10 great saints of the luminous faith. Likewise, Shizue was someone Hinata cared for, regardless of how the latter denied it. At least, that was how the light novel depicted their relationship. Hinata opens her eyes while taking a deep breath. Looking into them, I smile a little. Seeing the mournful emotions passing through her eyes just confirms it. Snore. Due to the silence, that snore was heard by all of us. Turning to my right, I look at the source of it. Ranga. He's lying on the ground with closed eyes fast asleep, his stomach rising and falling slowly. Leaning against his stomach sitting on the ground is Ilya, who is also asleep, breathing calmly as she unconsciously snuggles into Ranga's fur. Mikoto chuckles to herself as I turn to Hinata. Rimuru, it's been a long day. Can we continue tomorrow? Hinata nods her head and stands up, already completely healed. If not for her damaged armor, I wouldn't think she was ever hurt in any way. I open a portal leading to reality next to her and she walks through it. I close the portal before looking back at the wolf and the lowly. Now, how should I move them? Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Resist Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, why do you want to move them? MC, to get them into a bed, obviously. But I don't want to disturb their sleep. N, isn't Ranga an already great bed? MC. N. MC. Shit, you're right. N, I know I am. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 141, Chapter 131 Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime. It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, nothing much is happening. I mean, there aren't any kids around that should be burning in hell, so. In any case, due to the long day we had, Ilya fell asleep on Ranga. Ranga wouldn't dare to disturb her, so he also fell asleep. I mean, we left Blumund, traveled to Ramaris Labyrinth, summoned a demon for her, traveled to Rubrios, met Hinata, fought Hinata, and used Talk no Jutsu to calm her down. All in one day. I don't get how her body can grow tired since she's basically a spiritual being, but I don't really care enough to find out. Ilya is cute when she sleeps and that's all that matters. Did I also mention that Ranga is cute when he sleeps? He tends to dream and sleep talk a bit, although since he isn't using thought communication, it's mostly coming out as little woofs and barks. Although he mentions my name now and again. It always comes out as Wimyu since he can't pronounce it properly. Sounds like a fucking furry, but when he does it it's cute, so I forgive him easily. And when Ilya is sleeping while leaning against Ranga, it would have been a fucking sin if I disturbed their sleep. So I didn't touch them and just left them to sleep in the mirror dimension. Don't get me wrong, I didn't just leave them there. I joined them. Mikoto did too. I sat to Ilya's left and Mikoto sat to her right, both of us leaning against Ranga's fluffy stomach. As I draped a comfortable blanket over all three of us, a thought entered my head. Rimuru, hey, does this make us seem like a family? I mean, the age gap between Ilya and us is a glaring issue, but... Mikoto, I'm too tired to retort. She just turned her around, facing her back towards me as she tugs the blanket over her shoulders. I didn't miss her ears reddening though. Anyways, that was last night. It is now morning, and I want to talk to Hinata about stuff. Rimuru, so there's that. I'm going to go and get Hinata now, okay? I walk towards a clearing a few meters away as I wave over my shoulder towards Ranga, Ilya, and Mikoto, who are still lazily eating breakfast. They slowly slide the breakfast I made into their mouths as they try to fight off the sleepiness still plaguing their minds and bodies. I just smile at them. It's not a kind smile, it's a smug smile. Rimuru, pathetic. Sleep is for the weak. Megumin would be proud of such a smile. Ilya, Onii-chan, you're just jealous that you can't actually sleep. Rimuru, damn straight I am. I miss the feeling of sleep. I can shut down in a way that simulates sleep, but it's not actually sleeping. I miss that feeling. Damn it. I open a small portal in front of me before sticking my hand into it. It swallows my arm up to my shoulder as I blindly fumble around, looking for a familiar touch. My hand grabs onto a familiar piece of cloth. I pull my arm out of the portal as it expands. Exiting the enlarged portal is my arm, followed by my hand, which is currently grabbing onto the collar of a familiar calculative woman. Shing. My arm goes flying into the air. Rimuru, damn it, not again. Hinata, don't touch me so suddenly. Hinata says as she sheathes her rapier. I extend my intact arm into the air. Threads fly out from my fingertips and wrap around my arm that is once again creating a beautiful parabola. I pull the threads and my other arm falls neatly into my open hand. Man, I should probably stop limiting my capabilities with the limiter ring. It's making it seem like it's easy to get cheap shots like this off me. Meh, I'll do it later. A/N, holy shit, I totally forgot about the limiter ring. Thank you Gons555 for reminding me, lol. Placing my severed arm back into place, I turn around and walk back to the group of 3 sleepyheads. Rimuru, care to join us for breakfast? Hinata, no, I've already eaten. Rimuru, come on, don't say that. I'm sure you would find it extremely to your liking. Getting curious, she looks over to the small table surrounded by 2 girls and a wolf, and her eyes widen at what she sees. Food from Earth. Specifically, it's omuris. A Japanese staple food. Rimuru, oh, I forgot to mention. I used to be a human from Earth. I say while pointing to myself. Hinata stares at me as shock passes through her eyes. Hinata, wait, used to? Hinata asks questionably. She's obviously heard of people transmigrating from Earth into this world, but I'm obviously not human and slimes don't exist on Earth. Rimuru, yeah. I got stabbed and when I woke up again, I was in a cave as a weak little slime. That's a lie, I wasn't weak by any means. As for being stabbed, I just gave her Satoru Mikami's story. In any case, nothing exciting happened after this. After realizing the food on the table is something that she hasn't eaten in years, she readily agreed to have some and she savored every moment of it. Her cold, calculating eyes warmed up during the meal. Just a bit. After the food, we had our serious talk. Rimuru, I came because I want to make a treaty. I don't want the Western Holy Church to view Avalon as a threat. Yes, a treaty. I'm asking for the Holy Church to ignore me and my people in Avalon. In return, I will assist them should they ask for my help. Hinata stops eating for a moment to answer my conditions. Hinata, the luminous faith has its influence spread throughout the entire Western nations. I don't see much appeal in simply being able to ask a few favors from you in return for the Church's sanction. You should know that agreeing to this treaty will go against some of our core teachings. Indeed, the Church has been spouting anti-monster beliefs for at least a decade. It was during this decade that their influence soared to unforeseen heights. If Hinata agrees, this treaty will eventually come to light one day and that would cause some unrest within their believers. Well, they solved it in canon, I don't see why they can't solve it again. It's not my problem. Rimuru, without Veldora, the Eastern Empire is growing restless and is seeking to dominate the West. I can guarantee that they will move through Avalon. Of course, I won't let that happen under any circumstances, and you should be well aware that the little fight we had last night was barely considered a warm-up. Hinata, so you are saying that you will prevent the Eastern Empire from invading the Western countries? I just nod my head without breaking eye contact. Hinata's violet eyes meet my golden pupils and after several seconds, she closes her eyes and sighs. Hinata, very well. I will inform the Pope. You don't need to worry, I will convince him. She stands up while promising such. Rimuru, I know you will. I also stand up and open a portal to reality. Mikoto, Ranga, and Ilya are just lazily sitting to the side, struggling not to fall asleep again. Hinata walks through the portal and I begin to close it behind her. Just as the portal disappears, my voice enters Hinata's ears. Rimuru, send Luminous Valentine my regards. Luminous Valentine, the true ruler of Ruberius and the god of worship for the luminous faith. Even the Pope is but a mere subordinate. And she's a demon lord. Hinata is also aware of this truth. In fact, I don't think she was going to talk with just the Pope, she was probably going to meet with Luminous herself. Even so, this truth is a tightly guarded one. She snaps her head around, her eyes filled with shock and caution only to see my smile before the portal closes. I sit in the fragmenting landscape of the mirror dimension, thinking about something deeply. Rimuru, now, I acted all mysterious and stuff, but if I leave now and come face to face with Hinata again, that would just be awkward as hell. What do I do? Such were the concerns of a socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oniai-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime. Manus, Ilya's veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, cancel spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, just realized that since MC has, Manus, Ilya's Veil, Spiritual Attacks, Attacks on the Soul, can't do shit to him. I updated, Resist Spiritual Attack, to Cancel Spiritual Attack. Thank you TrueCulture_IA123 for giving me this thought. MC, thank you. Now I don't have to worry about my soul getting fucking obliterated. An, obliterates MC's soul anyway. MC, F-fucker, disappears into Ash's Infinite War style. An, hey. MC will revive next chapter. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping AF in the comments for MC. Oh, and Power Stones 2KTHX. Chapter 142, Chapter 132 Like Brother Like Sister. Ranga, where shall we go now, Master? Rimuru, East. Now that I'm finished with setting everything up, it's finally time to meet with Shizue's students in Ingrassia. Originally, to reach Ingrassia from Avalon, you have to head west, but Rubrios is actually on the other side of Ingrassia. So from Rubrios to Ingrassia, you have to head east. As an aside, geography is one of my weaknesses, so I'll leave it to Ilya to guide Ranga on the exact path to take. Thankfully, it takes only about as long to reach Ingrassia as it takes to reach Blumen from Avalon. Because of this, I decided we won't just portal there much to Ranga's gratefulness. And so, a time skip ensues. Kingu Krimyazan. Time proceeds to fucking die. Rimuru, Ingrassia. Mikoto, Already. Rimuru, what? You thought I would drag things out more? Haha. There's only so long I can procrastinate things. Well, I guess I can maybe procrastinate things a bit longer by taking the waiting line at the front gates. Rimuru, Ranga, sorry but. Ranga, do not worry, Master. I enjoy staying in your shadow. Ranga easily sinks into my shadow without any fuss, and Ilya, Mikoto, and I casually join the end of the waiting line. As much as I would like it if Ranga were to accompany us physically, not many people would take too kindly to a wolf casually strolling through the city. Yes, runes are a thing and I could just use them to hide him, but in all honesty, I just want him to rest. He's been running a lot all over the continent, and although I've cut down his travel time a lot by using portals a few times, the fatigue is still there. He's barely had time to stop and rest. Physically, he's okay. He's very strong after all, and his recovery is very fast. He can run for years non-stop if he has food, water, and a few hours of rest every night. Mentally, not so much. Therefore, he's in my shadow. Ilya, we're not just phasing through the wall again. I raise my hand and drop it on her head. Rimuru, nah, not this time. Ilya slowly closes her eyes as she savors my head pats. I can see Mikoto getting a bit jealous, but we both know she won't ask me anything, nor will she let me do anything while we're in public. She's shy like that. Instead, we just stay close together, enjoying each other's company. The line slowly moves forward into the gates embedded in the thick wall. Getting closer, it looks more like a ticket gate you would see at amusement parks. Evidently, this way is more efficient compared to Blumen's gate. All kinds of random mobs are in the line, from what looks like common villagers to merchants with their carriages. As for adventurers, they seem to make up the majority of those in line. Well, I guess it makes sense. It's nearing sundown and they wouldn't want to be outside after dark. Pussies. I'm joking. Anyway, the line continues to move forward. Our position in the line moves up as more and more people join behind us. We ended up getting pretty close to the entrance. Of course, some trouble just has to occur. Hey. You. Give me your position in line. A generic thug walks up to us and demanded we give him our position in line. As for his looks, he's, well, generic. He's the scrawny kind, wearing brown clothes and has a rat-like face. Rimuru, ha. No way. Obviously, I denied him. He's so generic I didn't even use my "I refuse" reference. What just say you say, you bastard? Do you think that was a request? Move, punk. And of course, he just has to insist in the generic thug way. It was at this moment his eyes begin to change. If at first, they were showing confidence, now they were showing greed and a hint of lust as he finally notices our appearance. Fuck. A/N, I was gonna write fuck me, but I realized that was a big no in this situation. Hey, your clothes look nice, maybe if you hand them over I'll forgive ya. Forgive me for what? I said no to you, and that's some kind of sin. And what are you gonna do with these clothes anyway? Sell them. We're obviously smaller than you. But I do agree, Shuna did a fantastic job on these clothes. Well, my clothes were made through my skill and are something on the level of national treasures in terms of defensive capabilities, but this was originally designed after clothing Shuna made in the original series. Not only that, Mikoto's and Ilya's clothes are also very high quality using threads made through my universal thread skill. Rimuru, you're bothersome. Leave. I stop patting Ilya and start using a bit of Lord's ambition as a warning, telling him to fuck off. Ah. Just 'cause you got a pretty face, you think you can tell boss me around. Pretty face. Ah, he must think I'm female. God damn it, not again. Although my clothes make me look a bit more manly, my looks are based on Shizue, who was originally female. With this combination, I don't look either male or female. A true neutral in the looks department, you could say. Although if I used my male form, I guarantee all the women in a 5-mile radius will hunt my ass down. Vice versa if I went female. That's just how potent my looks are, since Shizue was a 10 out of 10 even in this world of supernatural beauties like Cheyenne, Shuna, Malim, Hinata, etc. A/N, a reminder that Mikoto isn't from this world. In any case, what should I do with this guy? He's getting on my nerves. And it seems he doesn't even feel the aura I'm emanating. How can this guy be so fucking dense? Even the random villagers in the line are shuffling away from me. Where's your danger sense? Should I kick his nuts? Ilya. You. I hear a soft voice coming from beside me. I look down to find a menacing loli staring at the thug like he just kicked her dog. Ah. What do you want, you shitty brat dash? Ilya, you're interrupting Oni-chan's head pats. She steps forward, cracking the ground slightly, kicking forward with her other foot. Crack. It hits home, right in between the legs. The thug's face goes white like paint before falling onto the ground unconscious. That's my Imuto. I start head-patting her again, this time with even more ferocity, much to her delight. Ranga, as expected of the young miss. Ranga's voice enters our minds from my shadow. Meanwhile, Mikoto is standing to the side, wondering what the fuck just happened. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. Name, Ilya's Veal. Titles, Nutcracker 2 the sequel. Skills, Manus, Ilya's Veal, Universal Sense, Multilayer Barrier, Thought Communication, Lord's Ambition, Cuteness Overload. Limit Release Transformation, this skill lets Ilya transform from her normal Ilya form, the second is her magical girl Ilya form and the third is her Dress of Heaven form, each one letting her use more of her power than the last. All of MC's resistances. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 143, Chapter 133, a small interlude. The line continues moving forward at a slow pace. It seems the scene with the thug is a normal occurrence as no one gave a fuck. Don't get me wrong, there were plenty of guards around and they were willing to step in, but after I released my aura through Lord's Ambition, they realized that the one they should be helping is not us. And they don't want to help the aggressor, so they just didn't do anything. I was also thinking that a random hot guy with a hero complex would come flying out of nowhere and say something like, "Stop bothering those girls," alongside his dark elf lowly slave that he saved not that long ago and a red-haired swordsman. Thank God that didn't happen, I don't want to deal with that shit. Anyway, the line continued moving and currently, the guy in front of us just got admitted and it's our turn now. Using Universal Sense to peek in on how the whole identification process goes, I have just one thing to say. It takes so fucking long. Each one takes just under half an hour to process. Yeah, nope. Plus we don't exactly have any identity on us besides our guild cards, and Ilya doesn't even have one. Hi. Can I please see any form of identity you have? I wave my hand in front of the receptionist's face and keep walking through. Rimuru, these are not the droids you're looking for. The receptionist's eyes dull slightly as me and my companions keep walking through like nobody's business. Meanwhile, the rune written on my palm fades as I snicker to myself. Right, now we have to go to the Free Guild HQ to meet Yuki. But first. Harg, give me all your money. We have to deal with this wild cannon fodder that appeared out of nowhere. God, I don't want to deal with one of these people right now. Mikoto, hey, Rimuru. Doesn't this guy seem kind of familiar? Mikoto leans towards me and whispers into my ear. I look at the guy's face, but nope. To explain what he looks like, he's the scrawny kind, wearing brown clothes and has a rat-like face. It's a really generic face that only a mother could love, but easily forgettable too. He's also holding a rusty blunt knife. Ilya, Oni-chan, I kicked this guy's nuts at the gate before. Oh, now I remember. This was the guy that just messed with us. Wait, how did he get inside then? And why does he not seem to remember us? Did Ilya kick him so hard he lost his memories? Well, I guess I'll just ask him. Rimuru. Hey, do we know you? Huh? Never seen ya in my life. Guess it's not that. Rimuru, Do you have a brother? Yeah, I got a twin. He's out adventuring right now, he should be coming back soon. Yeah, I don't think so. At least that explains it, they're two different people. Sigh. Well, I don't want to face slap anyone right now, I'm satisfied with Ilya's performance. I guess I'll just use talk no jutsu. Rimuru, hey, what's your name? Gob. What a dumb fucking name. Rimuru, what's your brother's name? Gob, Bob. Generic, just like his face. Or rather. Rimuru. Bob's the favorite child, isn't he? I mean, why else would his parents name him Gob? Gob. Rimuru. I'm right, aren't I? Gob, shut up. And stop distracting me. Give me your money or else Yagon gets stabbed. His accent turns a weird direction at the end, but it seems talk no jutsu has failed. Spark. Mikoto starts charging up her lightning, getting ready to shock his ass, but I just place my hand on her shoulder. Rimuru, I got this. I whisper to her. Mikoto's lightning dies down as I walk forwards towards Mr. Bog or something, I forgot his name. Rimuru, listen, we don't have any money. But I do have something else. After saying that, I take out a slip of paper and hold it out to him. He snatches it out of my hands, reading it with squinted eyes. Wait, can he read? Gob, what's this say? Nope, he can't. Arimuru, it's a coupon for the biggest brothel in the city. Gob, what? Really? Screw this, I'm gonna get myself a woman. And so he runs off into the alleys. Mikoto. What did you do? Rimuru, what? Ilya, you gave him something and he ran off with a disgusting smile on his face. Normally you would beat him up at least. Rimuru, what, do I really seem like the guy who solves all my problems like that? Mikoto, _ Ilya, _ Ranga, you do most of the time, master. And I respect you for it. Cough. Rimuru, well, I gave him a white piece of paper that just says, 99% off your next purchase at a brothel. That's it. Mikoto, isn't that obviously fake? I just shrugged. Rimuru, some people have no hope in the mental department. He was one of them. I mean, to anyone else, a white slip of paper with those words on it would seem like an obvious scam. Not only that. Rimuru, I also made it expire yesterday. I turn around and keep walking to the Free Guild HQ I can see in the distance. The burning feeling from the stairs on my back intensifies, but I've long learned to ignore such a feeling. And so, we have reached our destination. Now to talk with the psychopath and try not to make it seem like I know he's a suspicious fellow. Hang on, can't I just kill him? Won't that just solve everything? Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, sorry, this chap is a little smaller than usual. I just don't feel like writing RN. Also, I'm reading Yuki's wiki page right now and it said that he's a good guy now. What? Since fucking when? Well, he's not entirely good, but he's not exactly evil either. I don't see how, since he still seemed pretty fucking evil in the light novel to me, but on the assumption that I just read it wrong, then. Well, let's just keep Yuki as the bad guy here that wants nothing but to cause chaos. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 144, Chapter 134 Abomination of Runes. The royal capital of Ingracia. It's quite an enchanting city. Many things you can find here are quite novel and new. The buildings, the products, even the people. They're all different compared to the rest of the world. This is the general thought process of this world's residents. In reality, this place looks just like any modern city you would find on Earth. It's quite a normal sight to most of the other worlders. Of course, many of them would still choose to stay here due to the nostalgia this place brings. It's totally different from the perfect mixture of modern and fantasy that Avalon embodies. Raphael really did a good job designing those buildings. May you rest in peace. A/N, hi, I bring a message from Raphael. She said, fuck you, suck my dick, you useless master. In any case, my companions and I are walking down a very large street towards the Free Guild HQ we can see in the distance. It's quite a large building and easily noticeable due to being entirely covered with glass panes, which are unique in this world since glasswork hasn't advanced enough to make giant panes of glass like that. Not easily, at least. And definitely not for cheap. Not only that, glass is quite fragile, so whoever decided to make the Free Guild HQ of all buildings like that is a fucking idiot. Moving on. Rimuru, hey, I'm gonna go talk with Yuki Kagurazaka. It's gonna take a while, why don't you all look around the city in the meantime? I know Mikoto doesn't like sitting through important meetings. Hell, I don't like sitting through them either. By proxy, neither does Ilya. But someone has to, and I would rather not put those two girls through this. Mikoto, are you sure? Isn't Yuki, you know, off his rocks? Rimuru, yes. But what can I do? I need to become a teacher to meet with Shizue's students and I can't just kidnap them and run back to Avalon with them. No, hold on. Mikoto, don't kidnap them. Well, there goes that plan. I raise my hand and drop it on Mikoto's head while flashing a confident smile. Rimuru, don't worry, you of all people should know that even if a dragon were to attack, I can handle myself just fine. Regardless of how I made him out to be, Yuki isn't that strong. At this point in time, at least. As of right now, if my memories are correct, Yuki shouldn't even be aware of what an ultimate skill is, let alone have one or know how to counteract one. A/N, I'm using the light novel as a reference here. So unless I just stand there and take down all my defenses, Yuki has no hope of winning against me. His anti-skill might be a problem, but nothing I can't handle. Although he will grow stronger at an insane pace and will eventually become a threat. That will only happen if I let him. Rimuru, besides, I have something planned for him. I say with a smug smile. Mikoto stares into my golden eyes while I stare back into her tea-colored eyes, my hand still slowly stroking her soft hair. Mikoto, **sigh** if you say so. After hearing my confidence, she gives up on following me and steps back. As for Ilya, Oni-chan. There are candied apples. Ilya jumps up and down as she points to a stall selling candy apples with an excited smile on her face. She was never once worried about me. It's because she has that much confidence in me, right? Right. Cough. Rimuru, Ranga, follow them. Ranga, understood. My shadow ripples a bit before it stills and Mikoto's shadow, which my shadow is touching, ripples. Ranga moved from my shadow to Mikoto's. Mikoto just looks at her shadow before looking up at me with a wry smile. Mikoto, you know that I also don't need protection. Rimuru, oh no, this isn't for you. He's there to stop you from killing anyone. Mikoto, ha. I won't kill anyone. Rimuru, that guy from the gate. Mikoto, I wouldn't have killed him. I would shock him, just a little. Yeah, shock him into a fucking coma, why don't you? I stare at Mikoto with a expression. Rimuru, right. Well, I'm going now. I turn around and walk into the Free Guild HQ. Mikoto waves at me before she joins Ilya and heads to the candy apple stand. The doors, which are made of glass, slide open automatically as I casually walk in. I would assume that normally people would be awed at such a sight, but, meh. When you can tunnel through fucking space, normal doors all seem a bit lackluster. Inside, it's very clean and well designed. There aren't many people here and it's just this big room with a long reception desk at the end. No quest board or anything. Well, this is HQ after all. Only B-rank adventurers and above are allowed through those doors. How did I know? It's because I saw the runes hidden on the door that only open when a certain rune pattern is sensed. That said pattern is on my B-rank adventurer ID card. I can sense the same rune pattern on every other ID card in this building. I guess that's why they have two guilds here in Ingracia's royal capital, one of them is a normal guild and the other one is HQ. I walk up to one of the receptionists. Thankfully, it's a beautiful receptionist Weni-san. Hello, how may I help you? She says with a practiced smile. Rimuru, I would like to meet with Grandmaster Yuki Kagurazaka, please. Do you have an appointment? Rimuru, no, but I do have a letter for him with me. I take out the letter of introduction Fuse gave me back in Bloomin's Guild. I hand it over to the receptionist. She takes it with both hands and looks at it curiously as she walks through a door behind the counter, probably to contact Yuki about this. She later comes out again with the letter in hand, showing that exact same smile and handing the letter over to me. We have verified the letter to be authentic. The Grandmaster has agreed to meet you, please follow me. She leads me over to the side of the room where you can see what I assume to be some kind of magical elevator. I walk in with the receptionist and the whole thing explodes. Wait, no it didn't. The ground lights up and more runes reveal themselves. And then the whole thing explodes. No, it didn't. A quick glance at the runes let me know that this isn't actually a proper elevator, but more like a teleportation room. What these runes do is teleport the occupants into another place. It only works vertically though, since they kind of fucked it by placing a shit ton of stabilization runes to make it so whenever someone uses it, they don't puke. An absolute abomination, if I had anything to say about it. Completely inefficient, and I suspect they were only able to discover this sequence of runes that don't explode on use with pure luck. These runes make me want to commit a hate crime. I don't want to look at such a sight anymore. In any case, we teleport and I find myself on one of the top floors of the building. The receptionist walks out of the elevator and I follow. They lead me to what seems to be some kind of waiting room. The Grandmaster will meet you here shortly. Have a nice day. The receptionist bows and walks back where we came from and I just wait for my guest. Insert 12 minutes later SpongeBob meme. I am standing with my arms behind my back, staring intensely at the wall. It's a marvelous wall. It's so wall-like. Beautiful. Creak. Yuki, hello there. Rimuru, General Kenobi. I turn around and say. Yuki. Rimuru. Yuki. What? What a fucking heathen. Rimuru, fuck this. Snap. I snap my fingers and a rune reveals itself above Yuki. I placed it there beforehand. It's kind of easy to set a trap like this when there are only two entrances, one of them being the elevator I came through. The rune falls down on Yuki's head. His bright eyes dull. I walk forward and place my hand on his chest. Like a puppet without strings, his body slumps onto the floor. Dead. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, Rimuru prepares to commit a hate crime. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 145, Chapter 135 Yuki bot and more foreshadowing he. Yes, I fucking killed Yuki. Why? That's because he's a psychopath. I've always talked about how he's a bad guy. Even in the web novel, from my memories, he never gave up on his goal of drowning the world in chaos until the very end where OG Rimuru also killed him. As for the light novel and anime, I don't know. They didn't get to that part yet. But I knew he was a bad guy. Do you remember that alignment rune sequence I made a while back? You know, the one that tells me the moral alignments of the people I use this rune sequence on. Yeah, I used it on him. Chaotic neutral was his alignment. To be completely honest, I was expecting a full-blown chaotic evil, but I guess the fact that he has people he considers allies, people he cares about, nudged him more onto neutral than anything else. Well, the chaotic part was scary, so I still killed him. In any case, Yuki is a guy who can't be given a second chance, otherwise he will just take advantage of it and stab you from behind. So I used a rune boosted with the powers of Manus, Ilias Veal, to sever the connection between his soul and body. I place my hand on his chest and using Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, I consumed his soul. Out of respect for Shizue and the fact that he didn't actually do anything major as of yet, I didn't outright obliterate his soul, nor did I send it to eternal damnation by playing Boku no Pico's theme song over and over in his head. A/N, no man deserves such a fate, you monster. I placed a hibernation rune onto his soul, causing him to fall into an eternal deep sleep. Granted, that's pretty much the same as death, but it's all in the details. There was another soul in there with him too. Judging by its evolution stage, I assume it to be the soul of a late-stage demon lord seed. If I had to take a guess, that soul is actually Kazarim, a demon lord who died long ago and is currently inhabiting Yuki's body. I thought Yuki reincarnated Kazarim into an elf secretary already. Guess it didn't happen yet. Well, I don't care about him, so. Rimuru, it's so sad that Steve Jobs died of ligma. Kazarim's soul. A/N, it's a fucking soul, it can't talk. Rimuru, ligma balls. Asterisk Kazarim's soul explodes and disappears asterisk. Another piece of information is that Yuki has a neat little attribute called anti-skill. It's not exactly a skill nor a tolerance/resistance, but it's something like that. Basically, it makes his body immune to the effects of skills and magics. But, I mean, Scathatch, Lord of Runes, is a fucking ultimate skill, one of the skills that can manipulate the laws of the world itself. Ain't no little measly anti-skill getting in the way of this bad boy. So yeah, I killed Yuki without a hitch and his soul is resting in eternal slumber within my gluttony stomach. It's much better than just leaving him be to create unnecessary trouble for me. Just let me live my life peacefully, thank you. But Rimuru, what should I do with the body? I can't just leave the body here. He was something akin to a fucking saint with how he acted in public. If people found out I killed him, a crusade would be sent to Avalon and there's nothing Hinata can do about it. And I still need to get a teaching position at Freedom Academy for Shizue's students. Rimuru, meh. I'll just do this then. I snap my fingers and a rune appears on Yuki's back before the whole body bursts into flame and disappears a few seconds later. I snap my fingers again and this time, a doll appears next to me. It looks like a blank white doll you would see in clothes stores that model the clothes. I snap my fingers a third time and runes inscribe themselves all over the doll's body on its arms, legs, torso, back and head. The runes light up and an illusion covers the doll. With black hair and eyes wearing white clothes, an expressionless Yuki Kagurezaka stands in front of me. Rimuru, Humu, you look just like him. Regardless of what happened, he had a good face. I wouldn't call him a lady killer, but you can easily feel a friendly vibe from him. Rimuru, right, now I just gotta. I place my hand on the doll's chest and invoke enhanced replication. Now a replication clone is controlling the doll. Copying Yuki's memories from his soul, I feed them into the clone. The doll's eyes brighten up, becoming more lifelike compared to its cold and unfeeling eyes from moments before. Yuki-bot, what is my purpose? Rimuru, you pass butter. Yuki-bot, oh my god. Rimuru, I'm joking. You have Yuki's memories inside you, don't you? Yuki-bot, yeah, I can access them without trouble. Rimuru, good. Act like Yuki, don't draw in suspicion. Don't try to fuck the world or anything either. Yuki-bot, I can do that, but what about his connections to Cerberus or the moderate jesters? Cerberus, an underground organization that's centered in the Eastern Empire. Rimuru, Keep Cerberus, it's a necessary evil. Of course, keep their hands out of the Jura forest and tone down any actions in the West. As for the moderate jesters, I'm a little stumped on what to do with them. Meh. I'll let someone else deal with them. Rimuru, do what you think is best. But don't fuck with Avalon. Yuki-bot, yeah, I know. Is that all? Rimuru, yeah, just get me a teaching position in Freedom Academy. Yuki-bot, Shizue's students. I nod my head. Yuki-bot stands up and walks out of the room. Just before he closes the door, I shout at him. Rimuru, oh, and your name is Yuki from now on. I feel the magicals flow out of me and into Yuki-bot, now simply called Yuki. A thumbs up pops out from behind the door before retreating as the door closes. Am I worried about Yuki gaining free will and betraying me? Nope. In the end, he's my clone. As much as the clones might hate me, they can't escape my control regardless if they have a name or not. Besides, it's not like they actually hate me. They are me after all, they all want what's best for us. It's just that they like to curse me because I force them to work, which goes against our nature of being lazy. In any case, I'm done here. I pat my back for a job well done and teleport. Appearing in the streets of the royal capital under an invisibility rune, stare blankly into the air before slapping my forehead. Rimuru, I forgot to kick his nuts. Meanwhile, in a dark place elsewhere. He died. Unfortunate, he was a fun guy. Oh well. The figure said as dark lightning crackles around him and the throne he's sitting on. Should I start taking action? I want to see her. My love. The figure wonders to himself as he thinks about a tea-color-haired woman with similar lightning powers to himself. He stands from his throne and begins walking in a certain direction. But I need to get rid of that slime and his allies first. He's getting too close to my woman. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, yes, more foreshadowing, I know, it's fucking annoying. A reminder that MC can easily deal with it. Also, by popular demand I have restored the previous temporary title and made it permanent. C. I listen to my readers, sometimes. OH and as for why MC didn't get any skills. Well, Yuki's unique skill, Create, is basically a bootleg version of MC's, Ahura Mazda, so there's that, and MC can do anything Kazarim can do with his, Scathatch, Rune So. I might have forgotten a couple of skills but it's nothing some AU bullshittery can't fix. I would like to know if I missed something though, maybe comment it. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 146, Chapter 136 Library. In any case, while my new Slav, comrade is going to deal with the teacher issue, I am going to fuck off and have fun. It's a brand new city after all. I wonder how many explosions I can cause before the guards get called. Mikoto, Rimuru, are you done? Mikoto contacts me through thought communication, snapping me out of my thoughts. Rimuru, I am, but how did you know? I mean I only just left the building not even a full minute ago. Even then, I was barely in there for more than 10 minutes. Mikoto, Ilya just told me so I contacted you to make sure. Ah, if it's Ilya, she probably calculated when I would leave. Or she just sensed me leaving with that broken perception of hers. Well, I'm betting more on the former. Mikoto, in any case, Ilya and I heard about this library, so we went to check it out. Mikoto sends me her location and I decide to just walk there while continuing to talk with her. Rimuru, a library. With books and nerds that like to read them. The only books I've touched in the last few years, including my past life, were novels, fanfictions, and hentai doujins. Everything else is irrelevant. Mikoto, Ilya is flipping through several books right now. Rimuru, *** with books and cultured intellectuals that browse through them. Now that I think about it, books are one of the main reasons humanity has advanced so far back on Earth. I was wrong, books are great. Mikoto, and now she put them down and decided to just scan the whole library. Rimuru, I knew it. Books are fucking overrated. I continue walking and casually evade a random pickpocket that was trying to steal any valuables I have on me. I don't have any, fucking dumbass. Like, aren't you supposed to watch your target and identify any valuables they have? Do you see any jewelry or anything like that on me? In any case, he now has erectile dysfunction. Have fun. Rimuru, in any case, what are you even doing there? Isn't a library kind of useless for you? She's smart as heck after all. Mikoto, it's a library belonging to the Free Guild. There are a few restrictions but you can get in if you're a B rank adventurer or higher. We came here because learning more about the history of this world wouldn't hurt, and this library has a large collection of magic spells too. Rimuru, magic spells. You want to learn magic? I ask with a bit of surprise. I didn't think Mikoto would show an interest in learning magic. Mikoto, it's more just curiosity than a wish to learn. It's not like I need magic and it would take too long to learn it to a degree that I could use it in combat. Oh, thank God. I thought Mikoto grew tired of throwing her lightning around. It's one of her most charming aspects. I reached the library where I could find Mikoto and Ilya. It isn't too far from the Free Guild HQ since the library belongs to them in the first place. I see a grand entrance made of wood. The building itself is made out of white stone with the same neutral colored wood decorating the building. It's quite a large building too, dwarfing any other building nearby and easily comparable to the Free Guild HQ. Walking up the wide stone stairs, I walk through the entrance and wander through the tall wooden shelves of books, the atmosphere being completely different from the noisy, crowded streets outside. It's quite calming in here, different from the eerie calmness of Ribirio's royal capital. Eventually, I find myself in a section where tables and chairs take up the majority of the space here. The tables are long and sturdy while the chairs seem well made for something seemingly mass-produced. Sitting on one of the chairs with her head propped up by her arm is Mikoto, sitting silently, calmly flipping the pages of a book. Mikoto's tea-colored hair gently falls to the side as her eyes casually glance at the page in the book before flipping to the next one. Sitting opposite to her is Ilya, who is sleeping while resting her head on her arms. Her platinum blonde hair is cast carelessly over the tabletop, making any woman who glances at it go green with envy. As soon as I appear, Ilya opens one of her eyes to glance at me before lifting her head and stretching her back and arms. Mikoto looks up from her book and smiles. Mikoto, you're finally here. Rimuru, what do you mean, finally? I came straight here. Mikoto just shrugs, still keeping that smile on her face. Ilya, Oni-chan, how did things go? I look at her, not saying anything for a while before I open my mouth. Rimuru, I killed him. Mikoto, you killed Y-. Mikoto covers her mouth, stopping herself from saying Yuki's name. I mean, saying I killed the Grandmaster of the Free Guild whose influence spreads throughout the entire Western nations is not a good idea. Luckily, there's no one else around. I just nod my head. Rimuru, I replaced him with a doll that my clone is controlling. He could be considered a slave right now. I say with a 3 expression. Clone Rimuru, fuck you Rimuru. Yuki clone, yeah fuck you. I think I heard something through thought communication. Must be the wind. A/N, it was my fart, ignore it. Rimuru, anyway, I'm getting a teacher's position soon, so there's that. It should be done tomorrow if the new slave works fast. Mikoto, already. I just shrug. Rimuru, what can I say, he was a big man with lots of influence. He also happens to be the school principal, if I remember correctly. I scratch the back of my neck before I remember something. Rimuru, oh, right. I also stole his money. I say as I take out a small pouch from my stomach. It's filled with gold coins. Rimuru, you girls want to spend all this on useless things with me. Ilya, Oni-chan, can't you just make money with your skills? Rimuru, I know, but there's always this charm in spending someone else's money. So. You in. Ilya and Mikoto look towards each other before looking at me with a smirk. I look towards Mikoto's shadow. Rimuru, Ranga, you can come back. Ranga, yes master. A shadow flies from Mikoto's to mine. Rimuru, now then, where shall we go first? Meanwhile, a certain Yuki clone just realized that his money has been stolen. Yuki, why are we still here? Just to suffer. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, I suffer. MC, I also suffer. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 147, Chapter 137 Gapmo. It's a new day. We all slept in the mirror dimension again because Ranga's fur felt so damn good. Yesterday we spent all of the money I permanently borrowed from that guy I already forgot. I think his name was Yugi or something. A/N, you've activated my trap card. After we ran out of his money, I just made more money using Ahura Mazda, and spent that. And I did this a lot. Yes, it might cause chaos in the economy for a while but it's nothing the Yuki clone can't solve. Yuki, asterisk in the distance asterisk you only remember me when you need me. During the day, Ilya, Mikoto, and I wandered over the entire city, just throwing money around. I can't remember half of what we bought since it was all just a blur. I never really liked shopping, my mind kind of just shut down at one point, which is one of those rare points Ilya and I differ from. She loves shopping. Mikoto does too, which is surprising. I didn't think they would be interested in things like that. I guess it's a woman thing. I brought Ranga out disguised under a rune. I felt bad for keeping him in my shadow while we went around and had fun, so I disguised him to look just like a big dog. He wasn't really happy about being degraded into a lesser species, but the joy of walking the streets alongside me and my companions made it all worth it. I guess regardless of how he acts around me, he is still a proud wolf and the leader of his pack at that. A funny thing happened while we were wandering around yesterday. We were all just casually strolling down the street. All the streets in this damn city looked the same, talking about how to improve upon the takoyaki we bought from a nearby stall when Mikoto suddenly stopped walking and spun her whole body around, looking in a certain direction with cat-like features on her face. She then proceeded to sprint off in that direction, leaving a stupefied lowly and slime-turned human behind. Ranga didn't come out of my shadow yet. Deciding to follow her, we eventually find ourselves staring at Mikoto. Whi is looking at a magic claw machine with conflicted eyes. For those who don't know, it's a claw machine that runs off magic. Pretty obvious if you ask me. As for what was in the machine. Rimuru is that a Gakoda? I mutter to myself. I never thought I would see them in this world aside from being manufactured by myself. Gakoda is this frog mascot that Mikoto is a hardcore fan of. It to the degree that if it has a Gakoda on it, she would blow all the money she has on her person to get it. This specific Gakoda is stuck under a thick layer of other toys that she has no interest in, hence her inner conflict. Or rather, how did she even notice this Gakoda from dozens of meters away through a large crowd? Rimuru, *sigh*, come on. I sigh to myself and grab Mikoto by the wrist, pulling her away. Mikoto, hey, why dash? Mikoto doesn't fight back but looks at the Gakoda that is getting farther and farther away with longing eyes. Eventually, after her eyes can no longer see it from the large crowd blocking her view, she looks at me with accusing eyes while pouting ever so slightly. I smile inwardly but I keep my blank face. I'm still gently dragging Mikoto along by her wrist as Ilya is trailing behind us while hiding her presence using magic she learned in the library. Rimuru, what? Mikoto. Nothing. She breaks eye contact and looks down, seemingly thinking that I'm disappointed at her childish tastes. I mean, I already made that Gakoda bracelet for you, I honestly don't care. She might have thought it was just a one-time thing. I couldn't help but sigh again. Rimuru, *sigh*, you know, if you wanted that toy, you could just ask me to make one for you. Mikoto looks up at me with a confused expression. Rimuru, you don't need to get so emotionally attached to a poorly made product. You know I can make much better. I say as I stop walking and subtly make a small Gakoda plush that fits entirely in my hand. I hold her hand up before placing it in her palm. She looks at it with a genuinely confused face. Mikoto. You don't think it's childish? I snort. Rimuru, yeah, to be honest, it's a little childish. Well, I think it's charming though. I say while smiling. I mean seriously, it's pretty rare to find such a hard-headed woman that likes things like this. Is this what they call gapmo? She looks down at the small plush in her hand and gently closes her fingers around it. Mikoto. Is that so? Mikoto mutters to herself with a small, nearly unnoticeable smile. This atmosphere is a little too pink for my tastes. I should say something. Rimuru, but in all honesty, I would much prefer it if you liked things like these. I mean, mature things totally don't suit you. A vein pops on her forehead. Mikoto, oh. Is that so? I prefer that pink atmosphere from a few seconds ago rather than this murderous one. Luckily Ilya saved me. Anyway, that happened yesterday. It's now a brand new day and I just got contacted by Yuki through thought communication, waking me up from my slumber. Yuki, your mom gai. Rimuru, okay, first off, you're my clone. We would have the same mother if I even had one, which I don't. Secondly, did you finish what I asked yet? Yuki, yeah, your teacher application has passed and you can start today. But still, was the previous Yuki such a workaholic? There's so much stuff he has to take care of. It's honestly a pain in the dash. Rimuru, yeah, I don't care. Have fun. Yuki, wait. You bast dash. I cut the connection and snuggle back into Ranga's fur. I'll go to school later. Procrastination. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oniai-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime. Manus, Ilya's veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, cancel spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, skill orb, limiter ring. A/N, I dropped out of school early. MC, no way, me too. N, bitch, you are literally me, of course you did. MC, Oh yeah, I forgot because I don't see how my genius is the same as your dumbass. Anne, I wrote all you are genius moments, which weren't that many to be honest, so I have the same intellectual level as you. MC, la 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 la, I am not listening. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 148, Chapter 138 Kidda, my cat was sitting on my desk as I was finalizing this chapter lol. Later. School. A prison for children that adults use to indoctrinate them into their boorish society. Luckily I dropped out of school the first chance I got and became cultured through the internet. Where would I be if Reddit didn't exist? I miss you. Mikoto, Rimuru, why are you crying? Rimuru, sniff I'm not crying. This damn body of mine. How can this body even cry in the first place? Ilya, you don't want to know, Oni-chan. I look down at Ilya who is walking next to me. We don't say anything. Eventually, I just nod and go back to looking at Mikoto's thighs subtly through universal perception. I've learned to do it in a way that doesn't trigger her scary intuition. As for where we are walking, we're on our way to the S-class classroom. From the information Yuki gave me, S-class is the class for those deemed problematic and hard to deal with in one way or another. There are many failed summons here in this school, but those 5 from the S-class were considered outcasts. Ever since Shizue Izawa stepped down from her position as a teacher and left on her journey, the class has been left without anyone to care for it. Shizue was a hero, the conqueror of flames, a chuny title if I've ever heard one. The class was also very attached to her, so they drove off literally any other teacher sent to look over them. And then I came here and took up the teaching position. Well, I'm more of an advisor than an actual teacher, I can't teach shit. I barely know complicated math formulas, and the most difficult thing I can remember from math is that fucking Pythagoras theorem. God knows how many times they talked about that damn fucking theorem during the last days of school before I dropped out. In any case, I'm hopeless at teaching. And that's where Mikoto and Ilya come in. They're smart, and after talking about it, I just decided to leave the teaching to them. As for what they'll teach, I don't really know. But I want to be the one to teach the students that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. I bet their minds will be blown. In any case, I can see Mikoto teach, but... Rimuru, Ilya, are you sure you want to teach? Ilya, yes. It seems interesting, I want to try it. Ilya says with sparkling eyes. Rimuru, but, aren't you younger than them? I'm trying to hint at the fact that appearance-wise, you look about their age. It's making me feel like shit, having a, physically, 10-year-old child teach a class in my place. Ilya, don't worry, I can just be their really smart friend that just happens to know everything. She boasts about knowing everything with such an innocent face. Rimuru, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Ilya, Ilya looks at me with a face of pure shock. I close my eyes and flick my hair back with a smug smile. Rimuru, You're too young to know everything. Meanwhile, Mikoto is looking at us while whispering what the hell, and Ranga is in my shadow in complete awe of my vast knowledge. In any case, the school is really large. It takes after traditional Japanese schools with one large building that has all the different classes separated throughout said building with their own rooms. It looks more like a prestigious private school, however, as it's made mostly out of wood, giving it an elegant feel. I want to blow up the corridors. What? This place is so pompous it makes my skin crawl. Well, Mikoto is used to it. She used to go to Tokawadai Middle School, a prestigious girls' school. She was even called princess there. I look at Mikoto to see her walk through the halls like it's her natural element. Heck, she's even wearing her Tokawadai uniform today. Ilya is cheerfully skipping alongside us, completely oblivious to my dilemma. Oh well, we're getting close to the classroom. I best make my own preparations. I take a deep breath and my stance changes. From my casual walk that shows my carefreeness, my steps become filled with purpose and strength. My white hair flows freely behind me and I use universal shapeshift to increase my height by just a few centimeters. My back straightens up slightly as I slide my hand into my pocket. From my pocket, I take out Shizue's anti-magic mask and place it over my face, covering my confident smile. Rimuru, now, shall we get started? I slide both my hands back into my pockets and resume my cool guy walk that is making Mikoto stare at me with a slight blush on her cheeks while Ilya is wiping her bloody nose. I should do this more often. We reach the classroom for S-class and while still in my confident walk, I step forward and open the wooden sliding door. Slam. Ilya, wait, Oni-cha dash. Boom. A fireball hits me dead center of my chest. I fly back, leaving a trail of smoke, and I hit the wall opposite of the door, imprinting my figure in it. How? Spatial ruler. Where's my defense? That was a slow attack, why couldn't I dodge it? How the fuck was I sent flying back from a weak blast like that? I mean, I wasn't hurt, but still. And more importantly, my cool moment got ruined. I can hear Mikoto and Ilya struggle to hold back their laughter. Even Ranga is having a hard time. No, wait. There's still a chance. There's a lot of smoke for some dumb fucking reason. More anime logic, I assume. Aside from Ranga, Ilya, and Mikoto, no one else saw me get sent flying back. I scramble back to my previous position before I got yeeted across the corridor and stand there imposingly. Sweet. Nice one, Kenya. Is that your finisher? It's all done now. It caused a big explosion too. Cheering from inside the classroom enters our ears. Mikoto. Are you sure they're dying? It doesn't sound like it. Mikoto mutters. Ilya hears it and shakes her head with a wry smile. Ilya, the symptoms don't show until just a few months before death. In other words, at this point, they're still lively gremlins, kids. Right, focus. I gotta look cool. Using control natural elements to blow the smoke away, I reveal my figure completely unharmed with my arms crossed in front of my chest. Rimuru, was that supposed to do something? I say with a domineering voice. And thus my first meeting with Shizue's students begins. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oniai-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime. Manus, Ilya's veal. Ultimate skills, Beelzebub, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, cancel spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, skill orb, limiter ring. A/N, Kita. MC, speaking of Kita, should I show Shizu to the students? Anne, I don't see why now. MC, okay. Should I tell them about her reincarnation though? Anne, I guess. I mean, they were her students and they both loved each other like family, so. MC, aight. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 149, Chapter 139 Meeting the Students. 5 kids are standing in a group. One of them is standing on one of the wooden desks holding a sword. How the fuck did this child get his hands on a weapon that still has plumes of flame lingering on its blade? Obviously, that fireball was launched from that sword. The other 4 kids are on the ground around him, looking at him with excited expressions. They were talking about the attack this Kenya kid just made. Until I blew away the smoke revealing my figure. Rimuru, was that supposed to do something? My face is covered with Shizue's mask as I stand there with my arms crossed in front of me. Gay. He's still alive. And completely unharmed too. Kenya. Your attack was useless. Shut up. I wasn't serious then. My lips twitch and a sense of slight irritation rises up. They're talking like they were expecting me to die from that attack. That attack would have caused some serious damage to a normal person, but it wouldn't have killed them. That Kenya kid wasn't lying when he said he wasn't serious. Well, at least they weren't actually trying to kill me. But even so. That attack barely tickled. I'm not some kind of weakling that can't even tank a fireball. Rimuru, *sigh*. I sigh and go over the information again in my head. 5 students are in the S class and the oldest is 11 years old while the youngest is 9. Kenya Misaki is a young 10-year-old boy with spiky orange hair and black eyes. Basically a knockoff Bakugo. I mean seriously, change the color scheme a bit and they would look pretty much the same. He's also the little shit that fired the weak fireball at me. I'm not salty. Ryota Sekiguchi, another 10-year-old male. A/N, the wiki says he's 8 but that's bullshit. The novel and anime say he's 10. This guy has black hair and eyes. If you add more black to him, he would look like your average emo. He's the quiet kid of the class that goes crazy once you mess with him. No seriously, he has a berserk skill. Gale Gibson, an 11-year-old boy and is the oldest of the bunch. He has brown hair and eyes. He also has a pretty solid build compared to his peers, making it look like he's older than his actual age. Alice Rondo, 9 years old. This makes her the youngest of the group. She's a girl. He has pink eyes and wavy blonde hair. In all honesty, she looks a little like Ilya. Just a little. Plus Ilya is cuter. Ilya, ehe. And finally, Chloe Aubert herself. A 10-year-old girl. She has black hair and dark blue eyes. There's a much larger backstory to her too. You see, she's technically a time traveler. Well, more like a regressor, going back in time to the same point again and again in an attempt to correct any mistakes and make the future better. Well, she doesn't have memories of that yet. Right now, she's just a normal child. Chloe. He looks a bit like Shizu-sensei. Chloe mutters to herself, but everyone else hears it. Alice, huh? Really? Alice looks at me skeptically, trying to find a resemblance. Well, I'm not a female, I'm wearing a mask and my hair is white so I can see where Alice is coming from. How Chloe could notice any resemblance with Shizue is what's weird. More anime bullshit, I guess. Mikoto, aren't they way too energetic? I thought they would be quite docile. Mikoto walks up next to me on my left as she looks at the kids with curiosity. Ilya pokes her head out from behind me, blinking her large ruby eyes at them. Rimuru, aside from Shizue, they chased away every other teacher sent to them. Although they're quite close with Yuki, he doesn't have the time to look over them. Basically, they have trust issues. I don't exactly explain why, but Mikoto being as smart as she is already figured it out. They were forcefully summoned and then thrown away after being branded failures. Of course, they would have trust issues. Shizue was an amazing woman to earn that much admiration from these hard-headed brats. Well, I'm going to piggyback off that trust to get them to trust me as well. Thus, the mask. Alice, wait, isn't that? Alice shouts and points at me. Or more specifically, the mask I'm wearing. This causes the other three, Chloe already noticed, to look closer and stare in shock as well. It seems they finally noticed it. Rimuru, yup, the one and only. I'm Shizu's friend, I came here at her request. I say as I take off the mask and hide it behind my back before stuffing it in my, gluttony, stomach. No one questions where it went. Ryota, Shizu-sensei. Gale, sir. Where is Shizu-sensei? Is she coming back? Oof, there's a sensitive topic. I don't know why they never asked this question in the series. Maybe they already knew about Shizu's death. And this is just an AU thing. The other students look at me with expectant faces. Now, what should I say? Mikoto, Shizue died. Mikoto answers instead before I could say anything. Kenya, impossible. Chloe, Shizu-sensei. They immediately denied it, shock, sadness and despair passing through their faces. Mikoto, it's true. She didn't get killed if that's what you're thinking. I mean. Technically. Mikoto, she died naturally of old age. Regardless of how young she looked, she was reaching her limits. She left the academy and went on a trip. We met her just before she died. Mikoto honestly stated what happened with a joyless face. The students fall silent. I feel sorry for Mikoto, being the one to break the news. I gotta do something. Rimuru. Well, she died, but she's not exactly dead. I say while scratching the back of my head. The students look at me like I'm a fucking idiot. Rimuru, *psi*. I swear, someone is forcing me to say things in fucking dumb ways. A/N, achoo. I walk inside over to the teacher's podium and invoke, spatial ruler, summoning a certain Hellcat from Avalon. A portal appears into the air and a black cat with patches of red on her paws and ears and two tails with flames at the end falls out of it. She softly lands on her feet while looking around warily, wondering if she angered some kind of eldritch god with her last ritual. But then she saw me. She then rolls onto her back, showing her stomach. Shizu, mew. She meows and looks at me with those cute eyes. She did something, didn't she? And now she's trying to get out of trouble by acting cute. Doesn't matter, now's not the time. Rimuru, students, meet dash. Chloe, Shizu-sensei. Chloe mutters again but her words send a shockwave through the other students' minds. Chloe, again. How do you know this? Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oniai-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, Lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, cancel spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. I walk inside over to the teacher's podium and invoke, Spatial Ruler, summoning a certain Hellcat from Avalon. A portal appears into the air and a black cat with patches of red on her paws and ears and two tails with flames at the end falls out of it. She softly lands on her feet while looking around warily, wondering if she angered some kind of eldritch god with her last ritual. But then she saw me. Shizu, Nyaaaaa. Shizu screams like she saw death itself. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 150, Chapter 140 The difference between Shizu and Shizue. Rimuru, right, kids, meet Shizu. I say as I hold Shizu up like fucking Simba. Shizu, mew. Alice, so cute. Chloe, kawaii. Alice and Chloe, the females of the students, immediately fall in love with Hellcat Shizu and stare at her with sparkling eyes. Kenya, what is this? I feel something in my heart. Ryota, why yeah. Kenya and Ryota get hit by a wave of cuteness and clutch their heart as they try to recover. Gale, sir. Is this really Shizu-sensei? Gale shouts while raising his hand, staring at Shizu intensely. It's a stare that says, I want to pet you. This statement snaps everyone else out of their charm status effect. Rimuru, right, I guess we should explain. Ilya snatches Shizu out of my hands and walks over to the other kids with her in her arms. The other kids surround Ilya and begin to pamper Shizu along with her while absent-mindedly listening to Mikoto and I's story. It's the same story, nothing changed. Shizue arrived at my village with 3 other adventurers. I realized she was dying very soon, so Mikoto and I did our best to give her the best time of her life. That was the watered-down version, but that's basically how it went. I then told the kids about what happened afterwards. In the end, after I consumed her body, I reincarnated her soul with sealed memories into an egg and the current Shizu hatched out of that egg. Yes, I told them about Shizu's rebirth. It just feels right, I don't want to hide it from them. Chloe, so, reincarnation. Gale, is that even possible? Rimuru, with me around, people won't die even if they are killed. I just shrug. Mikoto, he's good with souls. Mikoto says with a, you get used to it, smile. I'm not just good with souls, I'm the very best like no one ever was. Ilya, cough. Sorry, second best. In terms of control, Ilya is 4 parallel universes ahead of me. She's the manifestation of the Manas skill after all. Thankfully, they easily accept that I can casually reincarnate people, which is a bit worrying, to be honest, but I'm not complaining. They still look at me with slight distrust, but that's acceptable. You can't get them to get rid of that deep distrust for adults they have in just an hour. Ryota, so, this is Shizu-sensei. Kenya, but you said she doesn't have any memories. I scratch my head, thinking about how to explain it. Rimuru, it's complicated. She is, under no circumstances, the Shizu that you know. Shizue died and Shizu was born. Although they have the same soul, you have to remember that your teacher and this Hellcat here are 2 different beings. I say to them with a serious tone and face. I have to get them to understand that Shizu and Shizue are different people. I don't want to see the Shizu that is playing with the kids right now as their teacher. Seeing her as someone she's not just seems wrong. And I feel like that would disrespect both Shizus. Clap. Rimuru, anyway. That's what happened. Shizue had some regrets that I promised to solve, and saving your lives is one of them. Punching Leon is the other. My words cause the students to lose their smiles. A sense of depression settles between them. Ilya. What's wrong? Ilya asks her new friends. A/N, that's some insane friend-making skills you got there, Ilya. I fold my arms and Mikoto leans against the blackboard, the teacher's podium where we are standing. The students nervously look between themselves before Alice starts speaking. Alice. Can you? Simply saying those words, I understand what she's trying to say. Kenya, so many people tried to find a way to solve the issue and prolong our lives. Yet. Chloe. We're still here. Gale closes his eyes and Ryota looks towards the ground, clenching his fist. Ilya, on the other hand, smiles brightly. Ilya, what, just that? Oni-chan can do it. He can do lots of things after all. Ilya puffs out her chest in pride as if she's talking about herself. The students look between themselves, seemingly still having doubts. I mean, this is something the greatest researchers have no clue on how to solve. Even if I'm incredibly knowledgeable in this subject, which I'm not, I'm just a single person. Entire groups failed, what can I do? Mikoto. Let's do this then. Mikoto walks forward with a mysterious smile on her face. Mikoto, we are going to have a test. Disgust and unwillingness pass through the students' faces. Ilya's face doesn't look any better. Mine is probably the worst. Mikoto. You guys overreact too much. Well, although I said test, it's more of a competition. The disgust disappears from our faces and the students show intrigue. I already have an idea of what Mikoto's trying to do and Ilya seemingly already knows. Mikoto, you 5 will fight Rimuru and me in a 5-on-2 mock battle. That should convince you of our abilities, right? I knew it. These kids are strong, regardless of their condition. They can kick any high-ranking adventurer in their ass quite comfortably. I mean, how else do you think they could chase off every teacher? Some of those teachers were B-rank. Granted, it's not like they could just attack a child, but still. In any case, we have to prove ourselves, saying that we're different from everyone else. That we can actually save them. This competition should do just that. Later. All 9 of us are outside. The 5 students are facing Mikoto and myself while Ilya is standing off to the side as the referee with Shizu sleeping on her head. Ilya, this will be a mock battle, so don't do anything stupid, Oni-chan. Why is she specifically singling me out? I know my limits. Ilya, the time limit is 10 minutes. The S-class will have to land a single hit on either of their opponents to win. Oni-chan and Mikoto have to avoid getting hit by their opponent's attacks for the time limit. She instantly came up with the rules on the spot. It's a bit unfair though. Those little brats can only dream to touch me if I so wished. Mikoto is in the same boat. Of course, they don't know that, and they begin to argue. Kenya, hey. Aren't you looking down on us too much? Gale, that's right, we're pretty strong ourselves. Alice, I can probably beat them myself. The 2 quietest of the class, Chloe and Ryota, don't say anything, but you can see the fighting spirit burning in their eyes. They all feel a bit wronged. Ilya, no, I mean. They're really strong. Ilya tries to explain to them gently that they honestly have no hope of victory, even with these unfair conditions. Rimuru, or you brats. Let me just say this right now, I can beat Shizu in a battle of pure techniques. I boldly proclaim that statement. The kids think I'm talking about the hero Shizue, the conqueror of flames, and not our resident little kitty Shizu, but it's actually the opposite. In pure techniques, I probably can't compete with Shizue. But Shizu on the other hand. Heh. Students, ha. They all shout at the same time. Right, that got them riled. They respect Shizu and see her as some kind of unbeatable existence. Saying that I could beat her in techniques. They didn't take that well. Tee-hee. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, you need to get the students' trust, right? MC, yeah. N, just, give them meat buns. MC. N. MC. Holy shit, why didn't I think of that? N, well too late. I already wrote the chapter and am not changing it. MC, fuck. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 151, Chapter 141 Mock Battle. Mikoto and I decided to hold a mock combat battle with Shizu students. To be honest, either Mikoto or I could win against these kids without breaking much of a sweat. So why did she suggest that we should both team up against them? Well, for one, I don't think the kids would take it too well to win under such unfair conditions solo. It would be a little better if it seemed like I had to get some help. And it's not like I could sit this one out either. As much as it sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, this is mostly all about me. I'm the one that promised Shizue to save the kids and I'm the one that took steps to fulfill that promise. Therefore, I should be the one to finish this. At least, that's what I'm getting from Mikoto's thought process. She's prideful and wouldn't feel happy if she just finished my work for me. It would be like stealing the spotlight. Again, that's her thought process. In all honesty, I don't mind someone else taking my work and finishing it. I mean, that means less work for me, so. As for why Mikoto want to join me, Spark. Mikoto, now then, I wonder how strong these brats are. Do you really think that Mikoto would want to sit something like this out? As for Ilya, the kids believe that she is her age so they trust her more than me, so she's not fighting. Although I reverted back to my normal form, so I look more like a teenager, but they don't care. Should I bust out my cool guy form again? Ilya, start. Oops, now is not the time. First, Kenya immediately rushes forward while drawing out his sword. Flame coats the blade, leaving a trail of embers in the air. Looking behind him, the other students aren't moving. It seems they agreed to only go one at a time. Heh. They're looking down on us. Mikoto, only you. Mikoto asks Kenya while stepping forward. Kenya, I'm strong enough. I'll win this myself. Mikoto, not a good decision. She raises her hand with 2 fingers pointing towards Kenya. She flicks upwards her fingers, causing small sparks of electricity to appear on Kenya's sword. The sword then proceeds to fly out of his grasp into the air. Kenya, wadash. His sword easily falls into Mikoto's hand as she catches it out of the air by its grip. Mikoto, a small suggestion. I saw how you use this sword as a method to channel your flames. Don't limit yourself to just that. Mikoto playfully says while inspecting the edge of the sword in her hand. Kenya, shut up. Shizu-sensei's techniques are the best. Mikoto, but Shizue didn't just light her sword on fire and swing it around, did she? True. Shizue was fused with the greater spirit Ifrit, she could do a lot more than wave around a sharp flaming stick. Kenya glares at Mikoto with eyes that threaten to spill tears and clenches his fist. He then turns around to his comrades and shouts. Kenya, you guys. Help me out a bit. Alice, yar, you're hopeless aren't you? Alice says while shrugging with a teasing smile. Kenya, shut up. This old hag stole my sword. Oh fuck. Mikoto, old hag. Rimuru, Mikoto, calm down. I try to placate an angry Mikoto who thankfully listens. In the meantime, the other 4 students stand beside Kenya and prepare their own attacks. Gale gathers his yellow magicules into his palms and forms energy bolts, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Ryota lowers his body as he slowly circulates magicules within his body. He's more of a berserker, surprisingly. He can increase his physical abilities, but he loses his rationality. Because of this, he won't use it yet. Chloe holds up the picture book she always carries. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems she's using it as a temporary medium to cast magic. Alice takes out some toy plushies from under her long hair. I swear every anime character has a hammer space behind their back or some shit. She throws those dolls into the air and they begin floating. If I remember correctly, she's some kind of puppet master. As for Kenya, he just stands there. Kenya, you can I have my sword back? Mikoto, Yeah, sure. Mikoto casually controls the sword to fly over to Kenya, embedding itself into the ground at his feet. Without any drama, he takes the sword out of the ground and points it towards us. Looking at them, I can hear the Avengers theme song in the background. Mikoto and I look at them with amused smiles on our faces. Rimuru. Shall we? Mikoto, we shall. I then proceed to dash forward towards the students while Mikoto waves her hand as electricity sparks around her body and the ground near her. Iron sand begins to gather around her before they shoot towards the students next to me. I mean, Mikoto can't use her lightning here. It's fucking lightning, you can't expect the kids to dodge that shit. Gale throws his energy bolts forward with enough force to break through a magically reinforced wall and Ryota goes berserk, causing his eyes to turn red and a green aura to surround him, giving him a powerful, feral feel. Kenya raises his sword, lighting it on fire again. Regardless of Mikoto's advice, it's not like he can learn how to utilize fire outside of what he's used to mid-battle. He begins swinging his sword, sending waves of scorching flames towards me. Alice controls her puppets to rush forward and hinder my movements. The puppets move with such speeds that would have caused trouble to your veteran B-rank adventurer. If she were controlling something more lethal, she would have easily become a one-man army even if she doesn't have a unique skill. As for Chloe, she begins chanting. A blue magic circle forms on her book. Water gathers around her, flowing smoothly through the air like she's creating art. But that just shows how much control she has over her spell. It's something even a veteran magician would find hard to do. The tendrils of water shoot off towards me. If the runes on the magic circle are correct, this is the same water prison skill she used in the anime. It would trap me in a sphere of water before she could choose to shred my body with blades of water. Like a blender. What a fearsome child, and if I remember correctly, her talent lies in swordsmanship as well as magic. A magic swordsman, in other words. All of these kids are powerful, it's not good to underestimate them, especially with my restricted physical stats from my limiter ring. I reach the students and the iron sand protects me from anything I choose not to avoid. I trust Mikoto. Rimuru, shall I have some fun? I say with a grin. Mikoto matches my grin from behind me and Ilya just facepalms. Ranga is just being Ranga, fanboying over me. And so we proceeded to beat the shit out of all of them. I'm joking. We still won though. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, not gonna write the fight scene. I feel like there are too many people here and I'm not confident about keeping up with everything. I should have just made it a one-on-one like in the anime, but I wanted it to be different. In the end, I bit off more than I could chew. RIP. As for why MC isn't here. He is currently beating the cough showing the kids his limited strength. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 152, Chapter 142 Chess and Dragon. It's been a week since the students had a mock battle with me and Mikoto. Needless to say, we floored them. They couldn't even touch our clothes. And that's saying something since I have pretty fluttery clothes that make me look cool. Mikoto's clothes aren't that fluttery, so they had an even harder time with her. Physically, I'm overall better than Mikoto. I'm a fucking origin slime, a race on par with true dragons. Obviously, I'm better, especially since she's only human. No wait, she evolved into an enlightened not that long ago. It's the next stage from human, with Saint being the final stage after that. It's similar to the monster's evolution stages of Majin, Demon Lord Seed and finally True Demon Lord. A/N, enlightened is also known as sage, it depends on the translation. To become an enlightened, some grueling training is needed, but... Well, Mikoto is strong enough as it is and with her unique skill, Limit Breaker, she smoothly passed into that stage. In fact, if not for Ilya letting me know, I would have never realized it. I wonder how strong she is now. Anyway, I'm going off topic. It's been a week since the mock battle with the students and we crushed them. Ilya mercilessly ended the battle once 10 minutes passed and Mikoto and I had to spend the next 10 minutes after that trying to calm the kids down and prevent them from crying. Neither of us is good at handling kids. We have no clue what the fuck to do other than speak softly and stuff like that. While I was comforting Chloe, she calmed down pretty quickly though, I don't know why. Thankfully, Ilya saved us and cheered up the rest of the kids for us. After that, I reaffirmed my promise to save them once they calmed down and that finally got them to trust us. Over the week, I'd like to think we got much closer. Right now, we are all sitting on a large hill overlooking the Ingrassia royal capital from afar. The clouds are scarce and the cool wind blows gently over us, holding back the heat from the mid-noon sun. It's neither too hot nor too cold. The perfect temperature. Ilya and I are teaching them how to play magic chess by demonstrating a game. It's a game I invented. Rimuru, it's basically like normal chess. You start, Ilya. Ilya, alright, I move pawn to d5. Ilya says as she moves her piece. She then turns to the students watching to the side. Ilya, see, the rules are just like normal chess dash. Rimuru, you activated my trap card. Ilya, well I sunk your battleship. Rimuru, I roll nat 20 and cast magic missile while adopting your goblin tribe. Ilya, I attack with my vanguard, hitting 2 critical triggers on my drive check. Rimuru, I tap my mirror battle sphere and deal 8 damage to your face, no wait, to your squirtle. Mikoto, isn't this supposed to be chess? Mikoto interjects as confusion and excitement cloud the students' faces. However, Ilya and I are in a very engaging battle of wits, so I have no room to respond. Rimuru, damn it. I'm in a tight spot. I mutter to myself as I stare at the chessboard with an intense stare, thinking of all the possibilities I could use to get out of this situation. Ilya, now move your last pathetic piece, Onii-chan. Suddenly, I get an idea. A way to win. I smirk. Rimuru, my board has no pathetic pieces. But it does have the unstoppable Exodia. A miniature Exodia illusion appears over the chessboard. Ilya, impossible. No one's ever been able to summon him. Mikoto, okay now we're just straight up playing Yu-Gi-Oh! She got the reference. Rimuru, and that's checkmate. Ilya, I lose. I had no idea Onii-chan was this good at playing chess. Ilya pouts as her eyes glisten with tears. Rimuru, As I said, you have much to learn, my dear little sister. I say as I head pat Ilya with a kind smile. She was a good opponent. Ilya wipes her eyes with her sleeve and looks up at me. Ilya, really? Rimuru, umo. A/N, this was all a no game no life in 7 minutes reference. It's a fucking funny video, look it up on YouTube. It was made by Giguk. Meanwhile, Mikoto is wondering what the fuck just happened while the students are looking excitedly, eager to play the game. They still don't know how to play it though. It's very complicated. Ranga is sleeping a little bit away in his smaller form as Shizu is sleeping on his fur on top of him, both of them curled up. Ranga was introduced to the kids not long after the mock battle, and although they were a bit scared, they quickly took a liking to him. Both Shizu and Ranga still argue every now and again though. Rimuru. Universal Sense picked up a large Magicule signature rapidly approaching. Mikoto also senses it as we both look in the direction opposite of the city. Kenya, Rimuru-sensei, what's wrong? Kenya voices the question in the other students' minds. They all look worriedly at our weird actions. Well, unfortunately, perception isn't my strong suit. I can sense that a large mass of Magicless is approaching, but it's over a couple of 100 kilometers away. I can't tell exactly what it is unless it gets closer. Well, it's moving at such speeds that I should be able to tell what it is within 10 seconds or so. Rimuru. It's coming. I just wanted to say that for the heck of it. Roar. A feral roar enters our ears, one that inspires fear in all beings that can hear it. It's the roar of an apex predator. A dragon. Well, not that I give two shits about it. A simple rune can also protect the kids and the whole city behind me from the fear status effect that roar would have. They still heard it though. Rimuru, Ilya. I say with a serious voice as I stare at the horizon, a black dot rapidly approaching. Ilya, it's a sky dragon. A sky dragon? Didn't one of those appear in the original series too? Alice, a dragon. Gale, here. Ryota, what do we do? The students begin panicking slightly. However, before anything else happens, Mikoto places her hand on Alice's head, who was the closest to her. Mikoto, don't worry, I can handle it easily. But before she could do anything else. Rimuru, no. Let me handle this one. I say with a smile. Mikoto, you want to handle this? Rimuru, yeah. I mean, it's a dragon. Killing one of them is a fucking dream come true. The dot on the horizon is fast approaching. Mikoto nods and steps back while I take out Yamato from my gluttony stomach and slowly unsheath it. I drop the scabbard to the ground and hold Yamato's grip with both hands, raising it over my head. I deactivate the limiter rings effect, returning my full powers just for this strike. My Magicules explode, creating a silver aura that reaches dozens of meters high, wildly flaring with enough force that every magic-sensitive human in the city easily sensed it and proceeded to shit their pants in terror. The kids were spared from this. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. The dragon roars again. This time, it's even louder. You can see its figure with the naked eye now. It's a large western dragon, but its build is rather thin, obviously prioritizing speed over defense and strength. The speed it's flying at causes the wind to press sunrise in front of it. It's colored entirely black, but you can see its menacing yellow eyes. Rimuru, take a good look, kids. This is a fraction of your sensei's true strength. I didn't need to say that, but if I can score some more cool points, I might as well, right? My aura disperses, or rather, it gets absorbed into the blade. It shines with a silver light. Rimuru, hap. With a shout, I swing Yamato down. Suddenly, all sound disappears. The rapidly approaching dragon, the shouts of soldiers from the city as they prepare for battle, all of it is gone. Shing. Only the sound of the blade as it cuts through the air and the fabrics of space itself could be heard. The sky then splits in two vertically. Although it's thin, you can see the darkness of the empty void as space no longer has a hold over that area. However, like a dream, the space immediately mends back together and stabilizes under my spatial ruler, unique skill. And the dragon. It was swallowed by the void, disappearing forever. Yamato's scabbard rises from the ground into my open hand as I sheath its blade. Click. The hilt hits the scabbard and the sounds return. But even so, no one said anything. Rimuru, banishing shift. I whisper. A move inspired by the protagonist of Shinmai Mao, Basara Toju. His banishing shift could banish anything into the zero-dimension space. I just replaced that zero dimension with the void found between worlds. Sure, it's overkill, but that was fucking awesome. However, while Rimuru was celebrating inwardly, he missed the complicated emotion lingering in Mikoto's eyes as she stared at Rimuru's back. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Onii-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N. Meanwhile Ilya and Chloe practically froth at the mouth from how cool MC was when he killed that dragon. MC, I can understand Ilya, but why Chloe? Why not the other students too? Anne, I'll never tell he. Oh, also there's more foreshadowing coming up. MC, fuck. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 153, Chapter 143 more foreshadowing. I hate foreshadowing, bear with me please. Third-person POV. The Pharmus Kingdom. It's a decently large kingdom, one with reasonable military strength too. It also holds lots of political power through the Western nations. Why? That's because it's the only country with a route connected to the armed nation of Dworgen. Because of this, it has a monopoly on all Dworgen-made products. Dworgen is a nation known for its military might as well as its high-quality products and advanced techniques, and Pharmus is the only country that has a steady supply of its products. They then sell those products for a heavily inflated price. Because of this, they made a fuck ton of money. In fact, the only reason Pharmus isn't in debt right now with the amount of money squandered on unnecessary things is because of the money earned from this trade route. And that monopolized trade route is now at risk due to the appearance of a certain city of monsters in the Jura forest that potentially could forge a new route to Dworgen. Pharmus fears very little. But Avalon, the city of monsters, it scares them. In the throne room of the castle in the center of the royal capital of Pharmus, several people have gathered to discuss this topic. All of them are high-class figures of the kingdom. A nation of monsters. Ha. Don't make me laugh. But it's true. And this nation is located in the Jura forest. My sources also tell the same. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that they aren't hostile to humans. Nanny. What does nanny mean? I don't know. Such were the topics the nobles in the room were talking about. However, they weren't stupid. They already knew this information. In reality, they are trying to probe the others for their information to see who will have the upper hand in the upcoming conversation. Normally, this would last for much longer, but the topic this time could be considered an emergency. Thus, the serious talks began. This new city is friendly to humanity and is quite advanced, if the weapons and armor the new champion Yom and his party is wearing is of any indicator. I've heard of them. All of their equipment is rare grade with unique grades here and there. And Yom himself has a full set of unique grade armor with a unique grade weapon too. Really? Such powerful gear was made by a nation of monsters. Unique grade weapons and armor can be considered national treasures for small kingdoms. And although Pharmus doesn't consider unique weapons to be national treasures, they are still very valuable and only to be reserved for the limited few. If Rimuru heard this conversation, he would probably laugh and shit out unique grade spoons and forks just to see the looks on their faces. Not only that, I heard the country also produces incredibly fine clothes using rare silk. Not only that, the food they have is unique as well. Their staple, a small bun, is said to be especially exquisite. Meat buns for the win. Craftsmanship techniques of the highest level and access to resources that could cause wars. Imagine if we had such a thing. Greed passes through the eyes of all the figures in the room, including the Silent King. That city can pave a new route to Dworgen, there is no doubt about it. If that is true, then indeed, our financial state is at risk. Although it's small, several merchants have already left Pharmus for this new nation. And the rate will almost certainly increase if nothing is done. This sends a wave of commotion through the throne room. The figure sitting on the throne that has kept silent all this time raises his hand. The other people in the room quiet down and the king begins to speak. A/N, I forgot his name and I don't think anyone cares about him, so I'll just call him King. King, then what we should do is simple. We just have to remove this threat before it reaches that point. As of now, knowledge of that place isn't common. If it were to disappear, there's not much anyone could do to defend it, even if we were to. He doesn't finish his sentence but everyone in the room can already see the king's intentions. The king is a greedy man, but he also cares for his kingdom. If he could forcefully acquire Avalon specialties, he could gain even more money for himself and his kingdom. But my king. Surely it must be incredibly difficult to attack such a place. We simply can't spare the strength to do such a thing. Indeed. If we are to attack this nation of monsters, we must mobilize our entire military. Mobilizing the entire military to attack another country is practically begging any hostile nation to attack them. Doing so will leave them in a heavily vulnerable state. My king. What about the Holy Church? Someone speaks up with a suggestion. This causes excited chattering to spread through the room. Everyone knows the church is hostile to monsters. If a powerhouse like the church were to assist the kingdom. Instead, Raisin, the most trusted aide of the king and chief royal sorcerer, interjects. His old voice spreads through the hall. Raisin, we have contacted the church, but they have designated the monster country as non-hostile and will thus abstain from provoking them unless they show hostility first. What? The church did that? It was truly an unprecedented event. Even for Raisin and the king, when they first heard the church's response, they too were dumbfounded. Then. Raisin, you do not need to worry. The king has already found a solution. Although he said that, it's more like that solution found the king instead. And this solution revealed its presence. An overpowering aura that demands respect, fear, and awe. A dark figure was standing in the corner wearing nothing but black. His face was hidden by his hood, only his mouth could be seen. Spark. Dark lightning arced around his body. This lightning inspired dread in any who looked at it for too long. He smirks. The first step of his plan was complete. MC POV. Rimuru, right. Let's go save your lives. Students, ooh. The students cheer with excitement. It's time to go meet with Ramaris again. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N. I hate foreshadowing like this, but I want to write it cause it'll be so satisfying when MC finally beats the shit out of him. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 154, Chapter 144 Ranga showing off. It's been a day since I killed that sky dragon. Not much has happened since then. Because I saved nearly everyone in that city by killing that dragon, many people wanted to see me. They wanted to meet with me before finding my secrets and blackmailing me to work as a slave under them forever. Or, that's what, probably, would have happened if I let my identity leak. I mean, I really let loose that time, my aura was flaring for the world to see. The pressure of my aura was enough to level the city many times over if I let it. I didn't, since the kids were near me, but you get the idea. As a consequence, there were also many interested parties looking to make contact with the being that could emit such an aura. He saved the city from a rampaging dragon, obviously he's a good guy, is their thought process, and thus not afraid I would just kill them. But thanks to the almighty power of runes, that situation that, probably, would have happened was avoided. The identity of myself and everyone who was with me was hidden. Plus, even if that event wouldn't have happened, I don't like social interaction anyway, so spare me, please. Oh, and I got a Dragon Slayer title too. I want Mikoto to be my dragon if you know what I'm saying. Degree. Spark. Cough. In any case, I fucked the DRA, wait no. I killed the dragon and the kids really look up to me now. If I said I was a hero, they would believe me. I didn't say that though. I know I'm not a hero, nor do I want to be one, thank you. We are currently in the S-class classroom and Mikoto is standing behind the teacher's podium teaching maths to the students. Mikoto, you've already learned your 5x multiplications the day before yesterday, now it's on to your 6x. For some reason, when she's the one standing up there with her hot pants and stockings, maths doesn't seem too bad. Chloe, Misaka-sensei, I have a question. Mikoto, why yes. Mikoto stutters and Chloe asks her question. It seems she's still not entirely used to being called Misaka-sensei. She always feels giddy at being called that. I'm the same way. There's this weird feeling that appears in my chest whenever someone calls me sensei. Rimuru-sensei has a really nice ring to it. As for me, I'm sitting at the back, minding my own business. Ilya is sitting with Chloe and Alice, helping out the latter with working out her multiplications. I should ask her for help later so I don't look like a dumbass. No, wait. My calculation abilities have greatly increased from my time as a human, I can easily solve multiplications now. Haha, I knew I didn't need school. Ranga is sleeping in my shadow as always and Shizu is back at Avalon. Something about a disturbance in the force. I think she just watched too much Star Wars and wanted an excuse to leave and fix whatever mess she made before she came here. The students were very sad at her leaving though. They took to the new Shizu very well and Shizu herself grew attached to the kids. That is because the kids gave her lots of delicious food. Later in the day. Rimuru, right. Let's go save your lives. Students, ooh. The students cheer with excitement. It's time to go meet with Ramaris again to get some greater spirits and fuse them to the students. I also have an interesting proposal for her. I also wonder what she's doing with Jarvis. Well, he's pretty much the ideal butler with an untiring body, he should be fine. Probably. We all head outside into the opening in front of the school. My shadow expands and Ranga jumps out of it. Ranga, master. Ranga greets me while doing that panting thing that dogs do while his tail wags at speeds Hinata can only hope to reach. Rimuru, Ranga. What's up? Ranga, please let me take us to the labyrinth. Oh, inhales sharply through teeth. Rimuru. But, it's a bit far, and I don't want to sit through all that, so I was thinking of just teleporting us there. I nervously say while scratching the back of my head. I feel bad for always denying Ranga like this. Ranga, I am aware, master. But I know the location of the labyrinth this time, I can take us there. Please allow me to do so. Ranga has long learned to teleport with his affinity with space. However, because he wasn't familiar with the places I needed to go to, he couldn't teleport there. But now that he's been to the labyrinth before, that story changed. A smile spreads on my face. Rimuru, what, you can already teleport that far? You've grown, Ranga. I say as I rub Ranga all over his head and behind his ears. Ranga, oh, that's the spot, right there, right behind the ears. I catch Ilya, Mikoto, and surprisingly Chloe pouting at Ranga with looks of jealousy. Rimuru, cough right, then can you take us there, Ranga? Ranga, oh of course, master. Recovering from my pampering, he walks a few steps away from us and closes his eyes. His white fur waves as magicules gather around him. Right now, he's connecting to an area near his destination before actually opening the portal. A few seconds later, his yellow eyes open, glowing from the magicules. Ranga, oh whoa. Thank God I placed some concealment runes around the area first or else I would have kingdom soldiers on my ass at this point. Only meat buns can save me then. He howls and the portal flares to life. It's large enough to fit all of us through easily and it looks decently stable, enough to stay open without support for over 5 minutes. Rimuru, amazing, Ranga. As expected of him. Teleporting is simple for high-ranking magicians in this world, but opening a portal that allows travel back and forth is something else. It's quite literally opening a tear in space and setting it up so it doesn't collapse halfway, which takes a lot of energy to do. Ranga accepts my praise as his tail wags so fast I'm surprised he didn't cause a local gale like he used to. Meanwhile, Kenya, Ryota, Gale, Alice and Chloe are looking at Ranga with excitement. Kenya, that was so cool. That's what was on their minds as they run up and surround him with sparkling eyes. Should I have opened the portal? Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, The Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, I found it a bit hard to write this chapter. I tried fixing it up a bit later, but if it still seems lackluster, then I'm sorry. MC, in the distance trash. Anne, hey. Fuck you man. MC, in the distance Treyawas. Anne, you know what? Takes away Mikoto's stockings. These are mine now. MC, how dare you? Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 155, Chapter 145 Ramaris again. Due to the large distance covered by the portal, Ranga temporarily retreated into my shadow. It's not straining on him by any means, but his magiceuls were drained a bit and resting in my shadow, which is soaked in my magiceuls, is the fastest way to recover. He should be fine in a little bit. All 8 of us stroll through the portal and find ourselves in the underground cavern that contains the entrance to the labyrinth. The afternoon sun gently shines into the cavern, lighting up the vegetation on this seemingly mythical place. I still have no idea how the fuck light reaches here. Maybe there's a picture of Jesus hidden somewhere up there. In any case, the kids are awed by such a scene. Something like this can only be found in a fantasy world. It's scenes like this that makes it seem like sometimes, this world isn't all that bad. But hey, I'm not the philosophical type. Alice, hey, what are those things? Chloe, that's probably a peepadilia butterfly. I read about it in a book. Ilya, it's a male. You can tell from those spots on its wings. Alice, it's true. The girls are talking about butterflies, plants, and other things of interest. Meanwhile. Rimuru, how do you think it will taste? Kenya, probably crunchy. Ryota, no, its insides might be different. Gale, you have to remember to cook it. Rimuru, right. You can't eat them raw. We got influenced by a certain lowly lightning dragon that eats everything, and now we're wondering how certain things would taste. They really love the manga from my world. A/N, Kana best girl of dragon maid, and no one can change my mind. I'm tempted to pop one of those butterflies into my mouth, but I got hit over the head lightly by a paper fan. Smack. Mikoto, don't eat it. Rimuru, tch, you're no fun. I pout, A/N, disgusting, while rubbing my head where the paper fan hit. The butterfly flies off. Where did she get the fan in the first place? Mikoto, you can eat whatever you want, but the kids can't. Rimuru, why? It's not like those butterflies are poisonous. I use thought communication and contact my portable Google. Rimuru, hey Ilya, are these butterflies poisonous? Ilya, a little. If a normal human eats them, they'll get a stomachache, but nothing serious. Mikoto is looking at me with a blank face. Her eyebrows raise, silently judging me. Did she hear my conversation? No, there's no way. It was through thought communication. That's some scary intuition. Rimuru, *, they have strong bodies, it would have been fine, probably. Onwards. I hurriedly open the doors to the labyrinth and run inside to escape Mikoto's gaze, nearly missing her teasing smile. Mikoto, guys, we're going. Come on. Mikoto rallies the kids up and they all follow me through the doors. Instead of the dark corridors of the labyrinth that I was expecting, we're standing on a long bridge of light surrounded by darkness. This is the path Ramaris took us to while she was preparing for our visit last time. Rimuru, she was expecting us. A smile spreads on my lips. I wonder what she's planning now. A few minutes later. Ilya, Oni-chan. I think. Rimuru, yeah. She's not waiting for us and she probably doesn't even know we're here. Mikoto, is it possible though? Doesn't she know everything that goes on in her labyrinth? Rimuru, well, considering who we're talking about. Mikoto, Ilya, and I fall silent. Mikoto. Yeah, that makes sense. Ryota, Rimuru-sensei. Who is this person you're all talking about? Ryota steps forward and asks. I think about my answer. She's a haughty, narcissistic, compulsive liar, lazy, cowardly fairy that actually happens to be a fun girl to spend time with would be the most accurate description for her, but... Rimuru. She's a friend. I'll leave it just at that. For Ramaris, it's best if you meet her yourself. Ryota, so, why are we here? Mikoto, she's going to help us with your lifespan issue. This causes the students to break out in smiles. But first, I need to get her attention. Rimuru, Ramaris. Get out here before I fire off another Kamehameha. I shout out into the void. There's no way Ramaris missed that. Kenya, Rimuru-sensei can use Kamehameha. Alice, you mean from Dragso Ball? The other boys were looking at me with shining eyes. I was expecting them to know it, but I wasn't expecting Alice to also. Rimuru, wait, what did you just say? Dragso Ball. The fuck is that? Kenya, yeah. It's about this boy with a dog's tail that goes on a trip to collect the snake balls that can grant any wish. You don't know it, Rimuru-sensei. Inhales. Rimuru. You poor children. Who could be so cruel to these innocent kids to deceive them in such a way? Tears threaten to spill out of my eyes, but my thoughts get interrupted by a new voice. Ramaris, Rimuru. You're already back. Her voice echoes into my head. Chloe, telepathy. It seems everyone else heard it too. Rimuru, what are you talking about? Of course, I'm back. Ramirez, I thought you were going to disappear for years. Mikoto shrugs. Mikoto, that does sound like something he would do. Rimuru, oi. That's just rude. I wouldn't just disappear. I would at least leave a note or something saying I went to get milk. Ramirez, anyway, just wait a moment. After saying that, Ramirez cut the connection and went to do her own thing. SpongeBob, 12 minutes later. Ramirez, alright, I'm done. The scenery changes and we find ourselves in a place different from the circular room where I erased the elemental colossus, where the elemental colossus disappeared. This place is like a throne room, but different. Its overall architectural design is like that of a throne room is a large hall with multiple pillars supporting the roofs. However, instead of banners, I see vines, leaves and all kinds of natural greenery coating the walls, pillars and ceilings. The pillars themselves seem to be made from the trunks of trees that are still growing even now while the branches hold up the ceiling. Motes of lights float around the place, adding even more to the mythical feel. Looking closer, I realize they are actually fairies. At the end of the room, a red and gold throne sits imposingly. Sitting on the throne is a certain familiar fairy. The difference in size between the two is almost comedic. She has a natural yellow-golden aura around her with eyes and hair of the same color. Her fairy wings and elf-like ears are a telltale sign of her race, especially with that small size of hers. She smiles gratefully at the children who are looking up at her with awe. Right now, she is exuding nobility and grace, which surprisingly fit her well. She opens her mouth. But I interrupt. Rimuru, right, let me introduce you. Ramirez, these are the students I was talking about. I introduce the children to Ramirez before turning to face the students. Rimuru, and kids, this is emergency food. Ramirez, hey. Rimuru, hey. Ramirez, hey, te nandeo. And her graceful aura was immediately shattered. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Onii-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime, dragon slayer, friend of the emergency food. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, Lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, cancel spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, skill orb, limiter ring. A/N, Ramirez equals Paimon and you can't change my mind. MC, this is one of the rare moments I completely agree with you. Ramirez, Yamaro. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 156, Chapter 146 Spirit Dwelling. We're here. The Spirit Dwelling. It's the place where spirits dwell. Fucking genius, I know. In any case, this is the place where the kids will call some spirits and then I'll just fuse it with them to save their lives. Easy peasy. We got here after we all had a good chat with Ramirez. For Mikoto, Ilya, and I, it was a catch-up kind of talk where we just summed up what happened while we were gone. The students on the other hand took this chance to get closer to Ramirez. I mean, they've never seen a fairy before, they are very curious. Ramirez also hopped off her throne and just started hovering all over the place. She's not used to sitting in just one spot for too long. We finished talking and she brought us here to the spirit dwelling. As I thought it's in an entirely different space, kind of like my mirror dimension. Ramirez, Tada. What do you think? Ramirez proudly puffs her chest out, trying to get some praise out of us. The kids are easily impressed. Kenya, whoa. Ryota, so cool. Alice, it's so big. Chloe, and there's so much energy here. Gale, look at the ground. As they all pointed out, this place was indeed quite amazing. It's a large underground room, although it's more like a cave or a cavern. I say room because this place looks like it's made artificially. It's a large dome open space with the walls made out of smooth stone that looks like it's been there for centuries. Now that I think about it, this place was probably made with earth spirits. In the center is a large spire of an unidentified material. It looks to be a mix of crystal and metal, most likely magi steel. It looks very valuable and I'm nearly certain a small fraction of this unknown metal would go for several hundred gold coins in an auction. Not to mention that this natural formation is over 100 fucking meters tall. You can also use that to understand just how large the room itself is. And finally, winding around the crystal metal formation is a wide pathway made of light. It looks quite thin such that it could shatter easily, but it's quite sturdy. It leads to a platform of light at the top of the crystal metal formation at the center. And we are all currently standing at the edge of that platform just where the pathway ends. Oh, and Ranga is back. Ranga, asterisk happy panting sounds asterisk. This place is also decently lit up because of that fucking giant light source on the ceiling. Imagine diving underwater and looking up towards the sky through the rippling surface in a pool or in the ocean. It's like that. A/N, I don't know how TF people can see underwater in the ocean without goggles. Only try doing it in a pool, but is it possible in the ocean? Honestly, this whole place is pretty cool, but I'm scared of what Ramaris would turn into if I were to compliment her now and inflate her ego to unimaginable heights. So. Rimuru, yeah, it's pretty good. Not the best, but it's good. In all honesty, the view from the hill on which Shizue's memorial is placed has a much better view over the modern fantasy city of Avalon. Looking at that view while surrounded by wisteria trees has a unique charm this place doesn't have. Ramaris, mew. Ramaris pouting is something I didn't know I needed until now. I suddenly gain a thought and I look left and right, searching for a certain someone. Rimuru, hey, Ramaris, where's Jarvis? I haven't seen him. I wonder where he is. Ramaris, oh, him. He's busy. Meanwhile, back in the throne room, the red and golden throne sitting imposingly begins to shift. It gradually transforms back into our familiar Iron Men inhabited by a demon. Jarvis, I am never turning into any kind of chair ever again, ow, my back. Jarvis lays on the ground while rubbing his back that somehow got sore from the transformation. Anime logic, don't question it. Back in the spirit dwelling. Rimuru, right, let's get some spirits. Students, ooh. I raise my hand and cheer and the students copy. Ilya bobs up and down, excited to see how this all comes about while Mikoto is more restrained, but you can see the curiosity sparkling in her eyes. I don't blame them, even I'm very hyped to see how this all plays out. Will everything happen the same as in canon, or will something change? Who knows? Ramaris, right, listen up. One by one, you will walk to the center of the platform and call the spirits from there. Ramaris says while pointing to the center. Chloe, what do we say? Ramaris, anything is fine. Help me, or let's play, can work. Hell, you can even insult them, you just have to get their attention. Well, if you insult them, there won't be many that would appear. Why do I feel like you're speaking from experience there? Ryota, will they even come? Ryota depressingly says. Kenya steps up to him and lightly slaps him in the back. Kenya, I'm sure they will. Ryota. Yeah. Ryota answers with a smile. Alice, sensei, they will come, right? Alice asks me for confirmation. Rimuru, yeah, don't worry. You kids are amazing, so you'll definitely call lots of spirits. What we need is a greater spirit though, not some more common lower-ranking spirits. That's the hard part. Well, even if you only call the lowest spirits, I have a backup plan, don't worry. I respond with a confident smile. These kids are otherworlders, there's no way they can't call any spirits. In the anime, hundreds of lower-ranked spirits appeared for each of them individually, so I'm not worried at all. Worst comes to worst, I'll just do it myself. Speaking of which, should I get my own spirit? Nah. I don't need one and I don't think there's a spirit out there that could prove beneficial to me unless they're one of the divine spirits themselves. Even so, I'm an origin slime, I'm a highest tier spirit myself. If anything, I'm the one who should go around making contracts. Wait, that sounds like a good idea. Too bad I can't be fucked. But. Rimuru, hey, Mikoto, Ilya. Do you want a spirit too? I mean, since we're here, you might as well. Mikoto blinks her eyes with surprise, completely not expecting my question. Ilya barely thinks for a second before answering. Ilya, yes. She shouts while raising her hand. I smile and pat her head. Mikoto, do I need one? Rimuru, well, it's not like you need one, but it would be nice to have. Mikoto thinks about it while placing a finger on her lip. Ramaris and the kids are curious about her answer. Ilya seemingly already knows what she will choose though. Mikoto nods her head. Mikoto, yeah. I think I'll try to call a spirit. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oniai-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime, dragon slayer, Rimuru-sensei. Manus, Ilya's veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, Lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, cancel spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, skill orb, limiter ring. A/N, I forgot about the Rimuru-sensei title. So I added it. MC, Wee new title. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 157, Chapter 147 Spirits. It's finally time for the students to get their spirits to stabilize their rampaging Magicules. Gale decided to go first. Gale, sensei, please. If anything happens to me, look after the others. He wanted to be the test dummy to check if anything will go wrong. He's the oldest and he sees himself as the big brother of the group. He would rather suffer the consequences than let the others suffer. I just drop my hand on his shoulder. Head pats are only reserved for lolis and Mikoto. Rimuru, don't say stuff like that, I know what I'm doing. Trust your sensei. He looks up and stares into my golden eyes. Seeing the confidence in them, a small smile breaks out and he nods. Gale, then, I'm going to pray. Praying was decided to be the method the kids will use to call the spirits. I suggested it because it was what the kids did in the series and they agreed. Ramirez also confirmed that spirits will hear them even if they don't speak out loud, so it's fine. Gale kneels on one knee in the center of the light platform and closes his eyes. He clasps his hands together and takes a deep breath before beginning his prayer. Ramirez, I wonder what spirits he will call. Ramirez mutters while hovering around me with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Nothing happens at first. The kids standing far behind me also begin their own little prayers, begging for a spirit to be called. In the end, they didn't need to do such a thing. The light source from the ceiling begins to shift colors, gaining an earthy yellow tint. Motes of light with the same colors begin appearing from that light source before slowly drifting down like snow. They hover around and above the praying Gale, seemingly waiting for the child to open his eyes again. Rimuru. TCH. No dice, huh? Since this is an alternate universe, I thought that he could call a greater spirit but it seems no such thing will happen. Rimuru, Ilya. Ilya, yes. Ilya, who was waiting patiently behind me, answers my call. She steps up next to me and grabs my hand. I look down at her and smile fondly, meeting her ruby-red eyes. Raising my free hand, I stroke her head. Rimuru, I'll be counting on you. Ilya, Umo. She nods. She then begins to glow. Her body dissipates into bright pink streams of light, circling around my body affectionately before streaming into my chest. I feel my connection with Ilya grow ever stronger. Kenya, Wadash. Alice, Ilya. The children were shocked, expecting it about as much as one would expect the Spanish Inquisition. Even Ramirez was staring with her mouth agape. Only Ranga and Mikoto weren't shocked. Mikoto wasn't shocked because she already knew Ilya's true identity as my Manas, and Ranga, well, he long learned that as long as I'm involved, even if the sun explodes, it's not so shocking. Ramirez. I was not expecting that. Well, I was expecting not to expect something so that doesn't count. Ramirez shrugs. I am seriously questioning her words. Right. Let's get start. Oh, wait, first I gotta. Rimuru, Ramirez, don't tell anyone what you just saw or else I'm never giving you a meat bun again. Ramirez, hi. She furiously nods her head, dreading the mere thought of never tasting the heavenly food again. Okay, now I can start. Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony. I hold my hand out and a black vortex of Magicules appear. The lesser spirits get sucked into the black vortex much to Ramirez's absolute terror. Ramirez, H.A. You ate the spirits. What are you doing? Rimuru, well, just calm down. I know what I'm doing. I walk towards the still praying Gale and place a hand on his head. Rimuru, I'm counting on you, Ilya. Ilya, hi. Ilya's cheerful voice resounds in my head as she begins her. Ilya, done. At least let me finish my inner thoughts. My hand that was placed on Gale's head softly glows with the same earth-yellow light as the spirits. Under Ilya's influence, the lesser spirits I ate with, Beelzebub, fused into an artificial greater spirit. Unlike a natural greater spirit, this one doesn't have its own ego. I don't want another Shizue situation. Yes, I know that the only reason Ifrit, Shizue's greater spirit, went on a rampage was that she wasn't its true master, but still. Better safe than sorry. Although it does have its own instincts or program, you could say. The main ones being to calm the rampaging Magicules and protect Gale, along with a few others. The artificial greater spirit was thrown into Gale's body and perfectly fused with him. Rimuru, there. All done. At my words, Gale stops praying and looks at me with inquisitive and hopeful eyes. I just nod my head. Rimuru, it's over now. The Magicules stopped rampaging. Gale's eyes start watering. He sniffles a bit. Without hesitation, I step forward and bring his still kneeling figure into a hug. Rimuru, it's okay to cry. Those 4 simple words worked like magic and Gale burst into tears. These are tears of happiness, shed from finally being released from the burden of an untimely death. The other students begin cheering, sharing Gale's happiness. Ranga, awo. Joining in, Ranga howls in celebration. Mikoto holds herself back from jumping around in euphoria, but she still couldn't help a large bright smile from breaking out on her face. Meanwhile, Ramaris is staring into space, stunned at the fact that you can apparently fuse lesser spirits into a greater spirit. Ramaris. What the hell? And so the former Queen of Spirits hovers there in the air, contemplating if she should resign that title, as apparently, she didn't know everything about them. For about 2 seconds before throwing the thought process out of her mind. Ramaris, there's no way I'm giving up such a cool title. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, The Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, I changed up my writing schedule a bit, so I feel a little more motivated to write now. I'm quite satisfied with this chapter and the next couple chapters, let me know what. Door slams open. MC, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. MC walks through the door with a few other mysterious people, all dressed in red Spanish Inquisition clothes. MC, that's him. Get him. Anne, screams, you traitor. MC, give me back Mikoto's stockings. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 158, Chapter 148 Air and Light Spirit. Rimuru, you did it, Ilya. Ilya, hey. I praise Ilya in my mind, which prompts a smug response from her. Rimuru, right, who's next? I turn around and look towards the rest of the students as Gale walked over with a renewed spring in his step. Alice, oh. Me. Before anyone else could say anything, Alice's hand shot into the air and she started screaming. The other students could only wryly smile as they decided to just concede to her. So in the end, Alice went next. Alice and I started walking to the center of the light platform. Alice was pretty excited at first but slowly started becoming more hesitant. Or rather than hesitant, she became more nervous and scared. Of course, she tries to hide it and act tough like nothing's wrong, but you can't fool my eyes. And so, I use my secret technique. Slime head patting style, 5th form. Calming pats. I drop my hand on her head, which immediately calms her down. I don't say anything, but I smile confidently at her while staring into her pink eyes. Her nervousness disappears, and she smiles. Ilya, moo. Ilya pouts and I can feel 2 burning stares into my back. What did I do to deserve this? Sigh. The things handsome people have to deal with. Reaching near the center of the platform where Ramaris is still hovering dumbfoundedly, Alice walks a couple of steps in front of me, standing right in the middle. She takes a deep breath and kneels before clasping her hands in front of her chest and closing her eyes. Her eyelids tremble a bit, showing that she's still a bit nervous. But even so, I can feel her trust in me. Pink lesser spirits start to fall. As expected, she couldn't call a greater spirit, just like in the anime. Unlucky, I guess. What I'm curious about is what kind of spirits are these guys? In the light novel, she called forth air spirits, but in the anime, she called space spirits. Belzebuth. The spirits get absorbed and under Ilya influence, a brand new artificial air greater spirit was born. A bit of a shame, I was hoping for a new space spirit comrade. A/N, I just feel that air would be a much better element for Alice, let me know what you guys think. I place my hand on Alice's head again and with a soft pink glow, the spirit was successfully fused with the lowly. Yay. Saved a lowly. Now I save the other and I can go to heaven. Rimuru, done. I say a single word and Alice opens her eyes, now filled with so much emotion, mostly happiness and relief. She wipes her misty eyes as she tries to stand up from her kneeling position, but she stumbles forward a bit. Alice, Rimuru, ah. Luckily I catch her. Rimuru, are you good? Alice, and my legs feel a bit weak. Alice timidly says. Deciding that this is the best course of action, I pick her up in a princess carry and walk her back to the rest of the students who are once again celebrating. The stares and pouting of 3 girls are becoming even more painful. Deciding that I couldn't take much more of that, I lower Alice down. Alice, chew, asterisk. Alice leans forward and lightly kisses my cheek before jumping out of my arms and running back. Jpg. Fwoosh. MC has combusted into flames and fucking died, please stand by as we bring in another MC clone. Meanwhile, I, the author, will temporarily write things from my perspective. Kenya, alright. I'm next. But I don't care as much, so let's just skip his scene. Ryota, and my turn dash. Once again, I don't care all that much. Chloe, Rimuru-sensei. And finally, it's Chloe's turn. I'm joking. I'll properly write them. MC POV. Kenya, alright. I'm next. Kenya confidently stands in the center of the platform, wondering what type of spirit will he get. But before he could even do anything, fragments of bright light appear. Kenya, eh? I didn't start praying yet though. Rimuru, don't worry, this just means you called a genuine greater spirit. Kenya, oh, is that so? Kenya's confusion was blown away as the light particles began to gather together. With another flash of light, a greater spirit appeared. This one is the size of a human child. He looks humanoid too. He has wings of light hovering behind his back, not physically attached to his body. He has blonde hair and long ears like Ramirez, but he has sky blue eyes instead. He also has cyan blue lines like a knockoff Amiya running over parts of his skin. Don't ask me why. Greater light spirit, hey. How are ya? I'm doing great. Hey, what's your dash? Ramirez, get out of my house. Ramirez used flying kick. But nothing happened. Rimuru. Kenya. Ramirez, what are you doing here? Greater light spirit, it's just a whim. The greater light spirit tries to calm Ramirez down to barely any success. He then looks over in our direction. Greater light spirit, yo. I'm a light spirit. Unlike this evil monster that fell and became a monster, I'm a pure innocent spirit. The greater light spirit can hold grudges, I see. I like him. But. Evil. Ramirez. Ramirez, who are you calling evil? Ramirez then looks over at me. Ramirez. Stop looking at me with those doubting eyes. I am a demon lord. Rimuru, sorry. Greater light spirit, moving on. Hey, little guy. What's your name? Kenya, me. The greater light spirit nods his head. Kenya, I am Kenya. Greater light spirit, Kenya, huh? Then I'll call you Ken-chan. Nice to meet you. I could just feel this light inside you, you know. I am light. Ahaha. Ramirez. Rimuru. Kenya. That wasn't that funny. But the greater light spirit just kept talking. Greater light spirit, in any case, I'll save ya, Ken-chan. You might even become a hero too. With that, the greater light spirit turned into light and shot into Kenya's chest. Rimuru. Well, that just happened. Don't worry, Kenya, you're all good now. I say while giving him a thumbs up. Kenya, alright. It's not that Kenya doubted me, but it's just unexpected and his mind is still trying to catch up. Now, all that's left is Ryota and then finally Chloe. I might even get my first kiss from the spirit Chloe calls. Spark. Ilya, Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, The Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei, Author's Backup Rimuru Clone Hashtag. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N. I wanted to fit all the spirit summonings into this one chapter, but I didn't really want to just skip over everything, so I'm splitting it up into multiple chapters. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 159, Chapter 149. Male thoughts are just fuckboy. I walk Kenya back to the rest of the group and Ryota steps up for his spirit. He's nervous, as you can tell from his body language. He's shuffling his feet, he's nervously fiddling his fingers, and he constantly looks down. Kenya, good luck, Ryota. Gale, you can do it. The other kids cheer him on, causing him to look at them with appreciation before walking alongside me back to the center of the light platform. Without needing to explain anything to him, he kneels down, closes his eyes, clasps his hands in front of his chest, and starts praying. Nothing happens for a few seconds, but as expected, lesser spirits start appearing without trouble. Unlike the uniform-colored spirits from the last few times this happened, Ryota's spirits came in 2 colors. Ramorous, 2 elements. That's rare. But it seems this isn't unheard of, judging by Ramorous' response. Blue and green. If I remember correctly, they should be water and wind. Is his wind different from Alice's air? In the anime, Alice gained an artificial space spirit. Does that mean instead of manipulating the wind itself, it's more like Alice gaining a domain of some sort? If so, that would fit well with her puppet master ability. I don't know, it hurts my brain to think so much. I need Mikoto's thighs to recover, maybe head-patting Ilya would also work. Or, perhaps, both at the same time. As I was thinking about important things, Ilya already absorbed the lesser spirits, combined them into an artificial water/wind greater spirit and fused it with Ryota. Such a responsible little sister. Rimuru, right, done. I pat his back, shaking him out of his prayer. Ryota, yeah. Already. Rimuru, yup. Come on, let's go back. Ryota breathes out a sigh of relief, emotionally muttering, thank goodness, to himself. We make it back to the rest of the kids, causing them to throw their arms around him in celebration. Kenya, you did it, Ryota. Gale, yeah you did. Alice, congrats. Chloe also is very happy, but she's a little curious as well. Chloe, sensei, why were the spirits more than 1 color? Rimuru, because Ryota called 2 different elements. Chloe. Rimuru. Chloe, is that it? Rimuru, yup. Last spirit. Same old, Chloe and I walked over to the center of the platform and she started praying after kneeling and closing her eyes. She initially wanted me to carry her to the center in a princess carry as I did with Alice, but I felt like I wouldn't survive past today if I did. So I just held her hand. A/N, moshi moshi, kisatsu desu ka. Relax, it was consensual. A/N, that doesn't make things better. A/N, also spoilers start here, anime-only watchers, beware. Now, in canon, Chloe should have summoned a time spirit. In reality, it was her Manus that came from the future. Manus, Krinoa, was born out of Chloe's negative emotions created throughout the numerous failures she experienced throughout the different timelines. This warped her personality, but still carrying the hope that things will get better, Chloe sealed those negative emotions in her heart with her unlimited imprisonment, unique skill. Thus, the Manus, something like an alter ego, was born. It's specifically this Manus that was traveling through time, carrying memories from the previous Chloes. Whether the Manus contained memories of all the Chloes or just the most recent timeline, I don't know. I'm not a lore nut, I just enjoyed the story. Originally, sometime in the future after Chloe regained her Manus, she would have been teleported back in time by a little more than 300 years. There's a whole lot of shenanigans that happen, but basically, the trigger for the teleportation is Hinata's death. Of course, this is Tensura, so she, as an important character, didn't actually die and came back to life quite literally less than 5 minutes. It wasn't actually 5 minutes and more like 300 years, but as I said, there's a whole lot of shenanigans. Chloe would get sealed and go into something like cryosleep and would come back to OG Rimuru 300 years later as a fully fledged wife who still head over heels for him. Now, let me say this again. This should have happened in canon. Meaning, it didn't happen here. Bruh. Instead of an One-san Chloe appearing in a beautiful dress and kissing me. Ilya, *ahem*. What happens was the usual greater spirit summoning light show. Silver-colored particles of light appeared and gathered together. With a flash of light, a spirit appeared. A fully fledged greater spirit, to be exact. This greater spirit looked like your average Bishounen from an anime, with sharp facial features, smooth soft skin and exotic silver-white eyes and hair. He's dressed in fluttery silver-gray clothes that fit him quite well. He also has that smile all those types of boys have. The ones that make you want to punch them. Tui, I hate him already. Fuck getting a kiss from him, disgusting. Greater spirit, hey. As expected, you look pretty cute, huh? Chloe's face morphs into one of slight disgust. Ramiris, oh god, not him. The greater spirit only had his eyes on Chloe the whole time, so he missed Ramiris' murmur. I heard it, however, so I leaned in and whispered. Rimuru, you know this guy. Ramiris, know him. Every female spirit knew him. He's the greatest playboy among us. I hate him even more. Ramiris, that's not the worst part though. The worst part is that all the girls hate him. Even Diana, the divine water spirit, who is also the kindest among them, absolutely hates him. He's too pushy and nothing gets through that thick skull of his. He always thinks everyone loves him and he always acts with that thought in mind. Even during my time as the spirit queen, he kept getting in my way for my attention and... Ramiris kept on droning on and on about how annoying this greater spirit is, but I had to stop listening because this fuckboy was about to make a contract with Chloe. And like my old man always said, male thoughts are just fuckboy. Greater spirit, right, I'll choose you then. I'm the greater time spirit, Arch-dash. Rimuru, be gone, thot. Boom. With a beam of heavily concentrated magicules, the greater spirit arch whatever exploded and disappeared into motes of light while Chloe looked at me like I am her savior. Ramiris, yees. Ignoring the emergency food behind me, I absorbed the greater time spirit's remaining particles with Belzebuth and recreated into an artificial greater spirit. I had Ilya make absolutely sure that any of its original personality was erased before I fused it with Chloe. Ain't no way I'm letting a fuckboy like him contract with my dear student. But still, what happened to Cronoa? She didn't appear, so does that mean that I'm currently in the prime timeline? The timeline where everything originated? Or maybe she did not need to time travel since I'm strong enough to create the optimal future myself, unlike OG Rimuru. But how did Veldora get sealed then? And who saved Shizue and gave her the anti-magic mask? Chloe, sensei. Rimuru, I looked down at a concerned Chloe. Chloe, are you okay? I just smile. Rimuru, yeah, just thinking about some stuff. Come on. Let's go back. I pat her head and start walking back to the rest of the students. Ramiris already flew back and is hovering around Ranga and Mikoto. A stream of light flashes out of my chest and hits the ground next to me, revealing itself to be Ilya in all her cute lowly glory. She hugs my left arm and stares at Chloe without silent fury. Chloe doesn't back down and hugs my right arm and stares right back. Mikoto, Lilicon. Dash 999 damage. Mikoto looks at me like I'm absolute scum. Oh god, if she keeps looking at me like that, I might awaken to something new. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, The Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, Skill Orb, Limiter Ring. A/N, your old man had some words of wisdom. MC, Yeep. I never really could compete with him in wisdom. I miss him. Later. Apparently someone put Hitler as a fucking hentai dojin. MC, oh my god that's disgusting. Sauce. An. MC. An. MC. Wow. An, I know right. MC, yeah. I mean, it's actually not bad. An, I know right. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 160, Chapter 150 Pikachu. Now all that needs to happen is Mikoto and Ilya getting their own spirits and then we can go home. Skill, Natural Attack Resistance, has been acquired. Ooh, is this from all the spirits that I analyzed just now? Sweet. A/N, I say Natural Attack Resistance because, unlike normal magic, spirit magic follows the laws of physics. I also can't say Spirit Attack Resistance because that sounds too similar to Spiritual Attack Resistance, so I came up with this after, 5 minutes of thinking. And that's a lot of thinking. Moving on. Unlike the students, Mikoto and Ilya don't need any spirits to inhabit their bodies. A simple contract will do. Mikoto, I guess I'll go first. Rimuru, sounds good to me. Do you need me to hold your hand too? Mikoto, and no I don't. Rimuru, but do you want to though? Mikoto. Mikoto doesn't do anything other than glare at me. Her flushed cheeks do nothing but make her look cuter though. A/N, the cover pic is what comes to mind while I was writing this. Arg. My heart. Mikoto, humph. She storms off to the center of the platform by herself after seeing my teasing smile. I would follow her in case another fuckboy appears, but... Mikoto, stupid Rimuru, idiot, baka. I feel like she can handle herself. Unlike the children that came before her, she didn't kneel nor did she pray. Or to be specific, like Kenya, she didn't get the chance to. Electric yellow motes of light appear and converge together, a telltale sign of a greater spirit. Who's that Pokemon? What? Who's there? Who said that? Show yourself. The greater spirit materialized and a yellow lightning rat appeared. It's Pikachu. The fuck? A Pikachu. How? The Pikachu landed on the ground and started running around Mikoto. Pikachu, Pika Pika. While pale as a sheet of paper, I ask Ramaris a question. Rimuru, Ramaris. What's that? I stutter as my mind fails to comprehend the situation. Ramaris, Ah, that's Pikachu. A greater lightning spirit. I don't know why it appears in this form as all the other greater spirits are much more humanoid. It's only this little guy that's different. What? The fuck? Pikachu, Pikachu. Mikoto, I see. Pikachu, Pika Pika. Mikoto, really? Pikachu then nods its head. Rimuru, what's this little guy saying? I ask Mikoto as I walk up behind her while she was having a conversation with him. I then proceed to get kicked in the stomach by the said little guy as it jumps from the ground and digs its foot into my gut. I don't flinch a bit though and Pikachu just drops to the ground and runs back to Mikoto. It then jumps onto her shoulder and glares at me. Pikachu, P-Thi. I point to it with a confused expression. Rimuru, what's his problem? Mikoto, it's because you called her a guy. Rimuru, Pikachu is a woman. Spark. Pikachu, Pika-Pa. Yellow sparks of electricity bounce off his her cheeks and she glares at me. Rimuru, sorry, miss, I didn't know. Here, have a meat bun. Pikachu, Pikachu. I make a meat bun and place it in her little paw thingies. She nibbles it a bit before her eyes sparkle. Pikachu, Pika Pie. Mikoto, she said she forgives you. Meat buns are up, please don't nerf. A/N, I would never do such a sacrilegious thing. Rimuru, is that so? But still, I never thought you would summon a Pikachu, she really suits you. Like, more than you would ever know. I shouldn't say that out loud though. Mikoto, really? I quite like her too. Mikoto says while scratching Pikachu's chin. I want to scratch her too, but I don't want to be the next Ash Ketchup of whatever his name is and get shocked. Not like it would hurt. Instead, I give Mikoto herself some head pats causing her face to explode with redness. Her steps become stiff like a robot and it seems like she can't concentrate as her eyes are swirling. In the end, we make it back to the rest of the group just before Mikoto self-destructed. Rimuru, Ilya, let's get your spirit. Ilya, hi. She skips up to me and stands there as if she's waiting for a head pat. So I give her a head pat. Rimuru, what's wrong, Ilya? Ilya, nothing, I just thought that I don't want to contract with just any spirit. Rimuru, ho. So who do you want to contract? I am honestly a bit confused. She should probably have a method to summon the exact spirit she wants, right? I mean, this is Ilya we're talking about. Ilya, I want to contract with Oni-chan. Holy crap, you can do that. Students, Iya. Mikoto, that was possible. I shrug my shoulders. I'm just as confused as you guys are. Ramaris, wait. You're talking as if Rimuru is a spirit you can contract with. That doesn't make any sense. Ramaris interjects by waving her arms around in front of Ilya's face. Ilya just tilts her head with a confused expression. Ilya, but Oni-chan really is a spirit you can contract with though. Ramaris. Ilya. Ramaris, * inhales *. I want to go home. Ramaris pinches the bridge of her nose, takes a deep breath, and says something relatable. Rimuru. Isn't this place your home though? Ramaris, you shut up. Rimuru, me. Mikoto, *I*, Ilya, please explain. Later. Ramaris, right, so you're saying that Rimuru is a spirit? Ilya, yes. Ramaris, and not just any spirit, but a high-ranking space spirit at that. Ilya, Ilya just finished off explaining my position to Ramaris and the students. Of course, she didn't explain everything to them. She didn't mention that I was originally a monster that evolved into a higher being aka origin slime aka highest tier spirit aka true dragon, nor did she mention that it was through the effect of an ultimate skill. For all they know, I'm a natural-born greater space spirit. Chloe stares off into space for a while before her face starts turning red. Chloe, SSO if I am made a CC contract with Rimuru-sensei, he WW would be III inside me right and now. Chloe mutters to herself as steam began to rise from her head. But because no one was speaking, everyone present heard her loud and clear. Kenya, Ryota, Alice and surprisingly even Gale had a look of innocence on their face. Mikoto's already overheated brain completely shut down at this point, as you can hear her just going a as her brain tries to reboot itself. A/N, I'm sure we all know what they were thinking, degree, dot. Pikachu. Pikachu panics as she tries to save her master by shaking Mikoto's shoulders. Ramirez, actually that's not entirely true. The spirits you summoned are fused with your bodies, unlike normal summons who are just connected through the soul by a contract. This means that I couldn't have fused with the students unless I wanted to be, inside, then 24/7 constantly controlling their rampaging magicules. Chloe, oh. Why do you sound so disappointed? Rimuru, oh and Ramirez, I need to talk to you about something. Ramirez, Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oniai-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime, dragon slayer, sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, Lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, cancel spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack, natural attack resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Raphael, skill orb, limiter ring. MC, so where did that, who's that Pokemon, voice come from? N, I dunno. MC, but you're the author. N, sometimes, there are things even gods don't know. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 161, Chapter 151 Deal and Ominous Feeling. Ramirez, a dungeon. Rimuru, yeah. You know, a giant structure that has all kinds of monsters inside it that you can kill, and it gets progressively harder the further you go, but it's also very rewarding. I took Ramirez aside and decided to talk to her about building a dungeon in Avalon. I quite like the idea of a dungeon in the original series, and I can't be fucked making and managing the entire thing myself, so I just decided to ask Ramirez to do it. Ramirez, but why do you want a dungeon? Rimuru. Because it's cool. I mean, it just seems like a nice thing to have, you know. A giant dungeon that's also a treasure trove of rewards just waiting to be uncovered. All the surrounding countries would be jealous of such a thing, but I'll just be like, haha fuck you guys, and make it open to everyone while enjoying the suffering of everyone that enters. Ramirez, I don't think I can just leave this place, you know. I mean, lots of things will change if I move to the Jura forest, so dash. Rimuru, you can also make a shit ton of money. Ramirez, I'll do it. Ramirez golden pupils become replaced with dollar signs. You can feel the greed emanating off her. Rimuru, yeah. We'll split the earnings 50/50ths between you and me. It'll be a really easy job. Ramirez, this is considered a job. Oh shit, I might have stepped on a landmine. She might really hate working, and there's a good chance she might choose not to do this. Right, I need to fix this. Ramirez, wonderful. Now I won't be considered a jobless shut-in anymore. Ramirez spins around midair in joy. Meanwhile, I am just confused as heck. Rimuru. Yes. I'll just agree for now. Ramirez, oh, wait a moment, how much money will I earn from doing this? Ramirez stops and looks back at me from over her shoulder. From what I remembered in the novel. Quite a bit once it ramps up. But I'm not entirely sure since money isn't considered a strong point for me, so. Rimuru. More than you'll ever get from staying here. I'll just lie to her. I mean, barely anyone enters the labyrinth because of the false rumors that those who enter never come out, so I doubt she earns much money anyway. Ramirez. Rimuru. Ramirez. I see. Safe. Well, it's not like I need money, but it's needed for Avalon to trade with the rest of the world. Because I care about the economy. Hee hee. That was a funny joke. In any case, a deal has been successfully struck between Ramirez and me. She'll drop by a while later after making sure that this country doesn't collapse in on itself. Yeah, I'm not joking. This small country isn't a part of the Western Council like Dworgen. However, they haven't been attacked by a foreign kingdom for the sole reason that literally every citizen in this country is a spirit user, so it just wasn't worth it. I'm not sure what will happen if Ramaris just disappears, but I don't want to be responsible for the downfall of an innocent kingdom. Ramaris teleports us both back to the throne room where the rest of my companions are waiting while playing with some fairies. Jarvis, welcome back, Ramaris-sama. Rimuru-sama, it is good to see you again. Jarvis walks up and speaks in that butler voice of his again. I'll never regret summoning him. I should thank Diablo. Ramaris, hi. I'm back. Ramaris sits on Jarvis' shoulder while nibbling on the meat bun-flavored cookie I made for her. Rimuru, Jarvis. I haven't seen you for a few days. How are you? Jarvis. Rimuru. I see. He must have had it tough, huh? Jarvis nearly breaks down from the sheer relief that came with someone understanding his pain. I bring him into a bro hug. Rimuru, it's okay. There's nothing else I can do but this. Meanwhile, Ramaris cluelessly nibbles on her cookie. Later. Mikoto, we're going back. Rimuru, yeah. It's time to go. Students, eh? Kenya, already. Rimuru, unfortunately, yes. We've been here for a few hours already, and it's nearing sundown. Time flies, huh? Ilya, Oniai-chan. Ilya tugs my sleeve. I look down at her and she leans her head towards me. She does that when she wants a head pat. But her expression is a little off. She's not asking for a head pat just for the sake of it. I get a slightly ominous feeling, but I shake it off. I stroke Ilya's platinum blonde hair. As I do so, I can feel a connection. It's Ilya, but once again, something's different. Hinata, Rimuru. Hinata's voice echoes into my head. Thought communication. Ilya is probably acting as a reception booster to connect Hinata with me even though we're entire kingdoms apart. However, instead of praising her idea, that ominous feeling comes back. Rimuru, Hinata. What's wrong? Hinata, nothing much. I just contacted you to tell you that I've settled the thing we talked about. The thing we talked about? Ah, declaring Avalon as a non-hostile kingdom of monsters. That's good. Rimuru, thank you once again, Hinata. Sorry for the trouble. Hinata, no, it's all handled. But I didn't call you just for that. The ominous feeling grows ever so slightly stronger as I furrow my brows. Rimuru, what is it? Hinata, the Pharmas Kingdom contacted the church. They wanted our backing in dealing with Avalon. Does the Pharmas Kingdom still want to attack Avalon? Hinata, they were quite pushy about it. Of course, I didn't care about that. They can't do anything to the luminous faith. But the thing is, they suddenly stopped all attempts to gain our assistance. Rimuru, so, you're saying that something is wrong? Hinata, yes. They might have obtained backing from another place. Nothing is coming up through my information network, so I'm not entirely sure. But it doesn't seem like they gave up. Rimuru. All right. Thank you. I'll be careful. Hinata, I expect some form of compensation for this warning. Without waiting for a reply, Hinata cut the connection. Rude. In any case, the ominous feeling I'm getting is much stronger. Is this plot armor? Nah. But I don't think I can ignore this. I would like to personally go back myself, but... I look towards the students who are chasing some fairies. They look so happy as if a large weight has been taken off them. I don't want to just leave them behind and I don't think I should take them to Avalon, especially with this ominous feeling. I'll stay with them a bit longer before going back, but until then. Rimuru, Mikoto. I turn to the one I trust the most. Mikoto, Mikoto looks at me with a perplexed expression. She knows I'm not playing around this time. Rimuru, I want you to go back to Avalon for me. Mikoto, why? Rimuru, I don't know. I just have this feeling that something is going to happen. I want you to be there to deal with it. Mikoto, even with Benimaru and the others still there. Rimuru. I don't say anything. Heck, even I'm not sure what's coming. But I want to trust this feeling. Mikoto then gently smiles at me. It's a smile that says, everything is going to be alright. It's such a warming smile. Mikoto, I got it. Rimuru, sorry. Mikoto, there's nothing to be sorry about. Mikoto softly shakes her head. I return her smile. Rimuru, when I get back, can I expect some more cookies? She closes her eyes and she grins. Mikoto, Umo. I wonder why I feel at peace when I'm with her. I wave my hand and a portal leading to Avalon appears. Rimuru, then I'll be waiting. Oh, and one more thing. I take out a softly glowing golden orb from my Beelzebub stomach with my left hand while making something using Ahura Mazda with my right. The object I made then turns into golden streams of light and flows into Mikoto. I hand over the golden orb and place it into her hand. Rimuru, make use of them. Mikoto, you don't need to tell me twice. Mikoto places the orb into her pocket and turns around to walk through the portal while waving over her shoulder. The portal closes behind her and the ominous feeling almost disappears. Almost. Meanwhile, Mikoto looks back at the recently closed portal. Mikoto, you've grown so strong, Rimuru. Much more than I ever will. Killing the greater demon with speeds that she couldn't track, splitting space to such a degree just to kill the sky dragon. Even before those moments, Rimuru was always stronger than Mikoto. Mikoto, I'll show you I can keep up with you, Rimuru. I can stand by your side. With those words that seem more like a promise to herself, she turns around and prepares for whatever will come. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, Where's Pikachu? MC, Pikachu fucking died. N, Idiot. Pokemon can't die. MC, oh right. Then he fainted and is recovering, somewhere. N, how TF did a fucking greater spirit faint? MC, anime logic. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 162, Chapter 152 His name if Jeff. A few days later. The spirit summoning shenanigans are over and done with. The students are now officially saved. Their rampaging magicules calmed down without any troubles as their spirits are keeping them under control until their body can naturally hold them as they grow older. Which won't happen for a while, but you can't have everything. I'm walking through the hallways of the Freedom Academy by myself. I just got done with playing a game of volleyball with the kids. There's wasn't any net or anything, they just hit the ball into the air for someone else to hit. If it touches the ground, you lose. I was the ball, by the way. My slime form is very bouncy, apparently. Oh, and Ilya and Ranga joined in too. It was surprisingly fun. Rimuru, but still, although Yuki was a madman, he sure was a genius in his own rights, huh? I mean, this academy is huge. And the space is being put to good use too, as this place is very popular with several hundreds of students learning here and many teachers to accompany them. And for a medieval fantasy-era school, that's a lot. Yes, this place is considered a sanctuary for failed summons, but this place is also a school to teach adventurers the know-how before sending them off to die, sending them off into the fields as proper adventures. Proper adventurers die a lot though, cough. All this was built in under 10 years at that. Yuki, despite his flaws, was talented beyond compare. Well, I tried getting the Yuki clone to piggyback off his authority and kick everyone else out of the school since I don't like social interaction with people I don't know, but even his authority had limits. Sigh. Speaking of which, I heard that the annual outdoor training event that's happening soon. I overheard a couple of teachers talk about it. I remember something like this happening in the series. Specifically, it was a part of the OVA episodes. I only watched the first episode of the 3-part series since the other 2 weren't out at the time and I didn't get the chance to catch up before I died. Big Sag. So yeah, I only know the general outline. The students of each class will compete with each other. The goal is to reach a certain place to explore a certain cave. The first class to do so wins and the teacher of said class will receive a bonus. Oh, and teachers aren't allowed to assist. I also remember there being some sort of plot going on in the background concerning thieves who stole a full potion from someone. That's the limit of my memories, I'll have to ask Ilya to dig up that memory. So I'll just leave it for later. Procrastination. In any case, they're just some lowly bandits. Nothing I nor my students can't solve. Not that I'm participating in the first place. I can't be fucked. Oya, if it isn't Rimuru-sensei. An obnoxious voice enters my ears. It sounds like the voice that comes from fat nobles in anime. Turning around, I find someone who's not fat, but he is a noble. He has a mustache with a goatee, round glasses, and dirty blonde hair. He's also pretty tall, but he looks around 40 years old, so I wouldn't call him handsome. Rimuru, Jeff-sensei. A pleasure as always to see you. Yes, I swear to God, his name is Jeff. I even had Ilya check to make sure, and by the gods his name is Jeff. Did I mention that his name is Jeff? Jeff, you seem to have free time as always. I truly envy you. I would instantly feel some sort of familiarity with this guy if not for the fact that his words are dripping with sarcasm. For some reason, this guy always has it out for me. I remember something like this happening in Canon 2. Did I do something? Or maybe he's just jealous. Or maybe he sees me as some sort of rival. Since he's the A-class teacher, and I'm the S-class teacher. Rimuru, well, if that's everything, I'll get going dash. Jeff, I am so busy with the upcoming annual outdoor training event that I haven't had much time at all. Rimuru. Jeff. Rimuru. Is that so? Jeff, yes indeed it is. You truly are lucky that the S-class won't participate. Rimuru, yeah, I am. I mean, this whole thing sounds like a pain. I guess I really am lucky. Jeff. Rimuru. Jeff. Rimuru. I'm going now dash. Jeff, S-class really are unfortunate, HMMMM. Okay, this guy is obviously prodding me into having S-class participate. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any bad intentions. Okay, I'll bite. I put on a slightly offended look, it's fake obviously, and speak in a monotone voice. Rimuru, I can't take this lying down. S-class with participating and prove you wrong. Jeff, then I look forward to your attempts. He shouts at the top of his lungs before turning around and walking away, his fluttery clothes adding emphasis to his movements as he has a smug look on his face. Rimuru, what the fuck? Sigh. I just agreed to it. I could just bail, but... His name is Jeff. I can't do that to him. Rimuru, right, I guess the kids are going on a trip. Ha. Sucks to be them. You thought I was going to follow? Ha. Good one. I make my way back to the classroom to tell them the news. Jeff took up a bit of my time, so they should all be back along with Ilya and Ranga. They're gonna hate me for this LOL. Later. Rimuru, right. You guys are gonna participate in the next outdoor training event. Students, Ilya, then Oni-chan will also have to participate, right? Rimuru, what? Ilya, I mean, who else is going to monitor the students if the teachers aren't there? Oh shit, really? Then hurry up guys. Start complaining so I can cancel this. Chloe, it seems like too much trouble, it might be interesting though. Alice, you're so nice, Chloe-chan. Well, I also don't think it's such a bad idea. Nanny. Kenya, yeah. It's a bit of a hassle, but now that Sensei said it, there's no way he will listen. And no, I might listen if you ask. Ryota, alright. Besides, Sensei and Ilya-chan have been teaching us all kinds of things, I want to find out how they work in the real world. Correction, it's been mostly Ilya that have been teaching you, but that's not the point right now. Gale, I agree. It seems like a hassle, but I'm actually a little excited. Everyone else agrees with him. Oh oi, where are the complaints? Don't tell me I have to go on a trip. I hate traveling. Ilya just snickers to herself. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, everything from this moment on is nothing serious, just part of the OVA and stuff. There's nothing overly important going on here, so if you want you can just skip this arc if you want to call it that. MC, can't I just time skip this whole thing? No. MC, why? Because I already started writing and I don't want to write a replacement chapter. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 163, Chapter 153 Stuff. So in the end, S-Class is officially participating in the annual outdoor training event and I am despairing at the fact that I have to leave my comfort zone and go outside. Sigh. Rimuru, fuck my life. I just got done with attending the teachers' meeting that explains the whole event in detail. Basically, the teachers are going to swap classes and oversee them without showing any impartial favor. I will be looking after Jeff's A class and a female teacher by the name of Tis is going to be looking over my S class. Unlike Jeff, Tis is a nice person, so I'm not worried. And of course, even though Jeff constantly pokes at me, because his name is Jeff, I won't unfairly grade his students. 5 students from each class are going to be guarding the teachers as if we're the escort target of a quest. The students will handle everything from guarding, setting up camp, and so on. At least I only have to look over them and note down how they performed. There are a total of 3 paths to choose from. There's the direct path, but it's the one with the most chance of a monster encounter, although all the monsters barely reach E rank. There's the longest and safest path, and there's the path somewhere in the middle of those two in terms of difficulty and length. Pretty simple stuff. As for the plot point with the thieves and stuff, I asked Ilya for clarification and she happily explained it to me. Ilya, the count overlooking the area of our destination for this event, has a wife. That wife is sick and the count bought a full potion from the merchants visiting Avalon. Said potion was stolen by a group of thieves and are using a cave as a hideout. And using anime logic, I was able to figure out the rest. The students, most likely those of the S class, would arrive and wipe out the bandits when surprise surprise. A mysterious figure appeared and turned the tables because he was really strong. Then someone, most likely me, arrives and saves the day. Yeah, fuck that plot. Slam. Rimuru, right you brats. I'm gonna give you some stuff. I slam open the sliding door to the classroom and boldly step through. Chloe, stuff. Rimuru, yes. Stuff. It seems I need to explain more. Rimuru, well, you can't participate in the event without proper gear. And the school won't provide anything either. Don't worry though. I've got you covered. Ryota, so this stuff are the weapons we're going to use. Rimuru, yup. You just gotta tell me what you want and I'll make it. Kenya, you can even make weapons. Rimuru, ha 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 ha. There's a lot I can do. Such as making. Gale, gulp making. The students lean forward in their seats in anticipation. Ilya just looks at them with an impassive smile. Rimuru. Stuff. The students fall of their chairs and onto the ground. Ha ha. I have achieved comedy. Later, after they all recovered. Rimuru, right, so just to recap. Gale wants a spear and shield, Ryota wants a bow and arrows, Alice wants something light and throwable like kunai, Kenya wants a bastard sword and Chloe wants something like a rapier. Did I get all that? Alice, we didn't even say anything though. Rimuru, right, I got it. I'll be back. I walk out of the room leaving 5 dumbfounded children behind. Kenya. How? They all turn to Ilya for answers. Ilya, to be honest, he's just showing off because he already knew what you were going to choose. Don't think too much about it. Slam. Rimuru, right, I'm back. I open the sliding door again and announce my return. In my hand is a small suitcase. Students, all ready. Well, when you can magically make things from thin air, a few seconds is a bit slow. I walk up to the teacher's podium and open the suitcase towards the children. Inside the case are 5 bracelets. The bracelets are nearly identical, made out of a magi steel adamantium alloy. No, this isn't hard as fuck metal. Each bracelet is silver in color but has a fashionable gemstone embedded into them. Each gemstone is different in color, copying the colors of the intended user's spirit. The gemstones themselves are actually highly compressed magic crystals, enough to go for several dozen gold coins on the market. Rimuru, right, get your bracelet. Diamond goes to Kenya, Star Ruby goes to Alice, Aquamarine goes to Ryota, Topaz goes to Gale and Black Sapphire goes to Chloe. With their curiosity piqued, they stand up from their seats and walk up to take their respective bracelets. Kenya, sensei. Bracelets are for girls though. Rimuru, don't care, you're going to thank me later. Chloe, so pretty. Alice and Chloe are too busy staring into the gemstones, entranced by the sparkle the magic jewels give off. Rimuru, wear them and pump your magi jewels into them. Just a little bit is fine. I instruct them on what to do next and they follow. They slide the bracelet onto their wrist. The bracelet shrinks itself, making for a nice snug fit. And then the magic happens. Flowing their magi jewels into the bracelets cause them to fucking explode. No they don't. Starting from their wrist with the bracelet, their clothes begin to transform. Think transformation scenes in anime, it's like that. A wave of magi jewels passes over their bodies from the bracelet. Their school uniforms change into different material that's similar to the threads I produce with my skill. They find themselves in very stylish adventurer gear, each suited to their tastes and fighting styles. Covering their clothes are also plates of metal protecting their vital areas, some more than others depending on their roles in a fight. Kenya, whoa. Ryota, so cool. Alice, Kaya. Each of the students has a similar reaction, completely falling in love with the bracelet and their gear. Rimuru, they don't have a name, but putting it simply, they're transformation bracelets. They use your magicule to create clothes based on your subconscious desires. Thinking about it will bring out the weapon you specified. Eager to test it out, they thought about it and their weapons materialized in their hands. A spear and a shield appeared for Gale, a quiver of arrows and a bow appeared in Ryota, a bastard sword appeared for Kenya, a belt of sheathed kunai appeared hanging from Alice's hips, and a rapier appeared for Chloe. Unlike the bracelets, both the armor and weapons are all made out of strong-as-fuck metal. As the kids are testing out their weapons, I am pampering Ilya, who is sitting on my lap as an apology for not making a bracelet for her. I mean, she can transform on her own, she doesn't need a bracelet, so I just didn't bother, but I didn't want her to feel left out. Thus I headpat her. Also because I like headpatting her. Ilya, hee. I am also simultaneously pampering Ranga, who is sitting in my shadow with my other hand. Ranga, that's the spot, masterful scratching as always, master. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oniai-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime, dragon slayer, sensei. Manus, Ilya's veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, Lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, cancel spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack, natural attack resistance. Equipment, Yamato, limiter ring. A/N, I don't want to describe what each of their gear looks like. It would make the chapter too long. MC, isn't that what the readers want though? N, yes. But I myself can't be fucked writing a chapter that long. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 164, Chapter 154 setting off. The annual outdoor training event. It's an event where a group of students must escort a teacher from another class to the town of Giratal in the south. After that, they must explore some caves on the outskirts of town and their progress will be graded by said teacher. I am going to look after Jeff's A class and Tis is going to look after my S class. And that event is currently starting now. It's been a day since I gave the kids their gear. We went outside yesterday and tested them and they love it. The generated clothes and weapons are high-quality stuff, both inscribed with runes. Furthermore, they modified themselves on the fly to better suit the kids better. Currently, we are outside again. This time, we're not alone. There are a total of 5 groups with us. Each group has 5 students from each class from A class to E class. Along with those students, the teachers of those classes are here too. In total, including the S class and myself, there are a total of 6 groups participating and 6 teachers who will be grading them. Rimuru, right, so did you choose the path you'll take? Alice, the shortest path, obviously. The other students nod their heads from beside her as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Well, it was actually pretty obvious, I didn't need to ask. Jeff, Rimuru-sensei. Jeff appears Omi Wamao Shindaru style behind me causing me to jump. Rimuru, holy Jesus, when did you get there? Why does universal sense not do anything at moments like these? Jeff, I've been here for the past 5 minutes. Jeff says as he pushes his glasses up, doing that glasses shine that happens in anime. A/N, he's mastered the ability of standing so incredibly still that he becomes invisible to the naked eye. And other OP sensing skills. God, I have to learn how to do that. Jeff, I must warn you to not cause any trouble when you reach the town of Giratal. The count overseeing the area lives in that town and his wife is currently sick. Jeff is a bit unlike himself. His expression is one of worry instead of that, I'm better than you, look he always had on his face. Ilya, Oniai-chan, judging from his actions, the wife must be related to Jeff in some way. Ilya contacts me through thought communication, after guessing what was going through my mind. Gasp. Scandalous. Rimuru, you're saying that the woman and Jeff here had a relationship. And then the count came and swept her away, but Jeff just couldn't bear to stop loving her. Ilya. No. I was suggesting that they might be siblings, or related through blood in some other way. Oh, is that all? Jeff, so with my class, you will be arriving there first, so please do mind yourself. Oh, his smug attitude is back. Rimuru, yeah, I got it. I wave my hand dismissively but my gesture flies right over his head as he walks away with his head thrown back, shining his glasses like a fucking lighthouse. I turn towards my students. Rimuru, so you guys have to get there first. Wipe that smug smile off his face. Students, ooh. With their fighting spirit burning, I feel assured that they will get first place. I raised them so well. Oh, and Ilya will be following them. As much as I want her by my side, I think it's better for her if she hangs out with her friends. Besides, with Yuki's influence, she can slip in easily and make it a six-man group, saying it's a handicap since this is their first time. I turn around and start walking to the A class I'll be supervising. There are 3 girls and 2 boys in the group. I don't know if the original author hated them somehow, but the boys had a face only a mother could love. Meanwhile, the girls are pretty cute. Of course, they're nowhere near Chloe, Alice, and Ilya. Rimuru, right, introductions. My name is Rimuru, the teacher of the S class. Nice to meet you. With a quick introduction, the rest of the kids follow up. And I'm Anne. And is a girl who seems to be the leader. She has thick maroon red hair that reaches her shoulders and blue eyes with a little ponytail off to the side of her head. Akiya, I'm Akiya. He's a boy. He has a rectangular head and short brown hair with small eyes. There's not much else to say. Elizabeth, I'm Elizabeth. She has hair that looks a lot like silica from SAO and she has forest green eyes. Ilary. Ilary has pale pink hair in a bob cut style with deep blue eyes. She's also the shortest of the group. Oloe, I'm Oloe. Oloe looks like he has his hair cut by a 3-year-old, it's so choppy. His black hair is covering one of his eyes which are also small. See what I mean? It's as if the original author hates males. Sigh a shame. It seems he does not follow Kazuma's teachings. Rimuru, well, I'll only be with you for a little while and there's a good chance we'll never see each other again, but for now, I'll be in your care. I say with a smile. Students, yes, Rimuru-sensei. Rimuru, oh, and apparently, you shouldn't call me sensei. During the event, I'm your escort target, so call me Rimuru-san instead, okay? Not that I really care. And Roger. Right guys, let's start preparing. And with N's suggestion, the kids ran off to one of the carriages nearby and started doing stuff. I have no clue what stuff it is though. Most likely some kind of poor thing that I'm too rich to understand. I'm joking. Each group has their own carriage to use for the journey. These carriages are supplied by the teachers because it's not like kids could gather enough money for one of their own. Of course, I gave a carriage to my kids in the S class as well. It's just that. Kenya, why is an RV here? Yeah, I gave them a camping car. It's a big bus type one that would cost several $100,000 back on Earth, if not, a couple million. Adding the fact that the whole thing runs off an arc reactor. Ahura Mazda, for the win. Enjoy the ride, kids. Meanwhile, Tis, the teacher looking over the S class for the event, had a brain malfunction looking at the vehicle. Tis, what the foo dash? Rimuru, language. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oniai-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime, dragon slayer, sensei, Captain America. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, Update, this arc will go on for the next 3 or 4 chapters, maybe 5. MC, whoa. I can't wait. Anne, I think you should wait. Next arc ain't gonna be pretty. MC. N. MC, fuck you and your foreshadowing. N. Language. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 165, Chapter 155 Hoppered. Later. The time to set off arrived and so we all split up and went our separate ways. Both my S-Class and the A-Class decided to take the most direct route, which also happens to be the most dangerous. Even so, with the camping car/bus, the S-Class have a major advantage in speed. I mean, I don't like traveling, but as much as I would love to make another one of those for the A-Class kids to get this over and done with, I can't just make something out of thin air, as I would have no way to explain it. Hypnotizing children with runes also doesn't sit well with me either. So I just settle with dealing with the journey like a normal pleb. But I did subtly add some runes onto the carriage to make the journey faster. Along with several other things. Anne, why are the horses running so fast? Elizabeth, they're not tiring either. Akia, we never encountered any monsters. Hee hee. Ain't nobody got time for resting or monsters. Except when it's night, I can't explain the horses running at double their full speed for several days straight. And Gaia. At this rate, won't this finish before we do anything? Rimuru, isn't that a good thing though? I speak up from my position at the back of the carriage. And, of course not. We have to show you how great we are, right guys? And turns to her classmates, who also eagerly nod. Why do they want to show off to me? Is it because Jeff told them to? No, despite how it looks, he wouldn't force his students into doing something just for his own pride. Which means they are doing this with their own will. But why? Rimuru, is that so? Then when we stop to rest for the night, how about a mock battle? You can show off to me there. And mock battle. I nod my head. Rimuru, yeah. I will summon a monster for you to fight, you can show off to me there. I said with a smile. The kids seemed to like that idea, especially Anne, who is the most enthusiastic. Well, I don't need to do this. I can already see how prepared and focused they are. During the whole trip, they constantly looked at the surroundings, preparing for any monster attack. When they had the chance, they also talked about tactics. Admirable. But, personally, I believe that they, like kids, should also have fun. Thus, I placed those runes. Rimuru, right, how about we play a game? Ilari, game. I nod my head again and take out a pack of cards from my pocket. On the back of each card is the word Uno. Rimuru, this game is called Uno. I'll teach you how to play. Curiosity sparkles in their eyes. And but. Rimuru, oh, come on. No monsters have attacked yet, even after a few hours. Even if a monster suddenly attacks, I'll sense it and tell you beforehand. So come on. Oloe, is that even allowed? Rimuru, well, I'm distracting you with this game in the first place, so it should be fine for me to do this at least. Yeah. With my impeccable adult logic, the inexperienced children quickly relented and sat down around me. Rimuru, then, I'll teach you how to play. I'm gonna drop so many +4s on these brats. 3 hours later. Rimuru, guh. I drop to my hands and knees in an oars pose. Rimuru, Bibakana, impossible. And that's 13 consecutive losses, Rimuru-san. And says as she drops her final card down onto the pile. It's a fucking +4. I lost 13 times against children who didn't even know what the game was called not that long ago. And won this time, but before that, Elizabeth won. And before that, Akia won. In short, they all had a win under their belt. Except me. Bruh. A ray of sunlight enters my eyes. Looking towards the horizon, I find the sun already setting. Rimuru, dusk, huh? The kids heard my muttering before also noticing the time. Rimuru, should we stop here? And we'll do that. Stop the carriage and set up camp. And turns back into her leader mode and issues out efficient orders to her other companions, who quickly comply. Within an hour, the carriage pulled over to the side of the road and camp was made. The horses were unhooked from the carries, the needed items were unloaded, and the campfire was soon lit. At this point, the sun is already well over the horizon and you can clearly see the stars and the moon. Rimuru, right, you guys ready? Students, yes. The kids are in their combat gear and in formation, standing opposite of me. Hearing their reply, I start to summon their opponent for this mock battle. Sending Ranga to fight or even myself would be overkill. I want to see them fight against something more on their level. Scathatch. Runes appear on the ground in a circle. With a small burst of magicule, a monster rises from the circle and turns towards the kids with barely any intelligence in its eyes. A hoppard. It's a lizard with only 2 legs and moves by hopping like a hopping mouse, which is where its name came from. It's a D-ranked monster. A/N, hopping plus lizard equals hoppard. I'm such a genius. A little hard for children, but if they work together, they should kill it with some difficulty. However, I was greatly surprised at what happens next. Ilari and Oloe, who are the fastest and are wearing the lightest gear, dash towards the hoppard, quickly becoming the focus of its attention. After they get close enough, they both turn towards its left and run. The hopper turns its body towards them, snarling like a generic monster. Actually, I ordered it to do that, but I digress. Elizabeth, Earth Spirits, I ask thee to trap my foe in your grasp. Earth Hand. Elizabeth chants a spell and the ground underneath the hopper rises and traps it as it was turning back around towards Elizabeth due to hearing her chants. But in the end, Anne and Ukia rush forward and kill it. Ukia, Haoa. Anne, Haya. Ukia jumps and pierces its back while and slashes its neck. The hopper falls and begins to turn into magicules. Rimuru, oh, not bad. Honest praise, it hasn't even been 10 seconds and yet, the monster is dead. I can see why Jeff is quite proud of his students. The kids gather back together and celebrate among themselves for a bit. Rimuru, right, some tips. Ilari, Oloi, both of you were good decoys, but it's not exactly a decoy if you both run in the same direction together. Elizabeth, magic is more about the imaging you have in your mind, so learn to silent cast so you don't draw attention. And finally, Ukia and Anne, don't fucking shout as you charge. I honestly don't have much of an idea of what advice to give, so I just pointed out something they did and made it seem like they did it wrong. I also tried to make it sound convincing. Except for the shouting bit. Even I know only protagonists are allowed to do that without any repercussion. If normal people make a habit of that, they'll die. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, The Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, if you guys are struggling with remembering who's who, you don't have to worry. They aren't important characters, unfortunately, and I probably won't mention them again after this. MC, damn, really. I kind of like these kids. Anne, they beat you 13 times in Uno. MC***. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 166, Chapter 156 Spectre. LOL, what Spectre? So the kids just finished taking down the hopper with relative ease in under 10 seconds. Granted, it's only a D rank monster, but you have to remember that these kids are only around 10 years old, give or take a couple of years. This is amazing progress and they could also be called geniuses in their own fields. Indeed, Jeff is a great teacher despite his prick-like tendencies. Ilari, Rimuru-sensei really is a great teacher. Ukia, right. He instantly pointed out all our flaws. Elizabeth, he also knows about chantless magic. The kids talk among themselves but with my enhanced senses, I can easily hear them. I'm liking these kids more and more. Rimuru, hey, a question. Why did you want to demonstrate all this to me in the first place? They said they wanted to show off to me, but I don't know why. And, well, the S-class was notorious for chasing away most teachers that were sent to teach them. Even Jeff-sensei and Tis-sensei were chased away. Even those two. Now that's surprising. And continue to explain things along with the rest of the kids, but in short, they wanted to live up to Jeff's expectations by earning a high score on the test. To do that, showing that they can work together, kill monsters, and protect me while finishing the event quickly is a must. There was something else too. Oloi, Jeff-sensei also talks about you a lot, so we, MPHH. Oloi, the kid with the choppy haircut, began talking but the rest of the kids quickly covered his mouth. It seems that was a little secret of Jeff's. But still, Jeff talks about me, huh? I hope they're good things. No, I'm pretty sure they are, otherwise Ilya would hear about it somehow and shave off his mustache. With the S-class group. Ilya, asterisk cute lowly sneeze asterisk. Back to MC. Rimuru, right. Well. It's getting late, we should probably turn in for the night. Students, yes. And so, the day ended. 5 days later. Rimuru, we're here. Finally. We're in the town of. I forgot the name. Oh, Giratal. That's the name. Right, we're in the town of Giratal, finally. This stupid outdoor event is nearly over and all that's left is to explore some dumb cave and go home. Yes, I'm getting frustrated by this. At least I could keep my sanity with games and other such things I created with, Ahura Mazda, cough hentai cough. I also dealt with making all the food because, let's be honest, with this cheat skill any food I make becomes godlike. A/N, meat buns have already transcended godlike. So yeah, we're at Giratal and now we gotta meet with the Count because he's the one who's dealing with all of the accommodations for the event. Boom. Now, from dealing with these kinds of sounds all the time back in Avalon, especially when Malim was still there, I can tell that this wasn't exactly an explosion, but from two things colliding at high speeds. I look in the direction of the impact. It came from a pretty big mountain. Rimuru. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that mountain is where the final stage of the event will take place. And, yup. We went there last year. But which class arrived before us? Probably Ilya and the rest of the kids. As much as I would like to just teleport to their side and insta-kill whatever they are facing, I can't just do that in front of the A-class kids. Instead, I use universal perception to take a peek. Inside the mountain is a large man-made cave system of sorts. It looks like a mine that you would walk into with pickaxes. In the deeper parts, I can see Ilya, Kenya, Ryota, Gale, Alice, Chloe, and even Tis standing there facing a thing. It looks like a knockoff predator. Seriously, I'm not joking. It's standing in a large crater, so it probably caused that impact sound when it appeared. Standing beside the kids are people who look a little familiar. Hey, hang on. These are the guys that messed with me at the Dworgen Gate. You know, the ones I turned into magical girls. They're standing there in all their magical girl glory, pointing their plastic magical girl wands at the specter, shouting something about evil beast, magic of friendship, and magical girl power. Tis is looking at them with wary eyes, whispering to the kids that they shouldn't become like them under any circumstances. Tis is a really nice person. Ilya flinches just a bit before she looks towards the place where I'm looking in from with a smile. Did she find me already? Kakaka. Right in fear. You puny humans have no hope against me, a specter. The predator knockoff spouts some more generic evil dialogue. Kenya, whoa, generic evil dialogue. Kenya mimics my thought process. I nod in pride. I taught these guys well. This specter is around B rank, maybe even a rank. With the gear I gave them, they should be able to handle it, so I'm not that worried. Alice, hey, Ken. Don't interrupt. I wanted to see what a common villain like him would say. Alice should from her position behind Kenya with multiple kunai floating around her. The specter has a couple of veins pop on its head from the conversation between them. Kenya, but guys like him appear all the time in the manga Rimuru-sensei give us. Kenya says while pointing his sword towards the specter. It was at this moment I remotely fiddle with the sword a bit. Drawing out a little of his light energy here, shooting it out with a little rune there, pew. Most definitely not on purpose, a beam of light shoots out of his sword at that exact moment and pierces the specter in its chest. Specter, gah. Light element. My only weakness. The specter then disappears into smoke and fucking dies, revealing a full potion that just lands on the ground with a thump. Ryota. A drop item. The group of fully grown men in magical girl outfits cheer about vanquishing another evil, even though they did literally nothing, before skipping off into the darkness of the caves towards the exit. Everyone just ignores them. A wise decision. As for myself, I'm meeting with the Count of Gurachan or whatever right now. Rimuru, so if you give this potion to your wife she will instantly heal lol. I say as I place down a full potion in front of him. The Count fainted. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, a heads up that normally a full potion, apparently, speeds up cell regeneration so casually giving such a potion to an ill person could also make the illness/disease worse. OG Rimuru cut out the bad parts of the body before using the potion to restore the damaged areas, but MC got no time for that and just made the potion heal everything lol. Also, I can't help but feel that the last couple of chapters have worse quality than normal. The next chapters also have the same quality, and I don't know why. I'm just finding it hard to make any thoughts. Maybe it's because I keep getting distracted. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 167, Chapter 157 Author gives an info dump. A few days later. The outdoor training event ended peacefully and we all came back to school. I decided to do the A-class kids one last favor and have them join my S-class on the caravan bus on the way back, much to their excitement. Jeff has completely stopped acting like a prick at this point since I saved his sister who is the Count's wife. Apparently, his wife really admires adventurers since she had a sick body since young and Jeff became a teacher because of that. It's also why the Count volunteered to host the event in his territory. That specter stole the full potion that was meant for the Count's wife. Apparently, it tricked those magical girls to steal it and hand it to him. It was their fault in the first place. No, why would they even trust this guy? The specter looks creepy as shit and is obviously a monster looking to cause damage. A/N, a specter can change its appearance into a being they ate, such as a human, so let's just say it ate a human and used its form to convince them just like in the OVA. Sigh. As for the event itself, S-Class won by a landslide. Although a couple of teachers wanted to say something, when they heard that they killed a specter, a B rank monster, although this specific one was A rank, they shut their mouths. Kenya was also really humble about it since he didn't purposely shoot the beam of light from his sword that killed the monster. It was just an accident. A/N, there are no Uguays. Master accident. Now, we're all back at school and I have a new desk lamp that I spent all the winning bonus money on, making me a happy man. Wasting money is great. All of a sudden, the Fire Nation attacked. Cough. No, they didn't. But I did get a bad feeling. I knew something was up. This sinking feeling in my stomach. I don't like it. Third person/author POV. Rimuru's bad feeling was completely correct. Something was indeed happening, and it's not a good thing. The Pharmus Kingdom decided to assault Avalon, seeking to destroy it and take its resources for itself. Normally, doing so wouldn't be feasible since Avalon is strong. The spies sent by the kingdom confirmed this. High-ranking monsters like hobgoblins riding strange white dire wolves, Kijin, high ogres, high orcs, dragonutes, and many other monsters rarely seen are all gathered in the city. The high concentration of magicules from the gathering of high-class monsters and the runes Rimuru snuck in the city also help in the evolution of other lower-ranking monsters, making this city a haven for all things human and non-human. And this would have scared the shit out of the Pharmus Kingdom, if not for the fact that they were confident in their new ally. The Reincarnator. A man who came from Satoru Mikami's Earth. Being an ice-guy trash, he quickly adapted to the sudden reincarnation after his death and his new unique skill, Deprive. It's a powerful skill, but it has a large drawback too. Deprive is a skill that lets the user steal any skills and absorb any magicules from the target for themselves. It can work on any being, from the weakest green rabbit to even Guy Crimson himself. Well, maybe not Guy since he has an ultimate skill. The thing is, the user must maintain full physical contact at all times. Furthermore, the bigger the power difference between the user and the target, the longer it will take to absorb everything. Simply breaking contact for a millisecond is enough to completely reset the user's progress. However, if he could stay in contact for the whole duration, then things change. Veldora, the true dragon of storms. He is a being that has existed since the earliest of times, even before the first demon lords. Because of this, he has gathered an unfathomable amount of power. It's enough to drown the world in lightning many times over. How he was sealed is a mystery. But this seal completely prevented any movement and thus, after the Reincarnator maintained physical contact for 3 days straight, Veldora died. Or did he? Cough. In any case, the Reincarnator how has all of Veldora's skills, magicules, and even his storm crest. A reminder that Veldora at the time didn't have an ultimate skill yet. Now, popping into this world with a skill steal ability is already crazy enough. Appearing directly in front of one of the strongest beings in the world that just so happens to be sealed and immobilized is also pretty crazy. But both of those things happening at once. It's as if someone is begging him to take the shortcut to overwhelming strength. In the end, this is something that only happens to a protagonist. You can't really blame his thought process in that case, it's completely understandable after all. But he let that power get to his head, and we all know that is something a generic ice guy protag wouldn't do. And now, he is looking for the heroine of his story, his words, not mine, and to defeat one of the bosses of his saga, and maybe take the latter's skills and abilities for himself. But fortunately for the Reincarnator, Rimuru is busy at the Freedom Academy looking after Shizue's students. The Pharmus Kingdom's army has set off just when Mikoto returned to Avalon and now, a few days later, they're at Avalon's doors. Flashback 3 days ago, an hour after Pharmus entered the Jura Forest and a day after Mikoto returned to Avalon. So what shall we do? Soai has already noticed the army arriving the moment the first soldier stepped into the Jura forest. Then and again, they weren't exactly hiding either. Right now, he is in the main meeting room in Avalon, used for important talks with all the higher-ups. Benimaru, Soai, Hakuru, Shuna, Cheyenne, Kurobe, Kaijin, Rigard, Geld, Gabble, Vesta, Gabuta, Shizu, Pikachu, and Mikoto are present. Benimaru, why are they attacking? Didn't you leak information to their spies about our combat potential? Soai, I do. But Sauka and her team have discovered that they made contact with someone who they believe can turn the tables. Benimaru, against all of us. Soai just nods. Benimaru, is that so? Obviously, they aren't approaching with friendly intentions. But I believe we should wait. Cheyenne slams her palms onto the table. Luckily, the table has been reinforced with Rimuru's runes. Cheyenne, we should attack them immediately. Why are we waiting when we can go on the offensive? Soai, Rimuru-sama isn't exactly an advocate of strike first, ask questions later. Shuna, true. He would rather wait for them to attack first before retaliating full force and showing them that their choices were a mistake, and then he would punish them. Gabble and Vesta shiver and close their legs instinctively. Cheyenne thinks about it for a while before reluctantly agreeing with them. Geld, besides, defending isn't a bad choice. Hakuru, indeed. With the barrier Rimuru-sama has placed over Avalon, using the city as a defensive position should prove advantageous. The barrier covering Avalon is enough to take on an attack from any true dragon including Velzard and Velgrind and come out without a single scratch. It's the ultimate defense. It's also immune to any anti-defense abilities, preventing any piercing or bypassing skills like absolute severance. Phasing or teleporting through the barrier without permission is also useless. After some more talking, the plan is set in place. They will wait for the army to arrive first before retaliating full force and wiping them out. This also removes any worries that the Farmus Kingdom might plead innocence and claim that the monsters attacked first. It's not like that would be something to worry about if none lived to tell the tale, but better safe than sorry. Throughout the whole conversation, Mikoto didn't say anything. She was indeed paying attention, but the same sinking feeling Rimuru felt is also felt by her. The sinking feeling that something big is coming, and they might not be fully prepared for it. Meanwhile, Shizu and Pikachu play tackle each other in the corner. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, Banana. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some Power Stones. Chapter 168, Chapter 158 More Flying Arms. The Farmus Kingdom army now find themselves a few hours away from Avalon. A total of 20,000 soldiers have been selected for this war, along with the king, the head royal sorcerer Raisin, 3 heroes summoned by the kingdom and a certain mysterious reincarnator. Because the summoned Otherworlders are incredibly cocky and the reincarnator believes himself to be the protagonist, the Otherworlders and the reincarnator don't have the greatest of relationships with Kurara Mizutani as the only one the reincarnator doesn't spite. Kurara is a female by the way. As expected, the reincarnator is a fucking simp and does not practice Kazuma's teachings of gender equality. Meaning the reincarnator acts nice to Kurara but treats any other guy like shit. The reincarnator is pushy as hell though, so Kurara still hates him. Kurara Mizutani is someone who can find blame in literally anyone except herself. Kyoya Tachibana is another Otherworlder. He seems like a nice person, but he's the most arrogant of the summoned Otherworlders, believing himself to be stronger than even Hinata, a person he thinks is the strongest in the world. That's bullshit. Hinata isn't the strongest in the world by far, and even so, he can barely touch Hinata's clothes even if Hinata uses only half her strength. Moving on. Shogo Taguchi is an extremely cocky and arrogant person who believed that he was one of the strongest there is and also believed himself equal to Hinata Sakaguchi. Once again, that's bullshit. But you can see that these Otherworlders are prideful and arrogant, Kurara herself being the least prideful. Now, although the Otherworlders hate each other, they all agreed on one thing. Shogo, hey, let's just go ahead of everyone else. Kurara, I agree. Kyoya, these soldiers are a bit slow. Humph. It seems your minuscule brain finally came up with something good. Shogo, what did you say, you fucker? These 4 otherworlders decided to go ahead of the army and take care of Avalon themselves. And so, after casually notifying their higher-ups, they left. Using their enhanced bodies, they find themselves on another random cliff overlooking the city of Avalon. A/N, these random cliffs are everywhere, I swear. Shogo, hey, isn't that Kyoya, unbelievable. Kirara, a city. Here. The 3 otherworlders took a look at Avalon and instantly became stunned upon seeing it. A large modern fantasy city with high-rising buildings surrounded by a large wall and a mythical transparent barrier. It's been influenced by the fantasy world around it, but to these 3 otherworlders, the design that is similar to the modern-day world is much more appealing. A city that imitates the world they were kidnapped from. A world Kirara and Shogo wish to return to. Kyoya doesn't really care about returning to his world, he's much more satisfied with the strength he's gained here. As for the Reincarnator, he doesn't say anything. He simply grits his teeth and squints his eyes at the city. Why does someone else rule such a city? Jealousy runs through his thoughts. It never entered his mind that someone made such a place from the ground up, pouring a lot of work into it. He simply can't get over the fact that a magnificent city like Avalon isn't his. Well, it's what you would expect from a self-centered protag complex Reincarnator. At this moment, a large portal opens up underneath them. The portal is a big circle that has orange sparks flying from its edges. I don't need to explain it, just Google it. By the panicked look on 3 summoned otherworlders as they fall through, you can tell that it wasn't their fault. As for the Reincarnator, it wasn't his doing either. Although he could have escaped, he simply looked at it with amusement, letting it do its job. The 4 otherworlders disappeared from their spot in the next second. They reappear in the exact same place, but something is different. The skies are fragmented like glass, and the forest and city no longer have any sense of life. The 3 adventurers panic slightly, looking around warily, looking at the weird landscape. Benimaru, mirror dimension. It's a place created by our master, a separate dimension. Yes, the mirror dimension. You didn't think such a space would only be accessible to Rimuru, did you? Obviously, he gave his subordinates the key to enter the space. Yes, that key is a fucking sling ring. The otherworlders spin around, looking at the new figure with wary eyes while the Reincarnator just looks at him over his shoulder before his eyes widen slightly as he recognizes him. He's one of the Majin he saw in the crystal ball. Benimaru just stands there, looking at the 4 of them with a blank face. He's dressed in his imposing red kimono designed by Shuna wielding a katana forged by Kyurobe with runes personally inscribed by Rimuru. He unsheathes his katana and holds it in a combat-ready stance pointed towards the otherworlders. Benimaru, we will have our battle here. Shogo, ha. And who the fuck are you? Benimaru, the name bestowed onto me by my master is Benimaru. You, on the other hand, are approaching his city with hostile intent. I will stop you here. Shogo, ha. Do you think you can stop us? Shogo flares his magicule and looks towards Benimaru with a sadistic smile, expecting him to show fear towards his overwhelming aura like all the other people he met. But he was disappointed and angered when Benimaru simply looked on without any change in expression as if the pressure of Shogo's aura did absolute jack shit. Which was what happened, but Shogo just didn't know that. Or rather, he refused to believe it. Shogo, he must be too weak to feel my aura. That is the thought running through his head, which is also bullshit because even ants can feel the aura that is purposely projected to pressure others. Right now, it's just Benimaru standing there alone, so Shogo and his other 2 companions don't see any threat in him, especially when they can't sense any magicules from him. The Reincarnator, however, just looks at the 2 sides with amusement. Taking this as a challenge, it wasn't, Shogo runs forward and activates his unique skill, Berserker, that greatly increases his physical aspects. Shogo, I'll beat the shit out of you first. Then I'll kill everyone else in that shitty city. To the untrained eye, it would look like Shogo instantly teleported directly in front of Benimaru and is in the middle of throwing a punch towards him, with that sadistic smile still on his face. Benimaru's eyes turn cold. Shing. Benimaru's blade flashed. He flicks his blade, shaking all the blood off it before sheathing it again. Meanwhile, Shogo slowly loses his smile as his head turns towards his now severed arm making a beautiful parabola through the air. Shogo, ARGHHHHH. Shogo said calmly. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, Lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, cancel spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack, natural attack resistance. Equipment, Yamato, limiter ring. A/N, it feels so weird writing in third-person perspective for so long, but what can I do? MC, you can skip all of this and end this arc. Anne, do you want me to though? MC, yes. Just introduce me and I'll beat the shit out of everyone. Anne, no. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 169, Chapter 159 Shuna to the rescue. Shogo, ARGHHHHH. Shogo falls to his knees clutching his missing arm with his other more intact arm. Kirara, Shogo. Kyoya, you bastard. Kirara shouted out in shock. Shogo specializes in the physical aspect, including defense. Looking at the clean sever sent shivers down her spine. Kyoya was looking at Benimaru with feigned anger on his face, making it seem he cares for Shogo. He actually doesn't give a shit about him. Kyoya, what was that? I didn't see him move. No, I must have blinked at that moment. Yeah. There's no way I couldn't track his blade even with my all-seeing eye. Benimaru's eyes widen slightly as he looks down at Shogo. Benimaru, you dodged that. I was going for your neck. Benimaru isn't one to toy with his prey and would prefer to instantly kill the opponent, especially after some lessons he took under his master. Those lessons were actually Rimuru just complaining about why some main characters leave their opponent alive risking a power-up scene when they could just kill them and be done with it. Benimaru saw the reason in his words and took it to heart, although he would believe Rimuru even if he said the sky was green. Because of his, he immediately tried to kill Shogo, but out of pure instinct, Shogo was able to move his body out of the way. He still lost his arm though. A/N, Benimaru wasn't using his full strength. Because who would use their full strength to kill an ant? Benimaru's surprise doesn't last as Benimaru walks towards the trembling Shogo as he shuffles backwards on the ground, clutching his still bleeding arm with beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. Shogo, and no. I was wrong, alright. I'll leave. I won't come back. Please. Please. His plea turned into a squeal at the end as Benimaru continues approaching. Benimaru, I won't wait. Although our master discourages conflicts with humans due to his past, he won't show any mercy to any who oppose him. He slowly unsheathes his blade. Benimaru, and neither will I. He slashes his blade horizontally, sending it arcing towards Shogo's neck. Without bothering to dodge it, Shogo just continues to beg for his life. Shogo, wait. Kirara, stop. A wave of magicule rushes over Benimaru, causing him to freeze in place just as the edge of his blade touches his neck, drawing a single drop of blood. Shogo, hi. Benimaru strains his body, attempting to shift his body even the slightest inch, but the only thing he could move was his eyes. He could remove this restraint instantly by flaring his magicules and breaking out in under a second, but he decided not to and hide his strength. In any case, he has a backup plan in case things take a turn for the worse. Kirara's fear begins to lessen as more confidence fills within her. A small smile spreads on her lips. Kirara, haha. Ahaha. So even you can't resist my unique skill. Ahaha. Kirara laughs at that realization. She doesn't have anything to fear. She just has to say a few words while invoking her skill and everyone will follow. She stares at Benimaru with a glint in her eyes. She opens her mouth. Kirara, die. But contrary to everyone's expectations, nothing happened. Kirara. Why? Why aren't you dying? Benimaru, that would be my backup plan. Benimaru says with a smile as if everything was under his control. It wasn't, but only he knows that. And said backup plan makes her presence known. Shuna, brother, I will say this again, but I disapprove of this plan. Shuna walks up from behind the petrified Benimaru with her shrine maiden sleeves covering her small mouth like always. Benimaru, what? I know you had my back. Shuna, Benimaru, now, can you help me? Shuna, help yourself. Benimaru, guh. While they have a little banter with each other, Kirara and Kyoya are still processing what just happened. Shogo is still too panicked to realize what just happened and the Reincarnator is still looking at this whole scene with a relaxed smile on his face, although when he looks at Shuna, he licks his lips. A/N, I feel like throwing up. Kirara glares at the pink-haired newcomer. Kirara, what? How? Shuna, Ah, well, our master has a habit of making many odd items, ranging from a tea kettle that brews tea that tastes like meat buns to an invisibility cloak. Shuna takes out a small booklet from her sleeve. It's about the size of her hand. The cover is made of black leather and has the words "The Cheat Sheet" written on its cover in white. She opens the book and flips through a few pages. The pages were blank, but before long, words started to appear. Shuna, let's see. Bewilder. A unique skill that directly sends commands to the target's brains through your voice, allowing you to forcibly control them. Quite a useful skill. Shuna closes the book with closed eyes and a blank smile that you would find on McDonald's employees. Kirara, ha. How? Shuna, I told you, our master likes to make many items on a whim. Most of the time, he graciously bestows them to his subordinates. Her eyes turned into one of a fanatic while she was talking, slightly scaring Kirara. In reality, Rimuru made those items for fun but eventually got bored and gave them away. Sometimes, he hides random useful items in small shops for the random protagonist to arrive and pick up, like a sword that grows stronger alongside its wielder the more things it kills. Shuna, when you foolishly mentioned your unique skill, it allowed me to find out its effects and make a countermeasure. All I had to do was block your voice from reaching my brother, and your skill was rendered useless. Shuna forms a cute smile on her face as she tilts her head while mercilessly shattering Kirara's confidence. Kirara grits her teeth together before an idea pops into her head. Kirara, then, you can go ahead and die, you fucking monster. Since Shuna was conversing with me, obviously she could hear me, is what was running through Kirara's mind. But obviously, Shuna won't make such a rookie mistake. Shuna, unfortunate. That won't work. Shuna blocked her hearing with magic just like Benimaru and instead used magic sense and her unique skill, analyst, to interpret what Kirara was saying. Shuna, now then. Brother, how long do you want me to stall for you? This causes Kirara and Kyoya to flinch. Kirara/Kyoya, what? They were just stalling. Benimaru, I was waiting for you to finish. With those words, a red blur flashes past Shuna. A silver streak arcs towards Shogo's neck once more, but this time, shing. It connected. Shogo's head went flying through the air as his body dropped to the floor. Dead. This was part of the plan they made. Benimaru volunteered himself to test all the intruders and to reveal their hidden cards. There was a chance he would die, but it was a risk he didn't want anyone else to take. Everyone, especially Shuna, protested, but he was adamant about it. Instead, it was decided that a few would follow him under stealth and if necessary, they would assist Benimaru should he be in trouble, hence the backup plan. Who knew that they were weaker than expected? Sure, Kirara's bewilder skill caught him off guard, but judging by Shogo's poor performance, you can tell that they have never gone into a life or death battle before. Benimaru flicks his blade, shaking all the blood off it before sheathing it again. Benimaru, TCH, I should have just burned his body. Whoosh. A white blur appears behind Kirara. A similar silver flash arcs towards her neck. Clash. However, the blade was halted by another sword held by Kyoya. Kirara, Kaya. A/N, I don't know how to write a girlish scream without making it sound cute. Hakuru, oh. And I made sure to hide my presence until the last moment. Hakuru backs off and sheathes his blade again. Although he was standing casually, his hand resting on the handle of his blade was ready to pull out his weapon and retaliate at a moment's notice. Kyoya, ha. You're slow a hell, old man. Although he said that, Kyoya was barely able to react. He can't let Kirara die just yet. She could be useful, even as bait. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, The Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, just wanna say that these otherworlders have only ever faced opponents weaker than them and never went into a scenario that requires them to risk their lives, which is why they all acted like bitches and immediately broke once their pride was shattered. Also, Benimaru and Hakuru are only using their bare minimum of strength. They are acting cautious since they know nothing about the Reincarnator or why Pharmas is so confident in him. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 170, Chapter 160 Cocky Bastard Gets Wrecked. Hakuru and Kyoya stand there, facing each other with both their weapons in hand. Kyoya's weapon is a long sword unsheathed, raised and pointed towards the older Kijin. Hakuru's weapon is a hidden sword that looks like a normal stick, or a wooden rod that's perfect for beating Rimuru when he fucks up, cough. Its blade is sheathed and ready to be revealed at a moment's notice. Shogo is already dead on the floor and Kirara can't do anything with Shuna there, so it's just those two. Kyoya is shit-talking Shogo in his mind, thinking about how useless he is to die so quickly. Kyoya, useless. All of you. How the hell did you get killed so easily? You're supposed to be stronger and faster than me, right? And you also have your Berserker skill which gives you higher defense. The fact that he also couldn't track Benimaru's blade even with his visual boosting extra skill, all-seeing eye, never entered his overly inflated mind. Hakuru, are you done? Shall we continue now? Kyoya, shut up old man. Against you, I don't need to pay full attention. Hakuru, oh. You're looking down on me quite a bit. You know, my favorite thing to do is show those with overblown egos is to show them their rightful place. On the dirt. Kyoya, yeah. You wouldn't be talking about me, would you? Hakuru, if you can't even tell that much, I guess your mind really is dash. Bang. Kyoya swung his other empty hand towards Hakuru in the middle of the conversation. An invisible blade flew from his hand straight towards Hakuru, hitting him instantly and causing the dust to rise in the area. Although they are over a dozen meters from each other, Kyoya's unique skill, Severer, allows him to create an invisible blade made with the space element that contains extreme sharpness and speed. The blade reached Hakuru near instantly. Kyoya, ha ha ha. That old fool fell for it. My, Severer, unique skill can cut through anything. A/N, almost anything. Laughs in meat bun. Kyoya laughs to himself with a sadistic smile on his face, reveling in his own victory and completely forgetting the presence of Benimaru and Shuna. A fucking idiotic mistake, since he would have died immediately by either one before Kirara could even say anything. Well, neither Benimaru and Shuna moved though. The reason is simple. They didn't need to. Hakuru, humph. So such tiresome tricks are also a part of your arsenal. Kyoya, nanny. The dust settles down revealing a completely uninjured Hakuru casually dusting off his shoulder. Kyoya soon noticed that he also didn't even move an inch from his spot, nor did he even unsheath his blade. Kyoya, what the hell did you do, old man? Hakuru, You don't know. Well, then I guess you're only a second-rate swordsman at best. Hakuru's expectations for Kyoya continue to fall more and Kyoya realizes this. Kyoya. What did you just say? Kyoya's voice trembles with rage as he grips his long sword. Hakuru, I said, second-rate. You see, what I did was simple. I dodged. Kyoya, dodged. Hakuru, yes. Dodged. I leaned to the side a bit and your invisible weapon just flew straight past me. Like I said, if you didn't even realize that, you're only a second-rate swordsman at best. Hakuru was implying that Kyoya might as well be third-rate, let alone second-rate. As for being able to sense and dodge an invisible weapon, well. Hakuru was named by Rimuru who holds the crest of space, an authority and affinity over space itself. Severer's created blades are made with the space element, so sensing it is quite simple for him. Kyoya, don't mess with me you senile piece of shit. Kyoya's face was scrunched up in an ugly way as his pride took verbal hit after hit from the old Kijin. Creating another invisible blade with Severer, he discards the long sword that is nothing more than a decoration to him and rushes towards Hakuru. He swings it again and again at Hakuru but he continues to sway left and right, dodging every attack made by Kyoya, barely needing a step each time to do so. Despite how it looks, Kyoya is actually quite the talented swordsman. With his all-seeing eye and Severer skills, he can compete for the title of the best swordsman in Pharmus, although he believes he's the best in the entire Western nations, including Hinata. Kyoya, you. Shitty. Old. Men. Kyoya screams while swinging his invisible blade with wide, reckless arcs. He swings it in an overhead strike towards Hakuru who just steps to the side, causing Kyoya to stumble forward a few steps from the momentum. Bonk. Hakuru lightly taps his sheathed weapon on the back of Kyoya's head as he passes him. Kyoya, fucking old man. Stop dodging. Shuna, I wouldn't do that, Hakuru. The blades made with his Severer are incredibly sharp. Kyoya snaps his head in the pink-haired Kijin's direction, wondering how she knew. He was planning to bait the old Kijin into taking an attack of his and hopefully killing him by cutting through his weapon. What he sees made his blood pressure rise even more. He sees Shuna casually reading her cheat sheet book given by Rimuru. Kyoya, you bitch. Stop. Shuna, and why should I? Stupid human, you shouldn't have mentioned your skills so casually. Didn't you learn your lesson from your dead comrade? Shuna says as she snaps the book shut with an innocent smile on her face. This causes more veins to pop on Kyoya's head. Later. You can see Kyoya standing facing Hakuru like in the beginning, but this time, he's an absolute mess. He's drenched in sweat, his eyes are bloodshot from overusing his all-seeing eye, and his hands are trembling from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Hakuru's breathing hasn't even changed a single bit. Kyoya, why couldn't I hit you? He honestly could comprehend it. He's the best, right? So how can someone do this? Hakuru just stays silent, his eyes that are looking at him show nothing but disappointment and contempt. It was as if he was saying, you are not a swordsman. And that hurt him. But even so, he refused to admit that he was weaker. Kyoya. Ah, I see now. Aha, ha ha ha. Aha ha ha. I get it now. It's this place, isn't it? This shitty place. It's making me weaker, isn't it? You thought I wouldn't realize, did you? But no, I found your little trick. Ha 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 ha. No wonder I was getting this sick feeling. And so he started to blame the mirror dimension. Hakuru. Perhaps. I'm not the creator of this realm, so I wouldn't know. Perhaps our master did indeed include such a feature. But, I must ask you this. Hakuru's eyes that are looking at Kyoya become sharp. Kyoya realized it at this point. Hakuru was going to end it in this strike. Hakuru, this sick feeling. Are you sure it's not? Fear. Kyoya's mind stopped. Afraid. Him? Impossible. Kyoya, you fucking old Mayan. Raising his, severer, blade over his head, he rushes towards Hakuru. With a white blur, the old Kijin disappeared. Kyoya, where did that old man go? Why is my vision turning upside down? Is that my body? Those were the last words going through Kyoya's mind as his head flew off his shoulders. Even to the end, Kyoya never admitted to his weakness. Hakuru, Benimaru, and Shuna all turn towards the remaining otherworlder. Kirara, hi. She drops to her knees while raising her hands in surrender, hoping against hope that these monsters knew mercy. She closes her eyes as tears threaten to spill out. Shing. Thinking that was the sound of the blade passing through her neck as with her two other companions, she stopped breathing. Before realizing that she could still think. Opening one eye, she sees the old Kijin resheathing his blade. Click. Lowering her hands, she sees some magi steel cuffs on them, inscribed with softly glowing runes that mysteriously prevented her from feeling her magi cules. Turning around, she sees Shuna standing next to her, smiling while looking down at her. It was a smile that said, don't try anything, bitch. Not that she would in this situation. Name, Rimuru. Race, origin slime. Protection, crest of space. Title, highest tier spirit, leader of the monsters, Oniai-chan, king of Avalon, master of headpats, procrastinator king, the nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime, dragon slayer, sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, lord of gluttony, Ahura Mazda, lord of creation, Scathatch, lord of runes. Unique skills, spatial ruler. Intrinsic skills, infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, universal sense, enhanced replication, universal thread. Extra skills, Lord's ambition, thought communication, control natural elements, control magic, control gravity. Resistances, cancel pain, resist melee attack, cancel natural elements, cancel ailments, cancel spiritual attack, resist holy/demonic attack, natural attack resistance. Equipment, Yamato, limiter ring. A/N, I went back and changed chapter 158 a bit. I said that MC gave access to the mirror dimension to some of his subordinates through a magic circle, but I forgot. I could have used sling rings from the movie. So I changed it. Here's what I changed. Well, it's what you would expect from a self-centered protag complex reincarnator. At this moment, a large portal opens up underneath them. The portal is a big circle that has orange sparks flying from its edges. I don't need to explain it, just Google it. By the panicked look on 3 summoned otherworlders as they fall through, you can tell that it wasn't their fault. As for the reincarnator, it wasn't his doing either. Although he could have escaped, he simply looked at it with amusement, letting it do its job. Yes, the mirror dimension. You didn't think such a space would only be accessible to Rimuru, did you? Obviously, he gave his subordinates the key to enter the space. Yes, that key is a fucking sling ring. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 171, Chapter 161 Kakyoin. Clap, 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 clap. The reincarnator does that slow clap thing that people do for suspense. Bravo. Well done. A very clean strike. Benimaru turns towards the figure and raises his blade towards him, on guard for any movement. There's not much you can see about this figure. He's wearing entirely black and is covered with a large black cloak that reaches the floor. The hood of his cloak covers the top half of his face, revealing only his nose and mouth, which are turned up in a smile. Even magic sense can't sense how he looks like. It's not like the cloak is enchanted, it's just bullshit anime logic. It's like he's married to the color black, geez. His clapping hands are not covered with any gloves or gauntlets which reveal his pale skin and thin fingers which look like they are from a girl. But his voice is that of a male, around their teenage years to be exact. Other than his creepy aura about him, that's all you can see about him. It's creepy in the way that he feels dangerous, yet you can't sense anything about him. Exactly like the other worlders felt towards Benimaru, except their instincts haven't been attuned enough to be able to sense the danger Benimaru posed. The figure lowers his hands and places them on his hips. Come on, don't look at me like that. You look like I just killed your favorite dog. Ahaha. A/N, I'm cringing so hard writing these lines. Benimaru didn't let his guard down. This guy is different from the other worlders that were just killed. Benimaru, turn around and leave. The figure opens his arms and looks around. Hey, I can leave this place. I'm trapped here in this mirror dimension or whatever you called it. It's a pretty cool place though. Benimaru, you'll return back to reality after a certain distance, so I'll say this again. Leave. Hee hee. How about? No. Instead, let me make you an offer. Benimaru tightens his grip on his weapon and Hakuru slowly lowers his body, ready to attack or retreat at a moment's notice. Shuna's magicules flow within her body, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Kirara shuffles away from Shuna a bit. She's scared of her. Leave your master and serve me. Crack bang. Within an instant Benimaru pushes off the ground, cracking the floor, appearing directly in front of the black figure with nothing but pure speed. He swings his blade at the figure with both hands as rage flashes through his eyes. Even the mere suggestion of betraying Rimuru is enough to send any of his subordinates into a fit of rage and start a crusade to hunt down whichever son of a bitch said that. Leave your master and serve me successfully pushed the wrong buttons on not just Benimaru but Hakuru, Shuna, and everyone else listening, not Kirara. The figure barely even reacted, seeming as if he didn't even realize Benimaru moved from his spot. Benimaru's weapon flew straight towards his shoulder, looking to bisect him diagonally. But the moment the sharp edge of his weapon touched the figure's clothes, bang! Benimaru was sent flying back with speed equal to when he rushed forwards. He was sent crashing into several trees, breaking them all. Is that you, Kakyoin? Shuna, brother. With panicked eyes, she looks towards the direction Benimaru disappeared into with worry on her face. Unfortunately, she can't just turn around and run towards him as that would just be begging to be attacked from behind. Geez, I just said a sentence, no need to get so worked up. Ahaha. With a carefree smile, he raises his hand towards the side. Clang. Grabbing Hakuru's sword, he looks towards the old Kijin who sneak attacked him from his left. The same offer goes to you and the pretty girl with the horns. How about it? Hakuru, I refuse. I'd much prefer my current master. Shuna, I really hate you. With those words, Hakuru lets go of his sword and rush closer for hand-to-hand combat while Shuna prepares some magic spells to support him. But, bang. A white version of Kakyoin comes flying past Shuna in the exact same direction Benimaru disappeared into. Benimaru, asterisk in the distance asterisk ow. Hakuru, asterisk in the distance asterisk sorry. Well, at least Shuna knows they are okay, even if they seem to be indisposed at the moment. The blood leaking from their mouth as they flew back was a good indicator. Meanwhile, Kirara is looking at the black figure with a "couldn't you have done that sooner" face. You guys are way too feisty. Well, not that I mind, aha. He then raises his hand over behind his head, clang. And catches a big fucking sword. The wind bursts from the pressure and the ground cracks underneath his feet. At the end of the sword, you can see a purple-haired busty Kijin glaring at the figure. It's Cheyenne. Nice. The figure says as he stares at her chest, which did nothing but increases her loathing for him. Only Rimuru is allowed to stare at her chest like that. Cheyenne jumps back just as the figure was going to try and act cool and crush her sword. His smile falters a bit from the epic fail, but he didn't have time to worry as wires appear out of nowhere and tie themselves around his wrists and ankles and hoist him up into the air in a spread-out pose. Behind him, you can see Soai pulling on the strings appearing from his fingertips. Immediately after, a rain of fireballs, wind blades, and water balls hit the figure non-stop for several seconds, completely obscuring his figure. You can see two new figures standing beside Shuna. A green-haired dryad, who is standing in a JoJo pose, and a black cat. Trainee and Shizu. Trainee summoned a wind spirit to fire off the wind blades, Shizu used her innate control over fire to make a fireball bombardment, and Shuna used magic to hail water balls on him. Trust me, the water was the most damaging of them all. Shuna is very angry. The bombardment stops after a whole minute, but that's not the end. During all this, a dark cloud crackling with white lightning gathers above the immobilized figure high in the skies. Boom. As soon as the bombardment stopped, a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It's as if Thor took a giant shit. And that shit fell directly on the black figure. It also kicked up a fuck ton of dust. Mikoto reveals herself with Pikachu on her shoulder, both of them are sparking with blue and yellow electricity respectively as they stand next to Cheyenne. Mikoto. Pikachu. Soai. Shuna. Shizu. Trainee. Cheyenne. Is he dash? Mikoto, don't say it. Cheyenne, oh, right. Mikoto. Pikachu. Soai. Shuna. Shizu. Trainee. Cheyenne. TCH. And here I was waiting for one of you to say, is he dead, only for me to reveal myself in a cool way. The dust decides to settle at this exact moment, revealing a completely unharmed man, dusting off his shoulder. He looks around and finally his eyes fall on Mikoto. Ah, you're finally here, my heroine. You're just as beautiful as I remember. Mikoto. Although she didn't say anything, Mikoto's face is warped in a way that says, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, The Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N. MC. N. MC. Where the fuck is the author? N. In the distance toilet flushing sounds I was taking a shit. MC, screw your shit. Add me into the story already so I can kick his ass. How dare he talk to Mikoto that way? Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 172, Chapter 162 Bryce. The plan was for Benimaru to draw out any hidden card the invaders had. If necessary, he would receive help from anyone else hidden nearby as a backup plan. Once their combat potentials have been properly gauged, everyone would reveal themselves and gangbang them. That was the plan. It all went according to that plan for the first 3 otherworlders. Benimaru was caught off guard by Kirara's bewilder, so Shuna revealed herself and supported him. As for how they all hid, Shuna is a master of magic spells and has a high Magic regeneration rate. Under the teachings of Rimuru, who answered any questions she had about runes, she became nearly unrivaled in the theoretical knowledge of magic spells. An invisibility spell with support from a couple of random, junk items Rimuru made out of boredom that can hide from the senses of high-leveled opponents is child play. It also helps that none of the other worlders bothered to train their perception skills, so even the mysterious Reincarnator only sensed that something was a bit off. Once Benimaru got in a bit of a pinch, Shuna simply removed the spell from herself, and, you know the rest. The backup plan also included Hakuru, Cheyenne, Soai, Trainee, Shizu, Pikachu, and Mikoto. Everyone else is in Avalon in case something happens. Oh, and a bit of side information, Trainee wasn't in the meeting discussing the plans a few days ago because she was busy moving her bar from her original spot to the top of a recently built skyscraper. She still listened in through some plants though. Anyway, the Reincarnator continued to monologue about slightly cringy shit that I, the author, can't be bothered writing lest I throw up in my mouth. Something about everyone being a sushi baka or something. Ahaha. You know what I'm saying. Everyone _ Ahaha. Well, there's that. I'm guessing none of you guys wants to serve under me, but that's okay. I know you guys are just cautious of your boss getting back at me for taking his underlings. But don't worry. I'm pretty strong. Ahaha. At this point, even Cheyenne couldn't get angry. I mean, getting angry at a mentally disabled person is just a waste of effort. All of their obvious inner thoughts just flew over the mysterious Reincarnator's head as he continues talking without a care in the world, mostly towards Mikoto. He also pays a bit of attention to the other females, but he completely ignores the males. Hey, what's your name? I just realized that I love you, but I don't even know your name yet. Ahaha. Mikoto. At this moment, Mikoto realized how considerate Rimuru was. Sure, Rimuru was a bit pushy with getting her to carry him around in his slime form, or lap pillows, or even sleeping together, but he always made sure that she was comfortable with it. She was embarrassed, sure, but never uncomfortable with his advances. She even learned to enjoy his advances, although hell would freeze over before she admitted that. But this guy barely knows anything about her, but he casually spouts out words like "I love you" without a second thought. She shudders at the mere thought of spending more time with this inconsiderate guy. Mikoto, a bit rude to ask my name without mentioning yours. As much as she would like to smite his ass right now, information is more important. He immediately knocked out Hakuru and Benimaru. Getting him to leave without a fight would be the best option. Ahaha. True. I normally don't mention my name, but since it's you that asked, I'll say it. He says with a wink. Not that anyone could see since his cloak covers the top half of his face including his eyes. My name is. Insert dramatic pause that lasts for 7 seconds. Bryce. A dumb fucking name. I'm joking, Bryce is a good name. I have a friend named Bryce. So any person named Bryce who is good at hacking, please leave my hentai collection alone. A reader suggested this name and I haven't thought up a name for him yet, so here it is. Sorry, I forgot their name, so no shout out. Mikoto, okay then. Bryce dash. Bryce, say my name again. A look of pure confusion forms on Mikoto's face. Although it won't hurt to say his name again, somehow, she doesn't want to. Mikoto. Can you leave? Bryce, well, since you're the one saying it, then I guess I will. But I have a condition. A bad feeling sprouts within Mikoto. Mikoto. What's the condition? But she asked anyway. The figure grins. Bryce, become mine. Spark. Mikoto. Ha. Bryce, become mine. You know, become my lover, my girlfriend, wife, or whatever. Become my heroine. Mikoto didn't say anything. But you can see arcs of bluish-white electricity spark between her fingertips. Bryce, I've been in love with you since the moment I laid my eyes on you. I've been watching you ever since. I've wanted to meet you for the longest time. But. For once, Bryce lost his smile. Bryce, that fucking slime. He keeps getting close to you even though you hate it. He always gets so touchy with my girl. After taking a couple of deep breaths, his smile returns. Bryce, so I just decided to get rid of him. Then I can finally be with you. It felt like time froze at this moment. You can't see Mikoto's eyes as they are covered by her bangs as she looks towards the floor. The temperature didn't change, but everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Well, everyone except the ignorant Bryce. Bryce, but I don't see him here, so I guess he's hiding somewhere like the coward he is. I mean, he's nowhere near my power level, so it's understandable. I'll kill him painfully, unless he decides to change his preferred gender. If he becomes my woman, I guess I wouldn't mind accepting him. He does have quite a pretty face after all. Magicules flow into Mikoto's Gakota bracelet on her wrist. A black and white metal coin with a meat bun symbol materializes and falls into Mikoto's hand. It's the special meat bun coin that can boost Mikoto's railgun attack by several times over. Mikoto. Mikoto Masaka. Mikoto mutters, her words barely reaching Bryce's ears. Bryce, Mikoto. That's my name. Mikoto's voice barely reaches a whisper. Bryce, Mikoto, huh? Such a beautiful name. Mikoto, yeah. It's the name of the person that will kill you. Raising her arm that is arcing with concentrated electricity with a coin loaded on her finger and thumb, a look of anger and rage is written on her face. She flicks her thumb. Viam. The coin screeches as it pierces the air at high speeds and at superheated temperatures. A bright orange beam of energy leaves Mikoto's fingers and shoot right towards Bryce. The wind pressure from the rapidly expanding heated air caused a rush of wind to blow over everyone. The beam of energy that's the size of Mikoto's upper torso reaches its target at record speeds of barely a few milliseconds. Even for Bryce with the physique of a true dragon, dodging such an attack without any preparation is impossible. Boom. Dust covers the area. Even so, none believed it was over for even the slightest moment. The ominous magicules flowing from within the dust cloud prevented that. Bryce. So no head. Crack. Bryce throws the coin he caught in his hands to the ground, cracking the floor and blowing the dust away. Bryce, R-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, socially awkward cringe slightly chunny slime, dragon slayer, sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, I'll be changing the upload times a bit. Don't freak out. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 173, Chapter 163 Cliffhanger Watuahasiduashwash. ZZZZT, boom. Dark lightning strikes the ground from a dark cloud that covers the sky from one end of the horizon to the next, completely obscuring the shattered sky of the mirror dimension. Standing in the air high above the ground is Bryce, whose cloak is fluttering around him from the winds that he purposefully caused to blow around him to make himself look cool. Although his control is shit, so it looks like a black rag caught in a tornado. Not that he's aware of how stupid he looks, since he's too absorbed in playing with those people below him. Specifically, he's watching them struggle as they defend against his lightning. They're not struggling though. Shuna and Trainee have created a magic barrier while Cheyenne, Soai, Shizu, and Mikoto are jumping around and dodging the lightning strikes. Pikachu dematerialized to better support Mikoto by enhancing her lightning. Because the dark lightning clouds are spread over such a large area, the rate of getting attacked by said lightning is pretty low. To be honest, Bryce really isn't trying to kill them. He's just showing off at this point. He believes doing so would convince them to change their allegiance and maybe surrender everything to him. You know, like Avalon itself. The concept that they are all serving Rimuru due to his previous actions inspiring loyalty in them never crossed his rather simple mind. Bryce, hey, why don't you guys give up already? Bryce lazily says as he lowers himself down from his high position in the sky. A bad move on his part. Cheyenne, now. Cracking the ground underneath herself, Cheyenne launches herself into the air straight towards Bryce, swinging her sword at him with everything she's got. Bryce, come on, this again. Didn't you learn from last time, GUH? Bang. Bryce attempted to grab the blade and catch it midair like before, but he instead got hit right in the stomach and thrown right into the ground, imprinting his figure into the dirt. Before, no one was using their Magicules or their hard-hitting skills, the main strength of any respectable monster. This time, however, they decided there was no need to hold back and hide anymore and just go all out. They discussed all this privately with Thought Communication. Bryce, fucking hell. Bryce groans as he holds his left hip that is rapidly healing itself. However, he didn't bleed. Or more like, he can't bleed. Perks of having a spiritual body. But Bryce, as a man from modern Earth, should know how gravity works. What goes up must come down. Cheyenne, hey up. Bryce, oh sure dash. Boom. Cheyenne, from her position high in the air, fell down right on top of Bryce's figure. This wasn't planned, by the way. Cheyenne just decided to take the chance to throw in an extra hit on the way down. Bryce crossed his arms in front of himself, but it couldn't stop Cheyenne's heavy weapon enhanced with her skills and Magicules. Bryce, why you foo dash? Bryce wanted to say something, but a magic circle appeared under him. 2 magic circles to be exact. One of them is crimson orange filled with runes, while the other is light green filled with natural energy. Those spells originated from Shuna and Trainee respectively. Shuna, Ignition Burst. Trainee, Gale Circle. Flames that melted the ground burst from Shuna's magic circle but were quickly contained by Trainee's spirit magic that created what could only be called a tornado. The combo magic spell ended up creating a pillar of highly concentrated flames that's comparable to the surface of the sun. Bryce, gah. Bryce's screams are music to their ears. Until a giant thick bolt of black lightning fell from the sky and split the pillar of fire in two, destroying the spells. As the lingering plumes of flame disperse into the air, you can see Bryce's figure that looks like a burnt chicken nugget. I'm sure he still loves himself though. Unfortunately, he's rapidly regenerating. The good news is that his clothes somehow survived. Or at least, the parts covering his private areas did. Anime logic. Without the cloak concealing his identity since it was burnt away, you can finally see what he looks like. His body is normal. It's not fat, nor is it scrawny. He's got muscle, but it's not something noticeable. He looks to be around 20 years old. He's got brown hair and greenish eyes. His face surprisingly isn't that bad, probably a 7 out of 10. He probably has quite a few admirers. Of course, he's nowhere close to Rimuru, whose body is based on Shizue, who's a full 10/10, the most beautiful woman in the world according to Rimuru's standards. Yes, even above Mikoto. Only barely though. Bryce, cough that actually hurt. Okay, you guys are better than I expected. I guess I'll get a little more dash. Bang. Bryce attempted to stand back up but was immediately swatted back into the floor by Cheyenne and her big-ass sword. Immediately after, Cheyenne gets hit by a bolt of black lightning and gets pushed away. Lucking, not much damage was done except her weapon now has a black scorch mark where she blocked it. Bryce flips up onto his feet with an annoyed expression. He pushes off the ground flying into the air to get some space so he can act cool again. Thwip. But threads tie themselves around his ankles, pulling him down much to his surprise. Not only that, they cut deeply into his skin. Bryce, Aya. Get off. He channels electricity into the threads, disintegrating them, but by that time, more threads appear and wrap themselves around his wrists, also cutting them. Before Bryce could turn those threads to dust, more threads appear around his ankles again. Then his upper arms, thighs, shoulders, waist, neck, and so on. Bryce, ARGHHH. You little, come out. Unfortunately for Bryce, if Soai doesn't want to be found, he won't be found. Unless Ilya or Rimuru is involved, but still. Soai's job isn't to deal damage, however. It's just to hold him still. High in the skies above Bryce are two figures. One is a giant black cat with red patches on her ears and two tails that are on fire. The other is a tea-color-haired Sundara woman who is riding the giant black cat. I'm sure you already know who they are. Although she doesn't show it often, Shizu has reached a high A rank in the monster rankings. Her actual size has also grown a lot. Both of these are due to her, Limit Breaker, unique skill she inherited from Mikoto. Dark clouds gather above them but these clouds aren't flicking with black lightning but with bluish-white lightning instead. The lightning converges into a single point which drops down from the clouds directly onto Mikoto. It hits her directly and travels through her body concentrating on her arm which is pointing straight down that already has a familiar black and white meat bun coin loaded into it. Bryce, who is laying on his back looking into the sky, see this as his eyes widen. A gods of thunder. Now, he definitely doesn't have the proper instinct a warrior gains over time as his strength was gained in but a single moment and he has never bothered to train. But even he can tell. That coin, that woman, is dangerous. It will kill me. And his guess is exactly correct. That coin can indeed kill him. Too bad for him, Mikoto fired it off. Thayim. Like a judgment from heaven, a pure white beam of energy infused with her Magicule and Pikachu's lightning bound together with her harmony, unique skill that she gained upon entering this world descended from the skies and hit Bryce directly. The beam carried so much raw power that it destabilized the mirror dimension in the areas it passed through. Bryce, out of pure desperation, flared his aura full power which disintegrated the threads holding him. He can't escape at this point, so he does the next best thing. Holding out both hands in front of himself with a face of desperation, black lighting that carries everything he's got fires up into the skies and meets the beam of mass energy head-on. The lightning is rather weak due to Bryce rushing to create it. The moment it hits Mikoto's railgun, it immediately gets pushed back, barely slowing it down. And then something that surprised everyone happened. Mikoto's beam of concentrated pure white lightning began to turn black. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, The Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, I swear I didn't mean for this to be a cliffhanger lol. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 174, Chapter 164 Mikoto makes a cultured rejection. Currently, Mikoto is on the ground. Not standing up, but laying down on it. To be exact, as she is right now, she can't stand up. Patches of black scorch marks and burnt fringes can be found all over her Tokawadai middle school uniform. Fortunately, it's still largely intact. Unfortunately, however, her body has taken quite a bit of damage as well. Lightning scars can be found spread over skin throughout her whole body, sometimes covered with black scorch marks. Furthermore, blood can be seen seeping slowly out of her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Her breathing is ragged as her body tries to recover. Her throat feels like she hasn't had a drink in months. Her ears are ringing and the only thing she can hear is her own strained breaths and heartbeat. Her eyes are half open, staring into the sky filled with dark clouds, wondering whether she should stay awake and endure the pain racking her body or just listen to her body and fall into unconsciousness. Mikoto, it's a little ironic. Mikoto thinks to herself. She, a lightning user, was bested at her own speciality. She would chuckle to herself if such an action didn't spark a flash of pain throughout her body. But it can't be helped. She knows that. Bryce and his lightning, it's different. She used her strongest attack, a railgun infused with her own Electromaster Esper powers infused with the majority of her Magicools and full support from Pikachu using a meat bun coin, specially created for her railguns. By all means, it should have killed him. There's no doubt about it. Especially with everyone distracting him until the last moment, although those distractions were enough to critically injure Bryce if not for his regeneration. Mikoto, maybe I should ask Rimuru to give me a regeneration skill too. TCH, I'm still depending on him. Her fingers twitch as she tries to regain control over her body. After taking that attack, she could barely feel anything except the pain throughout her body and her throbbing headache. Mikoto, I fired off my railgun, and then, it started turning black. Mikoto's railgun attack started to change or corrupt for lack of a better word. Bryce's rather rushed attack hit Mikoto's attack head-on in an attempt to slow it down, but the color of his black lightning started seeping in. Eventually, Mikoto lost control over her railgun and, somehow, it was turned against herself. Mikoto, maybe he baited us into that, not likely. He also seemed surprised. Indeed, Bryce didn't know he could do something like that. Or rather, he didn't know Veldora could do something like that. The railgun beam was reflected and flew back to Mikoto, but luckily, Shizu was able to jump out of the way. That luck ended there, however, as the now black beam exploded, showering the area with a hail of electricity. Shizu, in a desperate attempt to save Mikoto, blocked most of it with her body. Mikoto, Shizu. Mikoto's half-closed eyes open widely as she painfully turns her head, trying to find a certain Hellcat. But what she sees causes her to take a moment. It seems she underestimated the size of that explosion. The whole area looked like it went through a war, with cracked and scorched dirt and the bodies of her dear friends in a not much better state than herself. Shizu is lying on the ground no far from herself, seemingly unconscious and in her smaller form. Luckily, her fur insulated some of the damage. If there's any good news, it's that every single one of them can recover if nothing worse happens. Yes, if nothing worse happens. Insert the bastard that put them all in this condition in the first place. Bryce, ahaha. Of course, my Storm Crest is the best. Bryce, the dickweed, is laughing his ass off. He casually strolls up to Mikoto, who's still on the ground. If looks could kill, Bryce would not only drop dead, but he would go out in a fireworks explosion that even Megumin only wishes she could make. Mikoto's stare is very potent. Bryce, ahaha. You guys are such idiots. Why would you a lightning attack against me? Ahaha. Even though Bryce himself didn't know the extent of his abilities. His Storm Crest gives him authority over storms, which unfortunately also extends to lightning and electricity. At least, that's the theory that's running through Mikoto's mind. Bryce, I am the best. And Bryce can't help but shove that fact into everyone's faces. Oh well, at least he's stalling himself, giving the chance for everyone to recover. Mikoto's hand clenches into a fist as she works on regaining more control over her paralyzed body. A mysterious force flowing through her body seems to speed up her healing. Bryce, hey, Mikoto. I'm gonna ask you again. Become my girlfriend. I'm even a lightning user, like you. But I'm better though. It's obvious you should love me then. Mikoto wonders what Bryce had to go through in life to get a brain that fuck to come up with that conclusion. Bryce, I mean, you don't have to, but... Bryce throws his hand out. A source of black lightning travels up his arm and out of his palm, hitting the ground near Shizu's unconscious body. Bryce, I don't need the guys or that fucking cat. I might leave the other girls alone though, maybe. Well anyway, they live if you come with me. If you don't. Spark. Electricity sparks from his fingertips. Bryce. You get me. Mikoto's glare calms down at his threat. She would have little to no problems with going down fighting, especially against a scrub like this guy. Heck, she's scared of death, she's just much more scared of spending time with him. But dragging the others down with her? No. That's not something she can decide. And even if they agree, she won't just do something that could kill them. They're her friends, her family in this foreign world. Mikoto grits her teeth. She decided. She won't risk their lives. If she has to give herself up in the process, so be it. Mikoto, I dash. Benimaru, stop. A calm but stubborn voice echoes out. Bryce, goddammit, not again. From the trees that are miraculously untouched by the lightning bombardment, a familiar red-haired Kijin walked, or rather stumbled, out. Hakuru is also with him, seemingly unconscious with his arms slung over Benimaru's shoulder as support. Benimaru, what you were about to do would make Rimuru-sama sad. That's why I won't hesitate to kill you if you accept his offer. After that, I will kill him, and then kill myself should Rimuru-sama wish it. Benimaru looks at Mikoto with cold eyes. Mikoto, then what do I do? Mikoto's raspy voice reaches Benimaru's ears. Benimaru, I don't know. But I always think about what Rimuru-sama would do in such a situation. Mikoto looks around. Shuna, Cheyenne, Trainee, Soai are now conscious and are pushing against the ground, struggling to get back up despite their aching and wounded bodies. Seeing such a sight, she can't really understand why they would risk their lives in such a way. They can just let her go and give up, that way everyone walks away alive. But then she remembers what Benimaru said. Rimuru-sama would be sad. Imagining Rimuru looking at her with a disappointed expression. Mikoto. I don't want that. Mikoto's parched voice whispers out. Bryce, huh? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What? Do you accept to be my wife? Bryce wasn't joking, he actually couldn't hear her since she was that quiet. But Mikoto is in her own world right now. Mikoto, right. What would Rimuru do in such a situation? She thinks for barely a few seconds before she smiles. The healing energy mysteriously flowing through her body speeds up as she pushes against the ground. Slowly, while nearly falling down again several times and ignoring her screaming body, she stands up. She looks up at Bryce dead in the eyes. Bryce thought that even with those lightning scars that he thought were unsightly, even with blood leaking from her mouth, eyes, ears, and nose, even with that battered and broken look. With that smile of hers, Mikoto might as well be the most beautiful woman in the world. Mikoto, Kotowaru, I refuse. Bryce. Okay. With a face devoid of emotions, Bryce speaks. And then all sound disappeared. Bryce, then you all have no use for me. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, The Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, okay, I need to clarify something. Mikoto isn't using Raphael to boost her calculation. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 175, Chapter 165 Cheyenne died. Barely 10 seconds have passed since Mikoto's rejection. Regardless of how lacking Bryce has control of his powers, he still has the full strength of Veldora, the true dragon of storms. It's kinda ironic since Veldora always went wild so he himself had little control. But while Veldora had experience, Bryce does not. So Bryce is weaker than Veldora. Even so, Veldora is a being even demon lords and heroes would find hard to beat and would prefer to avoid. And now the guy wielding his powers is running around beating the shit out of everyone. In the middle of the clearing in the forest within the mirror dimension, you can see a dark figure. It's Bryce, but right now he looks drastically different. A humanoid figure made entirely out of black lightning, that's what he looks like right now. His form is constantly shifting as tendrils of lightning and electricity extend from his body and dissipate into the air it passes through becoming erratic and unstable. You can feel the destruction imbued into that lightning. The only human feature left remaining about him are his eyes, and even so, they are now pure white. Everything else, his mouth, nose, even his fingers, are obscured in lightning, or perhaps they're not even there anymore in the first place. He stands there for barely half a second before disappearing into sparks of lightning. Immediately after, he reappears behind Soai with his hands drawn back, ready to attack. With practiced movements, Soai ducks as Bryce's hand sails over his head. Immediately after, Benimaru appears next to him and slashes his katana at Bryce. Shing. As expected, it was a miss. The blade cut nothing but air as Bryce disappeared into sparks again, reappearing back in the center. Surrounding him from all directions are Shuna, Cheyenne, Benimaru, Soai, Trainee, Hakuru, Mikoto, and Shizu. This has been repeating itself. Bryce attempts to take someone out, but they avoid it as someone immediately rushes to cover for them, to which he retreats. Such high-speed movements are only possible to him who is currently an incarnation of black lightning. He calls it his Black Thunder Lightning Dragon Demon God mode of heaven and hell and earth and space and dimensions and galaxies and universe. A beautiful name, I know. It's a rather simple technique. He just became one with his lightning. It's only possible for him who has a spiritual body and the storm crest. This allows him to move at the speed of lightning and become invulnerable to physical damage. Despite that, Rimuru's subordinates are pseudo-demon lords. Dodging lightning is hard, but not impossible. And after coating their weapons with magiceuls or using magic itself, they can damage Bryce, if he let them. And so this game of cat and mouse continues. In such a high-tension situation, these 10 seconds have felt like 10 minutes, Bryce making a move every half a second with everyone else barely keeping up. Good news, Pikachu made a big brain move and gave everyone some full potions. It sneaked in from outside the mirror dimension while Bryce was distracted with Mikoto's rejection. Everyone is fully recovered disregarding their exhausted mental state. Bad news, Bryce went re and shut Pikachu out. His storm crest can even affect lightning spirits, fuck. More bad news, Bryce grew a brain cell. He disappeared with that familiar residue lightning left behind and reappeared behind Shuna. However, he didn't attack. Cheyenne leapt forward on instinct to defend Shuna, swinging her giant sword at Bryce. With her tired mental state, she couldn't comprehend why Bryce didn't attack quickly enough. And that costed her. Bryce, you fell for it. Bryce's excited staticky voice was the first to speak in those 10 seconds. His white eyes turned into crescents at the approaching Cheyenne as he drew his hand back and thrust it forward directly at her chest. In slow motion as dread set into everyone's mind, his hand slowly entered her chest up to his wrist. Because of his spiritualist state, Cheyenne's skin wasn't pierced and no blood was spilt. But if it did, that might have been a better fate. VVVVVVVOOM. A small shockwave erupted. Bryce set off a small lightning bomb in Cheyenne's heart. Bryce, ahaha. He retracts his hand and jumps back, his crescent eyes looking at Cheyenne as if marveling at his work. Thuck. Cheyenne's weapon dropped to the floor beside her, its blade half-sheathing itself into the dirt below. Cheyenne's hand hovers over her broken heart as blood leaks out of the side of her lips. Slowly closing her eyes, her face morphs into not one of pain or anger, but one of calmness with a slight trait of sadness. Cheyenne, stopping here, huh? Those words caused more blood to leak from Cheyenne's mouth, but she didn't pay it any mind. Instead, she opens her eyes that are now filled with determination, defiance, and all the wrath she held for this man up to this point. Grasping the hilt of her weapon, she strains her arm muscles and throws it, all in one smooth motion. Bryce, Shing. Bryce, not expecting this at all, finds the blade now embedded into his chest. Now, although his spiritualist state makes it so he can't take any damage from physical attacks, the trace amount of magicule Cheyenne sneaked into her weapon as it left her hand made it so that Bryce could feel it. And just so you know, getting stabbed doesn't feel nice. Bryce, Gaaaaaaaaaaaaah. The magicules in the blade dissipates and so the weapon just phases through him, falling onto the floor. Cheyenne grins, her outstretched hand from throwing her weapon clenches, leaving but one finger showing. The middle finger. Cheyenne, fuck you. And with that, she collapsed onto the floor, her breathing gradually stopping, all with a satisfied smile on her face. Bryce, fucking bitch. Gah. That hurt. But no one listened to him. They all stare at their fallen purple-haired companion. No one said a word. Shuna begins to leak tears. Cheyenne died while trying to protect her from Bryce, so of course, she took it hard. And so did Mikoto. She has experience with losing people she loves with the level 6 shift project back in her old world. Specifically, the sisters. She's seen records of previous experiments where some of the sisters died and even had one die in front of her before shutting the project down. But that doesn't make things any less painful. And right now, Mikoto is feeling a whole lot of pain. Not just pain, but anger, grief, and a whole slew of other emotions all mixed together. Mikoto. I knew it. I can't do anything. I can't save Cheyenne, I can't save myself, how can I be expected to stand beside him? A vague image of Rimuru appears in her mind. Mikoto, this is just. Tears leak from her eyes, mixing with the blood that was already there. Mikoto, these emotions, they hurt. At this moment, it felt like something snapped. Not in a bad way like she's going crazy, no. But it felt like something was removed. A limit, a lid, something like that. She doesn't know, but her limit breaker skill is working on overdrive from the mess of emotions within her. And because of this, she broke her limits once again. But this limit is different. It's a limit ingrained into all espers of her world. It's the level limit. All espers have a set level they can reach before reaching an insurmountable wall, unable to advance past that. Mikoto's limit was level 5. But this limit was just removed. Mikoto, Shiun. With a scream that has her heart and soul into it, with a burst of magicals that create a bluish-white aura around her that reaches the darkened clouds, with desperation for power that is beyond anything she has ever felt before, Mikoto Misaka began to advance to level 6. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, so yeah, Cheyenne died. Of course, as you expected, she gonna live again. And now Mikoto gonna get level 6. But is that a good thing? Ha ha ha, cliffhanger. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 176, Chapter 166 level. A/N, you guys are gonna hate me for this chapter and perhaps even drop the novel at this point LMAO. Author POV. Level 6. It's something many people in Mikoto's homeworld would kill to accomplish, and due to the intervention of a certain slime, a girl who no one thought would be able to reach that level has taken their first step into that enigmatic level 6. But it's in another world, so, rip. To put it in simple terms, if an Esper becomes level 6, they basically become a god, a higher being. Their forms change and they become capable of calculations that use non-human logic, making it so they can possibly bend reality. I mean, I'm not an expert on Toru, so I'm not sure, but yeah. But still, such a process is eerily familiar, don't you think? Kind of like how Rimuru became a higher being upon entering this world under the influence of Heaven's Feel. Now, I don't know what this process would have been like back in the Toru world, but this is the Tensura world right now, so this is technically an evolution. Once you reach the highest ranks on the evolutionary ladder, for example, True Demon Lord or Saint, you will receive a protection. Rimuru himself received the Crest of Space since he, somehow, had a great affinity with space. Gee, I wonder who gave him that. And now, Mikoto is getting her own protection. The reason Bryce can beat the shit out of everyone is because of his vast magicals and his storm crest, his protection. In a way, it protects him and grants him authority over anything related to storms, so he is Mikoto's direct counter. Mikoto herself is also the strongest among those under Rimuru. She received plenty of help from him and continued to train using the methods he gave her every day for months. This, along with her own Limit Breaker, unique skill that boosted her growth even more, made it so she can floor Accelerator in under a minute. In fact, if not for Bryce's Storm Crest, Mikoto could probably defeat him by herself. Granted, there's only a 50/50th chance and she could die, but it's possible. Please note that Mikoto hasn't reached the final stages of her evolution just yet, and she's merely an enlightened. And if Mikoto were to get a protection of her own, that uneven playing field due to the Storm Crest will get evened out. With everyone else's help, defeating Bryce is only a matter of time. If only there wasn't a teeny tiny problem, individual Mikoto Misaka is undergoing evolution. Error. Requirements not met. Due to unique skill, Limit Breaker, the evolution is unable to be halted. Processing. Error. Requirements not met. Unique skill, Limit Breaker, is forcing the evolution process. Error. Requirements not met. Unique skill, Limit Breaker, is forcing the evolution process. Error. Requirements not met. Unique skill, Limit Breaker. Error. Requirements not met. Limit Breaker. Error. Requirements not met. Error. Requirements not met. Error. 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 The voice of the world makes a reappearance. But aside from that, yes, Mikoto is in a bit of a pickle. Limit Breaker removed her level cap and is forcing the evolution into level 6 due to Mikoto's own desire for power to beat Bryce's overinflated ego into the ground and then teabag him afterwards. Mikoto wants to do more than that, but I will keep those details to myself for your sake. The problem here is that Mikoto doesn't meet the requirements. Specifically, she doesn't have the mental capacity to facilitate the calculations of God, a core trait of a level 6 Esper and the reason why level SIXS are so strong. Fortunately, Rimuru's shitty luck decides to step in just this once to save his waifu. Just kidding, he ran out of luck the moment he summoned Mikoto. This is just plot armor at work. Raphael, Skill Orb. It's the crystallization of Rimuru's old ultimate skill, Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, that he broke to facilitate the creation of Manas, Ilias Veal, our resident Lolliamuto. Specifically, it has everything except its ego. And now Mikoto's other unique skill makes an appearance. Requirements not met. Unique skill, Limit Breaker, is forcing the evolution process. Unique skill, Harmony, is forcing the evolution process. A golden orb suddenly appears in front of Mikoto's chest. It's the Raphael skill orb that Rimuru gave her just before she returned to Avalon. Where it came from, no one knows, nor is it important. What is important is what's happening next. Unique skill, Harmony, is assimilating R, Fe, L, RDO. Wis, OM, with individual Mikoto Misaka. Error. R, Fe, L, RDO. Wis, OM, is in an incomplete state. Unique skill, Harmony, is assimilating R, Fe, L, RDO. Wis, OM. Error. You get the drill. Such notifications are repeating over and over again inside Mikoto's head, but she barely registers them. But then something changes. Unique skill, Harmony, is assimilating R, Fe, L, RDO. Wis, OM, with individual Mikoto Misaka under the effects of unique skill, Limit Breaker. Success. Replacing lost elements with individual Mikoto Misaka's psyche. And so begins a near impossible occurrence. A skill is fusing with someone beyond the level of a skill and a user. In this case, the user is becoming the skill and vice versa. The golden orb hovering in front of Mikoto slowly sinks into her chest and dissipates into energy, spreading throughout her body but mostly concentrating on her mind. Individual, Mikoto Misaka, is undergoing evolution. Unique skill, Limit Breaker, is forcing the evolution process. Unique skill, Harmony, is forcing the evolution process. Requirements met, beginning the evolution. Mikoto's overflowing aura of bluish-white magicule that pierces the dark clouds begins to grow smaller. Its intensity, however, doesn't lessen a single bit and only increases. Stronger. Stronger. Even stronger. Mikoto is now easily growing into one of the most powerful people in the world on the level of Bryce. No, shooting past Bryce and on the level of Malim herself. Her aura solidifies and turns into something similar to pure lightning, yet at the same time, not. It's something more ethereal, more beautiful. It covers her more sensitive parts and her arms and legs as her tattered Tokuwadai uniform randomly decides to give up and disintegrate. Above her head, something similar to a majestic crown of energy appears. With the excess energy, wings appear, although it's hard to call it that. But they don't subtract from her charm at all. Image here, imager.com/a/CJELFOD. Unfortunately, things just had to go wrong at this moment. Protection, Bairi crest has been obtained. A/N, shout out to Entai Looting for the crest name idea LOL. And with that, Bryce lost that vague sense of superiority he had over Mikoto. Instead, when he looks at her, he doesn't see someone he loves, someone beneath him, but rather an equal. And he hates that. For once, he felt threatened. Sure, before, he could have died a few times in the last few minutes, but he never felt threatened. It's an instinctual feeling all true dragons have since they know they will just resurrect somewhere else. Granted, it won't be him, but you take what you can get. But now, he no longer feels that sense of security. He feels threatened. He will die if he faces her, in the truest sense of the word. He doesn't know this, but it's because his storm crest was stolen, but Mikoto's Bairi crest was earned through luck, dedication, and months of hard work. Mostly luck, but it was her luck. Not someone else's. Because of this, her crest is superior, and since storms and electromagnetism are linked to each other, just like how Bryce sealed Pikachu out, Mikoto can seal Bryce's true dragon rebirth. Don't question it, it makes sense in my head. Just chalk it up to bullshit anime logic. And so, Bryce made a decision that sealed his fate, not that he knows that. He attacked Mikoto in the middle of her evolution, her weakest moment. Flashing forward towards Mikoto, his dark lightning hand embedded itself into her chest, and just like Cheyenne, he ruptured her heart. Bryce, deprive. With a twisted smile no one can see, he activated his unique skill. He knows he won't be able to take everything in such a short time, but if he gets a little rough, he can take a little something for his troubles. Rimuru teleported into the mirror dimension at this very moment. Rimuru, no. He quickly exercises his control over space and teleports Mikoto into her arms, carrying her in a princess carry. Rimuru, come on, stay with me, you're gonna be okay, come on. Mikoto's ruptured heart gradually healed itself after taking in magicules from Rimuru, but the damage has already been done. Furthermore, her soul was damaged due to Bryce's unique skill. It's as if he tore a piece off. Unable to stay conscious anymore, Mikoto looks up at Rimuru's face one last time, his panicked words only sounding like muffled echoes in her ears. Mikoto, ah. I still have to bake cookies. Snap. That was the sound of Mikoto's bracelet breaking. It's the bracelet Rimuru gave her on the day she was first summoned that has a little Gakoda accessory on it. And although no one heard it, any trace of Rimuru's composure snapped at that moment as Mikoto's consciousness drifted into nothingness. And so, Bryce is hereby officially fucked. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oniai-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, The Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilias Veal. Ultimate Skills, Belzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N. Okay, so people were saying, OMG, stop saying Mikoto is so beautiful and stuff, you are simping for her too hard. My answer? Ahem. No. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones. Chapter 177, Chapter 167 Quick Goodbyes. MC POV. Hey guys, it's Rimuru. Yes, I finally have my own POV back. A/N_. Anyway, I am currently fucking around the academy, doing my own thing and minding my own business. This is mainly because I have this bad feeling. It began a few days ago and just wouldn't stop, so I always find myself wandering around school with a lost look on my face, mostly staring out windows towards Avalon like an anime protagonist. Ilya, Chloe, and Alice always have bloody noses when this happens. But more than anything, they, along with the rest of the class and Ranga, are concerned. Not only them, but Tis, Jeff and his class also came up to me a couple of times, wondering if anything is wrong. And for them, I always had the same answer. I am pondering on the secrets of life. And for me, they always had the same reply. You're just a Rimuru, that's too much for you. I died emotionally several times. But in any case, I gave Benimaru the Dogecoin. If he infuses even the tiniest sliver of his Magicools into it, I'll get a signal that something is wrong and I'll rush back home. But there hasn't been any sort of signal yet. And even if something happens, Benimaru is strong enough to at least send a signal first before something serious happens to him. So, it should be fine, right? God damn it, I jinxed it. Sigh. I'll start getting ready to leave. Author POV. Rimuru was correct, Benimaru is strong enough to at least send a signal even if something happens. But he didn't. At least, he didn't see a need to at first. Shogo, Kyoya, and Karara are scrubs that don't need Rimuru's presence. Benimaru's judgment on not calling Rimuru was indeed a valid one. It's just that Bryce is a bit outside of Rimuru's expectations. Okay, he's way outside of his expectations. I mean, a true dragon attacking Avalon. There are only 3 true dragons in the world, 4 if you include Gaia that's with Malim. And Veldora hasn't even resurrected yet, according to Ilya. Benimaru would have used the Dogecoin the moment he realized how much of a threat Bryce posed, but he only realized that the moment he got hit in the chest and got sent flying like Team Rocket. He got knocked out for a bit. However, during the time Mikoto was contemplating just giving herself up so Bryce could leave everyone else alone, Benimaru woke up and used the coin just before convincing Mikoto not to go through with whatever she was thinking. MC POV. Rimuru. Ilya, Oniai-chan. Ranga, Master. Rimuru. Shit. We gotta go. Now. Hearing the serious tone in my voice, Ilya figured out what was going on and just followed me. Ranga didn't even need to understand what was going on, I could tell him to destroy a country just because I feel like it and he would listen. I went looking for Ilya, to which I found her pretty easily. She was with Ranga, pampering him by petting and scratching him all over. I explained to them that we're probably going to have to return to Avalon soon, but I immediately got a signal from the Dogecoin so I can't go at my own pace anymore. Now is the time to start rushing. Ranga jumps into my shadow and Ilya hugs my arm. I use Spatial Ruler to quickly teleport into the S-class classroom, to which I find all 5 of my students already there. Good. Now that I think about it, I've already been calling them MY students instead of Shizu students. I guess I really like these kids. Wait, now's not the time. Rimuru, something popped up so I'll be heading back to Avalon. Been nice seeing you guys, I'll come back when I have the time. Could be in a few hours, a few days, weeks, or months. But one day. See ya. And so I teleport back to Avalon, nearly missing the stupefied faces on the kids' faces. After Rimuru left, the kids stayed like that for a whole 5 minutes before they started sniffling and then shifting to full-on crying their eyes out. A/N, I feel so bad for them. I instantly arrive in Avalon to find everything is normal. If there's any difference is that the city has developed even more while I was gone and seems to be nearly finished. But even so, I quickly teleport to my office where my clone works all the time. I don't find him though. Where is he anyway? Ilya, Oni-chan. Ilya tugs my sleeve and points to something on the desk. I grab it and take a look at it. It's a note. It says, "Goodbye, I'm on vacation." Motherfucker. But still, there's someone else who can help. I turn towards the lowly to my side. I see her with closed eyes, seemingly concentrating. I would have liked to get the info directly from my clone since he was here the whole time and should know what's going on, but now that he's not here I have to turn to Ilya for help. Using universal sense, she gathers information from all over the city. It'll take a few seconds to get a good grasp on what's going on. Ilya. Attack. Pharmas. 4 intruders went ahead of the main army. Benimaru and the others have them locked in the mirror dimension. Rimuru, and the army itself. Ilya shakes her head. Ilya won't be here anytime soon. That means the crisis has to do with those intruders already in the mirror dimension. Then I don't need to stay here any longer. First, I fuse with Ilya once again. I'm most likely going into a battlefield, I want to be prepared. Next, I invoke my unique skill. Spatial Ruler. Teleporting into the mirror dimension I come face to face with Mikoto who has gone through a stunning transformation, making her even more beautiful than normal. And I also come face to face with a fucker stabbing its hand into Mikoto's chest. At that moment, it felt like my world broke more than the shattered skies of the mirror dimension. Name, Rimuru. Race, Origin Slime. Protection, Crest of Space. Title, Highest Tier Spirit, Leader of the Monsters, Oni-chan, King of Avalon, Master of Headpats, Procrastinator King, the Nutcracker, Socially Awkward Cringe Slightly Chunny Slime, Dragon Slayer, Sensei. Manus, Ilya's Veal. Ultimate Skills, Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, Scathatch, Lord of Runes. Unique Skills, Spatial Ruler. Intrinsic Skills, Infinite Regeneration, Universal Shapeshift, Universal Sense, Enhanced Replication, Universal Thread. Extra Skills, Lord's Ambition, Thought Communication, Control Natural Elements, Control Magic, Control Gravity. Resistances, Cancel Pain, Resist Melee Attack, Cancel Natural Elements, Cancel Ailments, Cancel Spiritual Attack, Resist Holy/Demonic Attack, Natural Attack Resistance. Equipment, Yamato, Limiter Ring. A/N, sorry, the chapter is a bit short. I've been a bit busy today so, yeah. It's not like it matters, this is mainly a chapter from MC point of view and explaining why he didn't appear the moment Bryce made a move. Let me know if I missed anything. Also consider dropping some power stones.